9 Sun God King Chapter 1306 to Chapter 1359. Hidden Family. Xianxia is an inscription master. He also knows that it is not easy for energy to naturally form runes. And after many kinds of energy naturally form all kinds of runes, they meet each other and then fuse into a set of runes. This requires many coincidences to form. In other words, the conditions for the formation of an inscription beast are very difficult and the runes that are naturally formed are very powerful. Only after countless years can they be successfully formed. Momo said again, this kind of rune should only be born in the vast universe. 9 suns are also born from the universe and the inscription beast can summon the sun divine stone. It must have grasped some kind of power that can communicate with the sun. Xianxia ate the snake meat while waiting for Momo to record the runes. Momo suddenly said, Big brother, that kind of rune can allow people to have special floating power. Xianxia recalled that the blue snake can float in the air, moreover it can disappear without a trace. It has very fast attack speed. This is the ability that hunters need to have. With the blue snake's strength, if it used sneak attack or something, even a 9th stage heavenly immortal would be killed by it. The little gray cat must also know how powerful the blue snake is, that's why it ran far away with Xianxia. If Xianxia was here, maybe she would start a war with the blue snake. Ling Yin'er said, Xiaoyun, I can feel that Xianxia is very concerned about you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to find you and let you follow them. That's right. I also think that this little girl is very good, but that kitten is too afraid of death. It was worried that it would be killed if it ran a bit slower. It didn't even warn me. Xianxia groaned. Xianxia was not taken away by the kitten. He also took down the blue snake and is now eating the delicious snake meat. After eating the snake meat, Xianxia felt that his damaged body has received a very strong nourishment and can repair itself even faster. Xiaoyun, that should be a snake gallbladder, right? Eat it and see. Ling Yin'er said. Xianxia took out the fist-sized blue bead. It is very soft, like a water bag. It indeed looks like a snake gallbladder. What if it tastes bad? Xianxia said with a frown. He had been tormented by the golden grapes before. What are you afraid of? It must be full of energy. Ling Yin'er said, Xianxia's flame is so fierce that the snake meat was directly roasted, but this snake gallbladder is not damaged at all. There must be special energy stored inside. So be it. I've already eaten something as deadly as the golden grapes. Why would I be afraid of this thing? Xianxia opened his mouth and bit the snake gallbladder. However, he did not manage to bite through it. Although the snake gallbladder was soft, its skin was very tough. I can't bite through it? Xianxia tried with great force and said with a frown, Can't this thing be eaten? Swallow it whole. Ling Yin'er said. Yin'er, you are not the one who is suffering from eating carelessly. Don't instigate me to eat carelessly. Seeing how tough the snake gallbladder is, Xianxia retreated. Ling Yin'er giggled, Little Yun, this is energy. After eating it, maybe you can break through? Xianxia hesitated for a moment. When he thought of the huge difference in cultivation between him and Xiao Yulan, he ruthlessly opened his mouth and swallowed the snake gall. The process of swallowing was very difficult. It made Xianxia feel extremely uncomfortable. However, he finally swallowed it. I don't feel anything. Xianxia closed his eyes and sensed the snake gall. However, he discovered that the nether sun suddenly moved and sucked the snake gall. After the snake gall was sucked in, the nether sun began rotating very quickly. Yin'er, you are in charge of the nether sun. The snake gall has entered the nether sun. What is the situation now? Xianxia asked. The skin of the snake gall is very tough. The nether sun will need some time to grind through it. At that time, the energy inside will burst out and your cultivation will increase. Ling Yin'er said with smile, This snake gall is very good. The energy inside can at least help you break through a realm. Xianxia felt a lot more relieved. He said with mischievous smile, This snake gall is much more delicious than those divine fruits. If it was an inscription beast eating a divine fruit, it would not be so painful. But it is different for humans. After eating a divine fruit, it will be very dangerous. Xianxia ate the snake meat, took out the magic mirror and browsed through the recent news. Nothing major happened. Only one news said that there is a mysterious inscription family surnamed Ximen. They rarely come out, but now people from this family have appeared in many holy lands. Inscription family? Could it be that they came for the inscription beasts? Qin Yan stored the magic mirror and looked at Mo. Also obtained a set of runes from the snake bone and passed them on to Qin Yan. After Qin Yan obtained the runes, he felt that they are incomparably profound and complex. He has many inscription spirits, but they are not helpful for carving runes. You have worked hard, Mo. Qin Yan placed Mo inside the 9-sun divine soul and began studying the runes. He feels that this set of runes can allow him to float like a blue snake. Being able to fly inside holy lands is very important. Why is little Nianyun not back yet? It is very safe here. Qin Yan does not plan to leave, he is waiting for Nianyun to return. He feels that following Nianyun and little gray cat is very promising. Maybe little gray cat thinks that you are dead, so it won't bring you back. That little cat is very timid. Ling Yan'er said with smile. Qin Yan is injured, he needs to rest now. It is very safe inside Star Traveling Pagoda. After he ate his fill, he lied down on the first floor to rest. One night passed by. When the sky is about to brighten, Qin Yan suddenly sensed someone outside Star Traveling Pagoda. He hurriedly jumped up and saw a middle-sized, but thin, white-robed youth. This white-clothed youth's face is also very thin. If he had a bit more flesh, he would look even more handsome. His face is somewhat black, but his eyes are very bright. Together with his black face, they look like two resplendent stars. He is wearing grayish-white clothes filled with complex runes. He is standing at the entrance of Star Traveling Pagoda with a smile on his face and looking at Qin Yan. Who are you? Qin Yan promptly asked. Hello friend, I am Ximen Dazhuang, the youth politely said with smile. Dazhuang? You don't look very strong. Qin Yan said with smile, I just remembered a person I met before, his name is Luo Weizhuang, but he is very thin and small. Ximen Dazhuang said with smile, it is because I am not strong enough that I am called Dazhuang. This way, just my name alone gives off a kind of formless domineering aura. Qin Yan laughed but did not say anything because this will only give people a kind of rustic aura. Oh, that's right friend, your pagoda is very awesome. I researched it for an entire night, I don't even know what materials were used. Ximen Dazhuang exclaimed in admiration. What? You researched it for an entire night? Qin Yan is startled in his heart. Indeed. I was worried that I would wake you up, so I used an aura-concealing immortal talisman to secretly research it. Ximen Dazhuang said with smile, brother, I am not a bad person, you don't need to worry about me. Although Ximen Dazhuang is not a bad person, his behavior is somewhat wretched. How can you prove that you are not a bad person? Qin Yan laughed, there are many bad people in this immortal Xian Great Desert. I know this, there are many bad people, there are also many ferocious immortal beasts. Ximen Dazhuang's thin face is filled with smile, brother, I am a third-layer ascendant immortal, although my cultivation is not high, I am an inscription master. How about we travel together? Qin Yan feels that Ximen Dazhuang wants to hide inside his pagoda. He is just a third-layer ascendant immortal, you don't need to be afraid of him. This guy seems to be very knowledgeable. Ling Yan'er said. Qin Yan suddenly recalled the information he saw in the devil mirror. It said that there is a hidden inscription family that has been making big movements recently. And this inscription family is surnamed Ximen. Hidden inscription family, we can have some exchanges. Qin Yan can see that Ximen Dazhuang's attitude is very good, so he decided to travel together with him for now. Qin Yan walked out of Star Traveling Pagoda and stored it. I am Qin Yan. Qin Yan cupped his fists towards Ximen Dazhuang and said with smile. Brother Qin, what is your cultivation? Ximen Dazhuang looked at Qin Yan and said with frown, could it be that Brother Qin is also using an aura-concealing immortal talisman? Qin Yan chuckled, just as he was about to tell Ximen Dazhuang about his cultivation, Ximen Dazhuang suddenly said, Brother Qin, don't tell me, let me guess. You are a 9th-layer ascendant immortal. Qin Yan shook his head with smile. Did I see wrong? Ximen Dazhuang's black face is filled with doubt. He said again, don't tell me, I will guess again. You are an 8th-layer ascendant immortal. No, you guessed wrong. Qin Yan said with smile. I'll guess again. I can't be wrong. Shimin Dazhuang said, let's go first. I'll guess again after I'm sure. Remember, don't tell me. I will surely see through your cultivation. Qin Yin only feels that Shimin Dazhuang is a bit eccentric, he is rather stubborn. Brother Dazhuang, where are you going? Qin Yin asked. I am going to find an inscription beast. Shimin Dazhuang took out a compass and said with smile, my family told me to subdue an inscription beast and bring it back. Brother Qin, do you know what an inscription beast is? Qin Yin is stunned, this hidden inscription family is truly awesome, they actually have a tool to find inscription beasts. Brother Dazhuang, where did you get this compass? Qin Yin looked at the compass. It was passed down from our ancestors. Our family's inscription inheritance is very awesome because there are several inscription beasts in our family. Shimin Dazhuang proudly smiled and said, I came to immortal Xian Great Desert this time not to find divine fruits, but to find inscription beasts that are even more important than divine fruits. The compass brought me here, it means that there is an inscription beast here. But after I came here, the compass pointed me in another direction. Qin Yin believes Shimin Dazhuang's words because there was originally a blue snake here. Shimin Dazhuang is not wary of Qin Yin because he feels that Qin Yin is a good person. Suddenly, several figures appeared in the distance, they are running over. Honey Trap. When Shimin Dazhuang saw those people, he said to Qin Yin with a smile, Brother Qin, are those people your friends? They seem to be quite strong. With them joining us, our overall strength will be even stronger. They are not my friends, they are my enemies. Qin Yin said in a deep voice, feeling somewhat surprised. After all, Nangong Xuemei and Song Fengchen should have many experts by their side. This was especially true for Song Fengchen. He had recruited people from Tian Rolling and he also had a large team of his own. And yet, there were only a handful of them left. The strongest among them was only a level 3 Ascendant Immortal. In Song Fengchen's team, only Nangong Xuemei was a level 3 Ascendant Immortal. Additionally, she had only just broken through in the Profound Immortal Desert. The other 3 middle-aged men were all level 2 Ascendant Immortals while Song Fengchen had only broken through to the Ascendant Immortal stage not too long ago. Could it be that they found the Sun Altar and ran into danger? Qin Yin is suddenly worried about Xiao Yuelan. Qin Yin was now an exalted immortal. Furthermore, he had Shimin Dazhuang with him. Song Fengchen and company posed no threat to him. Song Fengchen's father is a very powerful inscription pill master and his equipment is also not bad. Therefore, he is very confident that he can fight against a third-stage immortal. Nangong Xuemei and Song Fengchen saw Qin Yin and Shimin Dazhuang from far away. Especially when they saw Qin Yin, they were especially startled and immediately ran over. In their eyes, Qin Yin is just a 6th firmament immortal. Without Xiao Yuelan's protection, he is just meat on the chopping board. They do not know that after Qin Yin ate the golden grapes, he quickly broke through to Ascendant Immortal. Qin Yin had concealed himself extremely well. As long as it was not someone with extremely strong perception, it would not be easy to see through his cultivation level. Nangong Shui's beauty was bewitching, and she was indeed a stunner. Looking at Song Fengchen's attitude towards her, one could tell that Song Fengchen was completely controlled by her. Song Fengchen and Nangong Xuemei both know that Qin Yin has 2 Dragon Tiger Divine Mountains divine fruits. Therefore, they are rushing towards Qin Yin to snatch the divine fruits. Brother Dazhuang, they are all my enemies. Qin Yin said in low voice. Don't be afraid of them. A faint confident smile appeared on Shimin Dazhuang's thin face. Song Fengchen and Nangong Xuemei had arrived. Nangong Xuemei, who was wearing a tight purple outfit, shouted at Qin Yin, you are just a 6th heaven immortal, yet you dare to enter the depths of the Profound Immortal Desert? Are you courting death? Song Fengchen's eyes are filled with greed as he looked at Qin Yin. He feels that he might be able to obtain 2 divine fruits from Qin Yin today. Shimin Dazhuang looked at Qin Yin in astonishment and whispered, Brother Qin? You're only a 6th heaven immortal? I thought you were an exalted immortal. Qin Yin did not say a word, but Song Fengchen laughed out loud and said, Qin Yin, you even lied to your own companion. Your ability to conceal your aura is indeed not bad, but in such a dangerous place, it's not right for you to trick your companions like this. Nangong Xuemei and Song Fengchen didn't make a move because they were afraid of Shimin Dazhuang. Because they could see that Shimin Dazhuang's clothes were extraordinary. I am Shimin Dazhuang from the Shimin family. I am a third-level ascendant immortal. Are you fellows Brother Qin's enemies? If you want to attack Brother Qin, I will not just watch with folded arms. Shimin Dazhuang's expression turned cold as he took out a long sword that is emitting blue energy flame. Song Fengchen is very clear about Shimin family's matters. After all, he is an inscription master. His father and grandfather are inscription pill refinement masters. He has heard all kinds of legends about Shimin family since childhood. Nangong Xuemei doesn't know about these matters at all. She shouted in cold voice, "So what if you are Shimin family? I am not afraid of you. Qin Yun, quickly hand over the divine fruits in your hand." "Why should I give them to you?" Qin Yun said expressionlessly. "Idiot, can't you look at the situation? There are only two of you and you are a 6th-level immortal while we are all ascendant immortals. Furthermore, the divine fruits don't belong to you, quickly hand them over." Nangong Xuemei said with sneer. Song Fengchen immediately pulled Nangong Xuemei, his expression became grave as he glared at Nangong Xuemei. Nangong Xuemei understands Song Fengchen very well. Seeing Song Fengchen's expression, she realized that Shimin Dazhuang is not someone easy to deal with. Shimin family is an inscription family revered by all great inscription masters. To be able to meet a disciple of Shimin family here, it is truly an honor for this Song. Song Fengchen has already confirmed that Shimin Dazhuang is a disciple of that inscription family. Nangong Xuemei is secretly startled. Someone who even Song Fengchen respects so much is certainly not a simple person. Her charming eyes flickered as she looked at Shimin Dazhuang coquettishly. "Brother Qin is my friend, if you don't want to be my enemy, then quickly leave," Shimin Dazhuang said. Shimin family's disciples are indeed as righteous as the rumor says. "I presume Brother Shimin also just got acquainted with Qin Yun?" Song Fengchen finished speaking and coldly looked at Qin Yun. "Indeed. Although we just got acquainted, I, Shimin Dazhuang, have always been very accurate in judging people. I feel that he will be a very good friend." Shimin Dazhuang also saw that Qin Yun has a very good pagoda, so he believes that Qin Yun has some fate with inscription. Song Fengchen said with smile, "Brother Shimin, you don't know, this Qin Yun is very crafty and crafty, he is not a good person." Nangong Xuemei's charming and gentle voice said with light smile, "Brother Shimin, don't believe this guy Qin Yun. This guy is very bad, moreover." Song Fengchen, Nangong Xuemei, shut up. Who doesn't know that Nangong Xuemei is Yu Zuoquan's woman? Song Fengchen is Yu Zuoquan's good friend, yet he is secretly having an affair with Nangong Xuemei. Song Fengchen, Nangong Xuemei, what qualifications do you have to say that someone is not a good person? Qin Yun said with cold smile. Song Fengchen and Nangong Xuemei are immediately rendered speechless. Although Shimin Dazhuang is simple and simple-minded, he is not stupid. He very quickly realized the relationship between this man and woman. Truly shameless. Shimin Dazhuang shook his head and then said to Song Fengchen, "You should quickly leave, I am an inscription master, I don't want to fight with people." "Brother Shimin, this friend of yours has snatched our 2 divine fruits. If he doesn't hand them over, we will have no choice but to offend you," Song Fengchen said. Qin Yun's expression turned cold, his killing intent completely appeared. He took out his 9th heaven mysterious king saber and tightly held the saber hilt, ready to attack at any time. "Brother Qin, you are just a 6th-layer immortal, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. I, Shimin Dazhuang, can clearly distinguish who is a good person and who is a bad person. Just watch from the side, I will handle this matter for you." Shimin Dazhuang patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said with clear and confident smile. It can be seen that he is a very warm-hearted person. Shimin Dazhuang took a few steps forward and said, "Everyone here is a battle maniac. Since it is like this, we will use battle to settle this matter. Send out one person to fight with me, as long as I, Shimin Dazhuang is defeated, I will not interfere in this matter." Qin Yun secretly frowned, he can also see that Shimin Dazhuang is not very experienced in the world, he doesn't understand people's hearts very well, he only does things based on his intuition, it is very easy for him to stumble. "No weapons, no rune equipment, how about it?" Song Fengchen said with smile. Sure. Shimin Dazhuang very straightforwardly said. I will fight. You and I are both third-layer immortals, our fight will be very fair. Nangong Xuemei's smile is very charming, her beautiful eyes are filled with tenderness as she looked at Shimin Dazhuang. Qin Yin saw that Shimin Dazhuang is not affected by Nangong Xuemei's charm and secretly felt relieved. Shimin Dazhuang is wearing very good immortal inscription clothes, but now he has taken them off, revealing his dark skinny body. Although he is skinny, he still has some muscles on his body, it looks like he is quite powerful. Qin Yin and Song Fengchen retreated to the side. Begin. Song. Fengchen's expression is filled with joy as he shouted. Nangong Xuemei's power attribute is wind. Qin Yin can see with a glance that her wind martial spirit has not transformed into an immortal martial spirit, it is clear that her foundation is very shallow. But she is a third-layer immortal, she has cultivated 3 very strong wind immortal power spirits. At the beginning, Nangong Xuemei waved her hand and summoned a very violent tornado, swirling up the sand and dust and enveloping Shimin Dazhuang. Tornado is condensed from immortal power of ascendant immortals. This kind of immortal power is as sharp as a blade. If immortals are sucked into it, without the protection of powerful immortal clothes and immortal armor, they will die and be minced into meat paste. The whistling sand tornado caused those 2 ascendant immortals to exclaim in admiration again and again. Song Fengchen chuckled and said, Xuemei is very awesome. Our opponent is an inscription master, he is not good at fighting, without using rune equipment, he will lose without a doubt. Shimin Dazhuang has been suppressed by Nangong Xuemei since the beginning. Qin Yin feels that Shimin Dazhuang is not that weak. Sure enough, after Shimin Dazhuang shouted, the originally sand-filled tornado suddenly turned into a blue flame. Nangong Xuemei's wind immortal power has been completely devoured by Shimin Dazhuang's flame. Huu, Shimin Dazhuang controlled the flame and condensed it into a blue flame bowl. Bang bang bang, although the blue flame bowl is not big, it is formed from formidable flame immortal power. It rushed through the sky and released scorching hot air wave that rushed towards Nangong Xuemei. Shimin Dazhuang is an inscription master, his control over flame is very high. The blue flame bowl flew over, its aura can devour mountains and rivers, its momentum is like thunder, it ferociously crashed into Nangong Xuemei's body. With a loud explosion sound, the blue flame rippled like water. Shimin Dazhuang waved his hand and recalled the blue flame. Nangong Xuemei vomited blood after being hit by the blue flame bowl, her face is somewhat pale. Shimin Dazhuang did not expect this, he thought that Nangong Xuemei was already defeated. Suddenly, Nangong Xuemei turned into a burst of white wind and rushed towards Shimin Dazhuang. Her speed is very fast. In the blink of an eye, Nangong Xuemei arrived beside Shimin Dazhuang, threw herself at him and hugged him. Qin Yin is stunned because Nangong Xuemei's clothes are all gone. She looks like a naked octopus as she hugged Shimin Dazhuang. Shimin Dazhuang is startled, he really did not expect that Nangong Xuemei would use this kind of trick. Nangong Xuemei gathered her 5 fingers while he was still in a daze. Her fingertips suddenly turned into black blades, and they pierced towards Shimin Dazhuang's body while emitting a sharp whistling sound. They were accompanied by a violent gale, Shimin Dazhuang's body immediately swelled up and split open. He let out a miserable scream and was sent flying. King's sword strike Shimin Dazhuang's chest had been pierced by Nangong Xuemei's poisonous claws, and a large part of it had turned black. He quickly took out a talisman and stuck it on the wound. The wound was filled with black gas and the poison was suppressed. Qin Yin rushed forward and supported Shimin Dazhuang. Shimin Dazhuang looked as if his worldview had been shattered. He pointed at Nangong Xuemei and cursed, You shameless woman, what is shame? Is it edible? Nangong Xuemei asked with a seductive smile. Shimin Dazhuang didn't have much experience in the world. He had lived in a harmonious hidden clan since childhood, so he naturally didn't know the sinister hearts of the people outside. Nangong Xuemei and Song Fengchen were aware of this, so they immediately tricked Shimin Dazhuang. Brother Dazhuang, you should have been more careful. Qin Yin lightly sighed as he checked Shimin Dazhuang's injuries. We agreed to fight fair and square, she actually used poison. Shimin Dazhuang cursed, he felt that he was still too young. Even Qin Yin was very surprised. He never expected that Nangong Xuemei would strip naked to confuse the hot-blooded Shimin Dazhuang. While he was distracted, she used poison armor to attack him. Moreover, he poured in a very strong wind immortal power, as if he was crazily inflating Shimin Dazhuang's body, sending the poison power to every part of his body, breaking his flesh and blood, and then bursting his body. This was a very vicious move, and Nangong Xuemei was very familiar with it. It was obvious that she had done this kind of thing many times. Shimin Dazhuang's body was an immortal body. Without any equipment, he was very weak. Faced with Nangong Xuemei's sneaky move, he was instantly ravaged and covered in cuts and bruises. Brother Shimin, the poison in your body is very serious. If you don't undo it, you'll definitely die within 6 hours. Nangong Shui bewitchingly smiled and said, if you want to live, quickly hand over all the curiosity rings your Shimin clan has. Although Nangong Xuemei was very pleased with herself, she had been injured by Shimin Dazhuang's blue fire bull. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been in such a hurry to use such a sneaky move. Song Fengchen chuckled and said, Xuemei, you're really something. The Shimin family's runes are mysterious and profound. If we can get some, we'll be rich. Even if I die, I won't give it to you two beasts. Shimin Dazhuang finally knew how vicious the two people in front of him were. He. Since you don't want to live, I won't stop you. Nangong Xuemei coldly looked at Qin Yun and asked, Qin Yun, did you kill Shueli? I killed him. Qin Yun said indifferently. That foolish woman. She was tricked by you. Serves her right. Nangong Xuemei coldly snorted and said, if you're smart, hand over the divine fruit. Shimin Dazhuang suddenly shouted, Brother Qin, run. I'll block them. I still have some immortal talismans with me. Song Fengchen mocked, don't even think about leaving. Nangong Xuemei held a celestial sword in her hand as she rushed over and stabbed at Shimin Dazhuang's head. She was worried that Shimin Dazhuang would use a powerful celestial talisman. Qin Yun is right beside Shimin Dazhuang, but Nangong Xuemei completely ignored him. In her eyes, Qin Yun is just a minor immortal. Song Fengchen and the 3 middle-aged men are sneering, they know that Qin Yun will definitely fall into their hands. Brother Qin, quickly run. Shimin Dazhuang can't use immortal talisman to perish together with Nangong Xuemei because Qin Yun is right beside him. He feels that he and Qin Yun are finished. Qin Yun's eyes are filled with killing intent. Seeing Nangong Xuemei attack, he quickly attacked and grabbed Nangong Xuemei's celestial sword. Nangong Xuemei is immediately horrified, her heart fiercely jumped because she sensed a very strong immortal power. It is the immortal power of a mighty immortal. You. Nangong Xuemei is very scared, she wanted to take back her celestial sword but failed. Qin Yun's palm brought along vibrating power as it landed on Nangong Xuemei's abdomen. Boom, Nangong Xuemei let out a miserable scream, her back suddenly split open due to Qin Yun's ferocious immortal power. Song Fengchen and the 3 middle-aged men are completely stunned. Song Fengchen, quickly save me. Nangong Xuemei was sent flying and dropped on the ground, she screamed in fear. Nangong Xuemei, not only did you send people to kill me and Little Phoenix, you even went around and insulted Little Phoenix's reputation. You evil woman, go to hell today. Qin Yun's expression is calm, his voice is filled with anger, his palm is filled with sorrowful dragon roar. Extinction Dragon 36 palms were unleashed, in an instant, 36 palms were unleashed. 36 palms overlapped and fused together, releasing an incomparably formidable power that enveloped Nangong Xuemei's body. The palm power roared like thunder, it swept away all the sand and dust, shaking the heaven and earth as if it was a ferocious giant beast. In an instant, Nangong Xuemei was torn to shreds by the palm power. The fragments of her body scattered along with the ferocious aura. Nangong Xuemei was already injured, she was not on guard against Qin Yun and her Dantian's immortal power was shattered by Qin Yun's punch. Song Fengchen and the others are also scared silly, they don't dare to approach. That is why Nangong Xuemei was killed in an instant. Quickly attack. Song Fengchen cried out in fear and ordered the 3 middle-aged men to rush over. Those 3 middle-aged men are just ordinary second firmament exalted immortals. Just as they were about to rush over, Qin Yun roared. Heavenly Lion's heavenly roar blasted over with mental power, shaking the 3 middle-aged men to the point of dizziness. Qin Yun wielded the 9th heaven mysterious king's saber, used flowing light extinction shadow step and instantly appeared in front of the three middle-aged men. He slashed horizontally with his saber. The violent saber aura seemed like it could split mountains and split the earth. It brought along the sound of surging waves. Crash, mountain splitter, earth splitter, wave breaker. These three styles were unleashed simultaneously and the 3-second firmament exalted immortals were cut in half at the waist. Although 6-style Wind Slayer is not a profound martial art, Qin Yun has been using it for many years and has already reached the acme of perfection. He can faintly comprehend the rare saber aura through 6-style Wind Slayer. 3-second firmament exalted immortals were killed in one move by Qin Yun. Song Fengchen turned pale with fright. He is extremely terrified because he himself has just become an exalted immortal not long ago. Although he can defeat second firmament exalted immortals, he doesn't believe that he has Qin Yun's strength. Qin Yun, when did you become so strong? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Song Fengchen said with trembling voice. Why do I need to tell you that I have become strong? Qin Yun shot forward like an arrow, brandished his saber and chopped down. Song Fengchen is alarmed and took out a tiger head shield. Under Song Fengchen's control, the tiger head shield floated in front of him. The ninth heaven mysterious king saber slashed down on the tiger head shield, causing a burst of sound wave and sand waves to surge. Song Fengchen also took advantage of this time to take out a pair of Mitsubishi thorns and quickly stabbed towards Qin Yun. The Mitsubishi thorns brought along a sound of breaking through the air and shot out with incomparably formidable immortal power. This is a very powerful immortal talisman tool. Qin Yun doesn't dare to be careless when facing this kind of immortal talisman tool. After all, it is something refined by a powerful inscription master. Brother Qin, that is an immortal talisman tool, don't attack it directly. Shiman Dazhuang shouted. Qin Yun knows this, so he promptly dodged sideways. The Mitsubishi thorns flew past Qin Yun's side, causing him to tremble in fear. If the Mitsubishi thorns suddenly exploded, it would not be a small injury. Song Fengchen secretly thanked his father for giving him such a powerful life-saving immortal talisman tool. Qin Yun, if we are comparing equipment, you are not my match. Song Fengchen immediately regained some of his confidence and said with sneer. Qin Yun quickly landed on the sandy ground. The Mitsubishi thorns are very fast, they are infused with formidable immortal power. Not only they are very fast, their power is also very ferocious. If they hit his body and explode, the consequences would be too horrible to contemplate. Ha ha ha, you are dead for sure. Song Fengchen proudly laughed. He still has 2 Mitsubishi thorns in his hand to prevent Qin Yun from suddenly rushing over. Song Fengchen's father is Song Zhaosher. He is a very famous inscription master. The immortal talisman tools he refines are very powerful, others would have to pay a high price to buy them. And Song Fengchen has many of them. Equipment competition? Qin Yun secretly sneered and then took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron. The Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron blocked the incoming Mitsubishi thorns. Boom! The Mitsubishi thorns hit the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron and immediately exploded with berserk immortal power. The Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron was also sent flying. Seeing the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron, Song Fengchen and Shiman Dazhuang are very shocked. Because they can see that this cauldron is very different from the others. Qin Yun, accept your death. Song Fengchen threw another pair of Mitsubishi thorns. The Mitsubishi thorns attacked again, this time Shiman Dazhuang took action, he threw out an immortal talisman. After Shiman Dazhuang's immortal talisman ignited, a large amount of black clay burst out. It is unknown what it is, but it is very sticky. It fell down and covered the Mitsubishi thorns. Brother Qin. Shiman Dazhuang shouted. Qin Yun is no longer threatened by those formidable immortal talisman tools. He immediately used passing shadow extinction breath step and disappeared. Song Fengchen saw Qin Yun suddenly disappear and immediately became alarmed. He immediately concentrated his mental power to control the tiger head shield. He felt that with his powerful immortal armor and many defensive tools, he would not be killed by Qin Yun. Moreover, he would be able to exhaust Qin Yun's power. However, he was wrong, because Shiman Dazhuang's inscription equipment is not to be trifled with. After Qin Yun disappeared, he waited for Shiman Dazhuang to use Immortal Talisman to attack. This is also their tacit understanding. Boom! Shimin Dazhuang's immortal talisman exploded like a lightning bolt and landed on Song Fengchen's body. In a split second, countless violent thunder and lightning exploded, forming a thunder and lightning whirlwind that engulfed Song Fengchen. Shwa shwa shwa, Shimin Dazhuang not only has immortal talisman, he also has immortal talisman tools. They are sharp things like flying thorns. Competing in inscription equipment? My Shimin family will not lose to you. Shimin Dazhuang shouted in a very heroic manner. Song Fengchen secretly cursed himself for being too stupid. He is clearly a Shimin family disciple, yet he recklessly showed off his equipment. Shimin Dazhuang's immortal talisman tool does not explode after being stabbed, instead it explodes with a black sticky substance. Qin Yun, who is hiding, is secretly apprehensive of Shimin Dazhuang's strange toy. After the black clay covered Song Fengchen, it quickly corroded the immortal power inside his equipment. The runes inside the inscription equipment need to absorb energy to operate. And Shimin Dazhuang's immortal talisman tool can make the rune equipment unable to absorb energy and stop operating. Song Fengchen, who has turned into a black clay man, feels extreme despair in his heart. Qin Yun suddenly appeared beside Song Fengchen. The angry saber is like thunder. It brought along heavenly might Dao Dipper and hacked down hundreds of times in a flash. Rumble. Young Master Shimin, after Qin Yun killed Song Fengchen, he took back the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Then he carried Shimin Dazhuang and ran wildly in the desert. Brother Qin, I might die, the poison in my body can't be detoxified. After I die, if my death is too unsightly, can you help me make it look better and then send it back to the Shimin family? Shimin Dazhuang shouted in frustration. If you die unsightly, it would be better to burn it. Qin Yun said. Ah? Don't. If I'm burned to ashes, the Shimin family won't recognize my ashes. Even if I die, I want to be buried in the Shimin family cemetery. Shimin Dazhuang said sadly. Brother Qin, what is your cultivation level? I can't guess it, I don't want to die. Qin Yun carried Shimin Dazhuang away because he is worried that someone will come over. You are about to die, can't you talk less? Qin Yun said with smile. I am about to die, of course I have to talk more before I die. Brother Qin, why are you still laughing? I am about to die, how can you still laugh? You people, why are all of you so heartless? Shimin Dazhuang wants to cry but has no tears, he is very sad. I, Shimin Dazhuang, have just entered the immortal desolates Jianghu. I never expected that I would be killed by a witch. Qin Yun, who is running, found it somewhat funny. Brother Dazhuang, have you never seen a woman before? Shimin Dazhuang shouted, of course I have. It's just that. I have never seen a naked woman, moreover she took the initiative to approach me. Brother Qin, did you know? Her body is really not bad, I thought she loved me so much that she couldn't control herself, that's why she suddenly took off all her clothes and threw herself at me. Who knew that her scheme was so deep? Qin Yun laughed and said, Brother Dazhuang, you were actually thinking about this at that time? Think about it, a woman took the initiative to approach you, could it be that she didn't fall in love with you? When she jumped over and hugged me, I thought she fell in love with me and wanted to marry me and have children. Who would have thought that she would pierce my heart with her nails and inject a very strong poison? My pure heart is truly pitiful, it is being ravaged before death. Shimin Dazhuang wailed, am I, Shimin Dazhuang, going to die like this? I haven't experienced love, I haven't found the person I like, I haven't become a famous inscription master in the immortal desolate, yet I am going to die with hatred in my heart. I am not willing, I am not willing. Brother Qin, put me down. I want to die alone. I don't want anyone to see my ugly state of dying from poisoning. I, Shimin Dazhuang, have a great reputation. Even if I die, I will die with dignity. Qin Yun was truly speechless. He smiled and said, don't worry, you won't die. I can cure you of your poison. You can't open it. The poison that even my Shimin clan's poison expelling immortal talisman can't expel, no one can cure it. Shimin Dazhuang was in despair. He said in a self-deprecating manner, it's all my fault for being too arrogant and being bewitched by a woman. That's why I was careless and ended up like this. I reap what I sow. Qin Yun feels that they are now far away from the battlefield. He took out Star Traveling Pagoda and brought Shimin Dazhuang inside. Then he took out Little Jade Rabbit. Luckily Little Jade Rabbit has not finished eating the golden grape and has not fallen asleep. Shimin Dazhuang is sitting in the reception hall of the first floor of Star Traveling Pagoda. He looked all around and let out a long sigh and said, "Dying in this pagoda is a pretty good ending for me. Brother Qin, when I die, I will be very unsightly. When the time comes, can you help me look a bit better? I beg you, even if I die, I want to maintain my handsome appearance." Qin Yan placed Shimin Dazhuang's hand on a table, then placed Little Jade Rabbit on his palm and said, "Don't be long-winded. You won't die." Little Jade Rabbit quickly absorbed the poison in Shimin Dazhuang's body. Shimin Dazhuang, who has fallen into despair, originally he felt very sad, but he sensed the poison in his body being absorbed. His body immediately shook. He looked at Qin Yan with wide open eyes and said, "My poison is being absorbed. I don't need to die?" Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. "I already said, you won't die." Shimin Dazhuang immediately grinned and started laughing foolishly. He shouted loudly, "I don't need to die, I don't need to die. Ha ha ha. Shimin Dazhuang's handsomeness and prestige will live on forever. Brother Dazhuang, you have to be careful in the future. Don't think of everyone as so pure. In the immortal desolate martial arts world, you have to be on guard. Otherwise, you will die without even bones left." Qin Yan smiled and poured 2 cups of tea. Shimin Dazhuang clicked his tongue and shook his head. "When I went out, my elders warned me, but I feel that as long as I am honest with others and do things with a clear conscience, I will be able to make many good friends. Even if I encounter evil people, they will be intimidated by my righteous aura. Brother Qin, at least I can make friends with you. Otherwise, I would really be dead. Fortunately, you didn't take off your clothes to trick me. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble," Shimin Dazhuang said with a smile. Qin Yan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He drank a cup of tea and said, "When I trick people, I don't need to take off my clothes." Shimin Dazhuang thought for a moment and said with a smile, "That's right. Brother Qin, your appearance is slightly lacking. Even if you take off your clothes, it won't have any effect. I am different. If I take off my clothes, I will definitely make a large group of people go crazy. I will try it next time." Qin Yan almost sprayed out his tea. He said with a smile, "Brother Dazhuang, don't use this trick carelessly. You will die very miserably. Cough cough, you will lose everything." "Really?" Shimin Dazhuang scratched his head and asked doubtfully, "Brother Qin, you should be an experienced Jianghu person. In the future, you must teach me some skills." Shimin Dazhuang admires Qin Yan very much. Originally, they were in a disadvantageous position, but Qin Yan suddenly counterattacked. Not only did he kill the enemy, he also saved him. If not for his face, Shimin Dazhuang would have kowtowed to Qin Yan a few times to express the admiration in his heart. In the future, when you see beautiful women, you must be on guard. Also, don't judge people by their appearance. Don't think that just because someone looks good, they are a good person. Just go over and make friends with them. Otherwise, it will be very easy to be swindled away," Qin Yan said. "I never judge people by their appearance. Brother Qin, your appearance is ordinary, but I feel that you are someone who can be made friends with, so I treat you as a friend," Shimin Dazhuang said with a serious expression. "What? My appearance is ordinary?" Qin Yan could not help but take out a mirror to look at himself. He felt that he was a bit more handsome than Shimin Dazhuang, but he was actually said to be ordinary. Shimin Dazhuang said with a smile, "That's right. My father said that my appearance is the most handsome. In the Shimin family, everyone says that I am a handsome man. Your face shape is very different from mine, so naturally you are ordinary." Qin Yan looked at Shimin Dazhuang and did not know what to say. He was startled and asked, "Brother Dazhuang, is your position in the Shimin family very high?" "Of course. Anyone who sees me has to call me handsome." Shimin Dazhuang smiled slightly. "My grandfather is a great clan elder and my father is the patriarch. They are all very strong and they are also very powerful inscription masters." Qin Yan immediately understood. Shimin Dazhuang had probably been tricked since he was young, saying that he was the most handsome. Shimin Dazhuang had been spoiled since he was young, but he did not become a hedonistic son of a rich family. This meant that his nature was extremely good. It was only because he had been tricked since he was young that he developed an incurable narcissism. Brother Qin, don't feel inferior. Although your appearance is ordinary, I am still willing to make friends with you. I, Shimin Dazhuang, have never judged a person by their appearance. Shimin Dazhuang laughed heartily. Qin Yan smiled, Brother Dazhuang, it's best if you don't directly talk about other people's appearance. In the future, it's very easy to get into trouble. Shimin Dazhuang nodded and said, I understand. I am only being so frank because Brother Qin is so easy to talk to. I hope Brother Qin doesn't mind. Qin Yan felt that if Shimin Dazhuang were to jump around like that outside, he would definitely be beaten to death. An hour passed and the little jade rabbit had finished absorbing all the poison in Shimin Dazhuang's body. Shimin Dazhuang said happily, Brother Qin, this little rabbit of yours is really amazing. It actually has such a powerful detoxification effect. How do I repay this little white rabbit? She likes to eat things like immortal fruits. Do you have any? Qin Yan asked. Immortal fruit? Yes. Shimin Dazhuang took out a large pile. They were all kinds of fragrant and sweet-looking immortal fruits. Many thanks, Brother Dazhuang. Qin Yan immediately stored those immortal fruits into the Nine-Sun Divine Soul. He also kept a few for himself and gave the rest to Little Jade Rabbit and Mo. Shimin Dazhuang is very extravagant. These immortal fruits are very expensive, but he gave them away without even blinking. No need to be polite. After all, you saved my life. Shimin Dazhuang laughed a few times and then said in earnest, Brother Qin, I guess you are a 5th-layer Ascendant Immortal. Qin Yan said with smile, you guessed wrong, I am just a 1st-layer Ascendant Immortal, I just broke through. If I was a 5th-layer Ascendant Immortal, I would have killed that woman Nangong Shuame long ago. Shimin Dazhuang is very puzzled, he guessed wrong 3 times, this made him feel very embarrassed. He quickly changed the topic and said with smile, Brother Qin, does that shameless woman Nangong Shuame often use some kind of shameless underhanded trick to deal with you? Not even once. Qin Yan curled his lips and said. Ah? Then why did she use it on me? Could it be that she has taken a fancy to me? Shimin Dazhuang mumbled. Purely because she can't beat you, moreover she saw that you are easy to deceive, that's why she used this kind of underhanded trick on you. Qin Yan speechlessly shook his head. Shimin Dazhuang comes from a mysterious hidden inscription family. Moreover, he is the son of the family head, he has many good things in his hands. Originally his injuries were very serious, but after sticking a few talismans on his body and eating a few pills, he has more or less recovered. He now looks very spirited. After he recovered, he took out a compass, looked at it and shouted in alarm, Brother Qin, there is an inscription beast nearby. We should quickly subdue it. Finished speaking, he rushed out of Star Traveling Pagoda. Qin Yan promptly chased after him and yelled, Brother Dazhuang, inscription beasts are very dangerous, don't act recklessly. Otherwise you will truly die. Don't worry, I have a secret technique passed down from my ancestor, it can subdue inscription beasts. Shimin Dazhuang very confidently said. Far ahead, white light flickered under the sunlight. Chapter 13:10, Strange Beast Movement. Qin Yan is stunned, he promptly grabbed Shimin Dazhuang and dragged him into Star Traveling Pagoda. Brother Dazhuang, I encountered a large blue snake before. It was an inscription beast and I was almost killed. Qin Yan said with a grave expression, not a single one of those inscription beasts are good. Really? What kind of snake was it? Shimin Dazhuang asked in pleasant surprise. It was very strong, it was at least a Xian immortal beast. Qin Yan said. If it was attack type, then you must be careful. But my compass is looking for those that don't attack. Shimin Dazhuang patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said with smile, Brother Qin, if you are afraid, just stay here and watch. I will let you broaden your horizons, see how I use my ancestral secret technique to subdue inscription beasts. Qin Yan has some understanding of Shimin Dazhuang's strength, if he doesn't use inscription equipment, he can be killed with one saber strike. If he uses equipment, he will be very powerful. About this. Are you sure that the inscription beasts that your compass can find are the more gentle ones? Qin Yan also somewhat believed it because the little gray cat from before was not a combat type. Of course I am sure. Shimin Dazhuang nodded his head and said, Brother Qin, you look older than me, you look a bit like an uncle, I will call you Uncle Qin from now on. You can call me Dazhuang. Qin Yan has the urge to vomit blood. He took out a mirror and looked at himself. He discovered that his face is very young and handsome, just that he has a bit of beard. Why does he look like an uncle? You can call me a Yun. Qin Yan faintly smiled. He cursed in his heart, you are the uncle. Your whole family are all uncles. This won't do, although your cultivation is not as high as mine, you are my elder. I am a person who abides by etiquette, I can't mess up the way I address you. Uncle Qin, I will go subdue the inscription beasts, you old man just stay here and watch. Shimin Dazhuang finished speaking and immediately ran out. Qin Yan very much wants to kick Shimin Dazhuang out. This one-track-minded fellow is really blind. I am clearly so handsome, clearly so young, but they actually said that I am a plain-looking uncle. Qin Yan took out a mirror and looked at himself. He began to doubt his life. Ling Yin'er giggled, Xiao Yun, this weirdo is really lucky to be able to come here alive. That's right. Even I want to hit him. Qin Yan took out the Lion King cannon and looked at Shimin Dazhuang's back. Shimin Dazhuang held the compass and rushed towards the white dot in front of him. Through the Lion King cannon, Qin Yan can see what kind of inscription beast this white light dot is. What caused him to be flabbergasted is that this white dot is actually a big white pig. Its whole body is snow white, it is wagging its tail and running around in the desert. This big white pig also went to get the golden grapes before. Qin Yan thought to himself, why did this inscription beast turn into a pig? I remember that this big white pig can make its body swell up and then float lightly in the air. It's quite powerful. Ling Yin'er said with smile, maybe when the inscription beast evolved into a beast, it accidentally referenced a pig. After Shimin Dazhuang arrived, he saw that the inscription beast is a pig. His face immediately became filled with disgust, then he turned around and ran back. Qin Yan feels that this is very boring, he still wants to see how Shimin Dazhuang will subdue the inscription beast. What made him feel funny is that the pig actually rushed towards Shimin Dazhuang. Don't look at how the pig is white and fat, its running speed is very fast. Even Qin Yan feels that his speed is not as fast as the big white pig. This big white pig's speed, even that blue snake would have to concede defeat. Qin Yan is extremely apprehensive, these inscription beasts are indeed very powerful. Shimin Dazhuang yelled, Uncle Qin, quickly save me. I don't want to subdue this kind of inscription beast. Just as he finished yelling, the big white pig pounced over and pressed Shimin Dazhuang to the ground. Then it arched him a few times, causing Shimin Dazhuang to cry out loudly. Qin Yan is also dumbstruck looking at this scene, Shimin Dazhuang has actually been pressed to the ground by a pig. The big white pig's body suddenly emitted a burst of multicolored light that seems to contain many runes and poured into Shimin Dazhuang's head. I am done for. Shimin Dazhuang held with no hope in life. I don't want to live anymore, Qin Yan repeatedly frowned looking at this scene, he doesn't know what the big white pig is doing. The big white pig's expression is wretched, it seems like it is laughing as it looked at Shimin Dazhuang. Shimin Dazhuang is sitting paralyzed on the ground, looking at the wretched big white pig, his expression looks like he wants to die. Dazhuang, what happened? Qin Yan yelled. I subdued an inscription beast. Shimin Dazhuang said in a very dejected manner. Isn't that a good thing? Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. What's so good about it? This inscription beast is not mighty at all, it can't be taken out. Shimin Dazhuang stood up, his expression looks like he doesn't want to live anymore and walked towards Star Traveling Pagoda. Qin Yan finally understands, it is that wretched big white pig that latched onto Shimin Dazhuang. Shimin Dazhuang doesn't want this kind of inscription beast at all. Dazhuang, this little pig should be very good, its speed is very fast. Qin Yan comforted, if you don't want it, you can give it to me. I won't follow you. After the big white pig saw Qin Yan, it immediately hid behind Qin Yan and said, you have a very strong divine bird. That stupid big blue snake was eaten by you and that bird, I don't want to be eaten by you. Qin Yan laughed involuntarily and said, you only have this little bit, it is not enough for me to eat, I won't eat you. Shimin Dazhuang looked at the big white pig and said with sigh, forget it. Since you are my destined first inscription beast, I can only comply with heaven's will. Oh, that's right, do you have a name? He patted the big white pig's head. I don't, give me a name, the big white pig said with smile, give me an awesome name. Shimendazhuang thought about it, looked at Qin Yan and asked, Uncle Qin, you are an experienced and knowledgeable old Jianghu person, why don't you give him a resounding name? Let's call him Pippy Pig. Qin Yan casually said. Good, not a bad name. Shimendazhuang feels that it is very good, he promptly nodded and said. The big white pig did not say anything, it is clearly tacitly agreeing. Moreover, it very satisfyingly smiled. Qin Yan feels that the big white pig and Shimendazhuang are a rather suitable combination. Dazhuang, I want to go find the sun altar. That place is very dangerous, you shouldn't follow me. Qin Yan said. He wants to see what happened to the sun altar, why Nangong Shueme and Song Fengchen came back. Dazhuang, let's go together, the big white pig suddenly said, there are good things inside the sun altar, as long as we can go in, we can obtain them. We should go take a look first, maybe we can obtain something good. Shimendazhuang's eyes lit up, he asked, what good things are inside the sun altar? I don't know. But the strongest inscription beast in this desert, after learning that the sun altar has landed, they immediately rushed over to tear down the sun altar. The big white pig said, Dazhuang, I am very awesome. With me protecting you, there won't be any mishap. I am your destined inscription beast. Dazhuang, you are so extraordinary, as your inscription beast, I am also not ordinary. Of course. Shimendazhuang immediately became very happy after being flattered, he yelled, let's go, we will go find the sun altar. Qin Yan stored away the star-traveling pagoda. He saw Shimendazhuang riding on the big white pig and yelled, Pippy Pig, let's go. The big white pig's speed is very fast, even though it is carrying Shimendazhuang. It can still run very fast in the desert. Wait for me. Qin Yan yelled and also madly ran. However, he can only follow behind the big white pig. Shimendazhuang was very disdainful of the big white pig before, but now he is bursting with joy and burst into loud laughter. While running, Qin Yan took out the magic mirror and contacted Xiao Yuelan. Yuelan, I am on my way to the sun altar, what is the situation on your side? I saw the sun altar. But I haven't approached it yet. There are many powerful beasts near the sun altar, they are the kind that ate golden grapes. Are you together with Nianyun? Xiao Yuelan asked. I am together with another friend, his strength is also not weak. I will go and take a look. Qin Yan said. He very much wants to find Nianyun, he also knows that Nianyun must have signed master and servant contract with Little Grey Cat, just like the big white pig and Shimendazhuang. Nianyun's little grey cat can carry out spatial transfer at will, so it can bring Nianyun into the star-traveling pagoda. If he can find Little Grey Cat, he can easily enter the sun altar. The sun altar has fallen, but it has become the target of many powerful inscription beasts. Even those 9 sun sects did not expect this. A message came out from the magic mirror, it is from Song Zhaoshi, saying that his son died in the immortal Xian Great Desert. This piece of news only caused a small group of people to discuss it, because there was even more explosive news coming out. Suddenly, 9 powerful golden dragons flew out from the tip of the 9 sun-suppressing divine arrows and coiled around the tip of the 9 arrows. After immortal Emperor Diyu flew up, he was seriously injured by one of the dragons. And inside each holy land, there are also all kinds of news. Many experts who went to search for the sun altar have been seriously injured by beasts, some have even been killed. While running, Qin Yan browsed the magic mirror and found out that many inscription beasts have moved out to attack the 9 sun altar. Xiao Yun, inscription beasts won't die. The blue snake you killed doesn't seem to have a soul, it only has bones, it should be able to be reborn. Ling Yin'er suddenly said, I wonder when the blue snake will be reborn. Qin Yan is also somewhat worried about this matter. If the blue snake is reborn and is still as powerful as before, it will definitely come to take revenge on him. 2 days passed by, Qin Yan and pig-riding Shimendazhuang also saw the 9 sun altar in the distance. It is indeed the same as the altar in Floating Cloud City. Ling Yin'er said in amazement, Xiao Yun, there is a 9 sun altar hidden in Floating Cloud City, it is possible that your past life took it there. But there is no sun core inside Floating Cloud City's 9 sun altar. Qin Yan said with frown, could it be that I have to collect other sun altar core things to open floating cloud city's altar? Yinyang ritual Shimen Dazhuang and the big white pig he had tamed were buried in the sand, only their heads sticking out as they looked at the altar in the distance. Uncle Qin, the place we are in right now is quite dangerous. Our cultivation is too low, so it's best if we don't go over. Let's just watch from here. Shimen Dazhuang said worriedly. Uncle, there are a few very strong inscription beasts over there. If we go over, we will be killed. The big white pig also said, its voice was filled with fear. Previously, he was not afraid at all. Qin Yan felt even more strongly that Shimen Dazhuang and his big white pig were a perfect match. How about you hide a bit further away? Qin Yan said with smile, your concealment ability is not as high as mine. If you are discovered, it will be very dangerous. When Shimen Dazhuang heard this, he quickly nodded and said, okay, okay. Shimen Dazhuang and the white pig quickly retreated to the back. They knew that Qin Yan had grasped invisibility. Furthermore, his aura concealment technique was extremely brilliant. As for them, they did not have such an ability, so they could only hide far away. Pippy Pig, what other inscription beasts are there that are easier to subdue in the vicinity? Shimen Dazhuang took out the compass and saw that the pointer was pointing in a certain direction. He is somewhat happy because there is a non-attack type inscription beast nearby. Isn't it enough to have me? You still want to subdue other inscription beasts? The big white pig said unhappily, you can't be half-hearted. Well, the more the better. Shimen Dazhuang felt the anger of the big white pig and immediately said, if I subdue other inscription beasts, then you will be the big brother. Think about it, if you become the big brother and command the other inscription beasts, how great would that be? The big white pig thought for a moment, then suddenly became a little excited, and said, over there is a kitten that controls a very strong power of space, you can go and give it a try. Oh right, bring that uncle friend with you. That uncle's strength is quite strong. It should be better with his help. Qin Yan is currently observing the 18-layer sun altar from the front. He used Absolute Soul to observe the surrounding situation. He discovered that not only are there a few powerful inscription beasts, there is also a very sinister power that is slowly spreading out. Just as he was carefully observing, he suddenly sensed something approaching. Bang! Qin Yan's buttocks were hit and he flew forward. Aya! Uncle, I'm sorry, I probably misplaced it. The big white pig quickly shouted. Qin Yan was invisible. The big white pig could not see Qin Yan. When it rushed over, it sent Qin Yan flying. Qin Yan got up and cursed inwardly. He asked, what's the matter? There's a kitten nearby. I'm going to catch it. I need your help. The big white pig laughed, if he succeeds in subduing that kitten, then I will be the kitten's big brother. Qin Yan was still thinking about how to find Nian Yan. Now that he knew that the kitten was nearby, he knew that Nian Yan was with the kitten. Let's go quickly. Qin Yan quickly said. The big white pig is very happy, it brought Qin Yan and charged towards Shimen Dazhuang. Over there. Shimen Dazhuang held the compass and pointed in a direction. He smiled and said, that's great, that kitten isn't near the sun altar. This way, there won't be any danger. Shimen Dazhuang rode on the big white pig and quickly rushed towards the direction of the little gray cat. Qin Yan followed behind. Not long after, he saw a beautiful and adorable little girl wearing white dress. It is Nian Yan. She is holding a little gray cat in her arms. Nian Yan, after Qin Yan saw Nian Yan, he very happily said. Little brother. Nian Yan is also very happy. She immediately ran towards Qin Yan and said with smile, I was worried to death about you. Little flower is really something, she didn't even say anything when she encountered danger and directly took me away. I wanted to go find you but she refused. She even said that you were already dead. When the little gray cat saw Qin Yan, it immediately shrunk its body and meowed a few times. It feels very surprised. Nian Yan, I didn't expect you to be so concerned about me. Qin Yan said with smile. Of course, we are partners. Nian Yan smiled sweetly and then looked at Shimen Dazhuang and the big white pig whose faces are filled with disappointment. Shimen Dazhuang and the big white pig originally thought that they could subdue the little gray cat. But now that they saw the little gray cat together with a little girl, they realized that the little gray cat already has an owner. Moreover, it is someone that Xianxia knows. "Uncle, why does she call you little brother?" Shimendazhuang said in shock. "She looks like she can be your daughter, yet she calls you little brother. You Jianghu people, why are you so unreasonable?" Nianyan giggled and said, "Little brother, this uncle riding a pig actually calls you uncle." Shimendazhuang is stunned and said very unhappily, "Little sister, am I very old? Why do you call me uncle? I just feel that you are very old." Nianyan playfully stuck out her little tongue and said with smile, "Did you subdue this big white pig? You two are really compatible." "Little girl, I am a divine pig, I am much more awesome than your little cat," the big white pig said very unwillingly. "My little cat is still a baby, of course it is not as awesome as you," Nianyan said with charming smile. Xianxia pointed at the distant sun altar and solemnly asked, "Nianyan, can you enter the sun altar?" Speaking of this matter, Nianyan's expression changed. She shook her head and said, "Xiaohua originally wanted to bring me in. But we discovered that a very unexpected situation has occurred inside the sun altar. There is a very strong thing inside, that's why we didn't go in." Meow meow, little gray cat meowed a few times and waved its little claws. It is unknown what it wants to express. Nianyan said, "Xiaohua said that there is a very strong fighting strength inside. I don't know if it is a human or a beast. Right now it is still sealed inside the sun altar. If we perform the sacrifice, the very strong thing inside will come out. After the sacrifice, the altar will usually open and some things will be transmitted from the divine desolate." Xianxia frowned and said somewhat worriedly, "Nianyan, is it very dangerous here?" Nianyan nodded and said, "Of course it is very dangerous. The few inscription beasts near the altar are all Xian immortal beasts. I can't beat them, but I want the thing inside. Isn't there a very strong thing inside the sun altar? Why is there a sun core fragment inside?" Xianxia said with a frown. "The sun core fragment is still inside, it might also be the powder of the sun core. This is a very good thing." Nianyan said with a mysterious expression, "If you obtain it, you will know how useful it is." Shimendazhuang said, "Then let's not go over." The big white pig also promptly nodded, "We will stay here and quietly observe the situation. Let's just look at the situation and take advantage of the situation." Right at this moment, the 18-level golden altar suddenly started trembling. What caused people to be shocked is that the golden altar actually overflowed with a burst of black light energy. Bang! The sun altar trembled and surged out a black light wave. The circular light wave slowly spread out, bringing with it a kind of peculiar energy aura. In a short while it spread to the distance. The big white pig unceasingly shouted and then frantically dug the sand, as if it wanted to dig a hole. "Pippy pig, what's wrong?" Shimendazhuang suddenly had a bad premonition and hastily asked. A very strong thing is about to appear, we can't run, we are dead for sure," the big white pig yelled in fear. Little gray cat is also meowing nonstop, its body is trembling, it is arching its back and all its fur are standing up. Xianxia promptly took out Star Traveling Pagoda and yelled, "Quickly go in." The fastest one is the big white pig, followed by Shimendazhuang. Xianxia is immediately puzzled. This Shimendazhuang was very courageous when facing Nangong Shuamei's group, but now he is so afraid of death. Nianyan is also holding little gray cat and promptly entered the pagoda. After entering, Xianxia also took out the devil mirror to contact Xiao Yuan. What caused Xianxia to be alarmed in his heart is that he is unable to contact Xiao Yuan. Nianyan said with frown, "Little brother, your devil mirror is temporarily unable to be used. Just now Xiao Huahua was unable to use spatial transfer, the spatial field in the vicinity has been greatly disturbed." Xianxia now understands why little gray cat did not run away immediately. It is because it cannot run away. Hoo! The sun altar once again overflowed with black gas, rolling up a burst of gale. Although the sunlight is very intense, the desert is filled with waves of cold wind, it is incomparably cold. The sun altar is sacrificing itself. Ling Yin'er said, "This altar is trying to open a spatial gate to the netherworld, it will absorb a great amount of departed spirits and sacrifice them." The sun altar is unceasingly shaking, beast roars are coming from all around the desert. What is even more dreadful is that there are many different kinds of beasts rushing towards the sun altar from all directions. Immortal Shan Great Desert is formed by the fall of Sun Divine Stone. Because it is emitting divine power and has given birth to many divine fruits, it has attracted many immortal beasts. Moreover, many weak and small immortal beasts have evolved into formidable immortal beasts. Now all these immortal beasts are crazily rushing towards the sun altar. Not only are they going to sacrifice themselves, they are also going to sacrifice them alive. Ling Yun'er yelled. Qin Yun and others are looking from the window, they are looking towards that strange golden 18-layer altar. The desert slightly trembled, sand and dust storm burst out, countless fierce beasts are rushing towards the sun altar. In the sky above the sun altar, 100-meter-wide black whirlpool appeared. Een and evil aura rushed down from the black whirlpool. It is like a waterfall attacking the sun altar. That black whirlpool is connected to the netherworld. It is absorbing a great amount of departed spirits from the netherworld to sacrifice them. After a great amount of immortal beasts rushed over and climbed to the highest level of the sun altar, they were all killed by the golden sword-like beams of light released by the sun altar. In the blink of an eye, that huge 18-layer golden sun altar has been dyed blood red. Blood flowed down from the highest level, dyeing the 18 steps of the sun altar red. More and more blood gushed down from the sun altar. It is like a waterfall, dyeing the sand around the sun altar red. The originally flickering golden sacred sun altar has now become filled with evil aura. Endless bitter death aura pervaded the surroundings, causing the sky above the desert to be filled with a dusky energy. The sun altar is like a blood and soul-devouring monster, constantly devouring a great amount of evil departed spirits and sucking the blood of large amount of immortal beasts. And those immortal beasts are like they are possessed, crazily rushing towards the sun altar to throw away their lives. As long as tens of thousands of immortal beasts climb up the sun altar, they will all be turned into blood mist. Yin Yang Great Sacrifice. Nian Yan's small face is filled with solemnity. What is this sun altar doing? Qin Yan said doubtfully, isn't this the sun altar that the 9 sun sects brought down? After the sacrifice, it should be transferring some things over. 1312 Chapter 1312 People from Sacred Desolate. Even though they are inside Star Traveling Pagoda, Shimanda Zhuang is still deeply worried. The main reason is because the big white pig is very scared. It is constantly saying many scary things. Uncle Qin, can your pagoda move? It would be better if you control it to move away from the altar. The big white pig said in low voice, that altar is like a devil, not only it eats living immortal beasts, it also eats netherworld's departed spirits. I am afraid that I will also be eaten. Many immortal beasts are rushing over, they are avoiding Star Traveling Pagoda and are not rushing over. Even without Star Traveling Pagoda's protection, staying outside is not a problem. Because these immortal beasts are not attacking, they are all crazily rushing towards the sun altar. Qin Yan saw that the immortal beasts are not crazily attacking, they are all orderly rushing towards the sun altar and secretly sighed in relief. He has been holding the magic mirror in his hand. From time to time he tried to use it but was unable to succeed. Nian Yan said, the surrounding space is very unstable. Even Xiaohua doesn't dare to recklessly teleport. Qin Yan said with frown, it seems like there is a very strong teleportation formation inside the sun altar. Nian Yan nodded and said, to teleport things from other great desolate, it needs to release very strong space power to disturb the stability of the space. Only like this can things be teleported from other great desolate. The mysterious 18-layer altar, moreover it is the mysterious sun altar, the teleportation formation inside must be very strong. The energy absorbed by the teleportation formation inside the altar is also very special. It is the nature power produced after the death of departed spirits and living beings. As long as one can use this nature power, they can obtain incomparably formidable power and control nature law. There are so many gods in divine desolate, they gather nature power everywhere, not only to increase their cultivation, they also have other uses. And now the sun altar is absorbing a lot of nature power. It is also to break the bindings of nature law and teleport things from divine desolate or sacred desolate to immortal desolate. Shimen Dazhuang asked, do you think gods will be teleported here? Nian Yin shook her head and said, no. Gods cannot be in immortal desolate, even if they are teleported here, they will be sucked back. The 9 Sun sect of the divine wilderness places great importance on all sorts of things that appear in the immortal desolate. I guess they will send some very strong people over, but their cultivation levels won't be too high. I heard that Divine Desolate's 9 sun sects dropped the Sun Altar into the Immortal Desolate to capture inscription beasts. Xianxia said. This is also the information that Evil God inquired about. The big white pig squealed in fright, and the little gray cat meowed in fear as well. Uncle, don't scare a pig. The divine wilderness went to war and created such a huge commotion just to capture me? The big white pig was very scared. It quickly hid behind Shiman Dazhuang and said, Dazhuang, quickly bring me back to the Shiman family. It's too dangerous here. Xianxia said with smile, they shouldn't be here to capture you. After all, the manpower of the 9 Suns sect is limited. My guess is that they will place their attention on the Star Rune beasts, Moon Rune beasts, and Sun Rune beasts. Pippy Pig, you shouldn't be this type, right? Of course not. The big white pig snorted, although I'm not this kind of rare inscription beast, I'm very strong. Let me tell you, even if I were surrounded by 10 rare attack type inscription beasts, I would still be able to escape unscathed. The big white pig is very confident. It looked at the little gray cat and said, Little cat, you should be a rare inscription beast, right? Meow, the little gray cat let out a light cry. Shiman Dazhuang sighed, if only I could subdue a battle-type inscription beast. Dazhuang, I'm very strong. The big white pig mumbled, don't look down on me. Xianxia looked out the window and suddenly shouted, there's movement on the altar. The altar was originally filled with blood but now it suddenly overflowed with golden light, breaking through the thick layer of dried blood. Many immortal beasts also stopped rushing towards the altar. The sun altar released a burst of light, like intense sunlight. The black whirlpool in the sky also gradually turned golden. That whirlpool doesn't lead to the nether realm. Xianxia said. Where does it lead to? Shiman Dazhuang yelled, quickly look, those immortal beasts are lying beside the altar, it seems like they are welcoming something. Xianxia can sense the divine light released by the golden whirlpool on the altar through the star-traveling pagoda. The space fluctuation is becoming stronger and stronger. He can see that the space around the sun altar is fluctuating up and down, slightly distorting. Suddenly, the golden whirlpool burst out a burst of intense light and landed on the sun altar. Soon after, the golden whirlpool also disappeared without a trace. The space has stabilized. Xianxia's magic mirror suddenly vibrated. It is Xiao Yuelan's message asking about his safety. Yuelan, I am fine. Xianxia replied and then asked, what about you? I am also fine. I am with Xianyuan Wanxi and others. We plan to approach the altar. Xiao Yuelan replied. Be careful. Xianxia is secretly worried. The bloodstains on the altar have disappeared, it is once again flickering with golden light. The altar has 18 layers, each layer is 10 meters tall, it looks like a flight of stairs, square-shaped. And in the middle of the first layer, a several-meter-tall door suddenly appeared. This caused the nearby people to become excited, they all sent the information to the magic mirror. At this time, the little black donkey also sent a message to Xianxia. Little mortal, Immortal Xian Desert's altar has opened. You must go in and take a look, little black donkey yelled. The altar has just been teleported. Xianxia informed the little black donkey about what just happened. Oh no, they have sent people over. Little black donkey said with frown, it is possible that they teleported people from Sacred Desolate to Immortal Xian Desert. What is their goal? Sacred Desolate's people? Xianxia is somewhat doubtful. Divine Desolate's people are too strong. There are still immortals in the sacred wilderness, but the immortals in the sacred wilderness should be cultivating the sacred soul, sacred body or something. Even a 9th-tier exalted immortal is stronger than a Xian immortal in the immortal wilderness. Xianxia immediately understood, if they have power comparable to Xian immortals, they can capture inscription beasts in Immortal Xian Desert. The inscription beasts in Immortal Xian Desert are attack type, their strength is comparable to Xian immortal beasts. Even if 10 great upper immortals join hands, they might not be able to defeat one. For example, the golden bear who first obtained the golden grapes, its strength is abnormally strong. If it eats the golden grapes, it will definitely become even stronger. In this Immortal Xian Desert, it is an invincible existence. If the people from Sacred Desolate cultivate Sacred Spirit and Sacred Body and are 9th layer upper immortals, they can capture and subdue those powerful inscription beasts through powerful equipment. Nian said, in Immortal Xian Desert, if I break through to Xian Immortal, I will be ejected by a spatial power. The strongest human can only be 9th layer upper immortal. Therefore, inscription beasts are the strongest existence here. She stroked Little Gray Cat's head and said again, Little Flower is not an attack-type inscription beast, but it has enough ability to protect itself. Even if the inscription beasts in Immortal Xian Desert are not strong, they are not something humans can easily capture. After the sun altar's door opened, Qin Yin suddenly sensed the aura of a few powerful inscription beasts passing by. They are quickly distancing themselves from the sun altar. Those inscription beasts are running away, they must have sensed danger. Nian Yin said with frown. Dazhuang, I also want to run. Although there are good things inside the altar, I don't have the life to take them. Let's run together, the big white pig said, take me away from this desert, return to your Shiman home. Ahead, at the entrance of the sun altar's first floor, many people suddenly appeared. They are all humans hiding nearby. Among them is Yu Zuekuan's group, most of them are powerful upper immortals. Friends from Immortal Desolate, if you want to become stronger, enter the altar. We're from the sacred wilderness. Although we're 9th heaven exalted immortals, we're far stronger than you. If we wanted to attack you, you would have been killed long ago. A gentle but imposing middle-aged voice came from the entrance of the altar. The Yin-Yang Great Sacrifice in front of the sun altar indeed opened a teleportation formation and transferred a group of people from Sacred Desolate. Nian Yin stored Little Gray Cat into a storage tool and said, Little brother, do you want to go take a look at the altar? Nian Yin's goal is to obtain the sun core inside the altar. Go. Qin Yin nodded and said. This. I also want to go. Shiman Dazhuang originally wanted to run away, but seeing Qin Yin and Nian Yin go, he also wants to go take a look. Dazhuang, don't join in the fun. The big white pig pointed its head at Shiman Dazhuang and yelled, we should quickly leave that altar, that is the safest method. Shiman Dazhuang took out a light blue storage bag and placed the big white pig inside. Then he grinned at Qin Yin and said, Uncle Qin, I also want to go. You are not afraid? Qin Yin laughed. Of course I am not afraid, when have I ever been afraid? Quickly go. Shiman Dazhuang said with smile. The strongest inscription beasts here have already run away in fear. So long as there is no threat from those formidable inscription beasts, Shiman Dazhuang is not afraid of anything. Qin Yin brought Nian Yin and Shiman Dazhuang out and stored the star-traveling pagoda. Very soon, the three of them arrived in front of the entrance of the sun altar's first layer. When they arrived, Qin Yin saw Yu Zuekuan, Wang Tingxing and other formidable 9th layer ascendant immortals entering. What made Qin Yin feel strange is that Luo Weizhuang is not a weak 9th layer ascendant immortal, yet he is unable to enter. When he entered, he was blocked by a power. It is not only Luo Weizhuang, many other people are also unable to enter. These people have high and low cultivation, all of them are ascendant immortals. Qin Yin observed and discovered that 3rd layer ascendant immortals and below are unable to enter. Even injured ascendant immortals are unable to enter. Luo Weizhuang is injured, so he cannot enter the altar. It can be seen that the sun altar does not allow weaklings to enter. Qin Yin simply changed his appearance and followed behind Nian Yin and Shiman Dazhuang. Shiman Dazhuang and Nian Yin were able to enter smoothly, but Qin Yin was blocked by a force. Little brother, wait for us outside, we will go in and investigate the situation, we will inform you. Nian Yin comforted Qin Yin and then quickly entered the sun altar. Shiman Dazhuang also entered with smile on his face. Qin Yin is somewhat puzzled. He arrived beside Luo Weizhuang and asked in low voice, Old Luo, are your injuries very serious? Why can't we go in? Arrogant and ferocious Luo Weizhuang did not expect that Qin Yin would come here. After all, in his eyes, Qin Yin is just an immortal. Immortals can come to the altar, they are also very daring. Old Luo, how did you get injured? Qin Yin patted Luo Weizhuang's shoulder. We encountered a very powerful fierce beast on the way, I was careless and got injured. Luo Weizhuang said in low voice, otherwise, I would have also entered the altar. Qin Yin looked at the entrance of the altar, it is pitch black inside, he doesn't know what is inside. Now everyone on the Devil Mirror knows that people from Sacred Desolate have arrived at the Sun Altar in Immortal Xian Great Desert. Many people are inquiring about the purpose of these people coming to Immortal Desolate. Even immortal emperors of Immortal Desolate are very curious about Sacred Desolate. They want to inquire about the situation of Sacred Desolate through these people or ask for some Sacred Desolate cultivation methods and medicinal pills. If they want to know what is going on inside, they can only go inside. And people who go inside cannot contact the outside. People outside also have no way to know what is going on inside. Old Luo, let's leave this place first. Xianxia looked all around, there are many people waiting here. Moreover, some of them are unceasingly trying to enter the altar. At the entrance of the altar, there is an incorporeal energy that can prevent people with low strength from entering. There are several hundred people blocked outside. And only a bit more than 100 people can enter the altar. Luo Weizhuang nodded because there were many powerful inscription beasts roaming around earlier. Although those inscription beasts have left, they might come back. If they come back, people who stayed here will die without a doubt. Qinyan also discovered that Luo Weizhuang is not the only injured 9th stage Ascendant Immortal. There are also many 9th stage Ascendant Immortal old men who cannot enter. They are only slightly injured but their immortal power is still very strong. With one look, it is clear that it is because they are too old that they are unable to enter the altar. Just as Qinyan and Luo Weizhuang were about to leave, a voice shouted, "Someone is coming out." Qinyan immediately looked at the entrance of the altar and saw a few people walking out. They are all wearing golden robes, their expressions are ice cold. The leader of the group was a young man with a pale golden sword in his hand. He coldly scanned the people outside the altar's entrance. "Friend, please let us in and have a look." An old man with a 9th tier exalted immortal walked over and said with a smile. "Friend? Who would be friends with a weakling like you?" The leader of the Sacred Wasteland youth coldly snorted and waved his sword. The cold sword chi struck the old man's body with a cold light. Voila, the 9th heaven exalted immortal old man's body was instantly cut into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere as his body parts scattered all over the place. The people on the outside were terrified. The old man was a fairly strong 9th level Ascendant Immortal. Although he was slightly wounded, even in the face of a very strong attack from a 9th level Ascendant Immortal, he should not have been instantly killed off. However, the golden-robed youth from the Sacred Desolate Land casually unleashed a sword energy that shattered the old man. He was killed in one strike. Pitiful weakling, the golden-robed youth coldly laughed, "This kind of trash wants to enter the sacred altar?" Qinyan and Luo Weizhuang are secretly apprehensive because this youth is giving off a very dangerous feeling, as if killing is just a game to them. When the golden-robed youth killed people, he did not release any killing intent because he did not have any killing intent. However, he still killed people in a very brutal manner. This means that he did not consider the old man as a human, so he did not have any killing intent. What kind of terrifying mentality is this? Qinyan and Luo Weizhuang both believe that this person is a devil who kills people like flies. Luo Weizhuang patted Qinyan's shoulder and signaled with his eyes to leave. Qinyan nodded and followed Luo Weizhuang. Just as they took a few steps, the golden-robed youth rushed into the crowd with a sword in his hand. With a few slashes, he killed dozens of people. "You bunch of trash, don't even think about leaving. We need some divine liquid, so we will have to trouble you to sacrifice your lives to obtain divine liquid from the divine desolate. You bunch of trash can be exchanged for a lot of divine liquid, so you all still have some value." The golden-robed youth said with sneer, "I will use your lives to exchange for divine liquid. This is also your luck because this will show the greatest value of your lives." Luo Weizhuang is horrified in his heart. He promptly pulled Qinyan and quickly flew forward. "Want to run?" The golden-robed youth waved his hand and threw out a talisman flickering with purple light. The talisman floated in the air and formed a barrier that enveloped a certain area. All the people who are running away in all directions are immediately trapped inside the barrier. Qinyan used mysterious penetration divine ability but was unable to rush out. A barrier created by a sacred desolate person using a talisman is actually this dreadful. Luo Weizhuang's expression is grave. He said in low voice, "Brother Qin, we are in trouble." The few sacred desolate youths behind the golden-robed youth wanted to step forward but the golden-robed youth raised his hand and said, "Use that devil mirror and broadcast the process of me killing these people. I want them to see how I, Pan Xianxia, treat sacrifices properly." Although Luo Weizhuang is small and skinny, he is a 9th layer exalted immortal. He is also the only 10 exalted immortals here. He shouted, everyone unite together, don't be afraid of them. Pan Xingshi laughed loudly, you are a 9th layer exalted immortal, right? Your strength should be pretty good, but you can't enter the altar. It seems like you are injured. An injured guy like you is indeed not qualified to enter the altar. Pan Xingshi suddenly arrived in front of Luo Weizhuang in a flash and stabbed with his sword. Luo Weizhuang took out a shield to block in front of him and shouted coldly, it's fine if you don't let us in, but you still want to kill us. You bunch of sacred desolate villains. Pan Xingshi's sword is very strong, it pierced through Luo Weizhuang's immortal shield, but it can only pierce through, it cannot injure Luo Weizhuang. Qin Yun is now very worried about Xiao Yuelan, Nian Yun and Shimen Dashuang. Because the attitude of sacred desolate people is very vile. You bunch of immortal desolate trash, obediently become sacrifices. Pan Xingshi promptly pulled out his sword and stabbed at Luo Weizhuang again. That biting cold sword energy is extremely cold and dreadful, it is filled with might that overflowed the heavens. As the sword stabbed, the surrounding space fluctuated and slightly distorted, it can be seen how dreadful that power is. Luo Weizhuang did not show any weakness, a large fan appeared in his hand and he waved it forward. Boom boom, the gale produced by the fan is like thunder, it is bringing along a very manic sound wave, it is as if it wants to explode eardrums. Pan Xingshi's sword thrust did not succeed in killing Luo Weizhuang, instead he was forced to retreat by the sound wave power. Many people on the magic mirror saw Pan Xingshi attack Luo Weizhuang, they also heard Pan Xingshi's arrogant words. Especially Luo family's Luo Tian immortal emperor, seeing his grandson being bullied and almost killed, he furiously announced, if sacred desolate people dare to kill my Luo family's descendants, I will make them die a horrible death. Sacred desolate bastards, they are too arrogant. They actually used people as sacrifices to kill, and many of those people are pretty good ascendant immortals. What happened to those people who entered the altar? Will they be in danger? If we meet sacred desolate people in the future, we must be careful. Luo Weizhuang is one of the 10 great ascendant immortals, he is injured so he can't enter the altar. But there is no need for him to become a sacrifice, right? Sacred desolate people are truly too arrogant, they are bullying people intolerably. Many people are discussing on the magic mirror. Beside the sun altar in the immortal Xian Great Desert, inside the light purple barrier, many people are incomparably afraid. Because they can't leave the barrier, if they can't leave, they will undoubtedly die. Pan Xingshi attacked twice in a row and failed to kill Luo Weizhuang, he is also very angry. Because in his eyes, those who can't enter the altar are all trash, he did not expect Luo Weizhuang to be so powerful. Old Luo, you can definitely win. Qin Yun said in low voice. Luo Weizhuang is holding the long handle of the large fan. With both hands. The fan is light golden in color, from the bright runes on it, it is not a weak immortal tool. Pan Xingshi firmly held the sword hilt, he coldly looked at Luo Weizhuang and said in cold voice, originally, you could have been killed by me. But since you resisted me and didn't want to become a sacrifice, I will make your death even more painful. Before you die, the greater your resentment, the higher the quality of your sacrifice. Bullshit. If I wasn't injured, you wouldn't be my match. Luo Weizhuang is very angry, he is one of the 10 grand exalted immortals, yet he is being treated as a sacrifice, this caused him to be very angry. Pan Xingshi coldly laughed, alright, then I will let you rest, I will kill you in the end. After he finished speaking, he casually slashed his sword towards the side. Sword energy swept out like a semicircle light arc. The bodies of the people over there are like grass, they were instantly chopped into 2 pieces. The people whose bodies have been chopped into 2 pieces are wriggling and screaming in the blood-filled sand. Pan Xingshi laughed sinisterly a few times, then once again waved his sword at those people, chopping their bodies into 8 pieces. More than 200 people died in an instant. This immediately caused a huge commotion on the magic mirror, it shook the entire immortal desolate. Nobody expected that the people from Sacred Desolate would be so savage. The person who reported the situation to the magic mirror is also a young man from Sacred Desolate. They are all standing at the entrance and did not attack because Pan Xingshi said that he would come. Luo Weizhuang gritted his teeth and retreated, he is very clear about Pan Xingshi's strength, he only hopes that the barrier's power will quickly disappear. Qin Yin wants to take out Star Traveling Pagoda, but it takes time to do so. Even if he takes it out, he won't have enough time to enter. He will be killed by Pan Xianxia and those sacred desolate youths. Originally, everyone thought that it doesn't matter if they can't enter the altar. They did not expect that those who can't enter will become sacrifices. Whoosh whoosh, Pan Xianxia casually waved his sword again. The sword energy surged out, killing people like cutting grass. Those ascendant immortals with ordinary strength were turned into dismembered corpses in a short while. The people on the magic mirror became furious again. Because many of the people killed were from small and medium-sized aristocratic families or sects, now they are all dead. Only Luo Weizhuang and Qin Yun are inside the barrier. Qin Yun is standing behind Luo Weizhuang, so he is not attacked. Divine poison fruit, Pan Xianxia stabbed towards Qin Yun from far away. His sword energy is as bright as rainbow light, aimed towards Qin Yun's head. Don't be arrogant. Luo Weizhuang waved his large fan and deflected the sword energy. He is your friend? Pan Xianxia looked at Luo Weizhuang and chuckled. Alright, I will kill you first, then we can talk. Come. Luo Weizhuang is looking death calmly. He is already prepared to die. Even if I, Luo Weizhuang, die, I will not yield to a bastard like you. You are insulting me? Pan Xianxia's expression immediately turned sinister. He flashed over in a flash and stabbed with his sword. It looks like he just stabbed once, but the frantic sword energy is like howling wind and torrential rain. Qin Yun, who is at the side, was hit by the sword energy and was sent flying. Luo Weizhuang has formidable immortal power. He released an immortal power energy barrier that can block the sword energy. Boom! Pan Xianxia's expression is cold and furious. He stabbed again and pierced through Luo Weizhuang's energy barrier. Luo Weizhuang also waved his fan just now. The sound wave suddenly exploded like thunder, and ferocious sound wave attacked and forced Pan Xianxia to retreat. Luo Weizhuang is using sound wave power. After being sent flying by the sword energy, Qin Yun knows that he won't be able to resist for long against Pan Xianxia. He looked at the sky above the purple barrier and very quickly realized that the barrier is formed by the talisman released energy. So long as it is destroyed, the barrier will disappear. Apart from Pan Xianxia, there are other very strong sacred desolate youths here. It will be very difficult for Qin Yun to escape. Xiao Yun, the most powerful guy here, is Pan Xianxia. So long as we can stall him for a bit of time, we can take out Star Traveling Pagoda. Luo Weizhuang can then force back the other youths, and you too can enter Star Traveling Pagoda to take refuge. Luo Weizhuang is fighting Pan Xianxia with all his might. Pan Xianxia is very strong and Luo Weizhuang is also not weak. Facing Pan Xianxia, who is in violent rage, he can hold on for a period of time. If Qin Yun is selfish, he can take out Star Traveling Pagoda and hide inside. But Luo Weizhuang won't be able to enter. He will surely be killed by Pan Xianxia and the other youths. If Luo Weizhuang did not save him, Qin Yun would have already been seriously injured. Therefore, he cannot abandon Luo Weizhuang. Qin Yun was thinking of a solution. Many people in Immortal Desolate are holding magic mirrors and cheering for Luo Weizhuang. But it is useless because Luo Weizhuang's strength is inferior to Pan Xianxia's. Pan Xianxia's equipment was very strong. Not only was the sword in his hand very powerful, but the robe on his body was also not weak. It could defend against Luo Weizhuang's attacks. Luo Weizhuang's fan had already been scratched by Pan Xianxia's sword. It wouldn't be long before it was destroyed. A weakling will always be a weakling. No matter how hard you try, you still won't be able to defeat me. Pan Xianxia sneered. His sword chi was oppressive, and each sword strike was extremely deadly, bringing with it a thick killing intent. That cold sword chi didn't have any elemental power. It was obvious that Pan Xianxia had a sword soul. This fellow is not a sword cultivator. Did he not cultivate an intrinsic sword? Qin Yun could tell that the sword in Pan Xianxia's hand was not his intrinsic sword. He should be responsible for killing people. Since he is unable to cultivate the origin sword, he should not be the strongest in the Sacred Desolate. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yun is looking for Pan Xianxia's weakness. In just a short moment, several bloody holes appeared on Luo Weizhuang's body. Even though he was wearing a body-protecting immortal robe, he was still pierced by the opponent's powerful sword. Luo Tian, Immortal Emperor, held the devil mirror in his hand. His eyes turned red as he roared, "Sacred Desolate? Even if you are from the Divine Desolate, I will still kill you." Insulting and killing my Luo family's descendants, you will die a horrible death. Luo Tian, immortal emperor, who was near the sun-suppressing divine arrow, became furious. Heaven and earth trembled and black clouds immediately covered the sky. All the nearby immortal emperors know that Luo Weizhuang is the grandson that Luo Tian, immortal emperor, dotes on very dearly. But now, he can only watch helplessly as his grandson is killed. Many experts of the immortal desolate are sighing. Because this time, the Luo family is going to clash with the people of the sacred desolate. Ah! Luo Weizhuang's miserable scream suddenly came out. Everyone watching with the devil mirror could hear it. Hearing that miserable scream, everyone knew that Luo Weizhuang was about to be killed. There are at least 8 bloody holes on Luo Weizhuang's body, as well as many ghastly cut marks. The large fan in his hand has already been damaged. I just want you to die a bit more painfully, otherwise I would have already ended your dog life. Pan Xianxia laughed loudly as he looked at Luo Weizhuang, who was covered in cuts and bruises. Xianxia suddenly rushed over. Moreover, he is holding a dazzling golden grape in his hand. That golden grape is emitting a divine aura. Seeing that fruit, Pan Xianxia and the other few divine desolate youth's eyes revealed greedy and alarmed expression. Everyone watching with the devil mirror cannot help but cry out in alarm. Because everyone knows that this is the golden grape from the divine tree in the immortal Xian Great Desert. Xianxia held the golden grape and hastily shouted, "Old Luo, quickly eat the golden grape. I have already activated the golden grape, you must quickly eat it, otherwise it will be useless. Although it is very big, you must swallow it." Luo Weizhuang is also stunned. He has a very deep impression of the golden grape. Back then, the last 20 golden grapes were taken away by a lion head. Xianxia has a golden grape in his hand. It means that he is that lion head. "That's mine." Pan Xianxia roared. "Don't kill me, I will give you the golden grape. I have already activated it, you must quickly eat it." Xianxia yelled. "Activating and whatnot, it is all his nonsense. Don't talk nonsense, quickly throw it over, otherwise I will not let you have a good death." Pan Xianxia's eyes are filled with fanaticism as he yelled. Xianxia promptly threw the golden grape. Pan Xianxia laughed loudly and very quickly put the golden grape into his mouth. After Pan Xianxia ate the golden grape, he grabbed his throat with both hands. This kind of intense bitter and spicy feeling is very unbearable to him. Xianxia promptly took out Star Traveling Pagoda and rushed in with injured Luo Weizhuang. Other divine desolate youths rushed towards Pan Xianxia in panic. At this time, the image on the devil mirror also stopped. Everyone can only see Pan Xianxia eating the golden grape and Xianxia bringing Luo Weizhuang into Star Traveling Pagoda. From inside Star Traveling Pagoda, Xianxia shouted towards the outside, "That bastard ate my poisonous fruit, he is dead for sure. Save me, save me." Pan Xianxia yelled in great pain. He is rolling on the ground, he is unable to use his power. Those divine desolate youths used all kinds of methods, but Pan Xianxia is still rolling on the ground and shouting in great pain. Xianxia has experienced this kind of feeling before, so he knows how painful it is to eat the golden grape. It is even more dreadful than poison. Boom boom boom, those divine desolate youths frantically attacked Star Traveling Pagoda, but they are unable to break through it. Xianxia yelled, "If you don't want him to die, first remove the barrier. Quickly. Quickly. Listen to him." Pan Xianxia was very awe-inspiring just moments ago, but now he is very afraid. Because he thinks that the golden grape is a fake divine fruit, he feels like he is about to die. The barrier has been removed. Xianxia took out a long dragon tendon and said, "You tie him up, I will drag him in and treat him. Don't worry about me running, after all, I can only hide inside this pagoda. Quickly. Do it." Pan Xianxia is in great pain, it is as if he is spewing fire as he yelled in pain. After Pan Xianxia is tied up, Xianxia placed the devil mirror on the table and used it to illuminate the hall. Then he put on the lion head. Pan Xianxia, who is half dead and half alive, has been dragged into Star Traveling Pagoda's hall by Xianxia. Immortal desolate people originally felt very regretful that the scene was cut off, but now they can see a lion head dragging Pan Xianxia, who looks like a dead dog. This caused immortal desolate people to boil up. Those insufferably arrogant sacred desolate people who were acting so arrogant and awe-inspiring just moments ago are now like a dead dog. Quickly. Quickly save me. Pan Xingshi grabbed his painful throat with both hands and shouted loudly. "You damned dog, why should I save you?" Qin Yan said with sneer. He took out the floating cloud divine needle and vigorously pierced it into Pan Xingshi's abdomen. "Ah!" Pan Xingshi screamed miserably. Qin Yan used the floating cloud divine needle very secretly, so everyone only saw his palm strike Pan Xingshi's abdomen. The floating cloud divine needle is indeed worthy of being called a divine needle. It pierced through Pan Xingshi's extremely strong defensive clothes in a short while. "Yuner!" Qin Yan yelled in his heart. Ling Yuner immediately controlled the Nether Sun and used the floating cloud divine needle to quickly devour Pan Xingshi's power. "You bastard, you ate my golden grapes, how can you feel comfortable? I want to use your power to compensate me." Qin Yan's palm is pressing on Pan Xingshi's abdomen and his other palm is frantically slapping Pan Xingshi's face. Luo Weizhuang, who is covered in cuts and bruises, is also looking dumbfounded. Pan Xingshi, who was abused so miserably by Qin Yan just now, is being beaten up by him. Sacred desolate people just killed so many immortal desolate people and now they are being madly slapped by someone else. Immortal desolate people feel very relieved seeing this. Qin Yan's Nether Sun's absorption capacity is very large. Moreover, it is only absorbing Pan Xingshi's energy and storing it, it will not be used for now. "I'll let you be arrogant. I'll let you say we are trash." Qin Yan pointed at Pan Xingshi's face and unleashed heaven-exploding finger. Frantic finger power rushed over and hit Pan Xingshi, causing him to scream miserably. Pan Xingshi can only scream unceasingly because the soul and energy within his body are being ruthlessly extracted by Qin Yan and at the same time being crazily beaten. Those few divine desolate youths are watching Pan Xingshi being abused outside the star-traveling pagoda. They unceasingly shouted and screamed and crazily attacked the star-traveling pagoda. In just a short while, Pan Xingshi has been beaten to the point that he doesn't even look human. His power and sword spirit have been completely sucked out, only his soul is still inside his body. His soul must be inside his body, only then he can know what is called pain. At this time, a middle-aged man came out from the altar. Following behind this middle-aged man is a large group of people, among them are Yuzhuekuan and others. There are also some powerful youths from Sacred Desolate. As soon as they came out, they immediately learned many things because those few Sacred Desolate youths rushed over to report the situation in panic. Yuzhuekuan, Lan Bufan and others saw star-traveling pagoda and realized that it is Qin Yan's pagoda. 1315 Chapter 1315 Powerful Confrontation. Although Pan Xingshi has been beaten beyond recognition by Qin Yan, Sacred Desolate people still recognize him. The middle-aged man who came out from the altar is the leader of this group of Sacred Desolate people. This middle-aged man is tall and sturdy, he has 2 strokes of beard, his square face is solemn and filled with majesty. His eyes are like lightning, making him look even more mighty and mighty. The middle-aged man's gaze is like lightning, he is extremely furious, his aura is like thunder. Seeing Pan Xingshi being beaten up so miserably, he sent a palm attack towards star-traveling pagoda from far away. Palm energy rushed out, bringing along intense scorching golden light. It is like a furious dragon roaring as it ferociously collided with star-traveling pagoda. Boom! Star-traveling pagoda exploded and shook, it was sent flying several thousand meters away. Qin Yan and Luo Weizhuang inside the pagoda are also feeling fear and trepidation because this middle-aged man's power is truly too dreadful. The middle-aged man did not continue attacking, it seems like he cannot go too far away from the altar. His cultivation is definitely not 9th layer upper immortal. He must be even stronger Xian immortal or even stronger expert. After the middle-aged man sent star-traveling pagoda flying, he is secretly shocked in his heart because he did not expect that his power would not be able to destroy the pagoda. Someone actually dared to beat up my subordinate in front of me, Xiao Tianqiu. Bring back that pagoda. After the middle-aged man gave his order, a few people rushed towards the star-traveling pagoda. Xiao Tianqiu looked at those Sacred Desolate youths and said in cold voice, "What is going on with Pan Xingshi?" The few Sacred Wasteland youths were scared silly. Although Pan Xingshi was not the strongest among them, his status was not low either. They could only tell him what had happened. Xiao Yuelan, Nian Yun and Shimen Dazhuang are all silent now. They are secretly discussing how they can help Qin Yan escape. Yuzhuekuan said, "Grandpa Qiao, that lion head is called Qin Yan, he is a very despicable and shameless guy, moreover he is crafty. His methods are endless, he has many divine fruits in his hands, at least 20 of them. Originally, Yuzuo wanted to say that Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan have good relationship, but he doesn't dare to. Because Xiao Yuelan is very strong and he is afraid of being targeted by her. When Xiao Yuelan revealed her formidable immortal power inside the altar, even those so-called geniuses of Sacred Desolate were shocked. Xiao Tianqiu also said that Xiao Yuelan's strength is not weaker than 9th layer immortals from Sacred Desolate. Xiao Yuelan said coldly, Yuzuo, I understand Qin Yun. He will treat you the same way you treat him. If Pan Xingshi did not want to kill him first, would he treat you like this? Shan-Yuan Wanzi also said, this matter was originally Pan Xingshi's fault. After killing so many people, he even wants to kill old Luo. Isn't it only natural for him to resist Pan Xingshi to protect himself? Luo Weizhuang is the grandson of Luo Tian Immortal Emperor. He was beaten up by Pan Xingshi. Even if Qin Yun did not cripple Pan Xingshi, the overarching Heaven Immortal Emperor would not hesitate to send people into the immortal Xian Desert to seek revenge. Xiao Tianqiu cursed Pan Xingshi inwardly. He had only wanted Pan Xingshi to gather some offerings and request some divine liquid from the divine wilderness. He did not ask Pan Xingshi to kill anyone, but Pan Xingshi massacred nearly all the people outside. Star Traveling Pagoda has been carried back by a few powerful Sacred Desolate youths. Qin Yun is inside Star Traveling Pagoda, Pan Xingshi is still alive. After all, he has sacred body and sacred spirit supporting him. However, he is screaming miserably again and again. Sacred Desolate people are very angry because they all look down on immortal Desolate people. Uncle Qiao. I have been crippled. Pan Xingshi did not even finish speaking when Qin Yun attacked Pan Xingshi's face with piercing mountain and splitting earth finger. Pan Xingshi vomited blood and screamed miserably. Stop, a Sacred Desolate youth furiously roared. This guy killed hundreds of immortal Desolate people, did he stop? Qin Yun said with cold smile. The scene of him beating up Pan Xingshi has also been transmitted to the Devil Mirror, causing many immortal Desolate people to loudly cheer. All Heaven Immortal Emperor said that from now on the Lion Head will be his Luo family's distinguished guest. Each and every one of Sacred Desolate's youths are frantically cursing Qin Yun. Many of them are attacking Star Traveling Pagoda, but it is completely useless. And Pan Xingshi is still screaming miserably from being beaten up. Xiao Tianqiu's expression is gloomy. He knows that even though Qin Yun's cultivation is not high, he is a ruthless person. I am Xiao Tianqiu from Sacred Desolate, 9th layer Xian Immortal. I ask you to give me face and release Pan Xingshi. I will let bygones be bygones. Xiao Tianqiu said in cold voice. Let bygones be bygones? Then you are saying that I was wrong to injure him? Why is it not wrong for him to kill me and old Luo but wrong for me to injure him? Qin Yun chuckled, then again, this animal killed hundreds of immortal Desolate people. It seems like in your eyes, we immortal Desolate people are just ants that you can casually trample on and kill? A Sacred Desolate youth is standing outside the window and angrily said to Qin Yun, who do you immortal Desolate people think you are? Killing all of you is fine, but we're saints from the holy Desolate continent. All of you are just ants before us. When we need you to sacrifice yourself, you should just obediently commit suicide. As soon as these words came out, many people from Immortal Desolate are extremely dissatisfied. Who do you think you are from Sacred Desolate? Xiao Yuelan shouted coldly and angrily. She rushed out and a long saber suddenly appeared in her hand. Xiao Yuelan's cold saber slashed down, boundless immortal power surged out. The Sacred Desolate youth has an extremely strong armor, but his bones were shattered by the power and he fell limply to the ground. The people of Sacred Desolate and Immortal Desolate are all dumbstruck. They have all seen Xiao Yuelan's strength before and knew that she is a very strong woman. However, they never expected her to be so violent. Die! Xiao Yuelan once again slashed down with her saber. Xiao Tianqiu coldly snorted and shot out a golden energy, shattering the saber in Xiao Yuelan's hand. Yuelan, quickly come in. Qin Yun immediately shouted. Xiao Yuelan immediately jumped into the pagoda from the window. Her elegant and peerlessly beautiful face is filled with frost, her beautiful eyes are flickering with killing intent. She looked at the Sacred Desolate youth and said in cold voice, I am from Immortal Desolate, you say that I am an ant in front of you? Then I will kill you and see who is the ant. Sacred Desolate people rushed towards Star-Traveling Pagoda one after another, but Xiao Tianqiu furiously shouted, "All of you come back. If you speak another word, scram back to Sacred Desolate." The group of Sacred Desolate youngsters could only obediently retreat, but the anger on their faces did not disappear. Now, when they looked at Xianyuan Wanxi and her group of immortal desolate people, they all revealed a trace of hatred. Xiao Tianqiu coldly looked at those Sacred Desolate youngsters. In his heart he is cursing these arrogant and conceited youngsters for causing so much trouble for him. "Hand over Pan Xianxia and you can leave safely." Xiao Tianqiu looked at Star-Traveling Pagoda's entrance and Qin Yun, who was inside. "He wants to kill me and old Luo, moreover he killed hundreds of people from Immortal Desolate. His death is not to be pitied." Qin Yun's tone is firm, his attitude is very firm. It is clear that he wants to kill Pan Xianxia. "If you kill him, Sacred Desolate will send more people. Even though our Sacred Desolate obeys the orders of Divine Desolate's 9 sun sects, whoever we want to send, Divine Desolate's 9 sun sects have no right to interfere," Xiao Tianqiu said. Pan Xianxia endured the pain and yelled, "We are the first batch of people, there will be second batch, third batch, later, even stronger immortal kings will come. So what?" Qin Yun sneered and sent a palm attack towards Pan Xianxia. Pan Xianxia shouted again. Everything inside his body is being devoured by Qin Yun. This kind of ability caused him to be extremely apprehensive. Xiao Tianqiu can see that Qin Yun has made up his mind to kill, he doesn't know what to do. They are the first batch of people, their mission is to clearly investigate the situation here and then have Sacred Desolate send more suitable people. This kind of matter is done jointly by Sacred Desolate's major powers because they found out that they are going to capture inscription beasts. Therefore, all the major powers sent their own younger generation here. And these younger generation originally considered themselves to be extraordinary. Now that they are in a lower level space like Immortal Desolate, they are even more insufferably arrogant. As soon as Pan Xianxia arrived, he started a massacre. He viewed Immortal Desolate people as ants, thinking that he could kill them at will without paying any consequences. But now, he is reaping what he sowed. Luo Weizhuang, who has recovered a bit, said angrily, "Sacred Desolate people came here to steal our Immortal Desolate's resources. They are not here to cooperate at all. Yuzhuakuan, since you like to be other people's dogs so much, then obediently be one." After he finished speaking, a spear appeared in his hand, he stabbed at Pan Xianxia's body and then pulled it out. After Pan Xianxia's body was pierced, he screamed loudly. Sacred Desolate people clenched their fists, but they are helpless. They never expected that Immortal Desolate people would dare to provoke them, people from high-level Great Desolate. Qin Yun finally finished devouring everything inside Pan Xianxia's body. Black flame suddenly appeared in his palm and he attacked Pan Xianxia. "Save." Pan Xianxia just said one word and his powerful sacred body was actually burned into black gas by the black flame, leaving behind only some extremely strong defensive clothes. Even Xiao Tianqiu is secretly scared by Qin Yun's flame. And other Sacred Desolate people are so scared that their faces showed fear and they let out a burst of cry of alarm. Pan Xianxia's energy has been completely devoured by Qin Yun. Not to mention Nether Sun Flame, even ordinary immortal flame can easily burn him to ashes. And Sacred Desolate people believe that Qin Yun's flame can easily burn sacred body to ashes. Pan Xianxia is dead. Xiao Tianqiu firmly clenched his fists and said in cold voice, "You won't be able to leave." He looked at the 20+ Sacred Desolate youths behind him and said, "I will go report to Sacred Desolate, I will leave this place to you. Think of a way to break through the pagoda and capture the people inside." Sacred Desolate youths immediately became jubilant. They do not want to take revenge for Pan Xianxia, rather they want to display their strength in front of Immortal Desolate people and intimidate them. This will make it easier for them to act as they wish in Immortal Desolate. Xiao Tianqiu quickly entered the altar. Other Sacred Desolate youths also took out all kind of weapons and magic tools to attack Star-Traveling Pagoda. Lan Bufan said, "We should also attack. That bastard Qin Yun has obtained so many golden grapes, so long as we drag him out of the pagoda, we can also obtain golden grapes." Altar attack pagoda. Lan Bufan is infuriated by Xianyuan Wanxi's words and shouted, "Xianyuan Wanxi, don't try to sow discord between us and Sacred Desolate's friends. They just said that we Immortal Desolate people are just ants in their eyes, if they want to kill us, they can kill us." Xianyuan Wanzi laughed and said, "Is the meaning of these words not clear enough? They don't even consider us as friends." More than 100 ascendant immortals who entered the altar came out and found out that several hundred ascendant immortals were killed by Pan Xianxia as sacrificial offerings. Nearly half of them became very angry. Especially those middle-aged and old ascendant immortals, they immediately realized that in the eyes of Sacred Desolate's people, they can kill them at will. Sacred Desolate's friends are not talking about me. Lan Bufan said in cold voice, "Since I am their enemy, naturally I am just an ant in their eyes." Sacred Desolate's people only said that immortal desolate people are ants in their eyes. And immortal desolate's dogs can be used by them, of course they won't kill you. Qinyan laughed loudly and said from inside Star Traveling Pagoda. More than 10 sacred desolate people crazily attacked Star Traveling Pagoda, but they can only fiercely shake it, they cannot break it. Qinyan, shut up. Lan Bufan is very angry. Among the 10 ascendant immortals, only Lan Bufan wants to attack Star Traveling Pagoda, the others are completely indifferent. Because they know that Xiao Yulan is inside Star Traveling Pagoda. If they attack Star Traveling Pagoda, they will have to take a stand against Xiao Yulan. Moreover, they also feel that Xianyuan Wanzi is right, even if they attack Star Traveling Pagoda and obtain the golden grapes, they won't get a share. Therefore, they won't do this kind of strenuous and unrewarding thing. Xianyuan Wanzi, you don't want to cooperate with us, right? A sacred desolate youth who did not attack said in cold voice. Of course. You sacred desolate people killed hundreds of immortal desolates ascendant immortals and still don't repent. Among the people who died were my Xianyuan family's people, you killed my Xianyuan family's people, you are my enemy. Xianyuan Wanzi's beautiful face was full of anger. She looked at Yuzhuekuan and the others and sneered, "You bunch of cowards who are afraid of death and betray your friends for glory. Your own people were killed just now, yet you're acting like cowards." Yuzhuekuan, Chui, Xianxia, Wang Tingxing, Yao Qinshuang and Lan Bufan, many of the people they brought were unable to enter the altar and were killed by Pan Xianxia just now. However, they did not express any anger. It could be seen how much they wanted to curry favor with the people of the Sacred Desolate. Even now, they did not mention this matter. Qinyan immediately posted Xianyuan Wanzi's rebuke of Yuzhuekuan and the others to the magic mirror. It immediately attracted many people's ridicule, saying that they, the dignified 10 great immortals, were actually willing to be slaves to the people of the Sacred Desolate. Xianyuan Wanzi, you have guts. Humph. The young man from the sacred wilderness had a cold expression on his face. A golden light flashed in his hand, and a halberd surrounded by lightning appeared. He thrust it at Xianyuan Wanzi. Bastard! A tall man beside Xianyuan Wanzi cursed angrily. A large crescent moon-shaped axe appeared in his hand. He knocked away the halberd of the young man from the Sacred Desolate and said angrily, "Don't even think about touching my little sister." The tall man in black armor is Xianyuan Wanzi's brother, Xianyuan Yefeng. Xianyuan Yefeng is very strong. Although he is not on the 10 great immortal list, even Yuzhuekuan is somewhat afraid of him. The young man from the Sacred Desolate is very angry because he has been looked down upon again and again. That's why he wanted to kill Xianyuan Wanzi and quickly establish his might. You are not allowed to attack them. Qiao Tianshu's voice came from inside the altar. The young man from the Sacred Desolate also quickly stopped. Xianyuan Wanzi and Xianyuan Yefeng quickly retreated, distancing themselves from Yuzhuekuan and the others. Did you see that? These bastards want to kill without saying a word. If you stay with them, you won't even know how you died. Yuzhuekuan, Lan Bufan, if you work for them, they will think that you are their dogs. Xianyuan Wanzi said with sneer. Ha ha ha. More than half of the immortal desolate's 10 great immortals have become dogs for others, this is too funny. Xianyuan Yefeng laughed loudly and said. This matter has also been reported to the Devil Mirror. It caused the immortal desolate's people to despise Yuzhuekuan and the others one after another, saying that they are the shame of the immortal desolate. Sacred Desolate's people, Yuzhuekuan and the others very much want to kill Xianyuan Yefeng and his little sister, but they don't dare to attack because there are too many people watching. This matter can be reported to the Devil Mirror at any time and the entire immortal desolate will know in a short while. Xiao Yulan is inside the Star Traveling Pagoda, looking at the Sacred Desolate youth frantically. Attacking the star-traveling pagoda, she tightly clenched her jade-like fists. Qin Yun is healing Luo Weizhuang's injuries. Will the pagoda be destroyed by them? Xiao Yuelan anxiously asked. I don't know. Qin Yun sighed and said, I can only hold on for now. Xiao Yuelan coldly groaned and said, I won't allow anyone to be so arrogant in front of me. They are provoking me, I will kill them to establish my might. While speaking, she walked to the window side, her eyes flickered with black gas. Roar, this is Heavenly Lion's heavenly roar. The nether realm heavenly lion summoned by Xiao Yuelan let out a roar. Sound wave directly attacked a tall sacred desolate youth. That youth was hit by the sound wave and his mind immediately became absent-minded. The nether realm heavenly lion ferociously and fiercely attacked that youth, sending him flying towards the window where Xiao Yuelan is. After that youth arrived, he saw Xiao Yuelan's hand burst out with cold air and condensed into a long ice thorn. The thorn brought along mysterious penetration, divine ability power, and vigorously pierced the youth's head. That youth's body was protected by a defensive tool, but it was still pierced. Moreover, his entire body is filled with cold ice power and turned into a block of white ice. Other sacred desolate people immediately stopped attacking the star-traveling pagoda. Die. Xiao Yuelan vigorously sent out a palm strike and shattered the ice sculpture of that youth. After Pan Xingxi's death, another sacred desolate youth has been killed. Xiao Yuelan's strength immediately intimidated those arrogant sacred desolate youths, causing them to not dare to attack the star-traveling pagoda again. I am inside the pagoda. If you want to break the pagoda, you are disrespecting me. I will remember you, you will all die. Xiao Yuelan coldly looked at those sacred desolate youths. Her ice-cold voice is filled with bone-penetrating killing intent. Now the nether realm heavenly lion has also been summoned away. Qiao Tianxu's voice suddenly arrived, all of you retreat. I am preparing to use the altar to release divine power to break the pagoda. Hearing Qiao Tianxu's voice, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan immediately became worried in their hearts. Although we were in the wrong first, you have offended our prestige, I must capture you. Qiao Tianxu's voice arrived, causing those sacred desolate youths to feel a kind of proud and elated feeling. The sun altar suddenly released golden light, it is condensing power. A sacred desolate youth looked at Yuzhuekuan and the others and coldly said, if you don't want to join us, then quickly withdraw. I withdraw. Nianyun finished speaking and walked to Xianyuan Wanxi's side. Nianyun is very strong, but she did not display it like Xiao Yuelan. Therefore, in other people's eyes, she is just a little girl with exceptional talent. Shiman Dazhuang knows how formidable Nianyun is, so he promptly followed Nianyun and said, I also withdraw. He is a third-stage upper immortal, no one felt anything about him withdrawing, after all, no one knows him. Inside star-traveling pagoda, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan are very worried that Nianyun and the others will be killed by those sacred desolate youths. They are very clear about their killing intent. Who else wants to withdraw? That sacred desolate youth's tone became even colder, his eyes are filled with killing intent. Xianyuan Yefeng held his crescent moon large axe, stood at the front and said, little sister, you leave with them first. Think of a way to enter the pagoda. Sacred desolate youth yelled, quickly surround them, don't let them enter the pagoda. Sacred desolate people, Yuzhuekuan, Lan Bufan and the others all took action. Lan Bufan and the others are throwing caution to the wind because they feel that as long as they curry favor with sacred desolate people, they might be able to obtain their rewards. Xianyuan Yefeng and the others are now surrounded by a large group of experts. Especially those sacred desolate youths, they are the strongest. Only Xiao Yuelan can deal with them. Although Xianyuan Yefeng and Xianyuan Wanxi are formidable 9th-stage upper immortals, their strength is far inferior to Xiao Yuelan. All of you don't interfere, let me go kill them. A sacred desolate youth with cold and arrogant expression, he is wearing golden robe and holding a long sword in his hand. He looked at Nianyun and said with evil smile, kill this little girl and offer her as a sacrifice, we should be able to obtain very pure nature power. Hearing these words, Nianyun's expression slightly changed and became very cold. Her eyes were originally very cute and beautiful, but now they are cold and filled with killing intent. Little girl, why are you looking at me like that? Your eyes are so hateful, go die, the sacred desolate youth laughed sinisterly. Xianyuan Yefeng and Xianyuan Wanxi promptly stood in front of Nianyun. Others also secretly shook their heads because this divine desolate youth wants to kill a little girl. It is truly too cruel. Xianxia knows that Nianyun is very strong, so he is not very worried. He used the magic mirror to record this scene and then posted it on the magic mirror, once again igniting the heated discussion on the magic mirror. Sacred desolate people are now regarded as devils. Many people saw that the sacred desolate youth wants to kill a very cute and beautiful little girl. They are extremely angry. One after another, they expressed that they want to form an alliance to fight against the sacred desolate people. All of you get out of the way, my sword wants to drink pure blood. The sacred desolate youth laughed sinisterly and rushed over. What shocked everyone is that Nianyun suddenly flashed and appeared behind the sacred desolate youth. Her petite fist punched out, flashing a burst of purple-red light. The purple-red light is very strange. It doesn't have any aura or power, but it is incomparably terrifying. The sacred desolate youth was illuminated by the purple-red light. His skin immediately lost all color and became like yellow wax. What's wrong with me? The sacred desolate youth shouted in panic. My power has disappeared. The most terrifying thing is that the sacred desolate youth is rapidly aging. In the blink of an eye, he turned into an incomparably old man and then gradually died of old age. Yuzhuekuan and others know that Nianyun is a very strong 9th stage heavenly immortal and have also seen a bit of Nianyun's power. However, they never knew that Nianyun has this kind of evil power. Long-range attack. Xianxia shouted from inside the altar. Nianyun promptly returned to Xianyuan Wanxi's side. Suddenly, a small gray cat is lying on her shoulder. Shimanda Zhuang is holding 2 immortal talismans in his hands and a big white pig has appeared beside him. Invincible Pig Xuanyuan Wanxi and Xianyuan Yefeng entered the altar together and found out that the main reason 9 Sun sect sent sacred desolate people to immortal Xian Great Desert is to capture inscription beasts. And Nianyun and Shimanda Zhuang both have inscription beasts. Sacred desolate people attach great importance to inscription beasts, but they don't know how strong they are. Little gray cat on Nianyun's shoulder is also very scared. Because it is surrounded by many experts, it meowed a few times and a very strong space fluctuation appeared on its body. It is space fluctuation, quickly disturb the space. Xiao Tianxiu yelled from inside the altar. Sacred desolate youngsters all around immediately released very strong power to disturb the space, causing it to become unstable. This way, little gray cat will not be able to use space movement. Sacred desolate youngsters successfully stopped little gray cat from using space movement, but they have to constantly release formidable power. They won't be able to hold on for long. That Xiao Tianxiu is coming out. Shimanda Zhuang is very worried. He looked at the big white pig and yelled, Pippy Pig, it is up to you. Leave it to me. Pippy Pig said and then turned around so that its butt is facing outside. Puff, big white pigs but suddenly sprayed out a burst of gray gas. A burst of gale rushed out and let out a very stinky fart. Xiao Hua Hua, quickly. Nianyun hastily yelled, if we don't go, we will be suffocated to death. Little gray cat is also very afraid of being suffocated. It promptly used space power to envelop them and teleported them inside Star Traveling Pagoda. Star Traveling Pagoda's surroundings has been enveloped by a burst of dusky mist. It is the big white pig's fart. This fart is very dreadful. Even if people seal their sense of smell, it can still stink to the deepest part of their soul, causing their soul to feel the stench. Everyone inside the gray mist started vomiting and screaming. Those with weak strength directly fainted from the stench. Even some 9th stage heavenly immortals are now seeing stars because of the extremely stinky pig fart. They started retching unceasingly. After entering Star Traveling Pagoda, Big White Pig arrogantly laughed and said, now you know how awesome this pig is. Ha ha ha. Nianyun and others saw the miserable state of the people outside and secretly rejoiced that they escaped this calamity. If they also fell into the stinky fart, it would be very painful. Hoo. Many people threw out some wind talismans or released a powerful force to stir up a gale. They wanted to blow away that pig fart, but they didn't succeed. That gray fart fog is very strange. It is moving around the vicinity of Star Traveling Pagoda and is not dissipating. Xianxia now knew that even if the inscription beasts were not offensive type, they still had terrifying abilities. For example, the big white pig's smelly fart was a miraculous technique that could kill people without spilling blood. Nianyun, you should have run further away. It's still very dangerous to move into my pagoda. Qin Yan sighed and looked at the altar outside the window. He said, that altar is currently condensing its power. It will attack very soon. Alas, Little Flower's ability is limited. If she takes me alone, she can naturally run far, but if she takes everyone, she can only move to this tower. Nian Yin sighed softly and said, we are safe for the time being. Your pagoda should be able to block the altar's attack, right? I don't know. Qin Yin shook his head. Shiman Dazhuang said, Uncle Qin, how about this? Find a way to move this pagoda away from the altar. We're still within Xiao Tianxu's attack range. How? If I could fly in this desert, I might be able to make star-traveling pagoda float and move. Qin Yin shook his head. Even if the water melts and there are people outside, they won't be able to move star-traveling pagoda. Shiman Dazhuang looked at the big white pig and suddenly said, I have an idea. Fix Pippi Pig at the door and let him fart outside. The big white pig curled its lips and said, I am not a big golden bear, my fart has no explosive power. After a while, the fart fog outside also dissipated. Many people have moved far away from star-traveling pagoda. Many people are lying on the ground, they have lost consciousness due to the stench. Yuzhuakuan furiously said, You pig, scram out for me, I will braise you. So fucking stinky, I feel that no matter what I smell now, it will be stinky, an old man said with disgusted expression. Chui, Yao Qinshuang and other women are continuously taking out many perfumes and spraying them, but they are still stinky. They are smelling the clothes on their body and they can feel a kind of foul stench. This caused them to have the heart to die. Damned pig, quickly come out for me. I want to chop you up. Wang Tingxing loudly shouted and then retched a few times. After we break that pagoda, we must kill that pig. Zheng Shuangzi furiously said. That pig has no other ability, it only knows how to fart. This kind of inscription beast should have no use, we should kill it as soon as we catch it. Lan Bufan is also very angry, this kind of foul stench is like a nightmare, just thinking about it makes him scared. That stinky pig is surely not tasty, its meat must be very stinky, a young man from Sacred Desolate also furiously said. The big white pig promptly ran to the door, its butt started shaking outside and said with wretched smile, Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Quickly come, ha ha ha. After he finished speaking, his butt suddenly shot out a pillar of air that looks like a grey light and directly hit Lan Bufan's face. Ah! Lan Bufan's eyes rolled up and he directly fainted. Everyone became extremely frightened, they scattered like birds and beasts, they started fleeing in all directions. They all sympathized with Lan Bufan in their hearts, he actually fainted because of a pig's fart. Shiman Dazhuang saw this and promptly lifted up the big white pig, then moved it back and forth from window to window. The pig's butt is facing outside, it is as if it is a cannon, it is crazily hitting outside. Qin Yin doesn't know whether to laugh or cry, he only feels that this big white pig is more awesome than the Lion King cannon. Chui furiously shouted, Shiman fart, why are you hitting me? Did I provoke you? I hate bewitching evil women like you the most. Shiman Dazhuang was tricked by Nangong Shuamei once, he is filled with resentment towards beautiful women. He is now carrying the fart pig and madly bombarding Chui and Yao Qinshuang. Chui and Yao Qinshuang are beautiful women who love beauty the most, if they are bombarded by a fart, it will be even more dreadful than death to them. Nian Yun is continuously giggling, Little Grey Cat is also very happy and meowing and jumping around. Now, star-traveling pagoda's vicinity is filled with stench, everyone has run very far away. Xianyuan Yefeng looked a little worried and said, if this pagoda is breached, we will also be suffocated, right? Xiao Yuelan said, I'll summon the Nether Realm Berserk Dragon and drag this tower away. It should be able to drag it far away. I'm just worried that the mad dragon of the Nether Realm is afraid of the stench. The altar was trembling violently. Golden light flickered as the condensed power became stronger and stronger. Yuelan, hurry! Nian Yin lightly shouted. Xiao Yuelan nodded and then summoned an extremely huge Nether Realm Berserk Dragon. The Nether Realm Berserk Dragon's body is a kilometer long. After receiving Xiao Yuelan's command, it opened its mouth and sucked the star-traveling pagoda. Then it drilled into the sand and began swimming very quickly. What was reassuring was that the mad dragon of the Nether Realm did not seem to be afraid of the stench, At the same time, a small golden sun appeared at the top of the sun altar and ferociously charged towards the location where star-traveling pagoda was. Boom, the small golden sun smashed down, and a large amount of yellow sand splashed out. It was like a huge mountain falling into the sea, setting off a violent wave of sand. Yuzhuakuan and the others are not the least bit unfamiliar with the Nether Realm Berserk Dragon. Because when Qin Yun, who was disguised as a lion head, snatched away the bunch of golden grapes, the Nether Realm Berserk Dragon suddenly appeared. Although the Nether Realm Berserk Dragon's body is very large, it drilled into the sand as if it is swimming in water. It very nimbly swam around and in a short while, it distanced itself from the altar. Xiao Yuelan let out a long sigh. At this time, those sacred desolate youths and Yuzhuakuan's group also arrived. The Nether Realm Berserk Dragon's body is very large, no matter how fast it is not faster than those sacred desolate youths. Because its body is very large, it has been fiercely attacked along the way. Qin Yun and the others inside the star-traveling pagoda can only feel that it is shaking very violently. The Nether Realm Berserk Dragon has the star-traveling pagoda in its mouth. Its only mission is to distance itself from the altar's attack range. If Qiao Tianxiu comes out from the vicinity of the altar, he will give them great pressure. The Nether Realm Berserk Dragon's injuries are very serious. Xiao Yuelan suddenly said. Quickly summon it back. If it dies here, it will be reborn in the 9 Nether Realm. It will take a very long time before you can summon it again. Nianyan hastily said, we are far away from the altar now, we should be safe. Xiao Yuelan nodded, then let the Nether Realm Berserk Dragon spit out the star-traveling pagoda and erected it on the desert. The Nether Realm Berserk Dragon, which is covered with cuts and bruises, suddenly turned into black gas and disappeared. Qin Yan promptly yelled at Shiman Dazhuang, quickly take Pippi Pig and attack. Got it. Shiman Dazhuang has been restless for a long time. He promptly carried the big white pig and began randomly attacking those chasing people. One of the sacred desolate youths did not manage to dodge in time and was hit by a grey energy wave. He vomited white foam from his mouth, his eyes turned white, he fainted and vomited non-stop. Other people don't dare to approach because they are afraid of being targeted by Shiman Dazhuang. Qin Yan suddenly feels that Shiman Dazhuang and the big white pig are simply unparalleled. They are causing a large group of formidable 9th-layer great immortals to run like chickens and dogs. Each and every one of them turned pale when they saw the pig, they covered their heads and fled like rats. Shiman Dazhuang burst into loud laughter and yelled, I am unparalleled. I am unparalleled. The one who gets Pippi Pig gets the world. Ha ha ha. Suddenly the big white pig's body trembled and it can no longer fart. Pippi Pig, what's wrong? Shiman Dazhuang doubtfully asked. I have been hollowed out. I can't fart for now. The big white pig feels somewhat embarrassed and said with laugh, wait until I eat and sleep, I will be able to recover my vitality. There is a burst of grey gas around the star-traveling pagoda. Although it is very smelly, it is a very good barrier. As long as the grey gas exists, no one will dare to approach. Shiman Dazhuang put down Pippi Pig and asked, what do you want to eat? I want to eat dragon meat. The big white pig wretchedly laughed and said, only dragon meat is worthy of my honorable pig belly. I have some. Qin Yan took out a large piece of dragon meat and gave it to Shiman Dazhuang to roast. Xiao Yuelan is now sitting on a chair, she let out a long sigh of relief. She summoned Nether Realm Heavenly Lion and Nether Realm Berserk Dragon and also attacked outside. She consumed a lot of energy and is now resting. Heart of Sun, Qin Yun is using Extinction Spirit Eye to move around from window to window. He can see the people hiding around through the grey gas. Not at all. Those guys are just far away from star-traveling pagoda, they are observing us from a distance. Qin Yun shook his head. As long as they are nearby, we can't leave the pagoda. Shenyuan Wansi gritted her teeth and cursed in low voice, Yuzhuakuan and those bastards dare to surround us. From now on, they are our enemies. Shenyuan Yefeng groaned, if I had known earlier, I would have chopped this brat with my axe. Nianyan is sitting on the table, shaking her leg and caressing little grey cat. She said in low voice, Yuzhuakuan and the others are so stupid. Those bastards from Sacred Desolate are so arrogant, but they only treat them like slaves. Xiao Yuelan nodded and said, without enough formidable power, we can't intimidate those bastards from Sacred Desolate. Speaking of strength, everyone looked at Nianyun and Xiao Yuelan because their strength is very dreadful. Especially Xiao Yuelan, not only can she summon Nether-realm Heavenly Lion, she can also summon Nether-realm Berserk Dragon. Now Xianyuan Wanzi, Xianyuan Yefeng and Luo Weizhuang all know that Xiao Yuelan helped Qin Yun seize the golden grapes. Shiman Dazhuang also knows how dreadful Xiao Yuelan is. He promptly said with smile, "Auntie, you are really awesome. Killing those bastards is as easy as killing chickens." Qin Yun promptly glared at Shiman Dazhuang. He actually called Xiao Yuelan auntie. He is truly blind. The big white pig at the side kicked back with its hind legs and sent Shiman Dazhuang flying to a corner. The big white pig is worried that Shiman Dazhuang will be killed by Xiao Yuelan in one move. "Damn pig, why did you kick me?" Shiman Dazhuang rubbed his butt and crawled up and cursed in low voice. "You called her wrong, you should call her heroine," the big white pig promptly shouted in low voice. Shiman Dazhuang muttered, "My father said that when I meet ice-cold women, I should call them auntie." Nianyun covered her mouth and said with charming smile, "What kind of father is that? He will screw you to death." Qin Yun said to Xiao Yuelan with smile, "Yuelan, don't mind, my friend, he calls me Uncle Qin." Xiao Yuelan also faintly smiled and said, "I don't mind." She could tell that Shiman Dazhuang wasn't a bad person, but he was rather amusing. "Oh right, what did you see inside the altar?" Qin Yun looked at Nianyun and asked. Nianyun had said that she was going in to look for some sun core fragment. "I just saw those annoying bastards from the sacred wasteland." Xianyuan Wanzi cursed in a low voice, that Pan Xingshi actually killed several elders of the Xianyuan family. This is a blood feud. Speaking of this matter, Xianyuan Yefeng's face was filled with grief. "There were a few elders who treated me very well since I was young. Fortunately, Brother Qin killed that Pan Xingshi and took revenge for them." Xiao Yuelan said, "We did not go to the center of the altar." Nianyun nodded. "There should be something I want in the center of the altar. Why don't we sneak back at night, let Pippi Pig fart inside, then block the entrance and suffocate them to death?" Shiman Dazhuang said. "No, going back now is too dangerous. That altar almost destroyed my pagoda." Qin Yun shook his head and said. "Qiao Tianqiu is in danger too. He's a ninth heaven Xian immortal. Luckily he can't leave the altar." Luo Weizhuang said. "If Qiao Tianqiu leaves the altar, he will surely be ejected out of immortal Xian desert." Xianyuan Yefeng suddenly said, "We should think of a way to get rid of Qiao Tianqiu. Then we can cooperate with each other, maybe we can attack the altar." Nianyun said in soft voice, "No way, no way. If the altar is attacked, those inscription beasts will also come over. Moreover, those sacred desolate youngsters are also very strong." Luo Weizhuang sighed and said, "Indeed. They still have second and third batch of people coming. When the time comes, they will surely hide some of their strength. Everyone, go and rest first. There are rooms upstairs, feel free to choose." Qin Yun finished speaking and walked upstairs. Star Traveling Pagoda is very safe inside Immortal Xian Desert. However, no one relaxed their vigilance. Even if they are resting inside their rooms, they are always paying attention to any movement outside. Qin Yun took out the Devil Mirror from a secret room and saw that Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror wants to contact him. In order to scare Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror, Qin Yun decided to ignore him for a period of time and then refused. Xian Rujing and Little Phoenix contacted him and asked him about his situation. They both know that Lionhead is Qin Yun. Qin Yun replied that he is temporarily safe. Finally, it was the little black donkey's turn. He communicated with it directly. "Little mortal, how many golden grapes do you have?" the little black donkey immediately asked after the call was connected. "I guarantee that I will leave some for you," Qin Yun said with smile. "Did you poison the golden grapes today and feed them to that guy?" the little black donkey said with heartache. "This is truly a waste of golden grapes. I should have ruthlessly tortured that guy to death." Qin Yun said with smile, "Indeed, I poisoned the golden grapes." He feels that the little black donkey has half inscription beast bloodline, so eating the divine fruit won't cause him any discomfort. Originally he wanted to swindle the little black donkey and make it eat the divine fruit and shout loudly. But now he won't be able to see it. "Xiao Hei, what is the situation on your side?" Qin Yan asked. A3, it's a long story. Those 9 sun-suppressing divine arrows are very difficult to obtain. According to my inherited memories, you have to use something called the Heart of the Sun in order to obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrows. The black donkey said. I have no idea where to find the Heart of the Sun. Sun core? Qin Yan also doesn't know what it is, but he feels that evil god might know. I won't talk to you anymore. I will trick immortal Emperor Devil Mirror to give me some dragon meat to eat. I haven't eaten dragon meat for a long time, it's so bland that I'm about to die. The little black donkey finished speaking and then ended the call. Qin Yan took out the large golden devil horn and contacted Evil God. Evil God, I saw a sun altar. Qin Yan informed Evil God about his encounter with sacred desolate people. It's good that you can escape. Evil God wiped his sweat for Qin Yan after hearing this and said, Qin Yan, don't be too afraid of those guys. They are just relying on the fact that they have a lot of sacred desolate resources. You have cultivated sacred body. If your cultivation is the same as theirs and your weapon is a bit stronger, you will be able to kill them. Qin Yan's Evil God altar has not evolved to 7-layer, so he has not asked for anything from Evil God. He wants to find an opportunity to have Nangong Shuiru come over and help him evolve the Evil God altar. Then he will ask for some things from Divine Desolate to fight against sacred desolate people. Evil God, what is Sun Core? Do you know? Qin Yan asked. This. I have been collecting information on this matter, I don't know much. I only investigated and found out that the Sun Core is not inside the sun. Evil God said. Not inside the sun? Then how can it be considered a Sun Core? Qin Yan said with laugh. I also think so. But my boss laughed at me for being ignorant. My boss guessed that the Sun Core is hidden inside the 9 desolate land. 9 desolate is the Sun Core of 9 suns. Because 9 desolate and 9 suns are very closely related. Qin Yan also feels that this is very likely. Evil God, why are you collecting information on Sun Core? Qin Yan asked. It is related to sun-suppressing divine arrow. We received information that if we want to obtain sun-suppressing divine arrow, we must obtain Sun Core. There are a total of 9 Sun Cores. If we obtain one, we can obtain a sun-suppressing divine arrow. Evil God sighed and said, forget it, I don't have such good luck to obtain that kind of thing anyways. Qin Yan laughed and said, Evil God, you said you will teach me spirit cultivation. You just need to teach me how to cultivate my mental power and soul. I'll cultivate my physical body myself. Alright. Wait until you complete the 7-layer altar, I will send you a divine book, it contains comprehension and so on. That kind of divine book is very precious, even I would have to pay a great price to obtain it. Evil God said with smile. Qin Yan feels that if he wants to improve his mental power, he can only cultivate spirit. There are still a few pearls that he has not opened in the 9 Sun Divine Soul, he needs even stronger mental power to open them. If I become strong enough, maybe I can create a sun altar. Then I can change it to Evil God altar, wouldn't that be awesome? Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. Little ancestor Qin Yan, don't act recklessly. If the 9 Sun sects find out that their sun altar has become Evil God altar, they will surely capture me and hang me up to beat me up. Evil God yelled in fear. Look at you, this is all you have? No wonder Ice and Snow Goddess said you were trash god. Qin Yan said with smile. So what if I am trash god? As long as I can live, it is good enough. Look at Ice and Snow Goddess, she is such a good for nothing, she has become an immortal. Evil God said with sneer, no matter how trash I am, I can still live in Divine Desolate. Qin Yan shook his head and cut off communication. Late at night, the starlight and moonlight in the sky of immortal Shan Great Desert are distorted. The desert is quiet, tranquil and gloomy. The people in the vicinity of Star Traveling Pagoda have already left because they don't dare to stay any longer. The inscription beasts in immortal Shan Great Desert eat people, moreover they love to eat people with sacred body. Those people from Sacred Desolate don't have enough strength to rely on, they don't dare to face the inscription beasts. Star Traveling Pagoda is also very quiet in the quiet night. Shiman Dazhuang and the big white pig are sleeping very soundly. They are sleeping soundly in the same room, competing to see who can snore louder, and other people are keeping their minds clear. Qin Yan walked out of the secret room and arrived at the first floor. He walked through all the windows and used Extinction Spirit Eye to observe the pitch-black desert. Suddenly, he saw two balls of aura in the distance slowly approaching. Inscription beasts have arrived? Qin Yan promptly took out the Lion King cannon and looked at the aura fluctuation. Meow. Nian Yan carried Little Gray Cat and walked towards the lobby of first floor. She stood behind Qin Yan and said, Xiao Huahua said that danger is approaching. Is it an inscription beast? Qin Yan asked. Yes. Moreover, it is a very strong inscription beast. Nian Yan somewhat anxiously said, Xiao Huahua is very afraid of that guy. Qin Yan used the Lion King cannon to observe and suddenly saw a hunchbacked figure. What caused Qin Yan to be shocked is that it is actually a fox as tall as a person. It is walking on the desert while leaning on a walking stick. Old Fox, the old cunning fox, stood up straight with a cane in his hand. His pair of eyes were deep and filled with vicissitudes of life, flashing with a sharp glint. His appearance was extremely similar to that of a mysterious old man with extremely powerful strength. After seeing the old fox clearly, Qin Yan immediately had an illusion. He felt that the old fox was a very benevolent old man filled with wisdom. Little brother, what background do you think that old fox has? Nian Yan asked. It might be a very strong and old inscription beast. Qin Yan looked at the little gray cat and said in a low voice, Little flower, do you know this old fox? I remember this old fox didn't appear the last time we collected the golden grapes. The gray cat meowed a few times and then looked at Nian Yan. Nian Yan said, Little flower said that the golden grapes are useless to the old fox, so the old fox didn't go get them. Many powerful inscription beasts did not go to get the golden grapes. The main reason is that the golden grapes are useless to them. Qin Yan immediately said in astonishment, Doesn't that mean that there are many powerful inscription beasts hidden in this immortal Xian desert? The little gray cat nodded and meowed. Little flower is just a newborn baby. Nian Yan stroked the gray cat's head lovingly and said with a smile, I'll definitely take good care of her from now on. The environment inside the immortal profound desert is extremely vile. The little gray cat was just born not long ago, yet it has the power to protect itself. It can be seen that inscription beasts are very capable. The reason the gray cat chose Nian Yan was definitely because it saw that Nian Yan possessed a very mysterious and powerful power. As for the big white pig, it probably chose Shimen Dazhuang because it saw one of Shimen Dazhuang's strengths. It seems like the inscription beasts are also willing to cooperate with humans. Qin Yan looked at the old fox in the distance and muttered, If you want to subdue an inscription beast, you can't force it. On one hand, it depends on fate. On the other hand, it depends on your own charm. Nian Yan chuckled and said, Little brother, when you were with Dazhuang, why did the big white pig choose Dazhuang and not you? Qin Yan curled his lips and said, Dazhuang's cultivation is much higher than mine. Furthermore, there's definitely something about Dazhuang that we can't see. Meow meow. The gray cat meowed and communicated with Nian Yan. Little Flower said that Pippi Pig chose the right person based on intuition. This kind of intuition is very accurate. Nian Yan smiled and said, That's why Dazhuang and Pippi are very compatible. Indeed, when Shimen Dazhuang and the big white pig slept, their snoring rhythm was the same. Qin Yan continued to observe the old fox outside. He discovered that the old fox suddenly stopped 3 kilometers away from Star Traveling Pagoda and looked at Star Traveling Pagoda. Will he attack Star Traveling Pagoda? Qin Yan is suddenly very worried. This old fox looks very benevolent. But why was there such a strong murderous aura around him? Moreover, he's looking at us. Nian Yan was also a little worried. Suddenly, the old cunning fox spoke. His deep and resounding voice sounded, I know you are in front of me. Hurry up and come out to fight. Qin Yan frowned and said, Is he talking to us? Nian Yan shook her head and said, It shouldn't be. The old cunning fox said again, cowering and hiding, Are you trying to sneak an attack on me? I, old fox Huang, am not afraid of sneak attacks. At this time, Xiao Yuan, Shan Yuan siblings, and Luo Weizhuang walked down from the first floor. They looked at old fox Huang and asked Qin Yan and Nian Yan about the situation. He is not coming for us, right? Luo Weizhuang doubtfully said, Could it be that there is something hiding nearby? Most likely. Xiao Yuelan looked at the windows all around, her expression is filled with vigilance. Qin Yan also used absolute soul spirit to observe the surroundings, but he did not discover anything. Nian Yan said in low voice, "If there is something hiding near Star Traveling Pagoda and we did not discover it, it will be very dreadful." Qin Yan and others immediately shivered because this means that if they go out, they will be killed. Suddenly, Star Traveling Pagoda slightly trembled. Qin Yan is suddenly alarmed and yelled, "It is hiding below Star Traveling Pagoda." Shenyuan Wanzi suddenly screamed in fear because Star Traveling Pagoda suddenly soared up. Soon after, a wolf howl spread out, incomparably dense baleful aura majestically rushed out. Star Traveling Pagoda suddenly flew up from below. Old Fox Huang promptly waved his walking stick and Star Traveling Pagoda suddenly floated in the sky and then slowly floated down to the distance. This move caused Qin Yan and others to be endlessly shocked. Especially Qin Yan, he is very clear about how heavy Star Traveling Pagoda is. It is not easy to lift it up, let alone in a place like Immortal Xian Great Desert where flying is forbidden. And Old Fox Huang easily accomplished it. Old Fox Huang's mental power is very strong. Xiao Yuelan said. She has a mortal soul with mental power, she is very clear about how dreadful that mental power is. Hula, a burst of very loud sound came from outside, it is as if a wave is rolling over. Qin Yan and others immediately looked outside the window and saw a large amount of sand fluttering in the air and rushing towards Old Fox Huang. It's Sha Lang. Nian Yan suddenly said, Xiao Huahua said that this Sha Lang is very strong, it can turn itself into sand and not leak even a bit of aura. It is a very dreadful desert hunter. If Sha Lang did not appear, Qin Yan and others would not have known that there is such a dreadful inscription beast below Star Traveling Pagoda. That large amount of sand is like a huge wave, it is more than 10 meters tall and it is rushing towards Old Fox Huang. This sand wave is filled with ferocious beast power, if it hit a 9th stage heavenly immortal, it would surely turn them into minced meat. Boom, the huge sand wave is like a palm covering the sky, it fell down and enveloped Old Fox Huang. Old Fox Huang snorted coldly. No one knew what technique he used, but the descending palm was suddenly dispersed, and a large amount of sand suddenly hovered in the air. With a huff, the sand suddenly dispersed. And behind Old Fox Huang, a sand snake suddenly appeared. The sand snake opened its big mouth and bit towards Old Fox Huang with lightning speed. Old Fox Huang vigorously inserted his dun staff into the sand and the sand under his feet suddenly condensed into a dragon head. A huge sand dragon roared and rushed out of the sand. Old Fox Huang is standing on the raised dragon head and looking down at the sand snake below. Boom, the sand dragon's claw suddenly extended and vigorously pressed down on the sand snake's body, causing it to scatter. Roar, the sand dragon's roar shook all directions, and in the distance, a 3 to 4 meter long sand wolf suddenly appeared and quickly charged at Old Fox Huang. Qin Yan and company also witnessed the power of Old Fox Huang and the sand wolf. During the battle, the beast power released is extremely terrifying. Especially Old Fox Huang, he controls powerful mental power, he can control large amounts of sand and transform it into an extremely powerful yellow sand dragon. The sand wolf charged at the yellow sand dragon and spewed out a light red energy from its mouth. It is a powerful beast power, it brought along all kinds of violent air waves as it charged out. Boom, the yellow sand dragon was hit and immediately turned into a rain of sand that fell to the ground. Old Fox Huang's expression is indifferent. He raised his dun staff and many huge roaring sand tigers appeared from all directions. Tens of thousands of sand tigers are like an army attacking. They changed all kinds of formations and trapped the sand wolf within, launching all kinds of ferocious attacks. Originally, in the desert, the sand wolf could easily hide in the sand and turn its body into yellow sand to hide. However, in front of Old Fox Huang's incomparably powerful mental power, the sand wolf has nowhere to hide. Sha Lang had nowhere to hide. Even if he wanted to run now, he couldn't escape Old Fox Huang's mental power domain. Roar roar roar, although these sand tigers are formed under the control of mental power, they are like very formidable tiger beasts. Their bodies are filled with the formidable mental power and beast power released by Old Fox Huang and they ferociously attacked the sand wolf. The sand wolf's body is yellow sand, even if a saber or sword pierced it, it would not be able to injure it. But now, when the sand tiger pounced on the sand wolf, they actually bit the sand on the sand wolf's body, swallowed it and quickly refined it. Old Fox Huang can control the sand tiger and refine the energy on the sand wolf's body, then turn it into his own. Qin Yan and company are trembling with fear inside Star Traveling Pagoda. Whether it is the sand wolf or Old Fox Huang, they are not people they can deal with. This kind of terrifying beast power is definitely Xian immortal power. Even if it is Qiao Tianqiu, it will not be easy to deal with these two guys. Those guys from Sacred Desolate are too weak compared to these formidable inscription beasts. Xiao Yuelan slightly frowned. I think we should quickly leave immortal Xian Great Desert. Even though this is a holy land, it is not our humans' holy land, it is the holy land of inscription beasts. Nianyan nodded and said, Immortal Xian Great Desert restricts Xian immortals from entering, the strongest can only be 9th stage upper immortals. It is clear that they want to turn 9th stage upper immortals into inscription beasts' food. 9th stage upper immortals are indeed food when facing formidable inscription beasts like the Sand Wolf and Old Fox Huang, they have no leeway to resist. After the Sand Wolf has been eaten, the Sand Tiger also disappeared. Old Fox Huang walked over with chuckle and said, Little girl, you are so cute, how can I eat you? Moreover, I, Old Fox Huang, have never eaten human flesh since I was born. I didn't eat before, I don't eat now and I won't eat in the future. Old Fox Huang suddenly arrived in front of Star Traveling Pagoda's door and looked at the people inside. Little gray cat is so scared that it curled up in Yan Yan's bosom. Aren't you going to invite me in? Old Fox Huang said with mischievous smile. Old Senior, we are all afraid of you. That is why we don't dare to invite you in. Qin Yan said with bitter smile. Understandable. Old Fox Huang smiled and suddenly disappeared. In the next instant, he appeared in the hall and sat on a chair. Qin Yan and others immediately retreated in fright. Old Fox Huang sat on the chair and said with chuckle, This is a very comfortable place. I came without an invitation, please forgive me. I am also very curious about the feeling inside. Now Qin Yan and others feel relieved because if Old Fox Huang wants to kill them, they won't be able to escape. Senior, many thanks for your help just now, but we were so vigilant against you, please forgive us. Nian Yan said in sweet voice. Old Fox Huang looked at the little gray cat in Nian Yan's bosom and said with smile, You are welcome, you are welcome. I and this little cat's parents can be considered as old friends, it's a pity that they are both dead. This, little Huahua's parents should be very awesome, how did they die? Nian Yan suddenly said in a very sad manner, then gently caressed the little gray cat. 1320 Chapter 1320 Star Horse Monkey Xiao Yuelan looked at the small bag on Old Fox Huang's waist and asked softly, Senior, is the thing in that bag the holy infant fruit? Old Fox Huang chuckled and said with a nod, It is indeed the holy infant fruit. Sha Lang took a fancy to this holy infant fruit, that's why he attacked me. Qin Yan also knows that there are holy infant fruits in the immortal Xian Desert. The reason why Tian Rolling and the others wanted to enter this place was to find more different kinds of holy infant fruits and plant them on the Moon God Mountain. The Xianyuan siblings and Luo Weizhuang do not know anything about the holy infant fruit, so they are at a loss. Only by occupying those powerful Sun Divine Stones can one see the holy infant fruit. For example, the Moon God Mountain has a mortal emperor level Sun Divine Stone and there are many holy infant fruits on it. The holy infant fruit cannot be eaten. As for how to use it, not many people know. Can we take a look? Nian Yan blinked curiously and looked at the small bag. Of course you can. Old Fox Huang smiled benevolently. He stroked the few white whiskers on his face and then opened the small bag. A fist-sized snow-white fruit appeared in Old Fox Huang's hairy palm. The snow-white fruit looks like a baby, it has a nose and eyes. It crawled around on his palm like a curious baby, looking at Nian Yan and the others. Is this the holy infant fruit? I heard that the holy infant fruit is very mischievous and will run around everywhere. Qin Yan extended his hand, wanting to touch the holy infant fruit. However, he saw that the small holy infant fruit suddenly overflowed with a very fine blood-red electric thread. The electric thread hit Qin Yan's finger, causing his hand to suddenly turn blood red, as if it was dyed red. Qin Yan shouted in fright. Old Fox Huang chuckled, his eyes flickered and shot out two white light beams that shone on Qin Yan's arm, causing it to return to its original state. Senior, what happened just now? Qin Yan said in shock, he no longer dared to touch the holy infant fruit. You were poisoned just now, Xiao Yuan said, but you won't die, it will only make you temporarily lose your power. Xiao Yuan is a disciple of the Guanghan Palace. After immortal Emperor Yu attacked the Moon God Mountain, the disciples of the Guanghan Palace have seen the holy infant fruit and have a certain understanding of it. Old Fox Huang nodded and said, the holy infant fruit is very special. I still don't know how to obtain energy from the holy infant fruit. In short, these little things can't be eaten. How can I bear to eat such a cute little thing? Nian looked at the holy infant fruit, looking like she really wanted it. Nian, come to our Guanghan Palace, we have it there, Xiao Yuan said with a chuckle. Not going. Nian stuck out her tongue at Xiao Yuan. Old Fox Huang said, different sage infant fruits contain different poisons. The holy infant fruit has very strong self-defense abilities. I also spent a lot of effort to make the holy infant fruit acknowledge me. Then how do you grow the holy infant fruit? Qinyan also wants to get one. It's transformed from a divine fruit. Anyway, there aren't many holy infant fruits in a place like the mysterious immortal desert. Those extremely high-quality sun god stone can give birth to many. Old Fox Huang said. Old Fox Huang suddenly stood up and walked to the window. He gazed into the distance, in the direction of the sun altar. Shen Yuan Wanxi's heart stirred, she asked, Senior, you want to go to the sun altar, right? Old Fox Huang shook his head, I don't want to go but I must go. Originally, the strongest inscription beasts in the mysterious immortal desert could join hands and take down the sun altar. However, everyone is not united enough. Behind the powerful sacred desolate people, they all left the sun altar. Then why must Senior go to the sun altar? Luo Weizhuang said, that place is very dangerous. I'm about to die, before I die, I have to do something bold. Old Fox Huang looks like he is indifferent to life and death, he faintly smiled and said, it's getting late, I must continue my journey. I must quickly go to the sun altar and fight with human experts before I die. The thing inside the sun altar is attracting Old Fox Huang's attention, Qin Yin asked doubtfully, Old Senior, the sun god stone fell. You inscription beast should be benefiting from it, why did you die of old age? I heard that inscription beasts can't die. This is heaven's mandate. We inscription beasts are formed from inscription, condensed natural power and transformed into beast form. After we die, we will be reborn in another way. However, that is a new beginning, it is equivalent to reincarnation. Old Fox Huang said, this is heaven's mandate cannot be violated. Finished speaking, Old Fox Huang walked out of Star Traveling Pagoda. Qin Yin suddenly feels that Star Traveling Pagoda's defense is not strong enough. If Little Gray Cat can come in, then Old Fox Huang can also come in as he pleases. Luckily these two inscription beasts don't have any evil intentions. If they meet evil inscription beasts in the future, it will be very dangerous. Old Fox Huang walked out of Star Traveling Pagoda but before he could take more than a few steps, a green light suddenly shot down from the night sky and hit his body. After the green light shot down, it burst out with power and created a shock wave that sent Old Fox Huang and Star Traveling Pagoda flying. Dreadful thing is, a large area of sand in the vicinity has turned into black soil and overflowed with waves of light green light. Old Fox Huang's expression became grave, he said in deep voice, Star Horse Monkey, I haven't seen you for several years, you actually learned sneak attack. After Star Traveling Pagoda was sent flying, it fell down on the ground. Qin Yin promptly controlled Star Traveling Pagoda to stand up. At this time, the sound-asleep Big White Pig and Shiman Dazhuang woke up while shouting loudly. What happened? Shiman Dazhuang yelled and rushed down with the Big White Pig. A lot of big things happened. Qin Yin pointed outside. At the distance, Old Fox Huang is standing on the black soil overflowing with light green light. His deep old eyes are looking at the Star Horse Monkey with dense and cold expression. Star Horse Monkey is an inscription beast but it has the body of a horse. Instead of a horse's head, it has become a green fur sturdy monkey. It is as if a monkey and a horse have fused together. This is a star rune beast. Big White Pig is lying on the window and said in shock, this guy is very strong. Old Fox Huang was definitely not his match. Old Fox Huang was doomed. A3. He only has 2 to 3 days left to live. I did not expect that he would die in the hands of this star horse monkey. Big White Pig understands this matter better than Little Gray Cat. Star Horse Monkey rubbed his fists and said with sneer, "Old Fox Huang, you will die in my hands today. Kill yourself and hand over the holy infant fruit." "I won't kill myself and I won't hand over the holy infant fruit to you. I will die but I won't die in your hands." Old Fox Huang laughed and then rushed towards Star Traveling Pagoda. The Star Horse Monkey suddenly spat out a green light beam towards Old Fox Huang. There is a mental power light barrier around Old Fox Huang. The green light beam bombarded the light barrier and released a very strong energy wave, bringing along a green light that illuminated the pitch-black night sky. After being hit by the energy wave, Old Fox Huang was sent flying and crashed into Star Traveling Pagoda. Star Horse Monkey also arrived outside of Star Traveling Pagoda, opened his mouth and spat out a green light beam that bombarded the Star Traveling Pagoda. "Dazhuang, quickly attack!" Qin Yan promptly yelled. Shiman Dazhuang promptly carried the Big White Pig on his back and shot out a gray energy wave towards the Star Horse Monkey. After the energy wave shot out, the Star Horse Monkey let out a furious roar. An incomparable stench pervaded the vicinity of Star Traveling Pagoda. Shiman Dazhuang said with smile, "Very good, Pippy Pig is very awesome." The Star Horse Monkey promptly distanced itself from Star Traveling Pagoda and furiously said, "Smelly fart pig. You trash inscription beast, you actually managed to live until now. You dare curse this pig, I will kill you." The Big White Pig is very angry, the consequences are very grave. Old Fox Huang, who entered Star Traveling Pagoda to take refuge, suddenly rushed out again. He has formidable mental power to protect his body, so his mind won't be polluted by the smelly fart. He wants to go out and borrow the help of the Big White Pig's smelly fart to attack the Star Horse Monkey. "Freeze for me." After he went out, he released formidable mental power and froze the Star Horse Monkey. At this time, the Big White Pig is also continuously farting, shooting out energy waves that continuously attacked the Star Horse Monkey's face. Old Fox Huang laughed loudly, then condensed his mental power to attack the Star Horse Monkey. Scram! The Star Horse Monkey became very angry, its whole body flickered with green light, the green fur on its body suddenly became very long. It looks like countless green threads extended towards Old Fox Huang. Old Fox Huang saw that his mental power attack is not effective, he promptly retreated and once again ran towards Star Traveling Pagoda to take refuge. "I can't beat that guy." Old Fox Huang returned to Star Traveling Pagoda and said with sigh. At this time, Star Traveling Pagoda has been wrapped up by the Star Horse Monkey's green fur. The Big White Pig's fart can no longer escape. "This is bad, we are trapped inside." Shiman Dazhuang is somewhat scared, he looked at the windows all around him that are wrapped up by green fur. "Can this pagoda hold?" Luo Weizhuang looked at Qin Yan. Qin Yan shook his head, "I am not sure, it should be able to hold. If the Star Horse Monkey can't break through, it will surely retreat." A3. "It's all my fault," Old Fox Huang somewhat blamed himself. "Even if Senior is not inside, the Star Horse Monkey will still be eyeing this pagoda," Nian Yun said. Qin Yun now knows that the holy infant fruit in Old Fox Huang's hand is very important to inscription beasts. Even though inscription beasts don't know how to use it, they are still fighting over it. Moreover, the situation of inscription beasts killing each other is very serious. The Star Horse Monkey actually wants to eat Old Fox Huang. "Old Fox Huang, come out and kill yourself, let me eat you. Your runes will appear on my body and you will be reborn in a new form." Star Horse Monkey yelled, "I am a star rune beast, countless inscription beasts want to fuse with me, don't miss this rare opportunity." Old Fox Huang said, "Star Horse Monkey, I will die of old age here and return to nature. If you obtain my runes, you will only do more evil things. Then I will be committing evil together with you." Boom! The Star Horse Monkey furiously attacked Star Traveling Pagoda and sent it flying. "Ha ha ha. I know this pagoda has just escaped from the altar. I'll send this pagoda back now." Star Horse Monkey laughed loudly and then continued attacking Star Traveling Pagoda, wanting to send it flying back to the sun altar. Qin Yun and the others immediately became extremely worried. Old Fox Huang looked at Qin Yun and the others with frown and asked, "You just escaped from the altar?" Qin Yun nodded and promptly informed Old Fox Huang about the situation. Old Fox Huang let out a long sigh and said, I have harmed you. I will go out. Pagoda Destruction. Qingyun suddenly recalled the little black donkey and said, You guys wait here, I will go into the secret room and contact an old friend. I will ask him if he has any methods. Xianyuan Wansi and others believe that Qingyun is a mortal Emperor Devil Mirror's disciple and also knows the mysterious great god Xian Wu. Qingyun hastily ran up the stairs and entered a secret room. Old Fox Huang is very strong, even if star-traveling pagoda is breached, he can still hold on for a while. Xiao Yuan said, Old Senior, don't go out unless you have no other choice. Old Fox Huang nodded and said, Let's discuss it now. If this pagoda is breached, how can we escape? This pagoda is truly finished, I will stake my life to buy time for you guys to escape before I die. Soon after, Old Fox Huang and the other youths discussed and prepared for the worst. Qingyun entered the secret room, took out the devil mirror and contacted the little black donkey. Little Black, I am in danger. Qingyun anxiously yelled after contacting the little black donkey, If I can't be saved, I will be done for. It is the middle of the night, the little black donkey woke up after hearing Qingyun's cry for help and yelled, Quickly speak, what is the danger? Qingyun explained the situation to the little black donkey. The little black donkey furiously cursed the star horse monkey, but it also has no way to save Qingyun. Little mortal, you can't die. You still have so many divine fruits, if you die, I won't be able to eat them, the little black donkey said in a very sad manner. What kind of situation is this? You are still thinking about those divine fruits. Qingyun cursed in low voice and then asked, Oh that's right, Old Fox Huang has a holy infant fruit, how can he use it? There are many ways to obtain the holy infant fruit's energy. First is to let the holy infant fruit release its energy on its own and let people and beasts absorb it. Second is to feed the holy infant fruit blood essence. This blood essence is a mixture of blood and mental power. After eating the holy infant fruit, it will release energy. Little mortal, even if you obtain the holy infant fruit's energy now, it will be useless. It will take a period of time to digest. Qingyun now knows how to use the holy infant fruit, but it is indeed useless. Is there any other way to use the fruit? Qingyun asked. There is, but I don't know. This fruit can't be eaten, so I didn't pay much attention to it. The black donkey pouted. Don't eat it directly. If it's serious, you might die from poisoning. I am not with you, of course I won't be able to save you. I am not with you, of course I have no way to save you. Little mortal, I believe that a foolish person like you will be able to pull through. The little black donkey laughed. I'm going to sleep now. I will hear your good news tomorrow. With that said, the black donkey severed the connection. Qingyun was so infuriated that he wanted to smash the magic mirror. The black donkey was still in the mood to sleep at a time like this. Star-traveling pagoda is continuously being bombarded. Every time it is bombarded, it will be sent flying far away. With this kind of speed, it will arrive at the altar before daybreak. Qingyun walked out of the secret room and arrived at the hall on the first floor. Star-traveling pagoda is still wrapped up by the green threads released by the star horse monkeys. Old Fox Huang said with self-blame, It is all my fault, I harmed you before dying. If the star-flying pagoda reached the altar, it would have been destroyed by the altar. I understand the altar's power. Little brother, we have discussed it. If the star-flying pagoda is destroyed by the altar, we will let Old Senior block the sacred desolate people. We will split up and escape. I, Dazhuang, Xianyuan siblings and Old Luo will form a team. You and Yuelan will form a team. We can only do this for now. Xiao Yuelan said. If something unexpected happens, you will have to act according to the situation. Rest assured, I will use all my strength, I will be able to block them. Old Fox Huang said. Qingyun sighed and said, The elder I contacted is also unable to help me. Luo Weizhuang patted Qingyun's shoulder and said, Of course. After all, this is Immortal Shan Great Desert, the strongest here are 9th layer great immortals. Even if those elders are immortal emperors, they cannot break the rules here. Star-flying pagoda did not get sent flying again because the star-flying monkey realized that it is very strenuous to do so. Although it can scare the people inside the pagoda, if it continues, it will consume a lot of strength. Therefore, the star-flying monkey can only release green threads to wrap around the star-flying pagoda and drag it towards the altar. Qin Yun and the others are discussing all kind of plans inside the first floor. At this time, the star-flying pagoda also stopped moving. The green thread suddenly disappeared. Qin Yun and the others can see the golden sun altar in the distance through the window. Sacred desolate people inside the sun altar have also discovered the star-flying pagoda. But they did not approach because they can sense the formidable aura of the star-flying pagoda. People inside the altar, I know that you want to destroy this pagoda, so I have brought it here. You should quickly begin, the star-flying monkey finished speaking and then moved to the distance to observe. Xianxia, who was inside the altar, hastily controlled the altar and gathered his power. This time, the altar condensed power even faster. Xiaoyuan said, I will summon Nether Realm Mad Dragon. Just as she summoned the Nether Realm Mad Dragon, the star-flying monkey shot out a very strong green light that exploded on the Nether Realm Mad Dragon's body. The Nether Realm Mad Dragon let out a roar, turned into black gas and dissipated. Nether Realm Mad Dragon has been killed. That damned monkey, I will make him die a miserable death. Xiaoyuan's face is filled with anger. The star-flying monkey is still nearby. Old Fox Huang is very calm now and said, if the star-flying pagoda is breached, it will surely erupt with a very strong power. I will protect you from the shockwave at that time. Sacred desolate people won't come here because the star-flying monkey is nearby. When the time comes, I will go out and fight to the death with the star-flying monkey. Qin Yun looked at Nian Yun and said, how many people can Xiao Huahua bring with her teleportation? She can bring me at most. If she brings another one, she will be injured. Nian Yun sighed and said, she is still a baby, if she grows up in 2 years, she will be able to bring more people. A small sun has already condensed on the top of the altar. Yuzhuekuan and others are at the entrance of the altar, they don't dare to go out. Qin Yun and others are really unlucky, they were actually sent back by a very strong inscription beast. Lan Bufan said with smile, this is very good, that farting pig will die for sure. What a pity. Women like Xiaoyuan and Xianyuan Wanzi are actually going to die. Yuzhuekuan sighed, it won't be too late to die after being fucked by me. Our altar will surely kill that pagoda and the people inside in an instant, a young man from Sacred Desolate said. Xiaoyuan and Xianyuan Wanzi are such sluts, if they die, they die. Without them suppressing us, our ranking will be even higher. Chui said with sneer. That inscription beast is still nearby, I think they want to lure us out? We shouldn't go there. The young man from Sacred Desolate said. The altar suddenly fiercely shook, the small sun condensed out suddenly flew to the sky and dropped toward star-flying pagoda like a meteor. Qin Yun is very angry in his heart, he has great affection for this star-flying pagoda but now it is going to be destroyed. You destroyed my star-flying pagoda, I will destroy your sun altar. Qin Yun looked at the sun altar and made a ruthless vow in his heart, he will definitely take revenge. Boom, the small sun smashed down and exploded with intense golden light. Golden flame enveloped a radius of several li star-flying pagoda exploded into pieces, golden fragments splashed all over the place. Star-flying pagoda burst into laughter, success. Yuzhuekuan and the others also let out a burst of cheers and hurriedly transmitted the scene just now to the magic mirror. After the small sun exploded, a sea of golden flame appeared. But within the sea of golden flame, one can still see a few people. Qin Yun and the others were not killed along with star-flying pagoda, this caused Yuzhuekuan's group to be unable to laugh. Old Fox Huang inside the star-traveling pagoda did not expect that after the small sun exploded, its power would be so dreadful. It caused the protective barrier he released to be unable to resist the impact power. However, in a moment of desperation, he unleashed all of his power and created 2 energy barriers to protect those young people. Xianyuan siblings, Luo Weizhuang, Shimen Dazhuang, as well as the big white pig were wrapped up by Old Fox Huang's power and pushed far away. Nian Yun, Xiaoyuan and Qin Yun who were tightly hugging their kitten, were wrapped up by another power and rushed towards another direction. Want to leave? Star-flying pagoda sneered and immediately rushed towards Nian Yun. Old Fox Huang is already exhausted, he is doing his best to recover his power. Qin Yun promptly used mysterious penetration divine ability and jumped out of the protective barrier. He released the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and smashed it towards the incoming star-flying pagoda. Seeing the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron flying over, star-flying pagoda punched and caused the cauldron to shake. Although the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron cracked open, it still burst out with a very strong power and sent the star flying. Nianyun, quickly take Yuan away. Just as Jinyan finished shouting, the terrified little gray cat promptly used spatial transfer and took Nianyun and Xiao Yuan away. Star-flying pagoda cursed a few times and then immediately attacked Shimanda Zhuang. At this time, old Fox Huang has already recovered a bit of power. He waved his walking stick and released formidable mental power to tie down the star-flying pagoda. The big white pig's running speed is very fast, moreover its tail suddenly became very long. In a panic, it tied up Shimanda Zhuang and the others and then began running towards the sea of flame. Old Fox Huang is now fighting against the star-flying pagoda. The star-flying pagoda is very powerful. In its anger, it beat Old Fox Huang's body black and blue with a few hits. Old thing, why didn't you just eat it earlier? Old Fox Huang cursed angrily, you were the one who let that little gray cat run away. That's a space inscription beast, damn old thing. Old Fox Huang scolded him as he beat him up. Qinyan could have run but he couldn't let go of Old Fox Huang. Previously, Old Fox Huang said that he would sacrifice himself and let Qinyan and company escape. Survival in adversity. Xiao Tianqiu stood at the entrance of the altar, and the juniors behind him cheered. They all believe that since star-traveling pagoda has been breached, even if the people inside can temporarily escape, they will definitely die. Yu Zuokuan smiled and said, Master Qiao, can we go take a look? Look for their dismembered bodies. Yeah. If we can get our hands on their corpses and post them on the magic mirror, we can establish our might. Lan Bufan said excitedly, it would be best if we can find their complete heads. That bastard Qin Yun, he was so arrogant while hiding in the pagoda, now he is finally dead, ha ha ha. Sacred Desolates Youths all said that they wanted to find Qin Yun's dismembered corpse. Because Qin Yun killed Pan Xingshi before, causing them to lose a lot of face. Xiao Tianqiu looked at the sea of golden flames ahead and said, you can go over. However, you definitely won't be able to find the dismembered corpses of Qin Yun and the others. Instead, you might be eaten. In that sea of fire, there are two powerful inscription beasts fighting. Even I might not be able to defeat them. Hearing Xiao Tianqiu's words, those young people looked at each other and gasped. They had thought that the star monkey had already left. Unexpectedly, not only did they not leave, they were also fighting with other powerful inscription beasts, because the flames on that side were very intense and the aura was very dense, all kinds of tyrannical and scorching auras. It was able to cover up the auras of the star monkey and Old Fox Huang. Inscription beasts love to eat sacred body. The reason why you were arranged to come to the immortal desolate is also because you have cultivated sacred bodies. Xiao Tianqiu looked at the 20-odd sacred desolate youths and said coldly, don't think that you are invincible. If you don't listen to my arrangements and wander around outside, you will easily become food for the inscription beasts. When the group of youths from the sacred wasteland heard this, their bodies trembled slightly. Originally, they did not have a clear understanding of the powerful inscription beasts outside. However, after witnessing the strength of the star monkey, he realized that the inscription beasts in the immortal Xian desert are very powerful. Yu Zuokuan and company were also secretly alarmed. When they came over, they did not encounter those powerful inscription beasts. Fortunately, they did not encounter them. At the same time, they envied the youths of the sacred desolate for being able to cultivate sacred body so early. Moreover, Xiao Tianqiu had told Yu Zuokuan and the others that if they could render meritorious service, they would be rewarded and might even be able to cultivate a sacred physique in advance. The people from Sacred Desolate have secret techniques and resources to cultivate sacred body and sacred spirit. And cultivating a sacred body and sacred soul was a necessary condition to enter the Sacred Desolate. This was also the reason why Yu Zuokuan and the others were willing to lower their heads. In the sea of fire, Qin Yun's body was buried in the sand. The flame here is very hot but it cannot hurt Qin Yun. His sacred body can resist it and the 9 Sun Divine Soul can also release its power to protect him. These flames were condensed from the Sun altar and were as powerful as the Sun flame. The 9 Sun Divine Soul could protect Qin Yun from being harmed by these flames. Qin Yan is controlling the Nine Sun Divine Spirit to absorb the burning flames. The Nine Sun Divine Soul's fourth pearl is empty and very spacious. Qin Yan stored the flame in the fourth bead. He planned on condensing it before attacking. Old Fox Huang was constantly being beaten by the Star Horse Monkey. The Star Monkey beat up Old Fox Huang not only to vent his anger, but also to make Old Fox Huang submit. Only when Old Fox Huang completely submits can the Star Horse Monkey completely subdue the runes on his body. Although Old Fox Huang is a very strong inscription beast, he has lived to the end of his life to have this kind of strength. In comparison, the Star Horse Monkey is very young and full of vigor. Old Fox Huang exhausted his whole life, but his strength is not as good as the young and vigorous Star Horse Monkey. This is the difference in potential. The Star Horse Monkey is a star rune beast. Its strength is indeed a lot stronger than ordinary inscription beasts. Qin Yan, who was in hiding, calmed himself down and found an opportunity to escape Old Fox Huang. Ling Yuner said, "Xiao Yun, the Star Horse Monkey is too hateful. He also destroyed Star Traveling Pagoda. If he eats Old Fox Huang, he will become even stronger." Qin Yan's devil mirror is vibrating. Someone is trying to contact him, but he doesn't have time to answer. Suddenly, Old Fox Huang was sent flying by the Star Horse Monkey's palm and landed on Qin Yan's side. Qin Yan promptly grabbed Old Fox Huang. "Wretched human! You actually cultivated sacred body!" The Star Horse Monkey shouted in alarm. Qin Yan suddenly appeared and released his strongest power, as well as his aura. Old Fox Huang did not expect that Qin Yan would not leave. Moreover, he would hide so well. The reason why Qin Yan can hide so well is because of his Nine Sun Divine Soul. It allows him to perfectly fuse with the sun fire. Die! The Star Horse Monkey opened his mouth and shot out a green light beam towards Qin Yan, who was drilling into the ground. Qin Yan used Mysterious Penetration Divine ability with Old Fox Huang and drilled into the ground. But he is a bit slow, mainly because the Star Horse Monkey's attack is too fast. Boom! Qin Yan and Old Fox Huang were hit by the green light energy and were sent flying. And Qin Yan is still tightly holding Old Fox Huang's wrist. After being hit by the Star Horse Monkey, Qin Yan's body feels like it is about to split apart. He has suffered very heavy injuries. On one hand, he is sacred body. On the other hand, Old Fox Huang blocked many of the attacks just now, otherwise Qin Yan would have been smashed to pieces. Eating sacred body, this is also very good. Inside the sea of flame, the Star Horse Monkey laughed sinisterly and rushed over. Although Qin Yun is injured, his recovery ability is very strong. A long saber filled with black gas suddenly appeared in his hand. He gripped the long saber in his hand and leaped up from the ground, slashing at the Star Monkey that was charging at him. The Star Horse Monkey is shocked once again. He thought that Qin Yun would be beaten like a dead dog. He did not expect that Qin Yun would be able to jump up, and his attack speed is very fast. After Qin Yun jumped up, he used Sacred Eye to teleport over. He held the slumbering Nether Spirit Sacred Blade and hacked at the Star Horse Monkey. Although the Star Horse Monkey dodged, he was still a bit slow. One side of his face and ear was chopped off. The Nether Spirit Sacred Blade finally landed on the Star Horse Monkey's shoulder and cut off one of its arms. Damn it! The Star Horse Monkey cursed in anger. He also felt how dreadful the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade is. Then he sent a palm attack towards the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade. The Nether Spirit Sacred Blade was sent flying. Hoo! The Nether Spirit Sacred Blade is slumbering and recovering. It is already very weak. Now that it was hit by the palm attack, the blade's recovery power scattered and turned into baleful energy that filled the sky. Qin Yun knows that the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade will have to start recovering again. Moreover, the damage this time will be even heavier. Come back! Qin Yun controlled the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade to fly back. The Star Horse Monkey saw that the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade is not damaged and felt extreme fear in his heart. He promptly retreated. This place is a sea of fire. The Star Horse Monkey retreated a few steps, and then he can no longer see Qin Yun. After Qin Yun took back the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade, he took the unconscious Old Fox Huang into the Nine Sun Divine Soul. He, on the other hand, used his Mysterious Penetration Divine Art and burrowed into the sand. Boom! The Star Horse Monkey knows that Qin Yun wants to run. He unleashed a ferocious beast power in front of him, blasting out a large amount of flame and sand, producing a heaven-shaking explosion. Qin Yun, who is seriously injured, crazily urged the immortal power inside the nether sun and transformed it into mysterious penetration divine ability power. This allowed his body to easily penetrate the sand and enter the depths of the sand. Then he quickly moved through the sand. Fortunately, he devoured Xianxia's power before and also ate a snake gall. The nether sun can refine those things into a large amount of immortal power and quickly replenish his consumption. Qin Yun doesn't know how long he has been moving through the sand. He did his best to drill down and then randomly moved through the sand. He traveled in every direction for 4 to 6 hours and then changed direction again. Even he doesn't know where he is now. 2 days and 2 nights passed by. Qin Yun dragged his seriously injured and exhausted body and slept in the depths of the immortal Xian Desert's sand. The 9 Sun Divine Soul on his wrist is calmly absorbing the Sun Divine power contained in the sand and nourishing his injured body. Qin Yun woke up after sleeping for a day. His body is in incomparable pain and it is difficult to move. The power that the Star Horse Monkey injected into his body is very strange, it is still continuously destroying his body. Damn Star Horse Monkey, just you wait. Don't think that you are unparalleled in immortal Xian Desert. If I had the cultivation of 9th layer upper immortal, coupled with the inscription equipment I refined, I would not let you have a good death. Qin Yun thought about how his star-traveling pagoda was destroyed and a burst of fury ignited in his heart. Previously, he wanted to leave immortal Xian Desert and return after he has the cultivation of 9th layer upper immortal. But now, he wants to stay in immortal Xian Desert for a period of time. He wants to obtain even more resources and become stronger. Xianxia, you destroyed my star-traveling pagoda, I will destroy the sun altar and accompany it in death. Qin Yun's desire to destroy the sun altar became even stronger and even more resolute. No matter how powerful the sun altar is, he must find a way to destroy it. Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, I am controlling the nether sun to devour and refine the Star Horse Monkey's strange power. So long as the power is suppressed, your injuries will heal very quickly. Qin Yun looked at old Fox Huang inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul. He is now like a lamp that has run out of oil, he can die at any time. Moreover, his injuries are very serious. Momo, make some longevity jade nectar for him to drink. Qin Yun said. Nangong Shuiru refined longevity jade nectar before and left a few bottles inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul. Qin Yun doesn't know whether or not longevity jade nectar is useful to old Fox Huang or not, he can only give it a try. Star Horse Monkey is very angry because he did not obtain anything, moreover, he wasted all his energy and one of his arms was cut off. He thought that after Star Traveling Pagoda was breached, he would be able to capture 1 or 2 people or maybe old Fox Huang and Little Grey Cat. But now, both the people and the inscription beast have run away. The golden flame seen not far from the altar also gradually extinguished. Yuzhuakuan and others waited for 2 days and saw that there is nothing there, they immediately cheered. However, Lan Bufan, who was looking at the devil mirror, suddenly said, they are not dead. Xian Yuan siblings and Luo Weizhuang have left immortal Xian Desert alive. Also Xiao Yuan and Nianyun, damn it. How did they return alive? Motherfucker. We are wanted by Xian Yuan and Luo family. This is troublesome, after we leave immortal Xian Desert, we must be a bit more careful. Wang Tingxin cursed in low voice, Xiao Yuan and Nianyun are also very awesome, although they did not express anything, they are very scary. Xiao Tianxu said, don't be afraid of them. If you can render meritorious service and cultivate our cultivation method, you will be able to quickly cultivate sacred spirit and sacred body. Once you leave immortal Xian Desert, you will immediately become formidable Xian immortals. Yuzhuakuan looked at the devil mirror and very excitedly said, Luo Weizhuang said that his benefactor died along with that broken pagoda. Is he saying that Qin Yun is dead? Very good. Chapter 1323, Eating Inscription Beast. The news of Lionhead's death quickly spread on the magic mirror. Because of Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror, the 2 words Qin Yun did not appear on the magic mirror. Therefore, Yuzhuakuan and the others could not post the 2 words. They could only use Lionhead to describe Qin Yun. Everyone knows that Lionhead saved Luo Weizhuang and obtained the praise of Luo Tian Immortal Emperor. And now that Luo Weizhuang said that his benefactor is dead, Yu Zuokuan and the others also believe it. Lan Bufan sighed and said, Qin Yan had a lot of golden grapes in his hands. It's such a pity that they are gone. Those golden grapes are indeed a pity. Xiao Tianxiu sighed lightly, that guy is dead, I will have an explanation to the higher-ups. Next, we will create an oasis around the altar and build a city. We will establish a sect here. Zheng Shuangzi said, Qin Yan is Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror's disciple and he has a good relationship with great god Xian Wu. Will Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror take revenge on us? Wang Tingxing said with sneer, what does this have to do with us? It's not like we killed Qin Yan. It was done by Inscription Beast. What are you afraid of? Even if Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror and great god Xian Wu come, we have Grandpa Qiao to protect us. Grandpa Qiao's words can make them kneel and lick our boots. Yu Zuokuan laughed mischievously and flattered Xiao Tianxiu. Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror and Little Black Donkey indeed believe that Qin Yan is dead and they are very angry. Especially Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror because he is worried that Netherworld Great Emperor will take revenge. Now Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror and Little Black Donkey are in contact. Great God Xian Wu, Qin Yan might already be dead, we can't contact him. Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror said, although his magic mirror is not damaged, in this kind of situation, he is most likely dead. Moreover, that brat Luo Weizhuang is very certain that Qin Yan is dead. Those sacred desolate bastards, I will definitely kill them. Little Black Donkey is very angry and replied. Great God Xian Wu, I heard that the altar in the immortal Xian desert will build a very big city and then accept disciples to strengthen their strength. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror said again, they are hiding inside, we can't go in and take revenge. The energy of the Divine Sunstone is not eternal. The mysterious immortal desert is formed by the Divine Sunstone. When its energy is exhausted, it will be their time. The Black Donkey replied with a few words before cutting off the connection. It was feeling very sad. In the sky above the profound immortal river, there was a large ship slowly flying along the profound immortal river. This was the Luo family's ship. Luo Weizhuang, the Xian siblings, Shimen Dazhuang, Nian Yun and Xiao Yuelan are all on the Luo family's ship. They are currently in a secret hall. Old Luo, release the news after some time. Tell me how Qin Yan died. Shan Yuanwan said, Qin Yan is definitely still in the immortal Xian desert. We must let Yu Zuokuan and the others think that Qin Yan is dead. This way, they won't continue to guard against Qin Yan. Nian Yun is holding the very weak-looking little gray cat. She lightly sighed and said, little brother is really something, he is so stubborn. Xiao Yuelan did not say anything because she is not surprised by Qin Yan's actions. I wonder how Uncle Qin is doing now. Did he rescue Senior Yellow Fox? Shimen Dazhuang drank tea and said, wait until I return to Shimen family, I will need some powerful equipment. Then I will bring some helpers and enter the immortal Xian desert again to capture the star monkey. Xiao Yuelan said, the immortal Xian desert is becoming more and more dangerous. As long as Qin Yan says the word, I will immediately go. I will also go. Nian Yun yelled. Brother Qin must be healing, so he can't reply to us. Luo Weizhuang said, I wonder if he will leave the immortal Xian desert after he recovers? It's hard to say, his star-traveling pagoda was destroyed by the altar, he must want to retaliate against those sacred desolate people. Xian Yuan Yefeng became very angry when talking about this matter, those bastards from Sacred Desolate, it was clearly their fault. They also tried to kill us, our Xian Yuan family must clearly settle this debt with them. Luo Weizhuang shook his head and said, Xiao Tianxiu's power will only grow bigger and bigger. They are now saying that they want to build a city, widely accept disciples and impart cultivation method to sacred body and sacred spirit, they will surely attract a large number of disciples from famous sects. Xian Yuan Wanzi coldly groaned and said, whoever goes is an idiot. Xiao Tianxiu's group is clearly taking in even more people to throw away their lives. We will first contact our elders and properly discuss the matter regarding the altar and sacred desolate people with them. Luo Weizhuang waved his hand. Xiao Yuelan and others also returned to their respective rooms. Qin Yan's injuries are very serious, the main reason is that the star monkey's power is very strange. After it entered his body, it is very difficult to expel. Fortunately he has neither sun, He can release nether sun flame and slowly transform it into the most primitive energy. It took Qinyan several days to expel the star monkey's power. Now he can begin to heal his seriously injured sacred body. Old Fox Huang also woke up inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul. What caused Qinyan to be pleasantly surprised is that after Old Fox Huang drank the longevity jade nectar, he became a lot more spirited. Senior, how do you feel now? Qinyan transmitted his voice into the Nine Yang Divine Soul and asked Old Fox Huang. Much better. I feel that I can still live for a few more years. Old Fox Huang is also very amazed. He did not expect that drinking the thing Qinyan gave him would actually prolong his life. This is a very heaven-defying thing. That's good. Qinyan laughed. We have passed through the crisis. Old Fox Huang is inside the first pearl of the Nine Sun Divine Soul. This is a small world. There are mountains, rivers, manors, flowers, and trees. They were all built by Xianxia and the others in the past. This place of yours is really not bad, Old Fox Huang chuckled and said, so there are people living here? Indeed. Qinyan recalled Xianxia and Shui Tianzi, he also missed them very much. I'm much better, let me go out and take a look at your injuries, Old Fox Huang said. Qinyan opened up a very narrow underground chamber deep underground and let Old Fox Huang out. As soon as Old Fox Huang came out, he unleashed his formidable mental power, making the underground room even more spacious. Although my body is injured, my soul is fine. My mental power is still very strong, Old Fox Huang said with smile. With me here, you can heal in peace. Qinyan nodded. Soon after, Old Fox Huang also released his mental power to assist Qinyan in healing his injuries. Old Senior, I am an inscription master. I am very curious about the runes on your body. What kind of runes did you transform into? Qinyan asked while healing his injuries. I am not very clear, Old Fox Huang laughed in self-deprecation, you might not believe me. I don't know anything about the runes on my body. I only know that those runes can allow me to possess very strong mental power. In fact, many inscription beasts don't know what kind of runes they have in their body. For example, that Pippy pig, he can't say what kind of runes he transformed into. Qinyan said with frown, I heard that the runes on the body of inscription beasts are the fusion of many kinds of runes. Finally, they give birth to a soul body and transform into a beast body. Yes. This process is very complicated and mysterious. It also requires a great opportunity. Old Fox Huang nodded and said. Then Senior, can you display the runes on your body? Qinyan asked. I can't do it and I don't know how to do it. However, I feel that if I can display it, it will definitely make me stronger. When Old Fox Huang spoke of this matter, his face was filled with yearning. Although I have no malice towards humans, I rarely come into contact with them. At most, I only observe their living habits from afar and think of ways to study them. I also want to learn how humans use runes. Inscription beasts are very mysterious. Even inscription beasts don't know how to use the runes in their body. This immediately aroused Qinyan's interest. He feels that he can properly dig out the strongest power of inscription beasts. Was the Sun Divine Stone summoned by you inscription beasts? Qinyan asked again. It was summoned by us. This is our instinct. We felt that the Nine Desolate Land was about to be destroyed and wanted to quickly obtain formidable power. Then, we sensed the Sun Core and let it summon the Divine Stone. Old Fox Huang sighed and said, I never expected that the altar would suddenly appear and experts from the sacred desolate land would come to capture us. Hearing Old Fox Huang mention the Sun Core, Qinyan and Ling Yan'er became very excited. Senior, do you know where the Sun Core is? Qinyan asked immediately. I don't know but I can sense it. As long as it's an inscription beast, they can sense the Sun Core. The reason why we can appear in the Nine Desolate is also because of the Sun Core. Old Fox Huang said, if we die, it will be the Sun Core that will allow us to be reborn. Qinyan suddenly felt that it is extremely possible that he can find the location of the Sun Core through the inscription beast. He now knows that it is very difficult to obtain the Sun Core. Because the Sun Core must be extremely large and possess extremely great power. I killed Blue Snake earlier and obtained a set of runes from Blue Snake. Qinyan thought of this matter and took out the Blue Snake skeleton. Those runes are inside the bones. Old Fox Huang used his mental power to carefully observe the bones. Then, he shook his head. I can't see the runes. Xianxia said with a smile, Senior, if the Star Horse Monkey eats you, it will be able to obtain your inscription ability, right? Then eat this bone and see if you can obtain Blue Snake's ability. Blue Snake died by your hands. If you want to eat it, it should be you eating it. Old Fox Huang shook his head and smiled. Blue Snake's soul should have already returned to the earth core. In a few years, it will be reborn. His runes will not disappear because of this. Xianxia suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, if there are very strong inscription beasts among you and you eat many inscription beasts, wouldn't you be able to form a very strong ability? And if inscription beasts can be reborn, it means that there will only be more and more inscription beasts and they will become stronger and stronger. Yes. That's why there will be all kinds of different types of inscription beasts and their numbers will also increase. Old Fox Huang said, this is also a great way for us inscription beasts to evolve and become stronger. Xianxia looked at the blue snake's bone and asked, if I eat the snake bone, will I be able to obtain the blue snake's ability? Awakening Runes Chapter 13:24. Awakening Runes. The inscription beast bones are very hard. Xianxia doesn't know how to eat them. How? How do I eat them? Xianxia looked at the blue snake's bones and felt a headache. This is indeed a problem, Old Fox Huang said with smile. I am not good at eating inscription beasts. I don't have any experience in this aspect. Xianxia picked up a piece of bone and bit it. He used all his strength but only managed to leave a bite mark. Old Fox Huang said, Xiaoqin, let's talk about it after your injuries are healed. All right. Xianxia stored the beast bones and took out the devil mirror. Many people have sent him messages. What caused him to be surprised is that the black donkey sent the most messages, followed by Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror. Nangong Shuiru, Xian Rujing, Xiao Yuelan and the others also sent many messages. Xianxia also sent them messages to inform them that he is safe. Soon after, he contacted the black donkey and told it not to tell Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror that he is still alive. The black donkey is very happy to know that Xianxia is still alive. It kept shouting loudly because it can still eat divine fruits. Xianxia looks down on the black donkey. He feels that it is always thinking about his divine fruits. 2 days later, Xianxia's injuries are more or less healed. This is also the benefit of having sacred body. Old Fox Huang's mood is very good. He thought that he would die of old age, but now not only he is still alive, he feels that he can live for a few more years. Xiaoqin, have you thought about how to eat the inscription beast bones? Old Fox Huang asked. This. I want to use fire to burn it, but I am worried that the runes inside will be destroyed. Xianxia took out the blue snake's bone. This is not a good method. Old Fox Huang shook his head. Xianxia asked, Senior, you have lived for so many years, you should know how other inscription beasts eat these bones, right? Old Fox Huang said, you can't learn it. Powerful inscription beasts eat them directly and then slowly refine them inside their body. This reminded Xianxia because his Nether Sun can devour all kinds of things. Yuner, can you release Nether Sun? Xianxia asked. It is not good to release it now, it can be easily sensed. There is an altar here, sacred desolate people might sense it. Ling Yuner said. Xianxia can also understand Ling Yuner's concerns. Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, how about this, you use mysterious penetration divine ability to cover the beast bone and then put it inside the Nether Sun. I can give it a try. Xianxia looked at the long set of blue snake beast bones and released a mysterious penetration divine ability to cover the beast bones. Then, he used a psychic power to control the animal bone and move it over. The snake's skull was very big, even bigger than a water jar. But strangely enough, it could constantly enter Xianxia's body. Old Fox Huang, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. He had seen a lot of things, but he had never seen such an ability. He could actually use his body to devour beast bones. Soon, all the bones of the blue snake entered the Nether Sun. When the Nether Sun devours things, even if they are very big or very sturdy, they will be warped and become smaller. Then they will enter the vast and boundless space inside the Nether Sun. Little Qin, your ability is really amazing. Old Fox Huang sighed. It's nothing much. Xianxia laughed. Nether Sun needs time to refine the snake bones. He doesn't know if it will have any effect in a short period of time. Senior, have you heard of fairies? Qin Yan suddenly asked. Of course I have. Old Fox Huang widened his eyes and asked, Little Qin, why are you asking about this? Could it be that you've seen fairies before? Old Fox Huang did not know that when he was unconscious, it was Momo who fed him the longevity jade nectar. However, Momo was a little afraid of Old Fox Huang waking up, so she hid. After Old Fox Huang woke up, he didn't see Momo. Qin Yan let Momo come out. Upon seeing Momo, Old Fox Huang's body trembled as he hurriedly shouted, This is the High Priestess of the Fairies. Momo was somewhat afraid of Old Fox Huang and hurriedly hid in Qin Yan's clothes. High Priest, please accept my bow. Old Fox Huang seemed very excited as he said with a trembling voice. Then, he knelt down and kowtowed to Momo. Qin Yan never expected Momo to be so respected by Old Fox Huang. Momo was also at a loss as she whispered, Grandpa, quickly get up. Qin Yan said with smile, Senior, when you were unconscious, it was Momo who fed you the longevity jade nectar. When Old Fox Huang heard that, he bowed again. Little Qin, you don't know. We inscription beasts have a god of inscription. As for the fairies, they can communicate with the god of inscription. Legend has it that the high priest of the fairies can obtain the power of the god of inscription, allowing the runes in our bodies to be used or evolve. Old Fox Huang said excitedly. I remember that the fairies can only evolve totem runes? Qin Yan held Momo in his palm and asked doubtfully. The runes in my inscription beast's body are a fusion of many runes. It is also a part of the totem runes. Old Fox Huang looked at Momo very respectfully and said, High Priest, can you see the runes in my body? Momo's eyes emitted a faint blue light, then she nodded and said, I can see it. Old Fox Huang is extremely happy. He is still kneeling on the ground and said excitedly, High Priest, please hold an awakening ceremony for me and awaken the runes in my body. Let me control the runes. Previously, Old Fox Huang said that he did not know how to control the runes in his body. It was also because he felt that he would not be able to meet the High Priest of the Fairies. He never expected to meet Momo here. Then what should I do? I don't really understand. Momo stood on Qin Yan's shoulder and looked at him with a confused expression. Old Fox Huang is stunned because he does not know what to do. He can feel that Momo is the High Priest of the Fairies, but he did not expect that she is a very young High Priest. Furthermore, she left the fairy race very early on. High Priest, give it a try. Rely on your intuition to do it. You can see the runes in my body, then you can awaken them and let them appear. Old Fox Huang thought for a moment and said respectfully to Momo, I'll give it a try. Momo looked at Old Fox Huang and said softly, I need some time to completely see the runes in your body. Old Fox Huang nodded with a pious expression. 2 hours later, the light in Momo's eyes suddenly turned red. Qin Yan suddenly sensed that something inside the nether sun is moving. It is not the blue snake bone but the heavenly Tao divine rune he devoured earlier. Old Fox Huang suddenly let out a painful cry. He is worried that he will scare Momo, so he immediately shouted, I'm fine, please continue. Qin Yan, who is at the side, also saw many white light runes drilled out of Old Fox Huang's body. These are the runes inside his body. After those light runes came out, they seemed to be dancing in joy. And Old Fox Huang's eyes also flickered with many runes, they are flickering with red light. Old Fox Huang's entire body is in endless pain, but he is extremely excited because he can feel that the runes inside his body are finally awakening. Inscription beasts can use their own runes. Only by understanding their own runes can they become stronger. I can endure it. Old Fox Huang gritted his teeth and shouted. Momo is also very worried because she saw that Old Fox Huang is in great pain. She said in low voice, Grandpa, are you in great pain right now? It's nothing, it's nothing. Old Fox Huang endured the pain and said with a forced smile. The awakening process lasted for more than 6 hours. After it stopped, Momo is very tired and quickly entered the 9 Sun Divine Spirit to rest. And Old Fox Huang is lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Success, success. Old Fox Huang slowly raised his hand, a string of runes overflowed from his hand. It flickered with white light and released a very strong mental power. Qin Yan can feel the dense power of the runes fluctuating. Where's the High Priest? I still haven't thanked her. Old Fox Huang said in a weak voice. She is very tired, she is resting. Qin Yan smiled. Old Fox Huang recovered very quickly. In just a moment, he can sit up. Then he took out a small cloth bag and handed it to Qin Yan. He said, "This is the holy infant fruit, help me pass it to the high priest." This? Qin Yan knows that this holy infant fruit is very important to Old Fox Huang. Xiao Qin, this holy infant fruit is for the high priest. I don't have anything else to give you for now, but I will definitely repay you. You have shown me great kindness, I will definitely engrave this kindness in my heart. Old Fox Huang said somewhat embarrassedly. Qin Yan took the holy infant fruit and handed it over to Momo. What surprised him is that after the holy infant fruit touched Momo, it released a burst of energy for Momo to absorb. After Momo absorbed that energy, not only did she recover very quickly, she also seems to have become a lot stronger. Qin Yan informed Old Fox Huang about this situation. Old Fox Huang chuckled and said, "This is the holy infant fruit's acknowledgement of the high priest. It is voluntarily offering its power, it is a good thing." "Senior, just call me Old Fox," Old Fox Huang chuckled and said. "Old Fox, this immortal Shan desert is formed from Sun Divine Stone, there should be a core manager, right?" Qin Yan asked. "For example, Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain is managed by Shan Tiger King. There should be. We are also looking for this boss but we can't find him." Old Fox Huang said with frown, "I suspect that the Lord of Immortal Shan Desert has not been born yet, or is cultivating in slumber." "Is it also an inscription beast?" Qin Yan asked. "It might be, it might not be." Old Fox Huang shook his head and said, "There is a heaven and earth inside Immortal Shan Desert. It does not occupy a large area of Immortal Desolate but the interior is very vast." Qin Yan said, "Old Fox, I want to quickly break through cultivation, I need to eat more holy fruits. Do you have a way to bring me to find more holy fruits?" "Of course. We inscription beasts all know that the divine tree in Immortal Shan Desert bears fruit. Those divine fruits are useless to us old guys but they are very useful to young little things." Old Fox Huang patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said with smile, "Xiao Qin, don't worry, I will definitely help you get many divine fruits." Qin Yan very happily said, "Thank you Old Fox." Suddenly, the earth fiercely trembled, Old Fox Huang and Qin Yan's expression slightly changed. They sensed a familiar aura, it is the Star Horse Monkey. "This bastard actually found his way here." Old Fox Huang grabbed Qin Yan and said, "I will help you escape." Alter Evolution hearing Qin Yan's words, Old Fox Huang's battle intent immediately ignited and he said, "Alright, I will go fight with the Star Monkey." Qin Yan hurriedly took out a magic mirror and storage Dharma treasure and handed them to Old Fox Huang. These were things that Old Fox Huang did not have. He did not have much contact with humans in the past, so he could not get his hands on good stuff. "We will contact each other later," Qin Yan said. "Little Qin, I suggest that you leave the profound immortal desert first." Old Fox Huang said, "The appearance of sacred desolate people in this immortal Shan Great Desert will definitely provoke those powerful inscription beasts. If those inscription beasts meet humans, they will definitely kill them all." Qin Yan nodded and said, "I understand. I will also leave the mysterious immortal desert. When we meet again, I will bring you the divine fruit." Old Fox Huang said as he rushed out. Qin Yan used the penetration divine ability to travel underground. Originally, he wanted to watch the battle between Old Fox Huang and the Star Ape. However, he was worried that he would become a burden to Old Fox Huang, so he could only stay away from the battle. After Old Fox Huang awakened the runes in his body, although he experienced pain, he quickly recovered. Now he is full of energy, he will definitely be able to fight with the Star Monkey for a while. After Qin Yan distanced himself from the battlefield, he drilled out of the sand. It is night time now, he released some black gas through nether sun and wrapped up his body, hiding in the darkness. He took out a tool that could guide them out of the immortal profound desert. "Next time I come, I will surely take revenge for Star Traveling Pagoda." Qin Yan looked at the sky and then started running. Previously, when he came in, it was because of the Star Traveling Pagoda that he was somewhat confident. Now that Star Traveling Pagoda has been destroyed, it will be very dangerous for him to be alone. Even if Old Fox can't defeat the Star Monkey, he should be fine. Qin Yan hid in the depths of the sand layer and used the mysterious penetration divine ability to run underground. This was to avoid being encountered by inscription beasts with strong perception. Ling Yin'er said, "Little Yun, your harvest this time is not small. Especially killing the blue snake, not only will you be able to eat the snake's gallbladder, you will also be able to obtain the blue snake's inscription ability." Qin Yan said with smile, "Yes." Momo also obtained a holy infant fruit. Momo, who is inside the 9-sun divine soul, is currently playing with the holy infant fruit. Little Jade Rabbit and Yang Yang were asleep. With the holy infant fruit accompanying Momo, she didn't feel bored. Little Mo. How much do you know about the holy infant fruit? Qin Yan asked. Big brother, after the holy infant fruit finishes releasing its energy, it can still be replenished, but it needs to absorb the sun god's power. Momo said, "The energy released by the holy infant fruit is very useful to us. After I absorbed it, I became much stronger." Qin Yan thought that after the holy infant fruit released its energy once, it wouldn't release it again. He never expected that it could absorb the sun divine power to replenish itself. "Is the holy infant fruit willing to release its energy for me to absorb?" asked Qin Yan again. "Of course. This little baby is very obedient to me." Momo smiled. Qin Yan plans to find a safe place to research the evil god altar after leaving the immortal Xian desert. On the way, Qin Yan received a call request from Xiao Yuelan. "Yuelan, I am leaving the immortal Xian Great Desert." Qin Yan asked, "Where are you?" "I have returned to the Guanghan Palace." "Do you still want to enter the immortal Xian desert in the future?" Xiao Yuelan said, "If you don't go in, I will eat the golden grape and break through to Xian Immortal." "I still want to go in." "Yuelan, eat the golden grape." "Don't worry about me," Qin Yan said. "No way. Next time you go in, I want to go with you. If you don't bring me along, you're dead." After Xiao Yuelan finished speaking, she cut off the connection. Qin Yan sighed lightly. He is very happy in his heart because Xiao Yuelan is very concerned about him. I wonder how to contact that little girl Nian. Her little flower is very awesome. Qin Yan thought that the next time he enters the immortal Xian desert, he will go find Nian and ask her to bring little gray cat along. Ling Yin'er said with charming smile, "You can go find Dazhuang, his fart pig is very awesome." Shiman Dazhuang's fart pig attracted a lot of hatred before and at the critical moment, it can intimidate enemies. Yuzuan and the others are gnashing their teeth in hatred towards the big white pig. Especially Lan Bufan, he fainted from the big white pig's fart and became a laughingstock. Qin Yan used the devil mirror to contact Luo Weizhuang and asked, "Old Luo, where is Dazhuang? Did he leave any way to contact you?" "Dazhuang has returned to Shiman family. He said that he will come find me in a few days." "Brother Qin, are you still in the immortal Xian desert?" Luo Weizhuang said with smile, "It's good that you are fine. You are my life savior. My grandfather said that he wants to meet you face to face when he has time to thank you." Luo Tian Immortal Emperor is still with the sun-suppressing divine arrow. The sun-suppressing divine arrow has already shown some movement. Those 9 dragons that suddenly appeared are very likely very strong inscription beasts. "All right," Qin Yan replied. The mysterious and dangerous immortal Xian desert, the veil of mystery has been gradually lifted. Especially those formidable inscription beasts inside, they have already been announced by Luo Weizhuang and the others. The one who understands inscription beasts the most is Old Fox Huang. When Luo Weizhuang and the others were in Star Traveling Pagoda, they learned many things about inscription beasts from Old Fox Huang. This way, it is not only sacred desolate people who want to capture inscription beasts. Immortal Desolate's formidable inscription factions also want to research inscription beasts. They want to obtain even more formidable and mysterious runes. Now they are gathering experts and preparing to set out. The ones who are most clear about these runes are Shiman family. Qin Yan asked Shiman Dazhuang a few things before, but Shiman Dazhuang kept his mouth shut. He did not say anything about their Shiman family's research on inscription beasts. Hua la la, Immortal Xian River ferociously traversed the Immortal Xian Desert. Qin Yan finally arrived at the side of Immortal Xian River. He has been running for several days now. What made him feel relieved is that Old Fox Huang sent news that Qin Yan is suppressing the Star Horse Monkey. Now he is chasing the fleeing star horse monkey. Old Fox Huang regards Qin Yun as his great benefactor. Moreover, he feels guilty towards Qin Yun in his heart. The main reason is because he feels that Star Traveling Pagoda's destruction was caused by him. Therefore, he wants to kill the Star Horse Monkey. On one hand, he wants to avenge Qin Yun's Star Traveling Pagoda, on the other hand, he wants to give the runes inside the Star Horse Monkey to Qin Yun. Qin Yun also warned Old Fox Huang to be a bit more cautious and not let the Star Horse Monkey sneak attack him again. Old Fox Huang being able to beat the Star Horse Monkey means that his strength has increased greatly. After the runes inside his body awakened, he burst out with power that even a star rune beast like the Star Horse Monkey is unable to resist. Qin Yun walked along Immortal Xian River and finally left the Immortal Xian Desert. Then he rushed towards Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain. On the way, Qin Yun contacted Nangong Shuiru and told her to climb to the summit of Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain and wait for him there. Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain is the safest place in Xian Province for Qin Yun. Nangong Shuiru knows that Qin Yun has something important to discuss with her, so she rushed to Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain overnight. She even brought along Little Phoenix. Qin Yun arrived at the summit of Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain and saw Nangong Shuiru and Little Phoenix waiting there. Little Phoenix is playing with a group of palm-sized monkeys. Nangong Shuiru is studying a few divine trees on the summit. Xian Tiger King is sitting on a rock. Seeing Qin Yun arrive, he said with smile, "Shuiru, your Xiao Yun has arrived." Nangong Shuiru said with smile, "What Xiao Yun? If you say that, I will feel very embarrassed." Xian Tiger King, long time no see, it seems like you have become a lot stronger. Qin Yun said with mischievous smile, "Now I want to stay here for a few more years." Then he looked at Nangong Shuiru. Little Phoenix has also arrived beside Nangong Shuiru. Little Phoenix is wearing the same snow-white dress as Nangong Shuiru. It can be seen that Nangong Shuiru considers Little Phoenix to be her little sister. Little Phoenix greeted Qin Yun with a sweet smile. Nangong Shuiru is the same as before, her temperament is elegant and moving. Her gentle smile made her look even more beautiful and stunning. "Xiao Yun, what important matter do you want me to do here?" Nangong Shuiru asked with smile. Qin Yun asked Nangong Shuiru to come here mainly because he wants her to help modify the evil god altar. Last time, Nangong Shuiru participated in the modification of the evil god altar. Qin Yun explained the details of the modification to Nangong Shuiru. Then he took out the 6-layer evil god altar and another 6-layer evil god altar. Looking at these altars, Nangong Shuiru suddenly has a very familiar feeling. Xian Tiger King and Little Phoenix are also very curious about the evil god altar. What Nangong Shuiru wants to do is take out one of the 6-layer evil god altar and erase the runes on it. Then she will cooperate with Qin Yun and fuse the runes into the evil god altar. Nangong Shuiru is very interested in this matter. She is very happy to participate because it will increase her understanding of all kinds of runes. Last time, Qin Yun and Nangong Shuiru were not immortals. But now, they are ascendant immortals, so it is much easier and faster for them. In less than half a day, they finished the modification and created a 7-layer evil god altar. I wonder if I can open the sacrificial altar here. Qin Yun looked at the evil god sacrificial altar and muttered. We will know after we try. Xian Tiger King said with smile, I also want to see how the gods of Divine Desolate take out things after the evil god altar is opened. Only Xian Tiger King, Nangong Shuiru and Little Phoenix can be trusted here. Immortal beasts and immortals are not allowed to get close to the Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain, so it is very well hidden. Qin Yun took out the large golden devil horn and placed it on the altar. Then he said to Evil God, I am preparing to open the Evil God altar, are you ready? Nangong Shuiru pulled Little Phoenix and stood beside Xian Tiger King. She is worried that after the Evil God altar is opened, it will create a very large energy wave. Evil God's voice can be heard, I have already prepared, begin. The Evil God altar can be big or small, now it looks like a large table on the ground. This time Qin Yun doesn't need to sacrifice anything because Evil God promised him that after the Evil God altar becomes 7 layers, he will reward Qin Yun. The large golden devil horn released a very strong energy, causing the Evil God altar to slightly tremble. Not long after, a burst of spatial fluctuation arrived. A booklet appeared on the altar, as well as some golden powder. One thought Imperial Heaven Qin Yun walked over and put away the booklet. Then he used his mental power to collect the divine iron powder and put it into a transparent box. The amount of divine iron powder he collected is only the size of a palm. Just a barrel of divine iron powder has become so little. So little. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, "Be content. After some time, you will be sacrificed to death and I will give you more divine iron powder. This time, because I gave you a book, it took up a lot of space and energy." Evil God said. Qin Yun stored away the altar and the large golden devil horn. Nangong Shuiru, Little Phoenix, and Xian Tiger King are looking at Qin Yun in a daze. They thought that after the altar is opened, it will be a very sacred process. For example, Qin Yun will very respectfully ask God to reward him. But now it seems like Qin Yun is looking down on the god and the god is not saying anything. This makes them think that the god is a fake god. Qin Yun arrived in front of Nangong Shuiru and said with smile, "Shuiru, I will give you a bit. This is divine iron powder. If you add a bit during tool refining, it will become very strong in all aspects." "Are there a lot of godly metal fans?" Little Phoenix asked curiously. "It is not heavy, it is even lighter than sand." "Could it be that it is fake?" Qin Yun suddenly recalled this matter. "Try it and you will know." Nangong Shuiru laughed, grabbed a bit of divine iron powder and placed it on her palm. Her palm immediately ignited with raging flame and began burning the light golden divine iron powder. Nangong Shuiru's flame is very hot. Even though she is using her mental power to condense it on her palm, the heat still overflowed and enveloped the entire mountain peak. After a while, Nangong Shuiru very happily said, "I can now confirm that this powder is very resistant to burning. I will continue to burn it." After a while, the light golden powder has not changed at all. After Nangong Shuiru extinguished the flame, she said with smile, "Xiao Yun, this should be a real divine iron powder." "That's good." Qin Yun mischievously smiled and gave some to Nangong Shuiru. Nangong Shuiru also doesn't want too much. To her, even a little bit of divine iron powder is very useful during tool refining. Then Qin Yun gave Nangong Shuiru 2 golden grapes. Nangong Shuiru also gave Qin Yun 2 bottles of immortal pills. One bottle contains senseless immortal pills. After eating them, you won't feel any discomfort. These were the fruits of the senseless immortal tree. As for the other bottle of celestial pills, they were upper origin celestial pills. Consuming them would help one break through to the upper celestial stage. Nangong Shuiru and Little Phoenix hastily returned to the Nangong family. Nangong Shuiru has to take care of those immortal medicines, she can't leave for too long. "Brother Hu, this is for you." Qin Yun took out a golden grape. These golden grapes are useless to Qin Yun. Although he can sell them, he does not want to sell them. It would be bad if he accidentally fell into the hands of Yuzuekuan and the others. "This is really a good fruit, it's useful to me. Don't worry, I won't take you for nothing." Mystic Tiger King said with a mischievous laugh. A thumb-sized crystal suddenly appeared in one of his tiger eyes. Qin Yun hurriedly grabbed it and asked, "What is this?" "A fragment of sun core. My luck is pretty good, I found it on this divine mountain." Mystic Tiger King said. Qin Yun's heart is greatly shaken. The fragment of sun core that Nian Yun has been looking for all along is actually like this. "I thought it could only be found inside the sun altar." Qin Yun said in amazement. "Not necessarily. Sun divine stones also fell out from inside the sun. These sun divine stones also have some sun core fragments." Mystic Tiger King said with smile, "This thing should be useful to you, it can be used to refine tools." Qin Yun took out some materials, among them there are many immortal beast bones. He very quickly refined a 7-storied bone pagoda. He wants to stay here for a period of time and cultivate the mental power divine technique passed down by Evil God. Qin Yun is inside a secret room inside the pagoda. He opened the booklet he received from the altar. Golden divine light flickered inside, then a large amount of divine light suddenly rushed out and pounced towards Qin Yun's face. "Ah!" Qin Yun immediately screamed in pain. The divine light rushed out of the booklet and entered Qin Yun's head through his eyes, nose, and ears. Qin Yun screamed in pain, he feels as if his soul is being torn apart. The pain lasted for more than an hour before it stopped. Motherfucker, what the hell is this thing? Xianxia gasped for breath. Just now, he felt as if his soul was about to fly away and scatter. Very soon, he realized that the pain he just endured was worth it. Because some memories suddenly appeared in his mind, it is that divine cultivation technique. This kind of feeling is as if he is already very familiar with that divine cultivation technique. He even has a very deep understanding of it. However, he needs to start cultivating from the beginning. Is this the divine technique for cultivating mental power? Xianxia took out the large golden devil horn and contacted Evil God. Yes, it is called One Thought Imperial Heaven Art. Evil God said with smile, it means that as long as your mental power is strong enough, you can control the heavens with a thought. So awesome? Is it just bragging? Xianxia very happily said. Of course it is the most awesome. How can there be such a powerful divine technique? It is just a resounding name. The main thing is to let people know that this divine cultivation technique is very powerful. It can let you cultivate formidable mental power and soul. Evil God said with mischievous smile, if you want something, remember to collect enough dead souls for me to sacrifice. Xianxia groaned, stored away the large golden devil horn, then took out the devil mirror and contacted Xianxia. Ice and Snow Goddess, Evil God gave me a book. It is called something like One Thought Imperial Heaven Art. Have you heard of it? When I opened the book, I felt unbearably painful. Xianxia said. One Thought Imperial Heaven Art? This kind of cultivation technique with such a frightening name is generally trash. Moreover, when you open the book, the cultivation technique and all kinds of comprehension will automatically merge with your soul. This is the fastest way to impart cultivation techniques. However, if it is a bad quality cultivation technique, the imparting process will be very rough and will cause great pain to your soul. Xianxia curled her lips and said. Xianxia cursed Evil God in his heart, he actually gave him such a trash thing. Xianxia seems to have guessed what Xianxia is thinking and said again, don't look down on this cultivation technique. Evil God is very considerate. A cultivation technique that can be made into a cultivation technique is very good. Even if it is bad, it is still better than immortal desolate and sacred desolate cultivation techniques. I know. Xianxia nodded and then asked, since you are together, has there been any progress on sun-suppressing divine arrow? What progress can there be? Everyone is the same, they are just looking at the few stinky dragons on the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Humph. I really want to kill one and eat it. Xianxia coldly groaned and said, it seems like none of us can obtain sun-suppressing divine arrow. If you want to obtain sun-suppressing divine arrow, you must obtain sun cores. 9 sun cores correspond to 9 sun-suppressing divine arrows. Xianxia said. How do you know? Did Evil God tell you? Xianxia hastily asked. Indeed. Xianxia nodded. All right. Xianxia cut off communication, it is unknown what she wants to do. Xianxia took out the immortal graveyard diagram and tried to contact Xiaqiru. He tried for a long time but failed, so he can only give up. Then, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate the One Thought Imperial Sky technique. What caused him to be pleasantly surprised is that his nether moon has a very strong reaction and is absorbing energy from nether Sunday. Nether sun has a lot of energy stored inside, it is being released bit by bit. And now nether moon is rapidly absorbing energy from nether Sunday. Xiaoyun, nether sun has snake gallbladder and Panxingshir's energy, it is just the right time to use them. Ling Yuner said in pleasant surprise, it seems like nether moon and nether sun are establishing close connection. Xianxia can now sense that his mental power has clearly increased. Xianxia is completely clueless about cultivating nether moon and nether Sunday. Because he has no one to guide him, he also has no reference. He can only try to cross the river by feeling the stones. He originally thought that nether sun was mainly responsible for cultivating body and nether moon was responsible for strengthening mental power and soul. Now it seems like nether moon can become stronger through nether Sunday. Xianxia stayed inside Star Traveling Pagoda for a few days. Now his mental power has greatly increased, it can make his perception even stronger. It can also allow him to better avoid other people's perception and even confuse other people's perception. I can take a break. Xianxia took a deep breath. After cultivating for a few days, he wants to go out and take a walk. When Xianxia walked out of the pagoda, he saw that among the group of palm-sized monkeys, there was a little gray cat. That small gray cat and those monkeys are playing together. They are jumping around on a few divine trees on the mountain peak. Since the small gray cat is here, then Xianxia is also here. Xianxia looked and indeed saw a cute little girl wearing white skirt sitting under a divine tree. Her eyes are closed and she is currently cultivating. Why is Xianxia here? Xianxia is very shocked in his heart. If Xianxia had a tracking talisman or something, she would indeed be able to track him. But Xianxia doesn't have such a thing, and yet she is able to find Xianxia like a ghost. Xianxia is very mysterious. She has the appearance of a little girl, but she is not a real little girl. The power she controls is also very mysterious and strange. Xiaoyun, last time you contacted Sister Kiru in Immortal Shan Great Desert through Immortal Graveyard Diagram. Not long after, Xianxia appeared. A few days ago, you contacted Sister Kiru using Immortal Graveyard Diagram, and now Xianxia is here. Don't you feel that Xianxia has a very familiar feeling? Could it be that she is Sister Kiru? Xianxia has not seen Xia Kiru for a very long time. Although he has some impression of Xia Kiru's appearance, it is not very deep. He only knows that she is a very beautiful and very gentle big sister. If Xia Kiru turned into a little girl, he would not be able to recognize her. If Xianxia is really Sister Kiru, then could it be that she has forgotten me? Even if she has forgotten me, she should not have forgotten Yuan. Also, how did she come to Immortal Desolate? Moreover, she turned into a little girl. Xianxia is very shocked in his heart. I guess she lost her memory and only has a vague feeling towards you. Bring her into the pagoda and take out the Immortal Graveyard Diagram to confirm. Ling Yin'er said. Inner Core Fragment Chapter 1327, Core Fragment. Little brother, it's good that you are fine. I was so worried about you. Xianxia sweetly smiled at Xianxia, her voice is soft and tender, her eyes are filled with sincere joy. Xianxia, how did you know I was here? Xianxia asked with smile. I also don't know, I just sensed that you were here, so I came to take a look. Xianxia's small willow-shaped eyebrows are slightly knitted. Speaking of which, it is really strange, I immediately sensed that you were here. Xianxia decided to ask Xianxia some things and then brought her into the pagoda. After Xianxia entered, she said with smile, Little brother, is your pagoda as awesome as Star Traveling Pagoda? Of course not. Far from it. Xianxia sighed. That altar destroyed your Star Traveling Pagoda, I will surely avenge you. Xianxia faintly smiled at Xianxia and comforted him. Xianxia can sense that Xianxia is indescribably concerned about him. He promptly took out the Immortal Graveyard Diagram and said, Xianxia, do you recognize this? The Immortal Graveyard Diagram is divided into 4 parts, one is in Xia Kiru's hand, the other 3 are in Xianxia, Xiao Yuan and Qi Melian's hands. Ah! Of course I have it. Xianxia cried out in alarm. She hastily took out the Immortal Graveyard Diagram and said in amazement, Little brother, I was able to sense your location because of this beast's skin. The Immortal Graveyard Diagram in Xianxin's hand is completely blank, nothing can be seen. The content of the Immortal Graveyard Diagram has been very cleverly concealed. Xianxia is shocked and also very happy seeing Xianxin's Immortal Graveyard Diagram. He is now very certain that this little girl named Xianxia is Xia Kiru. Xianxia, do you really not remember anything? Why are you in Immortal Desolate? Why do you have this beast skin in your hands? Xianxia looked at the adorable and confused face. Xianxia rubbed the solar system with her hands, she shook her head with frown, I don't know, I suddenly woke up and found myself in this world. Then I had all kinds of strange and chaotic memories, I can't put them together. Then why do you know that your name is Xianxia? Xianxia is bewildered hearing this and asked again. Because I have always been thinking about a person named Xiaoyun, it should be you. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said softly, do you know about me? I feel like I should have known you before. And their relationship is very good. Xianxia's heart immediately warmed and he felt very touched. Even though Xia Kiru lost her memories, she still missed him very much. Of course I know, you are my big sister Grand Preceptor. Xianxia smiled in gratification, I don't know if I should call you Xianxia or Sister Kiru now. Ah? The little girl was very surprised and also somewhat happy. She hurriedly said, "Can you tell me about me? I know I lost my memories." Xianxia nodded and told the little girl about how he met Xiaqiru when he was young, as well as many things that happened later on. After the little girl heard this, she was silent for a long time. Then, she smiled, "Then you can call me Sister Kiru. When I saw you, I felt that you were a little brother. It seems that although I have lost my memory, my intuition is still correct. But I like to call you Nianyun." Xianxia smiled, then reached out his hand to touch that cute little face. He remembered that when he was young, Xiaqiru would often pinch his face. However, he did not expect that there would be a day when Xiaqiru would become a little girl and even lose her memories. Xiaqiru wrinkled her little nose and said with an annoyed smile, "Xiao Yun, don't pinch me, I am your sister Kiru. When I was young, you often pinched me. It was you who passed on this bad habit to me." Xianxia giggled and said, "Now it's my turn to pinch you back." Xiaqiru lightly pouted and said with charming smile, "When I recover my memories and turn back into an adult, I will pinch you back." "Oh, that's right, Xiao Yun, you said that I am the daughter of the immortal desolate great emperor? Then it would be best if people don't know that I am Xiaqiru, let them think that I am Nianyun." Xiaqiru said with gentle smile, "In private, you can call me Sister Kiru. Nianyun is my nickname." Xianxia looked at the little girl in front of him. He really did not expect that he would meet Sister Kiru again in such a strange situation. What made him very happy is that even though Sister Kiru lost her memories, she is still very concerned about him and misses him very much. "Sister Kiru, last time in Immortal Shan Great Desert, you were really heavy-handed." Xianxia curled his lips and said, "About that. I also don't know why, I suddenly wanted to test your strength and see how strong your body is. In short, I couldn't help it." Xiaqiru gently smiled, "I also said later that I would pinch your face." Back then, Xiaqiru let Xianxia cultivate immortal devil body. Therefore, she always wanted to see how strong Xianxia's sacred body is. Xianxia suddenly let the nine-sun divine spirit appear on his wrist and said, "Sister Kiru, you should also have this kind of thing, right?" Xiaqiru pulled open the white gauze cloth on her wrist and a white bracelet appeared. Xianxia's nine-sun divine spirit is black and Xiaqiru's nine-yin divine spirit is white. "I also have one, what is this thing?" Xiaqiru asked. "I'm not too sure, I'm afraid only you know better." Xianxia shook his head. Xiaqiru also encountered heavenly punishment and her situation is even more serious than Xianxia's. Not only she was forgotten by others, even she herself lost her memories and turned into a little girl. Xianxia took out some immortal fruits and gave them to Xiaqiru to eat. Xiaqiru is sitting on a chair, very happily swinging her legs and eating those immortal fruits. Her appearance is very cute. "Why don't you go to Guanghan Palace? Although the people in Guanghan Palace have forgotten you, you should go to Guanghan Palace," Xianxia said. He feels that Xiaqiru going to Guanghan Palace should be the safest. Xiaqiru shook her head and said, "I also want to go but my intuition tells me that I can't go to the moon. If I go to the moon, I will fall into a hopeless situation. There is something on the moon that makes Xiaqiru afraid, or maybe there is something that can probe her soul." Xianxia promptly took out the golden devil mirror and sent a message to Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor. He wants Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor to prevent any information related to Xianqiru from appearing on the Devil Mirror. Even the information related to Nianyun and the 10 great exalted immortal girls must be deleted. Master Netherworld, Xianqiru is a woman who has very good relationship with Master Fuyun. I have already blocked all information related to her. "Who is that little girl called Nianyun?" Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor inquired. "Don't ask too much, just do as I say." Xianxia now understands why he could not find any information related to Xianqiru. Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor sent another message, "Netherworld Great Emperor, there is news that Master might be dead, what should we do?" "Dead, I want to see the corpse." Xianxia did not say whether he is still alive or not. Soon after, Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor also did the same and deleted all information related to one of the 10 great exalted immortals. Xianxia used the Devil Mirror to search for a while and indeed did not find any information related to Nianyun's name. He is also worried that Xiaqiru's cute little girl appearance would be spread on the Devil Mirror. Soon after, Xianxia contacted Xian Rujing. "Great Goddess Rujing, do you still remember Xianqiru?" Xianxia asked. Of course I remember, after she reincarnated, she changed her name to Xiaqiru. What happened to her? Did she come to Immortal Desolate? Xianrujing asked. Qin Yan is now certain that people who cultivate sacred spirit can recall Xianqiru's matter. Qin Yan looked at Xiaqiru, who has turned into a little girl, and reported this matter to Xianrujing. After Xianrujing heard this, she is greatly shocked. I really did not expect this. I really did not expect this. It seems like she must have done something even more heaven-defying to be punished by heaven. How can she recover her memories? Qin Yan asked. I don't know, maybe she needs to cultivate sacred spirit. Xianrujing paused for a bit and said, let's take it slow, her current situation should be pretty good, right? Qin Yan said. That's good. Wait until I finish my business here, I will go see her. Xianrujing finished speaking and then cut off communication. Xiaqiru ate a few immortal fruits and said, Xiaoyun, I will go rest, I might need to sleep. Anyway, I need to sleep for a long time every once in a while. Qin Yan knows that Xiaqiru wants to suppress her soul. Sister Kiru, why are you looking for Sun Core Fragment? Qin Yan took out the Sun Core Fragment given to him by Xian Tiger King. Ah. You found it? Xiaqiru is very shocked, her eyes and mouth are wide open. Indeed. Qin Yan said with smile, Brother Tiger gave it to me. What is the use of it? I will give it to you. This. I also don't know. My chaotic memory tells me that Sun Core can temporarily repair a hammer. Xiaqiru puffed up her cheeks, looking at the Sun Core Fragment and recalling. She thought for a bit and said again, after Xiaohua eats it, she will grow even faster. Qin Yan's heart trembled. Repairing a hammer for a person is the same as repairing a 9-sun divine hammer for him. How useful is this for Xiaohua? Qin Yan looked at little gray cat outside. The core fragment is too little, it is not very useful for her. Xiaqiru said with smile, Xiaohua can eat the divine fruit now, this core fragment should be very useful. Xiaoyun, you are an inscription master, you should keep it for yourself. Soon after, Xiaqiru called little gray cat over. Qin Yan promptly went to prepare a quiet room for Xiaqiru to sleep. After finishing, Xiaqiru went into seclusion to sleep. As for little gray cat, it is still playing outside. Inside the secret room, Qin Yan took out the 9-sun divine hammer that has lost its luster. Ling Yuner said, Sister Kiru said that it can temporarily repair 9-sun divine hammer. In other words, this small fragment can temporarily repair 9-sun divine hammer. It should be. It seems like I will have to collect even more Sun Core fragments. Qin Yan said with smile, if 9-sun divine hammer can temporarily repair, I will have to hurry up and refine tools. He just obtained divine iron powder, moreover he also has an immortal king beast horn. If used properly, he can refine very strong immortal tools. Heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and nether spirit sacred blade are damaged and are currently repairing themselves. What he needed now was a better piece of armor. The man who took the aeronaut. Only could the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet be used for battle and defense, it could also be used to capture people. In the future, Qin Yan will have to enter the immortal Shan Desert. He will encounter powerful inscription beasts. If he had a powerful defensive tool, he would be even safer in the immortal Shan Desert. When he reforged the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet, he would make some modifications to it, adding some more useful abilities. I wonder if Shui Ru will have time to come and help. Qin Yan took out a small box and looked at the divine iron powder inside. What made him feel somewhat regretful was that Yang Yang was in a deep slumber. If he had Yang Yang's flame to help him, it would definitely be much better. Also, he had taken out the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron to block the star monkey, but it had been cracked and would need some time to repair itself. Xiaoyun, didn't you absorb and store a large amount of sun fire in the fourth pearl of the 9-sun divine spirit? Ling Yuner said with a smile, the sun fire condensed by the altar is still very strong. Yes. Qin Yan immediately looked at the 9-sun divine soul's fourth pearl. Although the sun fire inside is not as strong as Yang Yang's, it is enough. You have a strong mental force and can control the sun's fire. Besides, don't you still have the 9-sun divine soul? With this kind of divine tool, you can easily control the sun fire. Ling Yuner said again, using the sun fire to burn the divine iron powder shouldn't be a problem, right? Qinyan nodded, wait for me to organize my thoughts on refining the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet, then I will immediately begin refining it. He planned to use the materials he had collected to refine an even stronger heaven and earth devil sealing goblet. At the very least, it would be able to withstand the power of the star monkey. Even if it's Xiao Tianxu's attack, I have to block it. Qin Yan said in his heart and then let Momo come out. Back then, Momo recorded the runes of the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet. Moreover, Momo also recorded all kinds of powerful runes. In addition, he also planned to let Momo evolve the star runes, moon runes, and sun runes that she had mastered. Momo, I'll have to trouble you next. Qin Yan looked at Momo who was sitting on an immortal fruit and said with smile. I spend a lot of time playing. It's nothing to suddenly work a little harder. Momo smiled sweetly. Qin Yan took out the floating cloud divine needle and carved out some of the star runes, moon runes, and sun runes he had mastered for Momo to evolve. The death of the lion head in the profound immortal desert was quickly forgotten by everyone. And now, everyone was focused on the sun-suppressing divine arrow, as well as the situation of the various sun altars. There were 9 sun altars, and the places they landed on were all extremely dangerous. Now, everyone only knew that a city was being built near the altar in the mysterious immortal desert. It was called the Great Desert Holy City. The city lord of Grand Desert Sacred City was Xiao Tianxiu. The holy city of Great Desert welcomed formidable ascendant immortals. Additionally, there was a clear rule stating that only ascendant immortals could enter the city. The recording of Xiao Tianxiu's speech was also circulated on the magic mirror. He mainly said that the exalted immortals who entered the Great Desert Sacred City would have the opportunity to obtain a sacred desolate cultivation technique and cultivate a sacred body and sacred soul. The most attractive thing was that as long as one contributed, they would be able to obtain the divine liquid, or even the sacred desolate's powerful magic tools. Many exalted immortals in the immortal desolate heard the news from the devil mirror and became restless, they wanted to rush over. Meanwhile, the Luo clan, the Xianyuan clan, and many other clans, large and small, were constantly spreading the news, saying that Xiao Tianxiu and his group were ruthless and had intentionally lured people over as sacrifices. The video of Pan Xianxia massacring hundreds of exalted immortals also spread. Many people are very vigilant towards the Great Desert Sacred City. However, Yuzhuakuan, Lan Bufan and others all guaranteed that the Great Desert Sacred City is very safe. Especially Yuzhuakuan, he even said that he cultivated a sacred body and displayed that powerful sacred body. Apart from this, several immortal emperors were also bribed by Xiao Tianxiu. They all spread the news on the devil mirror, guaranteeing that the Great Desert Sacred City is safe. The exalted immortals of the immortal desolate are at a loss regarding all kinds of news. Although they know that Xiao Tianxiu is using them, they can't resist the temptation. Many exalted immortals form teams to enter the Great Desert Sacred City. The matter of the inscription beasts gradually spread throughout the immortal desolate. Originally, many inscription beasts hid inside the Sun Divine Stone's holy land, but from time to time, they would run out. There are also some inscription beasts that occupied some Sun Divine Stone's divine mountains, forests, lakes, and so on. They established their own power on them. They recruited immortal beasts and immortals to develop their own power. For example, the Xian Tiger King was the first to do this. Later on, many peaceful inscription beasts followed suit. There are also other major events that shook the immortal desolate. Even the hidden inscription clans began to build momentum and gradually became known by people. There are several inscription clans and the Shiman clan is one of them. In order to build momentum, the Shiman clan publicly announced on the Devil Mirror that they have subdued more than 10 inscription beasts. Those inscription beasts look mighty and powerful. Just by looking at them from the Devil Mirror, one can feel a very powerful aura. Because the Shiman clan has subdued so many inscription beasts over the years, many people respect this clan very much. They are listed as a powerful clan like immortal clans. And the Shiman clan also wants to establish their own power and recruit all kinds of experts. Their main goal is to find and subdue inscription beasts. The Shiman clan also openly ridiculed Great Desert Sacred City's Xiao Tianxiu, saying that sacred desolate people don't understand inscription beasts and don't know how to subdue them. They only want to recruit more people to die. This month, Xianxia did not pay much attention to the news on the Devil Mirror. When he had time, he activated the Devil Mirror and was immediately shocked by all kinds of news. There are a total of 4 hidden inscription clans: Shiman clan, Qin clan, Shao clan, and Qi clan. Xianxia looked at the news and inexplicably thought of the mortal land he was born in. Because back then, there were also Qin clan, Shao clan, and Qi clan in that mortal land. Is there any connection? Ling Yun'er said. Xiao Yun, the mortal land you were born in is separated by the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. There must be some secret hidden there. Moreover, the people in that mortal land are all descendants of the people who built the immortal graveyard. Constructing the immortal graveyard definitely requires many inscription masters. And among the few hidden inscription clans in the Immortal Desolate, there are Qi clan, Shao clan, and Qin clan. After I recover the memories of my previous life, these mysteries might be solved. Xianxia continued to read all kinds of news. The Shiman clan, Luo clan, and Xianyuan clan have joined forces to study how to subdue more inscription beasts. During this month, Qin Yun and Mo have been evolving the runes. They have yet to begin refining the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. Mo, I didn't expect you to be able to evolve runes so quickly. I thought you could only evolve totem runes quickly. Xianxia put away the Devil Mirror and said with a smile. As I improve, my ability will become stronger and stronger. Mo said with a charming smile. Big Brother has never let me starve, that's why I can become stronger. Back then, when Xianxia bought Mo, she was worried that she would be hungry and cry. At that time, she felt very uncomfortable because of hunger. At that time, Xianxia also did not expect that this lovable little fairy would bring such a huge surprise to people. Not only can she repair runes and see through dark runes, she can also evolve rune totems. The star, moon, and sun runes that Xianxia mastered have now evolved into immortal tier star, moon, and sun runes. Mo now has many good things to eat. They are all used to replenish energy. As long as she can eat her fill, it is a wonderful enjoyment for her. Xianxia integrated the evolved runes and prepared to refine an even stronger Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. The Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron has repaired itself. I won't dare to use it carelessly in the future. If it breaks, it will be gone. Xianxia took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron and lightly sighed. If he wants to refine tools, it would be best to burn the materials inside the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron. Now, he poured in many immortal beast bones, immortal iron, and immortal king beast horn. That immortal king beast horn is very formidable. It pierced the blue snake until it screamed and screamed. Xianxia looked at the immortal king beast horn and recalled that the blue snake gall he ate is still inside the nether sun. During this period of time, he has been absorbing the power inside the nether sun from time to increase his cultivation. Start putting in divine iron powder. I hope that evil god didn't swindle me. Xianxia poured the divine iron powder into the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron. Then he released the sun fire from the 4th pearl of the 9 sun divine soul. The sun fire poured into the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron and strengthened by all kinds of runes and totems inside the cauldron. Xianxia took out the floating cloud divine needle and controlled it to mix the materials inside the cauldron. Xiao Yun, how long can the core fragment allow the 9 sun divine hammer to revive? If the time is too short, it might affect you. Ling Yun'er said. If the 9 sun divine hammer doesn't have enough time, I can only use other hammers to replace it. The effect will be a bit worse. Xianxia doesn't know how long the 9 sun divine hammer can last, he can only gamble. While he is mixing the materials inside the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron, Xianxia's Devil Mirror suddenly vibrated fiercely. It is Xian Rujing who sent a message. Normally, Devil Mirror vibrates fiercely when there is urgent news. Xianxia promptly opened the Devil Mirror and asked, Rujing, what's the matter? Xiao Yun. One of the sun-suppressing divine arrows has been snatched away. Xian Rujing yelled in amazement. What? Who snatched it away? Xianxia has been refining materials all along. He did not pay attention to the Devil Mirror's message. He is also very shocked after hearing this news. I don't know that guy's name, I only know that his cultivation is not high, he is only an immortal king. Earlier he was besieged by Immortal Desolate Great Emperor and Devil Immortal Great Emperor. Yet he was able to escape, and now he is being chased by these two great emperors. Xian Rujing very disdainfully said, these two great emperors denied that they did not attack Netherworld Great Emperor, but now they can't bear to see someone else obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow and directly attacked to snatch it away. Qin Yan really did not expect that someone in Immortal Desolate would possess Sun Core. Oh, that's right, Xiaoyun, the guy who snatched the sun-suppressing divine arrow calls himself 9 Extinction Sect Master. I remember that you cultivate 9 Extinction Heart Sutra, do you know that guy? Xian Rujing asked. Qin Yan is even more shocked, he is completely dumbstruck by this news. 9 Extinction Sect Master is the sect master of 9 Extinction Mysterious Gate, Wei Zhongjing. Wei Zhongjing said that he wanted to find the other parts of 9 Extinction Heart Sutra, and then there was no news of him. New magic sealing bell. Qin Yan held the magic mirror and sank into his memories. He recalled Wei Zhongjing's matter. He had thought that he would never see Wei Zhongjing, the good headmaster, again. He did not expect to suddenly hear news of him. Xian Rujing shouted a few times and pulled Qin Yan back from his contemplation. You know Sect Master Jiuju? Xian Rujing very excitedly said, can you contact him and ask him how he took the sun-suppressing divine arrow? He might have forgotten me. He was my sect master back then, and I am indebted to him. Very good to me. Qin Yan let out a long sigh. You actually know such a powerful person. A large group of immortal emperors and 2 grand emperors were unable to take the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Even those stinky dragons that suddenly appeared could only circle around the tip of the sun-suppressing divine arrow. That 9 Extinction Sect Master easily took away a sun-suppressing divine arrow and used it to break through the siege. Xian Rujing said. Is Sect Master out of danger? Asked Qin Yan. They should be out of danger. The Immortal Desolate Great Emperor and the Devil Immortal Great Emperor lost face and returned with their tails between their legs. Xian Rujing suddenly said in soft voice, my good Xiaoyun, contact 9 Extinction Sect Master and remember to inform me, I want to meet him. Xian Rujing has suddenly become very gentle, causing Qin Yan to shiver with cold sweat. I know, as long as he is still an Immortal Desolate, I will definitely be able to contact him in the future. Qin Yan said. Xiaoyun, I'll wait for you. Kiss me. Xian Rujing deliberately spoke in a very gentle manner, but it gave Qin Yan a kind of feeling that she is secretly flirtatious. Qin Yan curled his lips and immediately cut off the connection. Wei Zhongjing's sudden appearance in Immortal Desolate made Qin Yan very happy. He decided to think of a way to contact Wei Zhongjing. Xiaoyun, maybe sect leader Wei has cultivated a saint's soul. Ling Yan'er said with a laugh, sect leader Wei is a very good person. I hope so. Qin Yan nodded and continued smelting the materials. The smelting materials took close to a month, mainly because the immortal king beast horns and divine metal powder were very difficult to melt. If not for the fire of the sun, Qin Yan did not know how long it would take. Only when all the materials were melted could they be fused together better. Qin Yan took out the Gemini treasure mirror and released the mysterious fusion Heavenly Rune's power inside to illuminate the materials inside the Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron. The power of the profound fusion Heavenly Rune allowed all kinds of things to fuse more perfectly. Otherwise, it would require a very strong mind power to carry out more steps in order to achieve the effective fusion. In the past, all kinds of materials were purified and forged, and then all the materials were fused together, smelting and forging at the same time. This was also one of the methods to perfectly fuse the materials, but it was very troublesome, strenuous, and time-consuming. Now, Qin Yan has melted all the materials into liquid and used the power released by mysterious fusion Heavenly Rune to fuse all the materials in liquid state. After solidifying, what he had to do was to repeatedly forge the material, remove the internal impurities, purify it, and then mold it. The time Qin Yan can use the 9 Sun Divine Hammer is limited, so he can use the current material fusion method, so he doesn't need to continue forging. Inside the Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron, there were white, gold, red, black, and many other colored liquid materials. This also means that they have not completely fused together. If they were completely fused, it would be one color or 2 colors. While smelting, Qin Yan added some special materials. When they are completely fused, the liquid inside the Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron will become transparent. Because the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet is like a transparent crystal. The fusion process is very long, it took a full 7 days. The steaming hot heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron is also filled with transparent liquid. Wait until it is more or less solidified, then I can start forging. Xianxia said with smile, it is going very smoothly. The mysterious fusion heavenly rune is very useful. At this time, Xianxia woke up and knocked on the door of Xianxia's secret room. After Xianxia opened the door, he saw a cute little girl wearing white skirt and said with smile, Sister Kiru, you finally woke up. When I was sleeping, did you secretly pinch my face? Xianxia asked with light smile. Of course not. Xianxia said with mischievous smile, now that you mention it, I want to pinch you, quickly come over and let me pinch you. Xianxia lightly spat on the ground and then walked over. Xianxia rubbed that cute and tender little face with grin and said with smile, so easy to pinch. When I was a child, you also pinched me like this. Humph. Xianxia lightly groaned and laughed. Then she struggled free from Xianxia's hand and asked, Xiaoyun, what are you doing? It's so hot. Xianxia said with smile, I am refining a tool. Refining what? Let me see. Xianxia climbed up a table and looked at the transparent liquid inside the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. She curiously said, what is this? It looks very delicious, it looks like a kind of fruit with transparent flesh. Sister Kiru, how did you think that this is something that can be eaten? Xianxia cannot help but ask with smile. Because I am hungry. Xianxia puffed up her small face and said in low voice, I am hungry, I am going out to find something to eat. I have dragon meat here, do you want to eat? But it is not very fresh, it has been frozen for a while. Xianxia said. Eat. Xianxia opened her lovely eyes wide and said with charming smile, I love fruits and fragrant meat. Xianxia took out a storage pouch and handed it over to Xianxia. Xianxia took the storage pouch and walked out of the pagoda to roast and eat. Little gray cat saw Xianxia woke up and very happily rushed over. Xianxia continued refining the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet. It's about to solidify. Xianxia took out the 9 sun divine hammer and the sun core fragment. After the 9 sun divine hammer touched the sun core fragment, it immediately flickered with light rays. Xianxia promptly held the 9 sun divine hammer tightly. This feeling of regaining something he had lost caused him to be incomparably excited. It's this kind of feeling. Xianxia held the 9 sun divine hammer and felt as if it is connected by blood. It is as if the 9 sun divine hammer is a part of his body. He promptly poured out the transparent material inside the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. After the material was poured into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron, Xianxia brandished the 9 sun divine hammer and unleashed 6-style forging dragon, frantically bombarding the material filled with impurities. When the 9 sun divine hammer smashed down, it absorbed the immortal power inside the nether sun, condensed a very intense flame and entered the material. What made Xianxia apprehensive is that the 9 sun divine hammer can directly release the supergravity inside the nether sun. It must be known that the most formidable aspect of the 9 sun divine hammer is that it can increase energy by several times, even more than 10 times. After the nether sun's supergravity was absorbed by the 9 sun divine hammer, it became even more dreadful. The transparent material suffered intense scorching power attack and then was ruthlessly pressed by the supergravity. A large amount of impurities turned into sparks and flew out. Those impurities flew out and rolled on the ground, they are swarthy like black dregs. This kind of feeling is really great. Xianxia once again experienced the formidable power brought by the 9 sun divine hammer. He has a kind of hearty feeling. He can't help but immerse himself in a state of joy and passion. Although he is frantically bombarding the material, he doesn't feel tired at all. Outside, Xianxia and Mysterious Tiger King are surrounding the bonfire, roasting dragon meat. Little Gray Cat and a group of little monkeys are swallowing their saliva while looking at the fragrant roasted dragon meat. Burst after burst of explosions came out from the pagoda, they enveloped the entire mountain top. What is Xiaoqin doing inside? Cultivating? Mysterious Tiger King looked at the pagoda in shock. He is refining a very powerful tool. Xianxia said with smile, Brother Tiger, have you ever eaten dragon meat before? Mysterious Tiger King said with smile, I have never eaten it before, I always wanted to eat it. Now I finally have the chance to taste it. Then why don't you go out and catch it? Xiaqiru said, the dragon meat Xiaoyun gave me is from many years ago, it is not a very strong dragon. If I leave this mountain, this place will be in chaos. Only I can suppress this mountain. Mysterious Tiger King looked into the distance and said with sigh, I also want to go out and see this world. Brother Tiger, do you have any more core fragments in this Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain? Xiaqiru asked. I don't know, I haven't found them yet. If I find them in the future, I will leave them for Xiaoqin. It seems like he really needs this kind of thing. Mysterious Tiger King said. Qin Yun is Mysterious Tiger King's benefactor. Back then, it was also because of Qin Yun that Mysterious Tiger King was born. Xiaqiru nodded. After eating the dragon meat, Xiaqiru is also very full. She hopped into the pagoda and entered the secret room. She sat on a table by the wall and swung her legs as she watched Qin Yun refine tools. Xiaoyun, I want to go to a place by myself. It might take me a while to come back. If you want to go to the immortal Shan Great Desert, remember to wait for me and Xiaohua. Xiaqiru suddenly said. Where are you going? I'll go with you. Qin Yun's upper body is bare, he brandished the 9-sun divine hammer and hammered a transparent but very stiff material. Xiaqiru gently shook her head and said, I want to go by myself, I can't bring you. Why? Qin Yun is not at ease with Xiaqiru. No reason. You don't have to worry about me, I have Xiaohua and my strength is also very strong. Xiaqiru gently smiled. Alright. Qin Yun also knows that in Xiaqiru's subconscious, there must be something important that she wants him to do alone. Qin Yun crazily forged for a day and a night. At this moment, he can also feel that the 9-sun divine hammer's energy is weakening, it seems like it won't last long. He can only quickly begin to shape it. After more than half a day, he finally produced a large transparent bell. Although it is very big now, it can cover a 2-meter tall person. However, after it is refined, it can become big or small. Engraving curious runes is a great success. Qin Yun looked at the 9-sun divine hammer and let out a long sigh. 9-sun divine hammer, it's been hard on you. I will definitely let you be completely reborn in the future. As long as he could find the core fragment, he would be able to awaken the 9-sun divine hammer again. Xiaqiru tenderly smiled and said, Xiaoyun, come over and pinch my face. Again. I'm going to be on my way soon. After Qin Yun washed his hands, he walked over with a smile and rubbed her cute little face. Then, he took out a magic mirror with a white frame. Luotian City. The white magic mirror Qin Yun gave to Xiaqiru was refined by him. After it was cracked, there is no need to use immortal jade beads anymore. There is no need for immortal jade beads. I've already cracked Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror's devil mirror. Qin Yun smiled very proudly. Then he touched Xiaqiru's small face and said, Sister Kiru, remember to contact me or you will on. Got it. I will report to you regularly that I am safe and sound. If you can't contact me, don't worry, I might be sleeping. Xiaqiru laughed, then stood up and touched Qin Yun's handsome face. Qin Yun escorted Xiaqiru out of the pagoda and the gray cat flew into her arms. I'm leaving. Xiaqiru smiled and waved at Qin Yun. Then, the gray cat used spatial teleportation and disappeared with Xiaqiru. Mystic Tiger King said with envy, that kitten is much stronger than me. Why don't I have this ability? They're both cats, but why is there such a big difference? Qin Yun said with a smile, Brother Hu, you are a big tiger. Humph, in the eyes of you humans, I'm just a big tabby cat. Otherwise, why do you guys often say that a tiger doesn't show its might and treat me as a sick cat? Mystic Tiger King curled his lips and continued to slide the small magic mirror on the ground. The mysterious Tiger King's claws were very big and the magic mirror was very small. It was very difficult for him to move it. Furthermore, he needed to transport the immortal jade beads regularly to use the magic mirror. The immortal jade beads were given to him by the immortals who stayed in Longhu Mystic Mountain. Brother Tiger, I will refine a big magic mirror for you, it will be convenient for you to use. Qin Yun said with smile. Really? I heard that you are the disciple of Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror, but even if you finish the refinement, you still need the Emperor to activate it, right? Mystic Tiger Monarch didn't dare to believe it. You might not believe me, but Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror is my disciple. Xianxia chuckled. Then, he took out some relatively ordinary materials and began hammering them together. Soon, he created a square mirror the size of a table. The square mirror was turned into a short rectangular table by Xianxia. After carving the curious runes, he used the golden magic mirror in his hand to connect to the center of the formation base. In this way, he could establish a connection between the square table magic mirror and the central formation base bridge. Mysterious Tiger King is dumbstruck watching from the side. Seeing that the magic mirror can be used, he cursed in a low voice, "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have spent so many immortal jade beads to buy that broken thing. You take your time playing, I will continue refining. After I finish refining, I will need you to help me test it." Xianxia grinned and ran into the pagoda. Mystic Tiger King laughed, "Testing the immortal artifact? Bring it on." As long as Xianxia carves the runes, the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet will be considered a success. Momo remembered that set of runes. Later on, Xianxia modified it and added other runes. He didn't give too many abilities to the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. If there are too many abilities, the runes will be too complex and the efficiency will be too low. 1 month later, Xianxia finally carved the Curiosity rune. The Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet could become as small as a teacup or as tall as tens of meters. During this month, Xiaqiru sent him a message every few days telling him that she is safe. Xianxia also gradually felt relieved. Before, it was Xiaqiru who was worried about his safety. But now that Xiaqiru has become so small, he is very worried. "Brother Tiger, come over and help me test this immortal tool." Xianxia walked out with the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. The Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet was enlarged by him. It became 2 meters tall and was able to envelop him inside. How to test? Mystic Tiger King has been obsessed with the Devil Mirror. He browsed through all kind of news all day long. Previously, because the Devil Mirror was too small, he didn't like to play with it. But after Xianxia refined a very large Devil Mirror for him, he began to play with it to his heart's content. Xianxia said with smile, "You attack me. This. What level of attack do I need?" Mystic Tiger King walked around the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet and doubtfully asked, "Can this thing block my attack?" First use 20% power, then 40%, each time increase power by 20%. 80% should be enough. Xianxia said. "Alright." Mystic Tiger King finished speaking, opened his mouth and spat out a light golden light beam. Boom, the light beam hit the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet like lightning and produced a trembling sound. "Somewhat awesome." Mystic Tiger King said in shock, "My attack just now, even a first-layer Ascendant Immortal would not be able to block it." "Continue." Xianxia proudly said with smile. This time Mystic Tiger King used 40% of his power. The Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet let out a trembling sound, but it only slightly trembled. The power that landed on the goblet's surface very quickly dispersed. Mystic Tiger King is even more shocked. He did not expect that Xianxia would be able to create something so awesome in this period of time. Again. Mystic Tiger King continued attacking. Even though it is 60% power, the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet is still very firm. Xianxia is completely unharmed inside. Then 80% power. This time, the goblet was sent flying more than 10 meters. "Awesome!" Mystic Tiger King exclaimed in admiration, "I feel that even if I use 100% power, I will not be able to break this thing." Xianxia said with proud smile, "Let's try 100% power." "You really want to try? If you break it, don't blame me." Mystic Tiger King is somewhat scared. "Don't worry, I won't blame you." Xianxia said with smile. "Alright." Mystic Tiger King agreed and attacked again. This time, the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet was sent flying out of the Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain. However, Xianxia very quickly ran back with the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. Nothing happened to him. He now has a good understanding of the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet's defense. Mystic Tiger King is a very strong Xian immortal beast. even his strongest power cannot break the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet. Truly awesome. Mystic Tiger King sighed with sigh and said, "It seems like you have only been refining for a few months and you already made such a powerful thing?" Xianxia said with smile, "I want to continue testing." Mystic Tiger King shook his head and said, "That was my strongest attack, I can't help you test anymore. This time I am testing you, I am locking you inside." Xianxia said with mischievous smile. He finished speaking and threw out a very small heaven and earth devil sealing goblet. The small heaven and earth devil sealing goblet suddenly became big and enveloped Mystic Tiger King's body. "Let's see if you can escape or not," Xianxia said with grin. Mystic Tiger King stood up, his claws continuously scratched the goblet but his claws are unable to leave any mark on the goblet. He is so anxious that he grimaced in pain. Then a formidable power gushed out from his mouth. He wanted to break the goblet but he did not succeed. Mystic Tiger King struggled inside the goblet for less than half an hour, then barely managed to lift the goblet up and escaped. "This is truly too torturous." Mystic Tiger King gasped for breath, he looked at the goblet with lingering fear. Xianxia waved his hand and took back the goblet. He said with smile, "Brother Tiger, continue training with me. I will use this thing to cover you and then you will dodge everywhere." "All right." Mystic Tiger King said with smile, "Let me rest for a while, with my dodging speed, you won't be able to get away so easily." Xianxia wants to use this thing to cover all kinds of experts with very fast movement speed or formidable beasts. So he must familiarize himself with it. Mystic Tiger King is a very good sparring partner because his speed is very fast. After several days of practice, Xianxia has become even more familiar with how to use Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. He can also use another ability of the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. After trapping the mysterious Tiger King, he can release a very strong mental power attack. Or when he is trapping the mysterious Tiger King, he can suddenly release a burst of bell sound and release his mental power to attack. This way he can easily capture the prey. After Xianxia finished refining Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet, he wants to go to other places to test it out. He took out the Devil Mirror and contacted Luo Weizhuang. "Brother Qin? You want to come to my place? Very good. I am in Luo Tian City, you can come here." Luo Weizhuang said with smile, "De Zhuang is also here, he said that Pippi Pig misses you very much." Xianxia frowned and said with smile, "What does Pippi Pig miss me for?" "He wants to take you as his master. This guy knows that you are Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror's brilliant disciple and wants to learn a thing or two from you," Luo Weizhuang said. "I think it is De Zhuang who wants to learn? Why would Pippi Pig want to learn tool refining?" Xianxia doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Luo Weizhuang laughed. He also knows that Shiman Da Zhuang wants to secretly learn some things but it is not good to directly ask him. Xianxia rested in Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain for a day, then bid farewell to Mystic Tiger King and immediately left for Luo Tian City. On the road, he used the Devil Mirror to contact Old Fox Huang. Old Fox Huang is still chasing Star Horse Monkey inside Immortal Xian Desert. Xianxia also finds it funny, Star Horse Monkey certainly did not expect that he would be chased by that old fox who was about to die of old age for so long. Star Horse Monkey's arm was chopped off by Xianxia. Then because of his carelessness, he looked down on Old Fox Huang who was about to die of old age. That is why he was seriously injured by Old Fox Huang. Old Fox Huang is an old fox. After he awakened his runes, he pretended to be a weak chicken and then took advantage of Star Horse Monkey's carelessness to attack with lightning speed, catching Star Horse Monkey unprepared. Old Fox Huang is very certain that the next time Xianxia enters Immortal Xian Desert, he will be able to eat Star Horse Monkey. Xianxia rushed for 3 days and finally arrived at Luo Tian City. Xian Province, Earth Province, and Heaven Province each have a Luo Tian City. They are all the headquarters of the Luo family. Luo Tian City is also beside the Immortal Xian River. When Xianxia entered the city, it was already night time. He contacted Luo Weizhuang and found out that Luo Weizhuang and Shiman Da Zhuang had left the city to hunt beasts in the mountain range beside the river. Luo Weizhuang said that they would be back soon and told Xianxia to wait for him in the city for a few days. Not long after Xianxia arrived at Luo Tian City, Xiao Yuelan contacted him and asked where he was. "Yuelan, I'm in Luo Tian City." Xianxia sent a message. We'll meet in 2 days. Xiao Yuan immediately sent a reply. Qin Yan also wanted to meet Xiao Yuan. They agreed to meet in 2 days. After he checked into an ordinary inn, he called Xiao Yuan. Yuan, do you have any other business in Luotian City? Qin Yan asked. Yes. Shimin family's people are in Luotian City. Our Guanghan Palace has already discussed with them that we will send disciples over to learn and exchange. Xiao Yuan said. In addition, Totem Pavilion's people are also in Luotian City. We have a grudge with those guys from Totem Pavilion, so we are going to settle it with them. 1331 Chapter 1331 Hercules Totem Qin Yun remembered that Totem Pavilion was a great evil force in the magical desolate. They specialized in seizing other people's totem runes. When seizing, they even used a very righteous excuse. It was extremely disgusting. Yuan, what grudge do you have with Totem Pavilion? Qin Yan asked hurriedly. Our Guanghan Palace was originally going to exchange totem runes with a reclusive inscription family. After Totem Pavilion found out, they went to mess things up. They even said that our Guanghan Palace's totem runes are very bad and fake. Then, Totem Pavilion snatched away that inscription family's totem runes in front of us. Furthermore, that inscription family is no longer willing to exchange with us. Xiao Yuan said. In order to master more totem runes, it was quite common to exchange them in private. And the reason why Totem Pavilion did this was because they did not want the Guanghan Palace to obtain too many totem runes. It was an action that harmed others without benefiting themselves. Xiao Yuan continued, because the Shimin family has moved into Luotian City, there will be many upper mortal level inscription masters heading to Luotian City to communicate with the Shimin family. We have received news that the inscription masters of Totem Pavilion are already on their way to Luotian City. We are going to Luotian City to settle the score with them. Yuan, if you need help, just say it. I am also an inscription master. Qin Yan said with a smile. You should rest first. Xiao Yuan knew that Qin Yan was an inscription master. However, she felt that Qin Yan's level might not be enough. After all, they would be competing with senior inscription masters. Qin Yan put away the magic mirror and laid on the bed. He was preparing to have a good sleep when the magic mirror suddenly vibrated. It was Luo Weizhuang requesting an urgent call. Brother Qin, Dazhuang has something to ask of you. Luo Weizhuang said. At this moment, Shimin Dazhuang's shout came from the magic mirror. Uncle Qin, help me. I have an elder who is in danger in the mountain range outside the city. Hurry up and help him. Isn't this Luotian City? This is old Luo family's territory. Can't old Luo just send people over? Qin Yan said with a frown. Uncle Qin, you're the most useful at a critical moment. Not only are the people from the Luo family ugly, but they all look like old men. I don't trust the Luo family, Luo Weizhuang immediately said angrily, you damned Zhuang, how dare you despise my Luo family so much, I'll beat you to death. Pippy pig, quickly kill him. Shimin Dazhuang promptly shouted. Qin Yan held the magic mirror as a dark cloud hung over his head. He shouted, Dazhuang, where are your elders? I'll go over right now. Shimin Dazhuang told Qin Yan the location. Qin Yan wanted to rest after entering the city, so he immediately left the city to save Shimin Dazhuang's elder. Shimin Dazhuang's elder had encountered danger in a cave on a mountain peak. It was said that he had stepped on a formation trap and attracted a very powerful poisonous spider. Shimin Dazhuang knew that Qin Yan had a miraculous rabbit that could cure all poisons. Furthermore, he had seen Qin Yan's means, so he was very at ease with Qin Yan. Late at night, Qin Yan entered the dangerous mountain range alone. Shimin Dazhuang and Luo Weizhuang are also inside the mountain range. However, they are quite far from that elder, so they won't be able to arrive so quickly. That mountain range is called Heavenly Mountain Range. It was also named after Heavenly City. After Qin Yan entered the Heavenly Mountain Range, he quickly saw a pagoda-shaped mountain. Shimin Dazhuang's elder is near the mountain peak. Qin Yan directly flew up. It is very cold, ice has formed on it. When Qin Yan flew up, he saw some caves from time to time. Presumably, they were made by some powerful beasts to rest in. The mountain pierced through the clouds. The area near the mountain peak is also very calm, unlike the wind and snow blowing down from below. However, the mountain peak is still very cold. After Xianxia flew up, he borrowed the moonlight to see a relatively large cave on the mountain peak. It is nearly 10 meters tall. What is more special is that under the moonlight, a light silver light screen appeared at the cave entrance. There is a barrier. After approaching, Xianxia used Extinction Spirit Eye to take a look. He is somewhat astonished because there are many transparent spider silk at the cave entrance. Those transparent spider silk actually formed a very strong barrier and sealed the entrance of the cave. This spider is somewhat powerful. It can actually comprehend runes and use spider silk to set up a barrier. Xianxia is astonished. He used Mysterious Penetration Divine Ability and entered the cave. After entering the cave, Xianxia secretly suspected the strength of Shimen Dazhuang's elder. After all, that elder is from Shimen family. His inscription level should not be bad. How could he encounter danger? At the end of the cave, Xianxia also saw Shimen Dazhuang's elder. He is a round-faced and slightly fat middle-aged man. He has 2 strokes of beard and his eyes are wide open. His entire body is wrapped in black spider silk, only his red head can be seen. Beside him, there was a beautiful woman with a slightly round face and a slightly cold expression. She was also trapped like a dumpling by the spider silk, but her face was cold and pale. I was called here by Dazhuang. After Xianxia walked over, he quickly said, I am not an enemy and the spider is not outside. It is very safe now. Dazhuang called you? The fat-faced middle-aged man asked. Yes. Are you guys alright? Xianxia laughed. Then you should be Uncle Qin. You must be careful of that spider. It is an inscription beast. Although it is not in the cave now, it will return very soon, the fat-faced middle-aged man warned Xianxia solemnly. Xianxia almost spat out a mouthful of blood. No matter how he looked at it, the fat-faced middle-aged man in front of him was much older than him. He actually called him Uncle Qin. Big. Uncle Qin, can you do it? You look very weak. The woman said in a low voice. Xianxia really wanted to turn around and leave. It was one thing for Shimen Dazhuang to call him uncle, but this fat-faced middle-aged man actually had the cheek to call him that. He was truly blind. Xianxia suddenly felt that the Shimen family's understanding of youth and handsome had a great misunderstanding. I quietly came in. Xianxia thought that the Shimen family's people were all weirdos, so he felt relieved. Uncle Qin, the black spider silk wrapped around my body is poisonous. Those poisons are very strange, they should belong to the poison immortal runes. Moreover, the precision is extremely high. They are naturally formed on the spider silk and turned into ropes to tie us up. As long as we are rescued, they will release a very strong poison power into our bodies, the fat-faced middle-aged man warned. Do you have a way to get rid of the spider silk? The cold woman said in a low voice, Father, even if you are a great inscription master, you can't do anything. This Uncle Qin definitely can't do anything. This pair of father and daughter, one called Xianxia uncle and the other called Xianxia uncle. Moreover, they both looked older than Xianxia. Xianxia's heart collapsed. After cursing a few times, he said, How about this, I'll take you away first. Leave this place, then go back and ask other inscription masters to help you get rid of the spider silk on your bodies. Uncle Qin, don't act recklessly. These spider silk are connected to a very strong formation. If you directly take us away, you will trigger that formation and then all kinds of poisonous thorns will shoot out from all around the cave. The fat-faced middle-aged man saw that Xianxia was coming over and immediately shouted. Xianxia did not listen. He walked over and placed his hands on the shoulders of the fat-faced middle-aged man and the cold woman. He used the power of Mysterious Penetration Divine Ability and vigorously grabbed their shoulders and pulled them out. The spider silk was not touched at all and the father and daughter pair were also pulled out by Xianxia. It's fine, let's go. Xianxia faintly smiled. The father and daughter pair are dumbstruck, they looked at each other in dismay. Uncle, you are really awesome. As expected of the person Dazhuang often praises, the fat-faced middle-aged man chuckled and said, Thank you for saving us, father and daughter. Since you are so powerful, you definitely don't lack any good things, so we won't give you any gifts. You're welcome. Qin Yan is somewhat speechless. The people of the Ximen family are indeed very strange. Soon after, he used the mysterious penetration divine ability and brought the father and daughter pair through the formation at the cave entrance. Then, he flew in the air and returned to Luotian City. On the way, Qin Yan informed Ximen Dazhuang about the news. On the way back, Qin Yan learned that the fat-faced middle-aged man's name is Ximen Chongtian. He is a 9th-layer ascendant immortal. He can carve dozens of immortal runes with 11th-level finesse. He is a venerable master of inscription. The daughter is called Ximen Qinglian. She is a 2nd-layer ascendant immortal and also an inscription master. She can refine mid-grade immortal tools. Many of her immortal runes can reach 10th-level finesse. Her mental power is very strong. Uncle Qin, how do you know Brother Dazhuang? Ximen Qinglian asked. I met him by chance. Qin Yan said. He feels that he is younger than Ximen Qinglian, but she calls him Uncle Qin. He doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ximen Chongtian said with smile, Uncle Qin, you saved us father and daughter, you are our benefactor. The highest I can refine is high-grade immortal tools, moreover the quality is very good. If you want me to refine them, I will give you a 50% discount. No need. Qin Yan laughed. He is an inscription master, he can refine them himself. The 3 of them are flying in the sky, their aura fluctuated. Because they are near Luotian City, they did not deliberately conceal their aura. While the 3 of them are flying and chatting, several people suddenly flew over. Those people are wearing black robes, their bodies are engraved with several kinds of totem runes. Seeing this kind of attire, Qin Yan realized that they are from Totem Pavilion. You have very strong aura of runes on your bodies, it can be seen that your clothes are pretty good. If I am not wrong, your equipment should have good totem runes engraved on them, a black-robed middle-aged man said while looking at Ximen Chongtian. We want to buy your equipment with totem runes. If you don't sell, don't even think about leaving, a youth said coldly. Ximen Chongtian's brows wrinkled, he took out a silver hammer and asked, my hammer has Titan God totem rune carved on it, how much do you want to buy it for? Hearing about Titan God totem rune, these few people from Totem Pavilion all revealed looks of fear. This. You are from Ximen family? The youth shouted in alarm. I am Ximen Chongtian. Quickly answer me, what price do you want to buy my hammer? Ximen Chongtian sneered, the hammer in his hand suddenly flashed with silver light. The few people from Totem Pavilion immediately sweated profusely. 1332 Chapter 1332 Inscription Mysterious. When Qin Yan saw that the people from Totem Pavilion are so afraid of Ximen Chongtian, he felt somewhat surprised. He never expected that this fat middle-aged man would have such a huge deterrent force. So it's Grandmaster Chongtian. Please forgive us for being blind, we know our wrongs. Please be magnanimous and let us off. The black-robed man from Totem Pavilion said with a trembling voice as his body trembled. You bunch of dog scum, you must have robbed quite a few people here, right? Ximen Chongtian's face is filled with dignity as he said coldly. No. The man from Totem Pavilion quickly replied, the sweat on his face increased. Ximen Qinglian is very angry, he said coldly, you stopped us and wanted to steal our things. You want to run away after apologizing? All of you, break one of your arms, dig out one of your eyes and scram. This. Grandmaster Qinglian, spare us. The expression of the man from Totem Pavilion changed as he said in fear. Spare us? You guys have done many evil deeds and must have killed many people. How can I let you off so easily? The 2 swords in Ximen Qinglian's hands were about to stab out when an aura suddenly attacked them. Ximen Chongtian's expression changed slightly as he shouted, Qinglian, let's go down and talk. They are still floating in the air. If something were to attack them from below, it would be difficult to dodge. The expressions of the few people from Totem Pavilion became much better because their elders have arrived. Ximen Chongtian and Ximen Qinglian are not weak either. Furthermore, they have very strong equipment. This is also the reason why the people from Totem Pavilion are very afraid of him. After landing on the ground, Ximen Chongtian shouted towards the distance, stop hiding, hurry up and come out. Ximen Qinglian snorted and said, so what if the old fellow from Totem Pavilion is here? These bastards stopped us and wanted to steal our things. Today, they must be punished. A burst of black gas suddenly blew over. A sturdy middle-aged man wearing a black bamboo hat suddenly appeared in front of the people from Totem Pavilion. The middle-aged man has a beard and a handsome appearance. He stroked his beard and said with a clear smile, "Grandmaster Chong Tian, give me, He Lin, some face and let these ignorant fellows go." "He Lin, I didn't say I wanted to kill them." Shimin Chong Tian sneered, "If I wanted to kill them, they would have died a long time ago. You and I are both masters. Let's give each other some face. I'll apologize to them." He Lin chuckled. "No, these guys want to rob me. I can't let them go so easily. Otherwise, they won't learn their lesson." Shimin Chong Tian snorted. "I've changed my mind. I won't kill them, but I'll cripple them. He Lin, don't stop me, or I'll fight you to the death." Shimin family is a hidden inscription family. Although Shimin Chong Tian is only a 9th layer ascendant immortal, his inscription level is very high. It is precisely because he is in Luo Tian City that many inscription masters came to visit him because of his fame and wanted to communicate with him. In the Immortal Desolate, even a first-rate power in the Immortal Desolate would not dare to underestimate the Shimin family's strength, let alone a second-rate power like Totem Pavilion. If Shimin Chong Tian wanted to kill those people from Totem Pavilion, He Lin would not be able to do anything. "Grandmaster Soaring Sky, how about this? We will use Inscription Master's method to settle this, how about it?" He Lin faintly smiled, "We will compete in inscription level. If you win, I will kill these people. If you lose, I will make them kneel down and apologize to you. Then I will let them go." Shimin Chong Tian proudly laughed a few times and said, "You are really funny. You think you can win against me? Let's compete. Come." Shimin Qinglian did not say anything because she has confidence in her father. Those few black-robed people beside He Lin suddenly felt as if they just escaped from death. They seemed to have a lot of confidence in He Lin. In the Inscription Master's circle, Grandmasters understand each other very well. Shimin Chong Tian also knows He Lin's strength, so he is confident that he can win. He Lin has a card up his sleeve. He took out a talisman and said with smile, "Let's compete in talisman deciphering. I will activate this talisman and it will explode in about 30 breaths of time. Within 30 breaths of time, you must decipher it. If you can't, you lose. This talisman of mine is very powerful. I didn't refine it myself. Therefore, I will allow you 3 to join hands to decipher this talisman." He Lin looked at Shimin Qinglian and Qin Yun. He saw that Qin Yun is very young and thought that Qin Yun is Shimin Chongtian's disciple. "I can decipher it myself, you activate it," Shimin Chongtian said. "Grandmaster Chongtian, this talisman's might is very strong. If you carelessly decipher it, it will also cause an explosion. At that time it will very likely injure the 2 youngsters beside you." He Lin finished speaking, paused for a bit and then said again, "This is a high-grade immortal bone talisman." Shimin Chongtian impatiently said, "Hand it over." He Lin activated the talisman and promptly handed it over to Shimin Chongtian. Then he retreated to a distance while holding a golden square shield in his hand. Shimin Chongtian took the talisman and carefully looked at it. His expression changed greatly and he cursed in anger, 12th level finesse. Moreover, it is Xian ancestor level blood spirit power. This is a talisman refined by Inscription Sect. How can I, a Grandmaster Inscription Master, decipher it? "Father, quickly throw it away," Shimin Qinglian anxiously shouted. From a distance, He Lin anxiously said, "Grandmaster Chong Tian, I know that your skill is very high, that is why I used this talisman. You should know that this talisman is very expensive. I am willing to use it to test you. It is because I think highly of you." Shimin Chong Tian looked at the talisman, sweat poured down like rain. His face is filled with anger because he feels that he has been played. "Father, what are you doing? Quickly throw it away." Inscription Sect's high-grade immortal talisman is enough to destroy a 9th layer upper immortal. Shimin Qinglian anxiously shouted. She wants to run away by herself but she can't let go of her father. Inscription Sect is above Venerable Inscription Masters. Inscription Masters who can obtain this title are all publicly recognized by everyone. They don't need to take the test, they all rely on their reputation to obtain this title. Only those immortal inscription masters of whatever rank need to take the test. Shimin Chongtian's face is filled with unwillingness because he very much wants to decipher this talisman. If he loses, He Lin will make a big fuss and say that Shimin Chongtian lost to He Lin or something like that. On top of that, Shimin Chongtian, was robbed on the road and yet he is unable to punish those robbers. If this matter spreads out, it will damage his prestige. He is a famous soaring heaven venerable master, he was robbed by a few petty robbers and yet he can only make them apologize, this will make him a laughingstock. He Lin said with smile from the distance, soaring heaven venerable master, don't force yourself. Even I can't decipher a high-grade immortal bone talisman made by inscription sect. It is not shameful that you can't decipher it. Hearing He Lin's words, Shimin Chongtian's anger surged up even more, it is clear that He Lin is ridiculing him. Father, time is running out. Shimin Qinglian gritted her teeth and said, that talisman is about to explode. The high-grade immortal bone talisman in Shimin Chongtian's hand is constantly vibrating and overflowing with golden light. It is not far from exploding. Qin Yun used Extinction Spirit Eye to observe the talisman. He suddenly took out the floating cloud divine needle, walked over and lightly poked the talisman a few times. After Shimin Qinglian saw this, she loudly shouted, Uncle, what are you doing? Shimin Chongtian also shouted, Uncle, what are you doing? Because in the eyes of this father and daughter pair, Qin Yun doesn't understand inscription, if he acts recklessly, he will destroy that high-grade immortal bone talisman. What caused Shimin Chongtian and his daughter to be shocked is that the talisman suddenly calmed down. He Lin is also somewhat shocked because he heard Shimin Chongtian call Qin Yun uncle. He originally thought that Qin Yun looks so young and is only a junior but he is actually Shimin Chongtian's uncle. What caused He Lin to be most shocked is that Qin Yun casually poked the talisman a few times and successfully deciphered it. Shimin Chongtian and Shimin Qinglian, father and daughter pair are even more amazed. They come from an inscription family, they are all very talented inscription masters. They were helpless against that talisman, but Qin Yun was able to deal with it in a few moves. He was simply an expert who hid his strength. Very soon, Shimin Chongtian calmed down, he looked at He Lin and said with sneer, we have deciphered this talisman. You must do what you said, quickly kill those guys. Venerable Master He Lin, don't kill us, a black-robed man shouted in fear. I was just saying. He Lin smiled at Shimin Chongtian, his expression is extremely unsightly. Seeing Qin Yun's calm expression and not saying a single word, He Lin became even more afraid. Because He Lin knows that even if an inscription profound sect came, they would not be able to easily decipher that talisman. Yet Qin Yun did it very easily. Therefore, He Lin is sure that Qin Yun is an inscription profound sect, moreover, his level is very high, his talent is extraordinary, moreover he is very active and low-key. What, you don't want to kill anymore? Shimin Qinglian coldly shouted, then let us do it. Let's go. He Lin clenched his teeth and promptly flew into the sky. Qin Yun said to Shimin Chongtian, return that talisman to him. After Shimin Chongtian understood, he tried to activate the talisman and threw it into the sky. Boom, suddenly a large amount of flame exploded in the sky, turned into a fire cloud, illuminating the dark night sky. He Lin is not dead but those guys are dead. Shimin Qinglian very happily said. Shimin Chongtian very respectfully looked at Qin Yun and said, truly worthy of being called uncle. I was just saying, you look so young, why did Dazhuang call you uncle? So senior is actually such a powerful inscription profound sect. Junior Chongtian, I was too disrespectful before. Shimin Qinglian giggled and said, Uncle Qin. I will still call you uncle. You look even younger than me, calling me uncle is too awkward. Qin Yun wants to beat up Shimin Dazhuang through a magic mirror and randomly call him uncle. Actually, I am not a powerful inscription master, I just used a little trick. Qin Yun faintly smiled. Uncle, you don't need to be modest. How could you use a little trick? That is all because of your strength. Shimin Chongtian waved his hand, I know that a powerful person like you likes to be low-key. Shimin Qinglian said with smile, Uncle, can you give us some pointers on how we deciphered that talisman? Shimin Chongtian sternly shouted, Qinglian, even if uncle gives you pointers, can you learn it? Forget about you, even I can't guarantee that I can learn it. God's Totem Chapter 1333, God's Totem Uncle, let's go back to the city. I don't want to meet that old granny of Guanghan Palace. Shimin Qinglian said in low voice, I will be scolded if I go, that old granny is very strict. Shimin Chongtian groaned and said, Girl, don't be naughty. That is your biological grandmother, you must go see her. I don't want to go. Shimin Qinglian hid behind Qin Yun and begged, Uncle, quickly help me. I will introduce you to a few beautiful big sisters some other day. I don't want any big sisters. Qin Yun said with smile. Then. What about Auntie? Shimin Qinglian said with smile, I know a few lonely and mature beautiful women, Uncle, you must be interested in them. Qin Yun let out a long sigh, there are not many normal people in Shimin family. I don't like that, don't introduce me to women, I don't need them. Qin Yun faintly smiled. Then. Don't tell me you like men? I know a lot of handsome young men, hee, you know. Shimin Qinglian said with ambiguous smile. Qinglian, I have a wife. Qin Yun really did not expect that this cold-looking woman's mind would be filled with this kind of thing. Shimin Chongtian suddenly said with frown, Qinglian, when did you know a few lonely and beautiful women? Why didn't you tell me, your father, so that I can go and take care of them? Shimin Qinglian curled her lips and said, I know you like this. If you take me to see that old granny of Guanghan Palace, I will tell her that you often hook up with married women. You dare to speak nonsense? See if I don't smash your mouth. Shimin Chongtian waved his hand, he is very angry. Forget it. Let Qinglian follow me into the city. Qin Yun said. Shimin Chongtian said in low voice, Uncle. Those big sisters and beautiful women that Qinglian knows are all repulsive. This girl's taste is really ordinary. She once introduced many so-called stunning beauties to me. I'm in tears, and I still have nightmares to this day. Qin Yun saw the tears in Shimin Chongtian's eyes and realized that Shimin Qinglian plotted against his father and left a huge shadow in his heart. Uncle, let's go. I will bring you into the city to have fun. Shimin Qinglian said with charming smile, then pulled Qin Yun and flew towards Luotian city. Shimin Chongtian shook his head, then stomped his feet and flew away. By the time Qin Yun returned to Luotian city with Shimin Qinglian, the sky had already brightened. What made Qin Yun at a loss whether to laugh or cry was that Shimin Qinglian really wanted to bring him to a brothel. What shocked him the most was that Shimin Qinglian was very familiar with the brothels here. Immortal Desolate actually has this kind of place. Qin Yun really did not expect it, he thought in his heart. Qin Yun was not interested in those places and only said that he wanted to rest. Shimin Qinglian said with a smile, Uncle, I knew that you wouldn't take a fancy to those goods. How about this, I'll find you a few untouched stars. Qinglian, go play by yourself. I want to meet a friend. Qin Yun waved his hand. He was very puzzled as to why a woman like Shimin Qinglian would know so much about this industry. Uncle, is your wife really that scary? Shimin Qinglian said with a smile, Don't worry, I guarantee that she won't find out. I am very good at this kind of thing. How do you know so much? While walking on the street, Qin Yun saw a building in front of him, it is a brothel. Isn't it because my father often goes to these places? I often go to catch him. Shimin Qinglian sighed and said, So, I know this industry very well. Whenever I follow my father to a place, the first thing I do is to find those brothel keepers and ask them to drive my father away. Qin Yun found it very funny and said, So it's like this. Alright, you go play by yourself, I really want to meet a friend. Alright. Shimin Qinglian took out the devil mirror, she wants to contact Qin Yun later. Qinglian, help me with something. Help me inquire about the Sun Core fragment. Qin Yun instructed and then ran away without a trace. Qin Yun is also trying to avoid Shimin Qinglian, otherwise he really doesn't know why she would drag him away. After returning to that ordinary inn, Qin Yun sat on the bed and recalled the talisman he cracked earlier. That talisman was crafted using fire attribute totem rune. And he is wildfire inscription spirit, so he can easily see through the totem rune's life gate. He just casually fiddled with a few runes and blocked the rune's operation. Moreover, he did not damage the talisman, that is why Shimin Chong Tian could use it to attack. 12th level finesse is indeed not ordinary. Qin Yan also doesn't know whether or not he can do it. He didn't try it out, because for him, level 11 precision was enough. Ling Yuner said with smile, Xiao Yun, doesn't Shimin Chong Tian have some Titan God totem rune? That should be a good thing. He should be able to obtain Titan God's power. Qin Yan said with frown, some gods also have their own totem runes? Could it be that this Ice Mother Tigress Xian Rujing also has her own totem rune? Can't we just ask her? Ling Yuner said. Qin Yan took out the devil mirror and contacted Xian Rujing. Auntie Rujing, I want to ask you something. Qin Yan did not even finish speaking when Xian Rujing angrily shouted, Auntie? You call me auntie, fuck your grandpa. Do I look like an auntie? I am so young and beautiful, peerless beauty capable of toppling a city, style unmatched in a generation, you actually call me auntie. I will bite your cheap mouth. Alright, 9 Desolates number 1 Beauty Goddess Rujing. I am also feeling very wronged, you know? A lot of people have been calling me uncle these days, can you understand this kind of feeling? Qin Yan said with bitter smile and then told Xian Rujing about his bitter experience. Serves you right. Xian Rujing burst into loud laughter and said, that Shimin Dazhuang is a talented person, I will praise him in the future. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, Goddess Rujing, Shimin family seems to have some Titan God totem. Then shouldn't you also have Snow Goddess totem? Xian Rujing proudly said, of course I do. My totem runes are very awesome. Quickly give it to me. Qin Yan yelled in pleasant surprise. Not giving. Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to learn it. Xian Rujing bluntly refused. It's fine if you don't give it to me. Wait until I find 9 Extinction Sect Master, you won't be able to see him. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile, 9 Extinction Sect Master's sun suppressing divine arrow must be very awesome. Given our relationship, he will surely lend it to me to play with for a few days. Xian Rujing bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth and said in low groan, even if you find him, he won't necessarily remember you. Don't forget, people who have not cultivated Saint Tier spirit will not be able to remember you. Not at all. Sect Master is very awesome, he must have cultivated Saint Tier spirit. You just wait, I will find him very soon. Qin Yan said with smile. Xiao Yun. Don't be like this. Xian Rujing suddenly acted like a spoiled child and said, Big sister, my Snow Goddess totem is very awesome, it is not convenient to pass it to you. Besides, you have so many totem runes, you don't lack mine. Wait until you find 9 Extinction Sect Master, let me see him, I will let you touch his thigh. Qin Yan doesn't care about this kind of thing, he said, if you don't pass it to me, forget it. What is there to touch about your thigh? I have a lot of thigh to touch. Humph. Xian Rujing really wants to pinch Qin Yan to death but she can't. She said delicately, little brother Xiao Yun. Big sister's Snow Goddess totem. Even if I tell you, you won't understand, it is very complicated. Even though I have it, I can't figure it out. You are not an inscription master, of course you can't figure it out. Pass it to me, I guarantee that I will figure it out. Qin Yan said. Mainly because I am too weak now. Wait until I cultivate divine body, then the totem will appear on my body. Alright, wait until I cultivate divine body, I guarantee that I will strip naked for you to see, moreover I won't tell you Yuan. Xian Rujing lightly groaned and said. It doesn't matter if you tell Yuan, she will support me. Qin Yan said with smile. Yuan hinted to him that he can obtain 8 Sun Dual Spirit Immortal Vein through Xian Rujing. Xian Rujing secretly looked at Qin Yan and his wife with disdain and said again, I promise that I will give you the totem later. Then you must promise to introduce 9 Extinction Sect Master to me, I want to ask him a few questions. Alright. Wait until I find him. At that time, we will sign a soul contract. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. Xian Rujing groaned and then cut off the connection. Qin Yan took out the golden devil mirror and impersonated Netherworld Great Emperor. He gave Devil Mirror a mission, he wants him to find Wei Zhongxing and inquire about the Sun Core fragment. Devil Mirror is very afraid of Netherworld Great Emperor because according to rumor, Netherworld Great Emperor's Nether Spirit Sacred Blade is very dreadful. According to rumor, Netherworld Great Emperor can fight 2 Great Emperors and not die. His strength can absolutely crush 1 Great Emperor. There are only 3 people in Immortal Desolate who can be called Great Emperors, and Netherworld Great Emperor is publicly acknowledged as the strongest. Qin Yan rested for half a day. In the afternoon, Little Phoenix contacted him through Devil Mirror. Nangong Shuiru arrived at Luotian City to meet an old granny of Guanghan Palace. So she left Little Phoenix in Luotian City and went to meet the old granny alone. Nangong Shuiru asked Little Phoenix to contact Qin Yan. Little Phoenix, where are you? Shuiru will be back in a day or 2. I will accompany you. Qin Yan asked. Young Master Qin, I am at Yalan Tavern. I don't need to trouble you. Little Phoenix is overwhelmed by the favor and promptly refused. In her eyes, Qin Yan is Nangong Shuiru's boyfriend. She is worried that Nangong Shuiru will thank her too much. It's fine, I am also very bored right now. I want you to accompany me for a stroll. Qin Yan said with smile. He likes to spend time with a lively and pure little girl like Little Phoenix. He is very happy. Little Phoenix can only agree to Qin Yan's request, but she wants to find Qin Yan herself. After arriving at Qin Yan's tavern, Little Phoenix is very startled. She did not expect Qin Yan to stay in such an ordinary place. Little Phoenix is wearing a very simple white dress, her 2 braids are hanging on her chest. After seeing Qin Yan, she shyly and sweetly smiled, revealing 2 cute dimples. Little Phoenix, who is the old granny Shuiru is going to see? Qin Yan asked as he followed Little Phoenix down the street. He suspects that she is the one Shimin Chong Tian wants to meet. She is a very famous venerable inscription master of Guanghan Palace. She is a 9th layer Xian immortal. I only know that she is called Young Lady Gao. She looks like an old granny, but everyone calls her Young Lady Gao. Her temperament is very eccentric. I met her once. Little Phoenix suddenly felt very sad and said in low voice, she said that my aptitude is not good, so I cannot become a disciple of Guanghan Palace. Yalanin Little Phoenix has already broken through to Ascendant Immortal. The main reason is because she ate the golden grapes Qin Yan gave her. This is all thanks to young Master Qin giving me 2 divine fruits. Little Phoenix is filled with gratitude towards Qin Yan, she also worships him very much. Back then, she thought that Qin Yan died in the immortal profound desert and cried for an entire night. Then, at daybreak, she ran out of the city alone. She wanted to go to the immortal profound desert to avenge Qin Yan. Fortunately, Nangong Shuiru pulled her back. Divine fruits can allow people to break through very quickly. Qin Yan's Nether Sun immortal power is very strong, so it is very difficult for him to break through. If he can become an Ascendant Immortal through divine fruits, then there is no need to mention Little Phoenix. More than half of the golden grapes Little Phoenix ate are still sealed in her dantian. Nangong Shuiru sealed them in order to prevent her from breaking through too quickly. Little Phoenix, take me to eat something delicious. Qin Yan said with smile. All right. Little Phoenix said with charming smile, then pulled Qin Yan and ran towards a street. Little Phoenix often follows Nangong Shuiru to other cities, so she is very familiar with them. Because Little Phoenix looks very young, she is already an Ascendant Immortal, it is very easy to attract attention. Therefore, Nangong Shuiru refined an aura concealing immortal talisman for her to wear. Only people can sense her immortal power and think that she is just a little immortal. Qin Yan followed Little Phoenix around the streets and tasted many delicacies. It was truly a feast for him. At dusk, Little Phoenix said, Young Master Qin, you should go to our inn. Sister Shuiru is an inscription pill master, you don't need immortal jade beads to stay in Yalan Inn. Alright. Qin Yan nodded with a smile. Then, he followed Little Phoenix to the tavern. This inn is called Yalan Inn. It is said that the owner of this inn is an extraordinary woman called Xianxia. Yalan Inn is located inside a manor. The main building is made of wood, it is dozens of floors tall. There are many small buildings in the vicinity, they are all located in gardens. Little Phoenix brought Qin Yan to a small building inside a garden. At this time, a red-cloaked woman suddenly walked over and lightly yelled, Little Phoenix? Little Phoenix turned her head and said, Sister Meijun, do you need something? Who is this man? Where are you taking him? The red-dressed woman asked. Nangong Shuiru's appearance can be considered very beautiful, but she is far inferior to Nangong Shuiru. She is dressed very grandly and meticulously as if she is going to attend some kind of banquet. He's my friend, and also Sister Shuiru's friend. Little Phoenix said in a low voice. Only now did she remember that bringing a man to Nangong Shuiru's small building would cause misunderstandings. Oh? Is he really Sister Shuiru's friend? I think he's your friend. The woman in the red dress teased. Did you take advantage of Shuiru's absence to secretly bring a man to live in the mansion? Don't worry, I won't tell Shuiru. And Mei Jun, watch your mouth. Little Phoenix yelled angrily. When did I spout nonsense? You're just a maidservant who followed your master to live in a luxurious mansion. Now that your master isn't here, you brought a man in to show off. This is very normal. And Mei Jun looked at Qin Yun and said sarcastically, what a handsome man. Little girl, your eyes are really good. Little Phoenix shouted angrily, and Mei Jun, don't talk nonsense. Young Master Qin is Sister Shuiru's friend. And Mei Jun giggled and said, oh? Since he is Shuiru's friend, are you also trying to seduce him? Qin Yun's brows creased. He secretly released the power of heavenly might and condensed it into mental power. Hoo! A burst of gale suddenly curled up, all the blooming flowers in the garden suddenly closed and an invisible pressure rushed out of Qin Yun's body. And Mei Jun originally wanted to ridicule Qin Yun, but she was suddenly scared speechless by the pressure. You. And Mei Jun looked at Qin Yun's deep and angry eyes and felt an indescribable fear in her heart. Scram! Qin Yun said in cold voice, don't you see? The flowers in this garden don't dare to bloom because you are too ugly. They are afraid that you will feel inferior because of your ugliness. What did you say? Although Mei Jun is scared, she is even more angry. Her voice is trembling. I am Shuiru's friend, I am also Little Phoenix's friend. Don't slander Little Phoenix. Qin Yun said in cold voice. Slander her? Who doesn't know that Little Phoenix eloped with a little half-immortal? She was almost killed by Nangong Shuime. And Mei Jun did not even finish speaking when she felt a sharp pain on her cheek. She felt as if she had been slapped heavily, but she didn't feel the impact, nor did she hear the sound of the slap. However, her face was burning with pain. Quickly scram! Qin Yun shouted in cold voice. And Mei Jun is so scared that she quickly walked away and yelled, just you wait. Hitting people in Yalan Tavern will have very serious consequences. I will go find Big Sister Yalan. Little Phoenix is scared by Qin Yun's strength, she doesn't dare to say anything. She is very grateful to Qin Yun for protecting her reputation. After Mei Jun left, the flowers in the garden suddenly bloomed. They are very beautiful and their fragrance permeated the air. Young Master Qin, you are so awesome. Little Phoenix was originally in a bad mood, but now she is completely shocked after seeing the beautiful flowers suddenly bloom in the evening. Little Phoenix, you are Shuiru's little sister, you are also my little sister. I won't let anyone bully you. Qin Yun laughed, don't take the rumors and slanders outside to heart. You must have a strong heart to be able to live a happy life. I know, thank you young Master Qin. You and Sister Shuiru are both very good to me, you are both good people. Little Phoenix is very touched and nodded her head. You can call me Brother Xiaoyun from now on. Qin Yun said with a grin. Is this really okay? Little Phoenix is a bit hesitant, but in the end, she smiled sweetly and said, Brother Xiaoyun. Qin Yun very happily nodded his head. Compared to calling her Uncle Qin, this name is much better. It also made him regain his youthful confidence. If it was before, Little Phoenix would be very worried that Mei Jun would come back for revenge. But now, she is not afraid at all. She knows that Qin Yun is a very capable person, he will definitely be able to deal with any trouble. Did Shuiru not bring her magic mirror? Qin Yun asked. No. Little Phoenix shook her head, then opened the door to let Qin Yun in. I will refine one for her in the future, it will be very safe. Qin Yun said with smile. Brother Xiaoyun, you also know how to refine magic mirror? Little Phoenix suddenly remembered something and stuck out its tongue. I forgot that you are Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror's disciple. After Qin Yun entered the small building, Little Phoenix immediately poured tea for him. Little Phoenix, who is this Mei Jun? Qin Yan asked. Humph. She is a very excessive woman. She is a disciple of a small sect, her family has some foundation. She hangs out in all kinds of high-class places all day long, she likes to make friends with all kinds of noble people and show off on the magic mirror. Sister Shuiru only met her a few times and she said that they are as close as sisters. Little Phoenix groaned and said. She is a third-layer ascendant immortal, she should have some strength. I hope she doesn't come back after I teach her a lesson. Qin Yan smiled. Brother Xiaoyun, how did you hit her? I saw red marks on her face. But I didn't hear any sound and I didn't see her head move. Little Phoenix said very curiously. I used suffering divine ability and my powerful mental power to lightly touch her face and make her feel pain. Qin Yan said with smile. He has nothing to hide from Little Phoenix. So awesome. Little Phoenix said in amazement. At this time, Shiman Qinglian suddenly contacted Qin Yan through the magic mirror and asked, Uncle, where are you? Quickly tell me, I have found out about the Sun Core fragment. I want to talk to you face to face. Qin Yan is very happy, he did not expect Shiman Qinglian to find something so quickly. He said with smile, I am at Yalan Tavern. Uncle, well done. I didn't expect you to be so experienced, you even went to Yalan Tavern to flirt with girls. Yalan Tavern is a famous place in Luotian City where beauties gather. Shiman Qinglian said with mischievous smile. Oh? I don't know. Qin Yan said with frown, he really doesn't know. Keep pretending for me. Yalan Tavern was founded by Big Sister Yalan and she has many famous beauties in Xianzhou. As long as she knows a beauty, she can stay in Yalan Tavern for free. Therefore, many disciples of famous sects come to Yalan Tavern out of admiration. Shiman Qinglian said with smile, moreover, the famous beauties of Yalan Tavern are very difficult to flirt with. There is such a thing? Qin Yan suddenly feels that Xiang Yalan is very good at doing business. Those disciples of famous sects are very willing to be fish in big water. The accommodation fee and all kinds of expenses are very high, 10 to 20 times higher than other places. Shiman Qinglian said with smile, Uncle, do you like any beauty? I will help you chase her. Qinglian, can you stay in Yalan Tavern for free? Qin Yan asked. Uncle, aren't you just talking nonsense? Who do you think I, Shiman Qinglian, am? Of course I can stay in Yalan Tavern for free, I can even eat and drink for free. Just wait for me, I will immediately go find you. Oh that's right, as long as you say my name and say you are my uncle, you can eat and drink to your heart's content, everything is free. Shiman Qinglian very proudly said. Quickly come over and talk to me about the core fragment. Qin Yan said with smile. Alright, I will immediately rush over. I will bring Big Sister Yalan to see you. Hee, Big Sister Yalan rarely shows her face, many big water fishes have stayed in Yalan Tavern for several years and still haven't seen Big Sister Yalan. And as long as I say a word, Big Sister Yalan will respect you as a VIP, she will even dance for you. Shiman Qinglian laughed loudly and said, Of course, if you want to sleep with her, I won't be able to do it, uncle will have to work hard. Qin Yan is speechless, this Shiman Qinglian only thinks about these things all day long. He put away the magic mirror and continued drinking his tea. Little Phoenix is also very surprised by the person inside the magic mirror. Suddenly, a sharp voice came from outside, Little Phoenix, quickly bring your man out and apologize to me. And Mei Jun is here, that evil woman is really something. Little Phoenix lightly groaned and said, she obviously can't stay in Yalan Tavern for free but she always pretends that she can. Qin Yan said with smile, don't worry about her, wait for Qinglian to come, I will take care of her. He is more concerned about the core fragment because he is worried that Yang Yang will fall into hibernation like Nine Sun Divine Hammer. If there are enough core fragments, even if Yang Yang falls into hibernation, he can wake her up when he needs her help. Grandmaster Helen outside and Mei Jun had brought quite a few people with her, but they only dared to shout outside. They didn't dare to barge in. Therefore, Qin Yun and Little Phoenix sat in the living room, drinking tea and chatting. He held the magic mirror and inquired about Totem Pavilion. He discovered that Totem Pavilion was actually doing quite well in the Immortal Desolate. Furthermore, they had dealings with many great powers. Totem Pavilion controlled some totem inscriptions. If other inscription masters wanted to obtain their totem inscriptions, they would have to exchange with Totem Pavilion. Furthermore, they would have to agree to some conditions, such as cooperating with Totem Pavilion and helping each other out. Facing a large faction, Totem Pavilion would remain humble and not dare to push their luck. They would even give up a lot of benefits. However, Totem Pavilion was very overbearing when working with small and medium forces. Thus, compared to those great powers, Totem Pavilion was considered very powerful. In recent years, Totem Pavilion had become more and more domineering. Because they didn't have any conflicts with those big powers, they wouldn't be taken care of by those big powers, causing Totem Pavilion to gradually expand and form a grudge with the Moon Palace. In fact, in the eyes of many major forces, the Moon Palace was only considered to be below average. After all, the vast cold palace had been destroyed before. Currently, there was only immortal Emperor Yu. Moreover, she was also a woman. Naturally, she gave off a very weak feeling. Furthermore, the relationship between the Guanghan Palace and several great powers was very stiff. For example, the Immortal Desolate Great Emperor's immortal family and the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate that the Devil Immortal Great Emperor had just established, they all had conflicts with the Guanghan Palace. Totem Pavilion belonged to the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. When they found out that the Guanghan Palace was going to exchange totem runes with a reclusive inscription family, they immediately went to cause trouble, causing the Guanghan Palace to be extremely angry. This Totem Pavilion is really arrogant. Through the magic mirror, Xianxia found out many of the evil deeds that Totem Pavilion had done. Totem Pavilion is the tyrant of the Immortal Desolate, because other than those superpowers, no one can do anything to them. Little Phoenix said, they've done a lot of evil things, but for some reason, they can't appear in the magic mirror. Really? Immortal Emperor Fiend Mirror received benefits from Totem Pavilion? Xianxia said with a frown. Little Rainbow Phoenix nodded and whispered, Brother Xiaoyun, your master and Totem Pavilion should have a good relationship. Don't you know? I don't know, I haven't seen Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror for a long time. Also, this guy is my disciple. I will definitely teach this guy a lesson in the future. Xianxia said with smile. Brother Xiaoyun, are you really Immortal Emperor Fiend Mirror's master? Little Phoenix was in awe of Xianxia, but she still found it hard to believe. After all, the Immortal Emperor is, Immortal Emperor is end. Is. I'm just kidding. Xianxia said with a mischievous smile. Outside the door, and Mei Jun yelled, Little Phoenix, you little bitch. Hurry up and bring your man out here. And Xiao Mumud Xiao sister, I Mushua Xiao master. As Sister Shui Ru's good sister, I can't tolerate this. This woman's mouth is really stinky, I will go out and teach her a lesson. Xianxia put away the magic mirror and stood up. Xiao Tian, Xiao. Little Phoenix laughed. Let her do as she pleases. I'll tell Sister Shui Ru about it. I've recorded how she scolded me. Xianxia said with smile, all right, we must let Shui Ru see the true face of this kind of person and distance herself from him. Suddenly, Little Phoenix's magic mirror vibrated. Someone had sent her a message. Little Phoenix looked at the mirror and frowned. Then, it snorted. And Mei Jun is really something. How dare she say bad things about me in the mirror? Xianxia took out the magic mirror and saw a message. It says that Nangong Shuiru's servant girl Little Phoenix took advantage of her master's absence to bring a man into Nangong Shuiru's mansion. She also said that the mansion was provided to Nangong Shuiru by Yalan Tavern and Little Phoenix has no right to bring a man inside. It seems to be on the headlines. Xianxia said with a frown, how did she do it? The more immortal jade beads you give, the more information you'll be able to make it to the top. Little Phoenix harumphed. Before putting the demonic mirror away, Xianxia took out the golden demonic mirror and sent a message to Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror, asking him to delete all information about Little Phoenix and the nickname in Mei Jun. Finally, Xianxia told Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror not to ask why and just do as he says. And Mei Jun and more than 10 people are looking at the demonic mirror very proudly. But suddenly they discovered that the information has disappeared. Each of us gathered 20,000 immortal jade beads and spent 200,000 to 300,000 immortal jade beads to barely make it to the headlines. How come the information has disappeared? My demonic mirror can't release any information. Did it get sealed? And Mei Jun said in shock. There must be a problem with the demonic mirror. Don't worry, I know a disciple of the demonic mirror. I will contact him and ask about the situation. A man promptly used the demonic mirror to contact the disciple. After Little Phoenix heard the words outside, she opened the demonic mirror in amazement and discovered that the information slandering her has indeed disappeared. Brother Xiaoyun, thank you. Little Phoenix knows that Qin Yun has put in a lot of effort. She also knows that Qin Yun has a relationship with Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror. Because only Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror can delete information and seal other people's nicknames. You're welcome. Qin Yun said with smile. To him, this is a very easy matter. Suddenly, with a bang sound, the door of the small building was violently kicked open. This is the Yalan Tavern. Normally no one would mess around here, so the small building did not have any formation set up. And Mei Jun and the others who were waiting outside became anxious and directly rushed in. The people who rushed in are all beautiful men and women wearing luxurious clothing. With one look, it is clear that they were called by Mei Jun. They are all famous disciples of famous sections. Their cultivation is around 2nd or 3rd level of upper mortal realm. Little Phoenix shouted in alarm and anger, why did you break in? This is Sister Shuiru's residence, you are too rude, quickly get out. And Mei Jun said with sneer, we came in to stop you adulterous couple from polluting this place. Sister Shuiru will definitely thank us. Qin Yun sat on the chair, drank a mouthful of tea and then put down the teacup. Walala, the wooden pillars in the hall suddenly released many powerful rattan vines. After those rattan vines flashed out, they whipped out like a fierce and chaotic whip. They brought along powerful immortal power and randomly whipped the group of people. Among them, Mei Jun's face has been hit by several whip marks. It is very unsightly. Other people have also been whipped by those rattan vines. Even though they are wearing body-protecting immortal clothes, their bodies are still burning with pain. These rattan vines were summoned by Qin Yun through tree totem power and suffering divine ability power. It is more than enough to deal with these upper immortals. The group of people who rushed in all shouted and left the small hall. You. And Mei Jun knows that Qin Yun is evil. She pointed at Qin Yun and shouted. It has nothing to do with me, this is a barrier set up by Shuiru. Qin Yun smiled, you trespassed and the barrier thought you were enemies, so it sent you out. Aren't you Shuiru's good sister? How come you don't even know this? This caused Mei Jun to feel very embarrassed. She also believes that this is a barrier set up by Nangong Shuiru. She doesn't believe that Qin Yun has this kind of strength. At this time, the group of people uniformly looked at a red-clothed man. This red-clothed man is very handsome and has a kind of arrogance. Everyone is very respectful towards him. Young Master He Wangqin, aren't you a disciple of Totem Pavilion? You must be proficient in inscription, quickly go break that formation and capture those dog couple, a young man said, his face was also whipped. He Wangqin's face showed a difficult expression as he said, that is a barrier set up by Shuiru, if I break it, she will blame me. Can't you just fix it after you break it? Aren't you an inscription great master? It shouldn't be difficult for you. A blue-clothed woman said. She reacted a bit slower and was hit several times by the rattan vines, it is still very painful. I will give it a try. He Wangqin braced himself and entered the hall. And Mei Jun proudly yelled, Little Phoenix, you will be in for a good time. He Wangqin walked into the hall. He walked very slowly and looked around. He did have some level of inscription. After entering, he released the power of his blood soul to investigate the barrier inside. However, he did not discover anything. He continued walking forward and finally arrived in front of Qin Yun. He said with a sneer, you shameless fellow, you hooked up with Shuiru's lowly servant and trespassed into Shuiru's fragrant room. Who do you think you are? You think you can enter? After saying that, He Wangqin opened his 5 fingers and grabbed at Qin Yun's throat. Qin Yun immediately released a supergravity, forcing He Wangqin to kneel on the ground. When his knees landed heavily on the ground, the stone tiles on the ground shattered. Get the hell out of here. Qin Yun sat on a chair and swept out with his foot. It landed ruthlessly on He Wangqin's cheek, bringing with it a ferocious shockwave. Ahhhh, He Wangqin screamed miserably. Accompanied by a shockwave, he was kicked out of the door of the small building like trash and landed in the small garden outside. Everyone is extremely shocked. They quickly went over to look at He Wangqin. They saw that He Wangqin's face is swollen and crooked, his crooked mouth is twitching. Young master, he is the son of Totem Pavilion's grandmaster He Lin. Little Phoenix, you are finished. And Mei Jun is also panicking, she shouted, quickly report this matter to the Yalan Tavern's shopkeeper. That person is finished. He actually injured an esteemed guest like young master He in the Yalan Tavern. Big sister Yalan will definitely personally teach this person a lesson this time. Young master He's injuries are very serious. I heard that Grandmaster He Lin is in the Yalan Tavern. We should quickly let him come over to check his injuries and teach that person a lesson. A blue-dressed woman suddenly shouted, I contacted the shopkeeper's son, he will come over immediately. He said that big sister Yalan will definitely be very angry when she finds out about this because this kind of thing has never happened in the Yalan Tavern before. At this time, He Wangqin, who was lying on the ground, suddenly took out his magic mirror. His mouth is crooked. He looked at Qin Yun and said with difficulty, You just wait for me, I will immediately inform my father. Everyone now knows that Qin Yun is very strong. They do not dare to go in. He Wangqin is a young master from Totem Pavilion, moreover he is also wearing a full set of equipment. After being beaten to the ground, he was even kicked crooked in the mouth and face. Not long after, a very strong aura attacked. It is He Lin. Who injured my son? He Lin's voice is low and filled with anger. Previously, He Lin was beaten by Shiman Chong Tian and fled. Now he is actually leisurely staying in the Yalan Tavern. Qin Yun did not say anything. He is not afraid of He Lin at all. He calmly drank his tea. Little Phoenix feels that Qin Yun is the disciple of a mortal emperor magic mirror. Nothing will happen to him, so it is very relaxed and looked outside. He Lin took care of He Wangqin's injuries and angrily walked towards the door of the small building. The others also supported He Wangqin and followed him in. 1336 Chapter 1336 Shopkeeper's son He Lin walked in the front. When he entered, he saw Qin Yun's face and felt that it was very familiar. When he took a closer look at Qin Yun's face, he immediately stopped in his tracks. He recognized Qin Yun. He also remembered that face. It is not easy for him to forget it. Because not long ago, Qin Yun broke the top-quality immortal bone talisman made by the Inscription Profound sect. When He Lin was tending to He Wangqin's injuries, he overheard the group of youngsters talking about Qin Yun and Little Phoenix. At that time, he truly believed that Little Phoenix took advantage of Nangong Shuiru's absence to bring a man into the inn because this kind of thing is very common. But now, after He Lin saw Qin Yun, he immediately understood what is going on. He is very certain that Qin Yun is Nangong Shuiru's friend. Even if Qin Yun said that he is Nangong Shuiru's man, He Lin would not doubt it. Because in his eyes, Qin Yun is a very mysterious Inscription Profound sect. Although he looks young, he is actually a senior. He Lin was a little afraid of Shiman Chong Tian, but Shiman Dazhuang addressed Qin Yun as uncle. He Lin is also a person who has seen wind and waves. Seeing that Qin Yun is indifferently drinking tea, he is even more certain that he is a hidden expert. He secretly cursed his son for provoking such a person. I am a reasonable person. If my son is unreasonable, I will not protect him. He Lin calmed himself down and said in a clear voice. He doesn't dare to expose Qin Yun's identity because he can see that this kind of expert likes to be low-key. Everyone thought that He Lin would rush over and beat Qin Yun up, but he actually started to talk about reason. But when they thought about it, they can understand. After all, this is Yalan Inn, they have to give Xiang Yalan some face. Venerable Master He Lin, do you think that your son is reasonable? Qin Yun indifferently asked. The one who is unreasonable is you. You colluded with that lowly Little Phoenix and sneaked into Shuiru's residence. What reason do you have? And Mei Jun furiously rebuked. Little Phoenix has followed Shuiru for many years and I am her friend. I happened to pass by Luotian City, so she invited me to wait for Shuiru's return. What's wrong with that? Qin Yun groaned. Someone like you is worthy to be Shuiru's friend? Why don't you take a look at your own cultivation? Judging from his aura, he's at most a first-layer exalted immortal. A man in blue sneered. Little Phoenix snapped, what does it have to do with you? What kind of friends Sister Shuiru makes? This is Sister Shuiru's residence. It's your fault for barging in and attacking her guest. And Mei Jun was furious. She was about to hit Little Phoenix when He Lin released his aura. This young lady has a point. He Lin hurriedly said, since this young master is Lady Shuiru's friend, why can't he be here? And what evidence do you have to prove that he is not Miss Shuiru's friend? And Mei Jun and the other youngsters were dumbfounded. They suddenly suspected that they had misheard. He Lin was actually helping Qin Yun Sr., but Little Phoenix, and this person injured young master He. And Mei Jun stammered. My son was too reckless. He barged into Lady Shuiru's residence and tried to attack her guest. It's normal for him to be repelled by her guest. I am a reasonable person, I will help whoever is reasonable. He Lin is doing this to absolve his son. He doesn't want to be targeted by a mysterious inscription sect. And Mei Jun and the others heard that Venerable Master He Lin is very protective of his own son. His son's mouth was crooked from being beaten, but he is still speaking up for the person who beat his son. This caused them to suspect that the He Lin before them is a fake. He Lin laughed and said, this matter is already very clear. This young master is Lady Shuiru's friend. Little Phoenix invited him here to wait for Lady Shuiru's return. Yet you came here to cause trouble. This is your fault. Go back. Go back, and Mei Jun and the others think that Little Phoenix brought a man into Nangong Shuiru's residence. So they want to teach Little Phoenix a lesson and make Nangong Shuiru thank them. Everyone knows that Nangong Shuiru doesn't have the devil mirror, so they can't contact her in a short period of time. However, and Mei Jun and the others can see that Nangong Shuiru can't have a friend with such cultivation. In their eyes, Nangong Shuiru is an aloof and remote female inscription pill master. Moreover, she is close to the level of Venerable Master. How can she have a friend with such noble status? Moreover, they are so intimate, they can even live together in the same house. He Lin thinks that it is very normal for Qin Yun to be acquainted with an outstanding female inscription master like Nangong Shuiru. He also wants to tell these youngsters that Qin Yun is a Xian inscription master. However, he is afraid of arousing Qin Yun's disgust, so he didn't say anything. Qin, this is your fault. Also, if you encounter this kind of thing in the future, don't rush to the front. You are truly careless in making friends. You better distance yourself from these blind friends. He Lin's voice is filled with anger as he grabbed He Wangqin. He Wangqin is very dissatisfied with his father helping Qin Yun. But after he was grabbed, he heard his father's sound transmission telling him to cooperate. He is not stupid, he immediately realized that the person before him is an expert. He also recalled how he was sent flying by Qin Yun and realized that Qin Yun is not a simple ascendant immortal. Quickly apologize. He Lin shouted in low voice. I am sorry, I was wrong. He Wangqin said with crooked mouth. You guys have caused enough trouble today, quickly leave. Qin Yun waved his hand. He Lin hurriedly grabbed He Wangqin and quickly walked out of the hall, running away in an instant. And Mei Jun and the others can see that He Lin is somewhat afraid of Qin Yun. They suddenly realized that Qin Yun is not a simple person. Just as they were about to retreat, a very arrogant voice suddenly came from outside. Who is causing trouble in Yalan Tavern? Just as the voice finished, a man wearing luxurious red and blue brocade clothes walked in with a folding fan in his hand. He Choyong has arrived. Shopkeeper He's son He Choyong? I have been in Yalan Tavern for so many days but I have never seen him. I did not expect to finally see him. He is so handsome. I heard shopkeeper he is Sister Yalan's aunt. Doesn't that mean He Choyong is Sister Yalan's cousin? This guy is in trouble. Venerable Master He Lin doesn't want to cause trouble in Yalan Tavern. Moreover, he is a reasonable person. That is why he can't do anything to this adulterous couple. He Choyong will definitely teach them a lesson. He Choyong heard many people praising him behind his back and became arrogant. He raised his head and looked at Qin Yun. He said coldly, I heard about this matter. This is Yalan Tavern, you will be severely punished for hitting people here. The person I hit already knows his mistake and admitted that it was his fault. Qin Yan said indifferently, he was the one who started the trouble. Didn't you injure He Wangqin? How could he admit his mistake to you? He Chouyong said coldly. Qin Yan looked at Meijun's group and said, I will have to trouble you to call young Master He over. And Meijun and the others did not take out their magic mirror. They are worried that He Wangqin and He Lin would come back and stop He Chouyong from teaching Qin Yan a lesson. They are now secretly suspecting that Qin Yan released those wooden vines to hit them. They are still brooding over this matter. Young Master He did not make a mistake. He was seriously injured and was taken away by his father. Grandmaster He Lin said that this is Yalan Tavern, it is not convenient for him to take action. He hopes that young Master He can teach this guy a lesson, a blue-dressed woman promptly said. He Chouyong looked at Qin Yan and said with cold smile, I have also seen servants secretly bring people in when the master is not around. People like you are usually beaten up by us and then thrown out. And since you hit young Master He, I can only cripple you and throw you out. At this moment, He Lin's aura arrived. He Lin has returned with He Wangqin. He Lin coldly looked at the blue-dressed woman and shouted angrily, which family's girl are you? I, He Lin, have never let He Chouyong teach anyone a lesson. The blue-dressed woman's face immediately turned deathly pale in fright. The injured He Wangqin hurriedly walked over and kicked the blue-dressed woman. He said angrily, I've already apologized to this young master. Furthermore, I was in the wrong in the first place. Why are you spreading rumors that I'm not in the wrong? Do you want me to apologize to this young master again? The blue-dressed woman has been sent flying, her face is filled with fear. She crawled up and immediately ran out. He Chouyong respectfully greeted He Lin as Grandmaster. He originally wanted to teach Qin Yan a lesson but now he is completely confused by the situation. Other people also don't dare to speak carelessly. They suddenly realized that the person they are dealing with today is someone with some strength. He Wangqin coldly looked at Meijun and said with cold groan, Meijun, this young master is clearly Miss Shuiru's friend. Why are you slandering him as a man secretly brought in by Little Phoenix? I. And Meijun suddenly realized that she was wrong. This was also because she judged others by herself. It is because Meijun felt that if she was Nangong Shuiru, it would be impossible for her to have such a close relationship with a first-layer ascendant immortal. And Meijun is now riding a tiger with no way out. She gritted her teeth and said, Young Master He, this guy attacked people in Yalan Tavern. Shouldn't he be punished? Young Master He, if you don't punish him today, where will the prestige of Yalan Tavern go? He Chouyong nodded, then looked at Qin Yan with narrowed eyes and said in cold voice, Didn't you attack people here? If you attacked people here, you must be punished no matter what. Who do you think you are? Even if someone wants to punish someone, it is not your turn. Qin Yan expressionlessly said, Young Master He said it very clearly, he was in the wrong first. I had no choice but to attack him. Don't tell me that I don't even have the right to protect myself inside Yalan Tavern? He Lin doesn't know whether he should attack or not. If he did, he would anger shopkeeper He. He felt that since his son apologized to Qin Yan and was forgiven, there is nothing else for them to do here. He pulled his son and left. Young Master He only wanted to capture you but you attacked so ruthlessly. He Chouyong finished speaking, took out his sword and pointed it at Qin Yan. He shouted in stern voice, Stand up. He Chouyong is a fifth-layer ascendant immortal, he is an expert sword user. The immortal sword in his hand overflowed with dense and cold sword energy. 1337 Chapter 1337 Young Uncle, He Chouyong arrogantly looked at Qin Yan while holding his cold immortal sword. The immortal sword in his hand trembled and released a burst of cold sword energy, accompanied by a clear and melodious sword cry, causing all the youngsters present to suck in a mouthful of cold air. Force you to attack? I am just punishing the person who broke the rules of the Yalan Tavern. He Chouyong said with sneer. At this time Meijun took out an immortal sword, its quality is not bad, moreover it is very beautiful, the hilt is inlaid with all kinds of beautiful shining gems. Seeing that He Chouyong wants to teach Qin Yan a lesson, she is extremely happy, she walked forward and said, Young Master He, I will help you. No need. I will deal with this kind of small character myself. He Chouyong finished speaking and fiercely stabbed towards Qin Yan's shoulder. Qin Yan suddenly extended 2 fingers and clamped He Chouyong's cold immortal sword. He Chouyong is using very strong ice-cold immortal power. After Qin Yan clamped the tip of the sword, he poured an intense flame into it, making the sword both hot and cold. Everyone saw Qin Yan easily clamp He Chouyong's sword. They can't help but feel alarmed. They suddenly realized that Qin Yan is very strong. You dare to resist me?" He Chouyong furiously said. Because his mother is the shopkeeper of the Yalan Tavern, He Chouyong feels that he is one of the most powerful people in the Yalan Tavern. Qin Yan suddenly took out the 9th Heaven Mysterious King Saber and vigorously chopped down on He Chouyong's immortal sword. With a crisp clang sound, a scorching hot aura spread out. He Chouyong was forced to retreat. What caused him to be alarmed and furious is that his immortal sword has been cut in half. Qin Yan has been sitting on the chair all along. His expression is very calm. This is a high-quality immortal sword. He Chouyong is extremely pained. He furiously looked at Qin Yan. You dare to destroy my immortal sword?" Qin Yan's 9th Heaven Mysterious King Saber was mixed with divine iron powder. Moreover, it was also forged by 9 Sun Divine Hammer. Its strength is very dreadful. It has very strong destructive power against ordinary immortal tools. "So what if I destroy your immortal sword?" Qin Yan waved his saber. Like a flash of light, it brought along a burst of violent gale and hacked towards He Chouyong's arm. He Chouyong never expected that Qin Yan would be so daring to attack him. He had thought that no one would dare to attack him in the Yalan Inn, so he had let his guard down. Swish! He Chouyong let out a blood-curdling scream as his arm fell to the ground. Scram! Qin Yan suddenly stood up and pushed his palm towards the more than 10 people in the hall. The angry dragon's sorrowful cry shook the small building. It was the Extinction Dragon palm. Qin Yan struck out with Extinction Dragon 36 palms in an instant. Furthermore, it was imbued with a very powerful earthquake divine ability power. The ferocious vibrating power seemed like it could tear space apart. Accompanied by a sorrowful dragon roar, the 12+ exalted immortals were shaken out of the small building's living room. Qin Yan also concentrated his power on those people, so he did not destroy the building. Those young exalted immortals thought that because their cultivation is above Qin Yan, they are stronger than him. But now, Qin Yan's palm strike had sent them flying, causing them to vomit blood. And Mei Jun wanted to make a move, but the beautiful long sword in her hand had been shattered into pieces. Qin Yan held 2 fingers together and pointed forward with great force. Rumble! Heaven explosion fingers power furiously shot out and hit those young people outside the door, causing their heads to bleed. One by one, they fell to the ground and let out miserable screams. Qin Yan kicked the severed arm on the ground towards He Chouyong, who just crawled up. Bang! He Chouyong was sent flying by his own severed arm. He hit a stone in the garden and shattered the stone. Little Phoenix is completely dumbstruck. She did not expect that Qin Yan would actually attack. Moreover, he would use very strong power to seriously injure those people. You are finished." He Chouyong vomited blood and screamed, "Someone come quickly, someone come quickly. I have been injured. Someone is killing people in Yalan Inn." Qin Yan walked out of the small building and looked at those injured exalted immortals with cold gaze. He condensed a very strong power on his finger, pointed at He Chouyong and said, "You wanted to kill me just now?" He Chouyong did not even finish speaking when Qin Yan's finger trembled and let out a heaven-shaking explosion. He shot out piercing mountain-splitting earth finger and pierced He Chouyong's chest. He Chouyong vomited blood and kept screaming miserably. And Mei Jun and the others saw He Chouyong's miserable state and immediately became very scared. They did not expect that the man brought by Little Phoenix would be so dreadful. Now they believe that Qin Yan is Nangong Shuiru's friend. You trash exalted immortals actually have the face to walk around outside? Qin Yan pointed at an Mei Jun and coldly groaned. There was a loud bang, piercing mountain-splitting earth finger shot out again and pierced in Mei Jun's chest. Everyone else has been seriously injured by Qin Yan. They are now lying on the garden outside, unable to resist at all. They saw that in Mei Jun and He Chouyong's bodies have been pierced and realized that it will be their turn very soon. Boom boom boom, Qin Yan unleashed the piercing mountain-splitting earth finger at the group of young ascendant immortals lying on the ground. He unleashed the piercing mountain-splitting earth finger at each of them, piercing their hearts. With such a big commotion happening here, many people gathered around as well. He Lin and He Wangqin heard a series of explosions and hastily returned. They saw that Qin Yun has pierced through the bodies of those young exalted immortals one by one. Originally, He Choyong's strength was not weak, but he was too arrogant. Moreover, he didn't think that anyone would dare to attack him inside the Yalan Tavern. He seriously underestimated Qin Yun's strength. He Choyong's immortal sword was cut off by Qin Yun and his mind suffered severe damage. After all, it was a sword that he refined with his soul for many years. Then his arm was cut off by Qin Yun. Even though his cultivation is higher than Qin Yun's, he is still unable to block this series of attacks. Many people saw that He Choyong is covered in blood and became extremely shocked. They all know that He Choyong is the shopkeeper's son and now he has been injured inside the Yalan Tavern. Most shocking thing is that the person who injured He Choyong very calmly returned to the small hall and continued drinking tea. He Lin glared at He Wangqin. He Wangqin now knows that his mouth being crooked is already very light. He Choyong and the others have their hearts pierced and their whole body heavily injured. Not long after, many ninth-layer exalted immortals of the Yalan Tavern arrived. They are all old women and old men. The first thing they did after they arrived was to treat the injuries of the injured people. The other old men also entered the small hall and looked at Qin Yun who was drinking tea. When He Lin saw this, he hurriedly brought He Wangqin in to chat with the elders and told them what had happened. Everyone, this is the general situation. Those young people are too arrogant and look down on everyone. That's why they offended Miss Shuiru's esteemed guest. I'm afraid this is not something you can handle. Let's wait for the Yalan Tavern's upper echelon to arrive first. He Lin cupped his hands at the old men. The old men are not like those young people. When they saw that Grandmaster He Lin was speaking on Qin Yun's behalf and even asked his son to apologize to Qin Yun, they knew that Qin Yun is an expert they cannot afford to offend. They took out the devil mirror and contacted the Yalan Tavern's upper echelon. Little Phoenix is very surprised. She did not expect that He Lin would speak on Qin Yun's behalf. After those few old men came in, Qin Yun did not say a word. Shopkeeper, he has arrived, someone shouted from outside. Mother. He Choyong who was being treated let out a miserable scream. Shopkeeper, he is a middle-aged woman with ordinary appearance but very elegant temperament. She is wearing white clothes and her expression is very cold. She already learned about what happened on the way here. Based on her understanding of Grandmaster He Lin, she concluded that Qin Yun has some ability. Moreover, he is truly Nangong Shuiru's esteemed guest. Shopkeeper, he entered the hall. Although her expression is calm, she is suppressing her anger because her son has been injured. She knows that Qin Yun is not someone to be trifled with, but she is the shopkeeper of the Yalan Tavern. She has her own connections. She has good relationship with many powerful experts from influential families. Moreover, she is Xiang Yalan's aunt. With Xiang Yalan's protection, she has nothing to fear. You injured my son and yet you are still drinking tea here. Do you think you are dead for sure? That's why you don't want to run away. Shopkeeper, he is steaming with anger. Shopkeeper, he is a ninth-layer upper immortal. When she is angry, she released her aura to cover Qin Yun. Qin Yun also learned that He Choyong took his mother's surname because Shopkeeper, he is very powerful. He wanted to kill me. You should be thanking me for sparing your son's life. Qin Yun faintly smiled and drank a mouthful of tea. Even if I kill everyone outside, you won't be able to do anything to me. Yalan Tavern has never had such an arrogant person like you. Even if you are Nangong Shuiru's esteemed guest, I will still kill you today. Shopkeeper, he furiously shouted. Shopkeeper, he furiously took out a large saber. At this time, a clear and cold voice arrived from outside. Who dares to be so arrogant in the Yalan Tavern? Who dares to injure so many people? At this time, a burst of respectful voice came from outside. Greetings, Grandmaster Qinglian. Grandmaster Qinglian, why have you come? That arrogant person is inside. Grandmaster Qinglian, quickly go teach him a lesson. The people outside all respectfully greeted Shiman Qinglian. Even the injured He Choyong and An Mei Jun crawled up with great effort and greeted Shiman Qinglian. Moreover, they let people support them as they followed Shiman Qinglian into the reception hall. Shopkeeper he also promptly went out to greet Xianxia. Everyone knows that Xianxia is a member of Xian family, a superpower that can stand shoulder to shoulder with immortal families. Because Xian family has arrived in Luotian City, a large group of inscription masters have gathered here. Everyone wants to befriend Xian family and obtain some clues about how to subdue inscription beasts from them. Xianxia was wearing a cyan-colored dress. Although her face was slightly round, she looked very cold and arrogant. After she arrived, she saw Qin Yun drinking tea and became very shocked. She promptly yelled, "Uncle, why are you in Sister Shuiru's residence?" Uncle. Familiar Dragon Totem, Chapter 1338, Familiar Dragon Totem. Qin Yun looks as young as Xianxia. Being called uncle by Xianxia is very helpless. Little Phoenix knows Xianxia because she came to Nangong Shuiru's place before. She is also very surprised. How did Qin Yun become Xianxia's uncle? Shopkeeper he who originally wanted to flip out at Qin Yun, now her body slightly trembled. She has to be very respectful in front of a little girl like Xianxia. Now that shopkeeper he is Xianxia's uncle, how can she not kneel down? Xianxia said with smile, rumor has it that little Phoenix brought a wild man into Sister Shuiru's place. So the wild man she brought is you. Ha ha ha, He Choyong and in Mei Jun who were brought in by Xianxia are so scared that their legs became soft and they almost fell to the ground. It is very normal for Xianxia's uncle to know Nangong Shuiru. They mistakenly thought that Qin Yun is a wild man that little Phoenix hooked up with. Now they understand that Qin Yun is truly Nangong Shuiru's friend, moreover he is Xianxia's uncle. They cursed Qin Yun in their hearts. He actually hid his cultivation and made it seem like he is an ascendant immortal. Actually Qin Yun did not hide his aura at all because he is a first layer ascendant immortal. Uncle, what's going on? Why did they start fighting? After Xianxia came in, she sat on the chair beside Qin Yun. Venerable Master He Lin, I will have to trouble you to tell her what happened. Qin Yun indifferently said. Yes. He Lin very respectfully nodded his head, then once again told Qin Yun what happened. He even used his son as a bad example. The old man and shopkeeper he in the hall were all incomparably shocked. Who is Venerable Master He Lin? He is a very famous Venerable Master of Totem Pavilion in Xian Province, yet he is acting so servile towards a young man. He Wangqin who is sitting beside He Lin is so scared that his legs are trembling. After shopkeeper he finished listening to He Lin's narration, she respectfully apologized to Qin Yun. She tightly clenched her fists, turned around and glared at He Choyong and in Mei Jun. She furiously said, quickly apologize to this senior. He Choyong and in Mei Jun are scared silly, their bodies are shivering as they apologized to Qin Yun and little Phoenix. Alright, you can all leave. Qin Yun waved his hand. When He Choyong saw that Qin Yun did not fuss over it, he quickly bade farewell. Soon, the others walked out. Xianxia walked out and shouted, my uncle likes peace and quiet, and he is very low profile. If you spread the news about what happened today and affect his reputation, you will be making an enemy out of our Xian clan. The others hurriedly promised not to say anything more about today's matter. After all, the uncle of the Xian family was considered a wild man, and this was really too unpleasant to hear. On the way back, He Choyong unceasingly cursed his son, nearly provoking an elder of Xian clan. Now, everyone believes that Qin Yun is a member of the Xian family. Everyone knew that Xian clan was a hidden clan and had always been very low-key. So, it was very normal for the experts of Xian clan to be low-key. After Xianxia closed the door, she giggled and said, Uncle, when did you get to know elder sister Shuiru? You actually have such a good relationship with sister Shuiru. No wonder you don't like those vulgar women in the brothel. I am just Shuiru's friend. Qin Yun faintly smiled. Humph, who would believe you? Quickly speak, what is your relationship with sister Shuiru? Xianxia is very curious, she pouted and asked. Qin Yun spread out his hands and said, I am truly Shuiru's friend. Xianxia looked at little Phoenix and said, Little Phoenix, tell me, is he sister Shuiru's boyfriend? Little Phoenix said in low voice, Xiaoyun is sister Shuiru's good friend. Xiaoyun? Xianxia frowned and looked at Qin Yun, are you very young? She suddenly realized that Qin Yun has known Nangong Shuiru for a very long time, even little Phoenix is very familiar with her. What do you think? Qin Yun said with smile. Big brother De Zhuang calls you uncle. Even my father calls you uncle. Could it be that you are very young? Shimin Qinglian yelled in shock. Little Phoenix cannot help but giggle, she suddenly sympathized with this Xiao Yun. He is so young and handsome, yet he is being called uncle. I will tell you the truth. I am even younger than your big brother De Zhuang. Qin Yun chuckled and said, there is something wrong with that guy's eyesight. He said that my appearance is ordinary and I look like an uncle, so he decided that I am his uncle. Shimin Qinglian cursed in low voice, that idiot big brother De Zhuang has harmed people greatly. Are you not angry that he called you that? I am very angry, but what can I do? Qin Yun said with bitter smile. Of course we beat him up. Shimin Qinglian stamped her foot and said, you don't know how freakish big brother De Zhuang is. He actually said that my chest is too big, that I am a woman with crooked appearance. He also said that my face is round and looks like a watermelon head. Qin Yun cannot help but burst into laughter. He thought that Shimin De Zhuang was only targeting him, he did not expect that even Shimin family members would be insulted by him. Watermelon Qinglian. Very good. Very good. Qin Yun said with mischievous smile. Very good my ass. Ordinary appearance uncle. Shimin Qinglian cursed with smile, that idiot big brother De Zhuang has caused people to die. He made me and my father misjudge your age. Shimin Qinglian finished speaking, then said with frown, but you are indeed very awesome. You easily taught those guys a lesson and even made that idiot He Lin treat you as a senior. So you should just call me uncle. Qin Yun said with smile. Quickly tell me, what is your cultivation? Shimin Qinglian poked Qin Yun's chest and asked with frown. Shimin Qinglian and her father Shimin Chongtian were both rescued by Qin Yun, moreover, he was very easily rescued. Therefore, they all believe that Qin Yun is a very strong old man. But now she discovered that Qin Yun is not old at all, he is still very young. First layer Ascendant Immortal. Qin Yun spread his hands and said with smile, if you don't believe me, ask little Phoenix. I won't hide it from you, when little Phoenix first met me, I was still a little half-immortal. Are you serious? When did that happen? Little Phoenix was still a baby girl, right? Shimin Qinglian said with disbelief expression. Not long ago. Brother Xiao Yun is very awesome. Little Phoenix said with smile. Qin Yun said, Qinglian, quickly tell me about the inner core fragment. Shimin Qinglian said with stern expression, I heard that an inner core fragment appeared in Luotian City. It is in the hands of a mysterious person, that mysterious person doesn't want to sell it, he only took it out in a famous restaurant and showed it to other people. Do you know where that mysterious person is? Qin Yun asked. Of course I know. He is still in Luotian City, moreover he is in that restaurant. I heard that he is a very strong Xian immortal. I sent someone to contact him and see if he is interested in having a chat with our Shimin family. Shimin Qinglian nodded and said. Qin Yun said with smile, Qinglian, thank you very much. I hope this matter will be settled. Shimin Qinglian giggled and said, Uncle, if this matter is settled, how will you thank me? Will you repay me with your body? Shimin Qinglian, you must have a lot of men, right? Don't bother a plain-looking uncle like me. Qin Yun shook his head and smiled. Although I, Shimin Qinglian, have a lot of connections, there are only a few men who can catch my eye. Uncle, if you marry me, big brother Dazhuang will be your big brother. Later you can call him big brother. Ha ha ha. Shimin Qinglian very boldly touched Qin Yun's face. Qin Yun moved her lily-white hand away and said with smile, I already have a wife, even if you marry me, you will still be a small one. Small is small, I don't mind. Shimin Qinglian giggled. She is a very bold and unrestrained woman, she is also one of the more special women Qin Yun has met. Suddenly, Shimin Qinglian took out the devil mirror, someone is contacting her. Good news, the mysterious person who possesses the Sun Core said that he can meet us and discuss the price with us. Our Shimin family's banner is very useful. Shimin Qinglian said with smile. Qin Yun also admits that many factions want to curry favor with Shimin family now. Should we let him come or should we go? Qin Yan asked. That mysterious person's temperament is very strange, we should go. My carriage is outside, let's go. Xianxia said. Qin Yan said to Little Phoenix, let's go together. Xianxia giggled and said, my brother Xiaoyun, are you chasing after Sister Shuiru? You are so good to Little Phoenix, are you? Trying to make Little Phoenix put in a few good words for you in front of Sister Shuiru? Don't talk nonsense. Qin Yan scolded with smile, if you talk nonsense again, I will make Shuiru ignore you. Alright, I won't talk nonsense. Xianxia pouted and said with smile, brother Xiaoyun, I like beauties more than you. Sister Shuiru is so beautiful, I don't want to be ignored by her. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, so you like women and not men? That's because men can't attract me. But you are different. Xianxia brought Qin Yan and Little Phoenix to her carriage. Little Phoenix also knows that Xianxia is a very special woman, so she doesn't find it strange. Xianxia brought Qin Yan to a dazzling building. It is more than 200 floors tall, it is called Heavenly Pavilion, it is Luo family's property. After entering Heavenly Pavilion, Xianxia, Qin Yan and Little Phoenix arrived at a private room that is more than 100 floors tall. From here, they can see more than half of Heavenly City, they can also see Yalan Tavern. A fat middle-aged man suddenly walked in and said in low voice, Miss Qinglian, that mysterious person's temperament is very strange, when you talk to him, don't anger him. Xianxia nodded. The fat middle-aged man said again, that mysterious person's price is very high, if you don't want to buy it, it would be best if you don't meet him to avoid angering him. How high? Xianxia asked. He wants 1 billion immortal jade beads, the middle-aged man said in low voice, this guy is selling a broken stone at such a high price. Let him in, I want to talk to him. Qin Yan said. Alright, the middle-aged man nodded and then left. Very soon, a person wearing a black mask walked in. Qin Yan suddenly sensed a very familiar aura, he abruptly stood up and looked at the masked man. Xianxia and Little Phoenix are very surprised because they know that Qin Yan is very calm when facing any situation, yet now he is incomparably excited. After closing the door, the mysterious person took off his mask, it is a middle-aged man. His entire right face is covered with a golden dragon totem. Although only half of his face can be seen clearly, it is still possible to see that the outline of his face is somewhat similar to Qin Yan's. The middle-aged man with the dragon totem on his face is precisely Qin Yan's father, Qin Long. Chapter 1339, Mysterious Mission. Xianxia is also very shocked to see the dragon totem on Qin Long's face. Because she can see that it is a very strong dragon totem, what made her puzzled is that the fat middle-aged man said that Qin Long is a mysterious person. He usually wears a mask but now he has taken it off. Seeing Qin Yan so excited, Xianxia can also understand. She believes that Qin Yan is excited because of the dragon totem. As someone from the Ximan family, she is very clear about the significance of the dragon totem. Who are you? Qin Long's thick eyebrows are tightly knitted. His pair of sharp eyes that have experienced the vicissitudes of life stared at Qin Yan with vacant expression. Hearing Qin Long's question, although Qin Yan is very shocked in his heart, he can understand. You know me? Qin Yan asked. He wants to see his father's reaction. He knows that his father subconsciously has a very familiar feeling towards him. Xiaoqiru is exactly like this. After I came to the Immortal Desolate, I lost a portion of my memories. I only vaguely remember that I just came to the Immortal Desolate not long ago. Qin Long looked at the handsome youth in front of him, his originally serious and perplexed expression gradually softened and he said, I think I might know you. Xianxia is very tactful and promptly left the private room with Little Phoenix. Please sit. Qin Yan faintly smiled. Because he experienced Xiaoqiru's memory loss and also experienced being forgotten by many friends, Qin Yan is not surprised by this kind of thing. After Qin Long sat down, he said, I originally would not have taken off my mask. But after seeing you, I couldn't help but want to take off my mask. Qin Yan remembers that the dragon totem on Qin Long's face can be hidden but now it has appeared. Ling Yin'er said, Xiao Yun, the dragon totem on your father's face is very different from before. Previously it only occupied his cheeks, but now half of his face is covered with it. Moreover, it is golden. It is very complicated. Xianxia naturally knows that it is caused by the evolution of the dragon totem. My intuition tells me that you should be someone I know and our relationship is very good. Qianlong looked at Qianyun and tried very hard to recall, but he could not remember anything. Qianyun is very puzzled in his heart because Xiaqiru and Qianlong were both in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. The Cloud Dragon Mountain Range was located in immortal land of the Martial Desolate. There was a very mysterious immortal graveyard built inside. The sun fell and destroyed the Martial Desolate land. However, nothing happened to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. At that time, Qianyun often contacted Xiaqiru to ask about the situation in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Now, both Xiaqiru and Qianlong have arrived in the Immortal Desolate, but they have lost their memories. Qianyun was very certain that something had happened in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Do you know your name? Qianyun asked. Qianlong shook his head and looked at Qianyun. What's my name? This is the question I have been thinking about since I came to the Immortal Desolate. Do you believe me? Asked Qianyun. I believe you. As for why, I don't know. In short, there is a strong feeling that makes me believe in you, Qianlong said. Your name is Qianlong. Qianyun said and looked at Qianlong's reaction. Qianlong lowered his head and fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, I feel something. This really seems to be my name, it's very familiar. What about you? My name is Qianyun. Qianyun smiled and asked, can you remember anything? Qianlong tried very hard to think but then shook his head. Even if Xiaqiru and Qianlong tried very hard to remember, it would not harm their souls. It can be seen that the reason why they lost a portion of their memories is different from Xiaoyuan and the others. Soon after, Qianyun asked Qianlong many things and discovered that Qianlong's situation is the same as Xiaqiru's. He lost most of his memories, but he still retained some memories, such as cultivation knowledge or some common sense. You and I are both surnamed Qin. And I am older than you, are you my junior? Qianlong asked. I am your son. Qianyun let out a long sigh. Do you believe me? Qianlong is immediately startled. He looked at Qianyun in a daze. After a long while, he sighed, I believe you. After all, blood is thicker than water. Even if Qianlong lost his memories, he can still feel that the person in front of him has his blood in his body. Qianyun smiled in a very gratified manner. Dad, I didn't expect to meet you in the Immortal Desolate and in this kind of situation at that. Soon after, Qianyun and Qianlong talked about many things. He wanted to make Qianlong recover his memories, but he did not succeed. However, he was able to pull the relationship between father and son closer. Xiaoyun, thank you for telling me so much. After Qianlong finished listening, he sighed with emotion and said in annoyance, why did I lose my memories? Who did this to me? Dad, after you came to the Immortal Desolate, did you find anything strange? Qianyun asked. I only know that I came to the Immortal Desolate to do something very important. Qianlong thought for a moment and said, let's put it this way, when I was in a daze, a voice suddenly told me that I had come to the Immortal Desolate and arranged an important matter for me to do. And I must do it. What is it? Qianyun thought of Xiaqiru. After Xiaqiru became a little girl, she lost most of her memories, but now she wants to do something by herself. I can't say, I will die if I say it. Qianlong shook his head and said, in short, I feel that only by completing that matter can I recover my memories. After speaking, he took out a sun core fragment and said, Xiaoyun, did you want this thing? This sun core fragment is the same as the one Xian Tiger King gave him. This is very important to me. Dad, where did you get it? Qianyun asked. I dug it out from a divine mountain. When I passed by a divine mountain, I felt that there was something inside, so I climbed the mountain and dug it out. Qianlong said with smile, this is for you. Qianyun is very astonished. His father actually has the ability to sense the sun core fragment. Dad, why do you need so many immortal jade beads? Qianyun asked again, is it related to completing that matter? Qianlong nodded, I need a lot of immortal jade beads. As for what I need them for, I can't say. If I say it, I will die. Take these 2 golden grapes and go to Earth State to find Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror. I will make him give you the immortal jade beads. Qin Yan took out 2 golden grapes and handed them over to Qin Long. Are these golden grapes? I saw them on the magic mirror. I didn't expect Xiaoyun to be that lion head. Qin Long is very surprised. He also knows that Qin Yun was almost killed. He said very angrily, that great desert sacred city's city lord wants to kill you? This bastard better not leave the immortal Xian desert, otherwise I'll kill him. Dad, roughly how many immortal jade beads do you lack? Qin Yun can feel his father's concern and is very happy. I need about 5 billion. These 2 golden grapes can be sold for at least 1 billion, right? Qin Long asked. Go find Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror and give him these 2 golden grapes. I will make him give you 5 billion immortal jade beads. Qin Yun is confident that he can make Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror bleed. He also wants to help his father complete that mysterious mission. Only by doing so can his father recover his memories. Qin Yun let Momo come out. Previously, Momo recorded the dragon totem on Qin Long's face. But now, after she came out, she is very puzzled. Momo, what's wrong? Qin Yun asked. Big brother, the totem on uncle's face is not an ordinary dragon totem. I can't record it. Momo said in a low voice, that is a god-level dragon totem. With my current strength, I can't record it. Furthermore, I can't hide the dragon totem under my skin. Qin Yun's heart is greatly shaken. The totem on Qin Long's face has actually evolved into a god-level dragon totem. It is very obvious that he has experienced something. Now, he knows why his father lost most of his memories. It is extremely likely that he has a god-level dragon totem, that's why he suffered heavenly punishment. It doesn't matter, I'll just wear a mask. Qin Long smiled and then put on his mask. Qin Yun immediately refined a devil mirror for Qin Long so that he can communicate secretly in the future. It can prevent Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror from eavesdropping. Qin Yun sent Qin Long out of the heavenly pavilion and told him to quickly go to Earth State to find Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror and the other Immortal Emperors are surrounding the sun-suppressing divine arrow in Earth State. They won't leave for a while. Qin Yun took out a golden devil mirror and borrowed the Netherworld Great Emperor's name to send a voice transmission to Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror. He, Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror, received Qin Long and used 5 billion immortal jade beads to buy Qin Long's 2 golden grapes. When Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror received this news, his heart is dripping blood. Because it is a message from Netherworld Great Emperor, he can only do as he is told. Uncle Netherworld, is Master Fuyun with you? Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror very nervously asked. He is with me, seriously injured, temporarily unconscious. Qin Yun laughed in his heart and sent a message, he gave me the golden grapes. I urgently need immortal jade beads, so help me. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror is very happy to help. He feels that by helping Netherworld Great Emperor will owe him a favor. This kind of favor from a big shot is very valuable. After arranging Qin Long's matter, Qin Yun took out the devil mirror and contacted Xiaoqiru. Xiaoqiru only said that she is very safe and did not say anything else. Maybe she is the same as Qin Long, going to do that secret matter. Qin Yun is sitting inside Xianxia's carriage. Although he is very happy in his heart, he is secretly worried about Xiaoqiru and Qin Long. He is afraid that they will be in danger while doing that mysterious matter. Uncle, who is that person? The dragon totem on his face is very awesome. Xianxian curiously asked. My friend. Qin Yun sighed, because of some reason, his soul was damaged and he lost his memory. Xianxian said with smile, Uncle, you are really awesome, you actually know this kind of awesome mysterious person. At this time, she took out the devil mirror and received a message. She very happily said, very good, a famous great beauty from Guanghan Palace has arrived, she is at Yalan Inn. Which famous great beauty? Qin Yun curiously asked. Xiao Yuan. I wanted to meet her for a long time. She is a peerless ice mountain great beauty, I like this kind of ice-cold great beauty the most. Ha ha ha. I want to go flirt with her. Xianxian very happily said. Great Ultra Little Phoenix knows that Qin Yun knows Xiao Yuan and their relationship is very good. She said in low voice, I heard that apart from Sister Yuan, there are other disciples from Guanghan Palace. Xianxia nodded and said, I'll go ask. She took out the magic mirror and asked about the situation of the other disciples of the Moon Palace. Who else? Qin asked. He also wanted to know. I'm not too sure. Currently, only Xiao Yuelan is in the Yalan Inn. Xianxia lightly groaned. My guess is that there are other female disciples from Guanghan Palace who came. They might be inscription masters, but they all went to see my grandmother. Xianxia's grandmother was Miss Gao. Nangong Shuiru also went to see her. Qing Lian, is your grandmother from the inscription mysterious sect? Qin asked. Well, I think so. I'm not too sure either. I don't really like her. Xianxia puffed up his cheeks and said, every time I see her, she always says that I'm not working hard enough and looks down on me. Qin said with smile, maybe it is because you are not hardworking enough. Xianxia curled her lips and said, how am I not working hard enough? It's already very good that I'm a master with my current cultivation. Have you heard of Yuzhuekuan? This idiot's cultivation is higher than mine, but his level of inscription is lower than mine. Yuzhuekuan is a 9th stage exalted immortal, one of the 10 great exalted immortals. His level of inscription is indeed low, the main reason is because he doesn't put much effort into it. This Yuzhuekuan should change his name to Green Zhuekuan. Xianxia giggled. Although the information about him has been deleted from the magic mirror, I've still heard a lot about him. Xianxia's cultivation base is not very high among ascendant immortals. However, his level in inscription is pretty good. Therefore, he is an honored guest of Yalan Tavern. Qin doesn't want to blindly wander around with her, so he directly returned to Nangong Shuiru's small building. As for Xianxia, he went to find Xiao Yuelan. Qin returned to the small building and took out the magic mirror to ask about Xiao Yuelan's location. Xiao Yuelan replied that she is in the main building of the Yalan Inn with Xianxia. What surprised Qin was that Xianxia was a disciple of the Moon Palace. Furthermore, she was a very important disciple. Many people didn't know about this. Xiao Yuelan also trusted Qin, so she told Qin about this matter. Inside Nangong Shuiru's small house, Qin entered a secret room, took out the sun core fragment and carefully studied it. How did the sun's core form? Can you refine it? Qin used his powerful mental power to probe and only sensed a very weak energy fluctuation. He did not discover anything else. Because the core fragment is very precious, Qin did not dare to act recklessly. If it was damaged, he would not know where to find it. This can revive my 9-sun divine hammer for a short period of time. Qin stored the fragment, then closed his eyes and began cultivating. The one-thought imperial heaven technique was indeed a very good technique. When Qin cultivated this technique, his mental power increased very quickly and it also increased nether sun's cultivation. There is a little lion circling around his nether sun, it is condensed from heavenly lion totem runes. There are 9 levels to the upper immortal realm. Will I be able to cultivate 9 different things? Qin was curious. He felt that he was about to break through. He devoured Blue Snake's gallbladder and Pan Xianxia's energy. He also ate Blue Snake's bones. Although he consumed a lot of energy before, if he can refine them later, he will be able to obtain a lot of energy. Blue Snake's bones are very difficult to refine, it will take some time. Ling Yin'er said. She is very clear about the things stored inside the nether sun, that is understandable, after all, Blue Snake is a Xian immortal beast. Qin nodded. Xiao Yun, you should be about to break through to 2nd level upper immortal realm. You should properly enter seclusion for the next few days, don't do anything else. Ling Yin'er suddenly said. Qin took out the devil mirror and told Little Phoenix about the crucial point of his breakthrough. After informing Little Phoenix, Qin sealed the secret room and began refining the things inside the nether sun. Blue Snake's gallbladder contains very rich energy, moreover it is very strong immortal power. Originally, this kind of savage beast's immortal power is very difficult to refine. But as long as nether sun is strong enough, it can break down anything and turn it into the purest energy. The energy inside the snake's gallbladder is being compressed by the mysterious nether sun and gushing out a very strong energy. Qin Yan can also see that the little lion is moving around the nether sun and absorbing energy from the nether sun. The immortal power inside the nether sun is evolving. It will break through very soon. Ling Yun'er said with smile, the little lion should also change along with the immortal power inside the nether sun becoming stronger, right? Just as Ling Yun'er said, the little lion is gradually changing. Qin Yan can clearly feel that if he uses Heavenly Lion Totem technique, his power will become even stronger. The little lion beside the nether sun did not become bigger, instead some totem runes appeared on its body. After careful observation, Qin Yan discovered that these totem runes are the same as the Heavenly Lion Totem he mastered. They are all Immortal Tier Heavenly Lion Totem. After 2 days of seclusion, Qin Yan's nether sun's immortal power suddenly rushed out and attacked his limbs and bones. Feeling the immortal power of second-level upper immortal realm filling his body, Qin Yan is very happy in his heart. His breakthrough speed is faster than he expected. I did not eat divine fruit this time. I also did not use the immortal pill Shuiru gave me. Ling Yun'er said with charming smile, it seems like you will reach 9th layer upper immortal very soon. At that time, you can go to Great Desert Sacred City. Qin Yan believes that once he reaches 9th layer upper immortal cultivation, he will be able to defeat 9th layer upper immortals of Sacred Desolate. He must avenge the destruction of Star Traveling Pagoda. Even if he kills Xiao Tianxiu, the master of Great Desert Sacred City, it will not be enough to dispel the hatred in his heart. Only by destroying the sun altar can he truly avenge his great hatred. There must be many sun core fragments inside the sun altar, I must obtain them. Qin Yan now knows that not every divine mountain has a sun core fragment, one can only find them by luck. If he has enough sun core fragments, he can use 9 sun divine hammer for a long time. Before, he did not have the confidence to destroy the sun altar. But now that he has a sun core fragment, he can revive 9 sun divine hammer for a short period of time. Maybe he can break open the sun altar. After breaking through, Qin Yan took out the devil mirror and received news from Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yun, we are in Great Heaven Mountain Range. Old Luo, De Zhuang and others have made a great discovery in Great Heaven Mountain Range. Xiao Yuan sent a message to Qin Yan. She knows that Qin Yan is going into seclusion, so she did not disturb him. Qin Yan immediately contacted Luo Weizhuang and asked, Old Luo, what great discovery did you make in Great Heaven Mountain Range? There is an altar here. Luo Weizhuang said, it is a very big altar, it is many times bigger than the sun altar. From the distance, it looks like a 10,000-meter tall mountain. So long as we remove the soil and rocks, we can see the true appearance of the altar. Alright, I will go take a look as soon as possible. Qin Yan is also very amazed and asked, how many layers is the altar? That altar is very strange, there are no steps, it is conical and there is a several 100-meter wide platform at the top. Luo Weizhuang said, you will know when you come take a look. Information regarding this altar has been sealed by the devil mirror, some great faction must have noticed it. Qin Yan continued looking at the devil mirror. Shiman Qinglian, Little Phoenix and Little Black Donkey have all sent him messages in the last 2 days. Nangong Shuiru has returned to Great Heaven Mountain Range with Little Phoenix, they must also be going for the altar. Shiman Qinglian and her father also went together. Qin Yan contacted Little Black Donkey and asked, Xiao He, did you hear about the altar inside Great Heaven Mountain Range? I did. That altar is not simple, quickly go take a look and tell me in detail. Little Black Donkey said, that altar must have suddenly had some movement, that is why it was discovered. I guess it was awakened by other sun altars. The altar is as big as a mountain, moreover it is disguised as a mountain. Because of the sudden movement, the soil and rocks outside the altar fell down, that is why it was discovered. Soon after, Qin Yan contacted Xian Rujing and asked her about the altar. I don't know, but you must tell me everything about the altar. Xian Rujing is also very concerned about the altar, she is still unable to leave the matter of sun-suppressing divine arrow. Finally, Qin Yan can only contact Evil God. Although Evil God is an unreliable trash god, he is very good at flattering and worshipping a very awesome big brother. After Qin Yan informed Evil God about this matter, Evil God also doesn't know. However, he said that he will immediately inquire about it. He is just like Xian Rujing and Little Black Donkey, they are all very concerned about the altar. He took out the soul-chasing talisman and confirmed Xiao Yulan's location. He collected Xiao Yuelan's aura and soul power before, so the soul-chasing talisman can lead him to Xiao Yuelan. Then he took out a compass and looked at it. The compass is pointing in Xiao Yuelan's direction. This compass is used to find the floating cloud heavenly seal. The compass is pointing in the same direction as Yuelan, it can't be a coincidence, right? Qin Yun is somewhat amazed, he cannot help but associate the matter of the floating cloud heavenly seal with the altar. Let's go take a look and you will know. Ling Yuner said with smile, if this is the case, you will be able to take back the floating cloud heavenly seal very quickly. Floating cloud heavenly seal is a very dreadful thing, as for what kind of ability it has, Qin Yun doesn't know. After Qin Yun left Yalan Tavern and Luotian City, he flew towards Luotian Mountain Range. Brother Qin, be careful when you come to Luotian Mountain Range. Many great factions people are coming over. Luo Weizhuang sent message to Qin Yun. Qin Yun is flying very cautiously in the sky while concealing himself. However, he was still swept by several mental power from far away. Someone is using a formidable probing immortal tool to scan the sky. It is safer to go down. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yun can only quickly descend to the ground and then follow profound immortal river towards Luotian Mountain Range. Last time he only saved Shimen Qinglian and Shimen Chongtian outside of Luotian Mountain Range. This time he wants to enter the depths. After entering the mountain range outside of Luotian Mountain Range, it is already late at night. Qin Yun is on a mountain peak, he took out the compass and looked at it. He discovered that the needle of the compass is flickering with weak light rays. Magic rune weapon. Qin Yun originally thought that the floating cloud heavenly seal was hidden in the immortal desolate's Earth Province or Heaven Province. He never expected to encounter it here. Could the floating cloud heavenly seal from my previous life be hidden inside the massive altar? Qin Yun was secretly excited when he thought of this matter. If that was the case, then he must have entered the giant altar a long time ago in his previous life, which meant that the path had already been paved for him. Previously, because of his previous life's arrangements, he was able to easily enter Floating Cloud City. Qin Yun rested for a while before continuing his journey. He walked down the mountain and ran through the forest. After crossing a few mountains, Qin Yun suddenly heard voices in the pitch-black mountain forest. Now that many people have entered the heavenly mountain range, it is normal to meet people here. Furthermore, Qin Yun is not the first batch of people to enter. He originally ignored the voices, but he heard someone say, "This person has a flower totem on him." Those fellows from Totem Pavilion said that this kind of flower totem is very rare and only exists in legends. If our Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate can obtain a flower totem, we can definitely let the Devil Immortal Great Emperor show off in front of the Immortal Desolate Great Emperor. What a surprise, I only wanted to explore the huge altar, but I actually met a man with totem carvings, hee. When Qin Yun heard that they are from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, he immediately decided to go over and take a look. He quickly changed direction and carefully moved towards that direction. What alarmed Qin Yun was that the two people who spoke were Shan immortals. Furthermore, they were disciples of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. They were definitely very strong. Right now, they were using the magic mirror to send messages to others. They were most likely reporting this matter. Qin Yun is hiding in the dark, he is very careful. He also saw the person with the flower totem, it is a black-clothed masked man. He is lying on the ground gasping for breath, several black thorns have pierced into his chest. The black-clothed masked man moved, but the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate middle-aged disciple stepped on his stomach. If you move again, the poison in your body will spread even faster. The middle-aged man sneered, if you want to blame something, blame your bad luck for running into us on the road. Although we have no enmity with you, you have a totem on you, so we can only snatch it. That's right, who asked you to have totem patterns on your body? Ha ha ha. This is all your fault. Another middle-aged man laughed loudly. Qin Yun cursed the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gates people in his heart, they are actually so shameless. He has already decided to save the black-clothed masked man. Furthermore, he wants to stop the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate from obtaining the flower totem. He hid in the hollow of a tree and took out the golden magic mirror. He used the golden magic mirror to sense the nearby magic mirrors, and then intercepted the information sent by the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate's upper echelon. Scoundrel of the devil immortal heavenly gate, you will all die a horrible death. The black-cloaked masked man suddenly spoke. Furthermore, it was a woman's voice. Aya, it's actually a woman. If we had known it was a woman, we wouldn't have been so heavy-handed. We would have played with her for a while. A middle-aged man laughed. Xianxia used his understanding of the magic mirror's formation foundation and intercepted the information sent by the devil immortal heavenly gate's upper echelons. He can impersonate the devil immortal heavenly gate's upper echelons and fake orders. He is now pretending to be one of the higher-ups of devil immortal heavenly gate. He is on the golden magic mirror and sends a message to the middle-aged man's magic mirror. I will send people to take away the totem rune. The person sent is from the mysterious inscription sect. You guys be more respectful. He will arrive very soon. His name is Yunfei. The middle-aged man who is stepping on the masked woman looked at the magic mirror and shouted in alarm, "Sixth brother, the higher-ups actually sent the mysterious inscription sect over. When the time comes, we must properly curry favor with this senior." Xianxia put on a mask filled with runes, then used his sacred eye to rush over. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside the middle-aged man and said in cold voice, "Take your foot away." The two middle-aged men originally wanted to take action, but they thought that it might be the mysterious inscription sect. "Who are you, sire?" one middle-aged man asked. "Yunfei." "What? Didn't old Wang greet you?" Xianxia said coldly. After the two middle-aged men confirmed that the person who arrived is the mysterious inscription sect, they respectfully saluted and greeted. Xianxia looked at the black-cloaked masked woman lying on the ground and said to the two middle-aged men, "You two quickly go to the large altar to investigate. There are a large number of treasures inside the large altar, we cannot let other people go there first." "I will be there immediately." After the two middle-aged men heard this, they promptly took their leave and rushed towards the large altar. Xianxia was extremely nervous just now. Luckily he infiltrated the formation foundation of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and impersonated Old Wang from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate to send a message to the two middle-aged men. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate's mysterious inscription sect? "I want you to accompany me in death," the black-cloaked masked woman said with sneer. "I am not from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. I came to save you, I sent those two away." Xianxia promptly said. "Pay. Those two bastards are not idiots, how can you deceive them? You want to pretend to get close to me? You want to obtain my flower totem?" The black-cloaked masked woman said in cold voice, "I have been poisoned, I am already dead. You will accompany me in death." While speaking, a very strong energy rushed out of the black-cloaked masked woman's body. She wants to self-destruct. Don't act recklessly. Xianxia lost his head out of fear. He promptly used his strongest mental power attack and attacked the black-cloaked masked woman's head. The black-cloaked masked woman also immediately fainted. Xianxia carried the woman and quickly left this place because the two Xian immortals have returned. He used mysterious penetration divine ability and drilled into the ground. Then he left the ground and quickly rushed towards a certain direction. After daybreak, Xianxia arrived at the belly of a huge mountain. The interior of this huge mountain is filled with stiff rocks. Xianxia carved out a stone room inside the belly of the mountain and took out many light-emitting stones to illuminate it. He took out a clean bed and placed the black-cloaked masked woman on it. Then he took off the woman's mask. The woman is currently asleep. Being poisoned and seriously injured caused her skin to turn black. However, it can still be seen that her facial outline is extremely beautiful. If she were to restore her original appearance, she would definitely be a very beautiful woman. Suddenly, the woman slowly opened her eyes and felt a splitting headache. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate's evil disciple. "I want to perish together with you." The woman's voice is very weak as she shouted in a low voice. "If you want to die, I will leave immediately. I saved you because I don't want the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate to obtain your flower totem." Xianxia unhappily said, "In order to save you, I went to that huge altar even later than others." "You are the scoundrel of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, stop pretending." The woman's eyes are filled with incomparable hatred. Xianxia took off his mask and looked at the black-faced woman. He said, "You are waiting here for death, waiting for the poison to take effect. Goodbye." After he finished speaking, he used mysterious penetration divine ability and drilled into a wall. Wait. The woman lightly shouted. Qin Yun drilled out of the wall and said with cold snort, What? Do you want to perish together with me? Are you really not from the devil immortal heavenly gate? The woman can also see that the person in front of her has no malice towards her. Otherwise, he would have already attacked her while she was unconscious. Of course I am not. I am only pretending to be a high-ranking member of the devil immortal heavenly gate and sent a message to those two idiots, making them think that I am from the inscription profound sect. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, Believe it or not. If you believe me, then obediently lie down, I will help you cure your poison. You. How did you do it? The structure of the devil mirror is so complicated, you can pretend to be a high-ranking member and send them a message? The woman doesn't believe him and she has also gradually recovered. Qin Yun can see that the woman is pretending to talk to him, she is actually recovering her strength. You want to self-destruct? Qin Yun said with frown. I won't self-destruct, I just want to recover some strength, the woman said in low voice. You are a Xian immortal, if you recover your strength, I won't be able to defeat you. Qin Yun can see through the woman's cultivation. Quickly help me remove the poison stingers from my body, the stingers are filled with extreme poison, the woman recovered some strength and said. Qin Yun can see that this woman is guarding against him, he thought about it and decided to take the risk to save this woman. If he can establish a good relationship with her, he can let Momo obtain the flower totem on her body. Don't hit me. I am really not a bad person. Qin Yun said. The woman took out a talisman and threw it to Qin Yun. She said, This is a soul contract talisman. Sign a soul contract with me and promise not to harm me. After Qin Yun signed, he returned the soul contract talisman to the woman. The woman is now a lot more relieved. Qin Yun walked over and looked at the poison stingers. He said with a frown, What a vicious thing. Is this an immortal talisman tool? It's not an immortal talisman tool, it's a devil talisman tool. The woman closed her eyes, she is very angry. She is lying on the ground. Her chest has been pierced by several long black stingers. They are emitting black gas and pierced very deeply. Devil talisman tools contain extreme poison. The runes carved on them contain blood spirit power, they all contain poison, the woman said with a frown, You don't understand these? You are not an inscription master, yet you dare to impersonate the devil immortal heavenly gates inscription mysterious sect. Of course I am. It's just that I have never heard of these things. Qin Yun curled his lips and asked, Are you also an inscription master? What's your name? Of course I am an inscription master. I can't tell you my name. Quickly help me take out the poison stingers. Be careful, don't hurt yourself. The woman saw Qin Yun's blank expression and helplessly sighed, I also don't expect you to detoxify me. Just help me take out the poison stingers and then help me contact my fellow sect members. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, Don't look down on people. After he finished speaking, he used his mental power to lock onto the poison stingers. Then, he took out the floating cloud divine needle and fiddled with the runes inside the poison stingers. He destroyed the devil talisman tool's operation and stopped the transmission of poison power. He also prevented the devil talisman tool from exploding. After he finished, he released his formidable mental power and pulled out the poison stingers. You. What did you do just now? You broke the devil talisman tool? The woman said in shock. Your poison is very serious but I can cure it. Qin Yun said indifferently, The devil talisman tool entered your body and branded a poisonous evil spirit rune on your body. If you don't get rid of this evil spirit rune, you won't be able to expel the poison. 1342 Chapter 1342 Flower Totem. Qin Yun recalled Zi Qingqing. Back then Zi Qingqing was also hit by a talisman tool and her body was branded with runes. She needed to take off her clothes to remove them. And this woman before him is also in the same situation. Seeing Qin Yun's expression, the woman knows what he wants to do. Don't worry, I don't have any evil intentions. I signed a soul contract before, I won't plot against you. What's more, you are now covered in poison, if I plot against you, wouldn't that be courting death? Qin Yun said coldly, Don't think of me as a dirty person. You. The woman is speechless, her spirited and beautiful eyes are fiercely glaring at Qin Yun. Hey, don't look at me like that. Forget it, you take care of yourself, I am in a hurry to explore the altar. To save you, I slowed down a lot. If some treasure appears, it will be a big loss. Xianxia said unhappily and then wanted to leave through the wall. Wait. Sign a soul contract with me, you won't tell anyone about this, the woman shouted again. If I save you, what benefits will you give me? I saved you out of kindness but you made me sign a soul contract twice, this is very hurtful, you know? Xianxia suddenly said. The woman clenched her teeth and said, of course I know, but isn't there no other way? If you were me, wouldn't you be more cautious? Alright, I am not saving you now, I am making a deal with you. This way both of us will feel better, I don't think you want to owe me, right? Xianxia said. What benefits do you want? The woman asked. Release the flower totem, let me look at it for 2 hours. Xianxia said. 2 hours? What are you doing? It won't work in such a short time, the woman said. Don't tell me you want to let me look at it for a longer time? I am also in a hurry, I want to go to the altar. Xianxia curled his lips and said. Alright, let's sign a soul contract. The woman thought about it and decided to cooperate with Xianxia, but the condition is that you must help me detoxify the poison. Finally, Xianxia signed a soul contract with the woman. After the woman recovered some of her strength, she slowly took off her clothes. Xianxia said that he wanted to help but she refused and insisted on taking off her clothes herself. The woman's body has already turned black. Moreover, her upper body is covered with black and red evil devil runes. Especially the area near those poisonous thorns, her injuries are very serious, her skin and flesh are rotting. After Xianxia saw this, he infused the floating cloud divine needle with blood soul power and used extinction spirit eye to carefully observe the evil devil runes. Based on his understanding of evil spirit runes, he quickly found the key to deciphering this set of evil spirit runes. He was very serious, and the woman could see that. She was secretly shocked by the man's ability. Very quickly, those evil spirit runes disappeared. Xianxia took out a pill and handed it to the woman. He said, eat this pill and you won't feel any pain. Next, I will use a more crude method to suck out the poison in your body. At this moment, he also took out some clothes and covered the woman's body. The woman did as she was told and ate the pill. That was a senseless immortal pill. After eating it, one would not feel pain for a period of time. Xianxia placed his hand on the wound on the woman's heart and said, I will begin. He first used his formidable mental power and infused it into the woman's body to lock the poison. Then he used Nether Sun to suck out all the poison. This process also requires the woman's cooperation. After the poison in the woman's body was sucked out, the black gas on her face gradually dissipated. A fragrant jade tender and peerlessly beautiful face appeared. This beautiful appearance caused Xianxia to sigh in admiration in his heart. We have an agreement. Xianxia looked at the woman's bright and beautiful eyes and said with smile, don't be lazy, we signed a soul contract. The woman recovered very quickly. Ruyan's willowy eyebrows are slightly knitted, she lightly bit her cherry lips and said with sigh, I will do as I say. Don't tell anyone about this. As she spoke, she took off the clothes covering her body. The holes on her upper body had already recovered, and her white jade-like skin was flawless. Soon, many totem patterns appeared on the skin of her upper body. Xianxia finally understood why the woman felt so embarrassed. It turns out that when the flower totem is revealed, it is actually like this. Xianxia quickly turned around and no longer looked at the woman's body. What is it? Didn't you want to look at the flower totem on my body for 2 hours? Don't waste time. The woman frowned and lightly snorted, I was poisoned just now and my entire body turned black and rotten. It is indeed not good to look at. But now that I've recovered, don't you like to look? I don't have to look at it. Besides, there's nothing to look at. Xianxia spoke and released Mo to record the flower totem. When the woman saw the little fairy appear, she was immediately alarmed. She looked at Xianxia who has his back facing her and shouted in shock, is this, a magical fairy? Don't ask too much. Xianxia did not say anything. Mo is very polite. She first greeted her sister and then began to record the flower totem. It's a Saint Tyr flower totem, I can remember it. Mo said happily. The woman stared at the cute little fairy, her beautiful eyes flickered, her eyes are filled with envy. She wished that she could have such a magical fairy. She bit her lips and looked at Qin Yan's broad and thick back. She suddenly felt that this person is very mysterious. Although his cultivation is not high, he is very capable. Not only can he cure that kind of poison, he even has a magical fairy. Now that she thought about it carefully, she also felt that it was not easy for Qin Yan to save her. One must know that those two disciples of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate are both powerful Xian immortals, and Qin Yan is only an exalted immortal. For an exalted immortal to have the guts to save someone from the ferocious Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate disciples, this is already very impressive. "Thank you," the woman said softly. "No need to thank me, this is just a transaction," Qin Yan said indifferently. At this moment, he also smelled a strange fragrance. "Elder sister, it smells so good. Is the flower totem blooming?" Mo's little nose wrinkled as she greedily sucked in the rare flower fragrance. When elder sister is happy, the flower totem will release flower fragrance. "I also saw you, that's why I'm very happy." The woman smiled lightly. "Cute little fairy, are you willing to follow elder sister?" "Elder sister is much better than that big brother." Qin Yan cursed this damned woman in his heart. She actually wants to poach his woman. "Big brother is very good to me. Back then, big brother saved me. I want to repay him and follow him for the rest of my life," Mo said very seriously. Very quickly, Mo memorized the flower totem on the woman's body and flew back to Qin Yan's side very happily. The woman took out a set of black clothes and put them on. She is very surprised that Qin Yan did not look at the flower totem on her body without any scruples. She can indeed see that Qin Yan has no interest in her at all. After Qin Yan put away Mo, he said, "Have you recovered?" "I've recovered. Will you take me out?" The woman said. "Let's go." Qin Yan put on his mask and grabbed the woman's wrist. He used mysterious penetration divine ability and left the belly of the mountain. After leaving, the woman put on her mask and asked, "What's your name?" "What about you?" Qin Yan asked. "I won't tell you." The woman lightly snorted and said, "In case you talk nonsense about me. You have so many methods, maybe you can break the soul contract. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Anyway, I know so many women, it doesn't matter if I don't know you. Goodbye." After Qin Yan finished speaking, he used passing shadow extinction breath step and disappeared in a blink of an eye. The woman lightly stamped her feet and said in a low voice, "This guy, a little immortal, actually has such a temper." Qin Yan temporarily doesn't know what use the flower totem has. However, he feels that he should collect it first. Maybe he will be able to use it in the future. At noon, Qin Yan finally saw the huge altar in the distance. It is completely white and looks like an iceberg. The mountain rocks at the top of the huge altar slid down, revealing the 1 to 2,000 meter tall white altar body. One can also see the flat large platform at the top. And the bottom of the huge altar is still wrapped with many mountain rocks, they are all very thick mountain rocks. Qin Yan is not too far from the huge altar. He took out the compass and looked at it. He discovered that the light on the compass's pointer is even stronger. The floating cloud heavenly seal is just ahead. Qin Yan is now finally sure that the floating cloud heavenly seal is related to the huge altar. He took out the devil mirror and contacted Luo Weizhuang and others to understand the situation of the huge altar. The people who first arrived here don't know much about the huge altar. They only know that there is a set of very simple runes on the platform at the top of the huge altar. Qin Yan is sitting on a rock halfway up a mountain. He took out the Lion King cannon and looked at the top of the altar. He discovered that there are many people above the altar, all of them are floating in the sky, looking at the runes on the altar. "Yuelan, can you use mysterious penetration divine ability to enter the altar?" Qin Yan asked. "I can." "Shao." Yuelan's reply caused Qin Yan to be very shocked. "Then why don't you go in?" Qin Yan promptly asked. "I am waiting for you, I want to go in with you." "I will go find you now," Xiao Yuelan said. Xiao Yuelan also has a soul-chasing talisman, it was given to her by Qin Yan before. Not long after, Qin Yan saw Xiao Yuelan who is wearing white blue tight-fitting clothes flying over. Her hair is tied up in a ponytail, she is wearing a white mask. Her attire is very simple and capable, she can be very nimble during a fierce battle. Yuelan, are you not with Shuiru? Qin Yan asked. Sister Shuiru and others are studying the runes up there. They said that they have made a great discovery. Let's go inside the altar and take a look first. Xiao Yuelan said. Qin Yan said with smile, Yuelan, why do you only want to enter the altar with me? Xiao Yuelan lightly groaned and said, What? Don't tell me you want me to call other people? Alright, I will call Dazhuang and the others. Don't. The two of us are enough, don't call other people. Qin Yan pulled Xiao Yuelan's hand and said with mischievous smile. Suddenly, Xiao Yuelan sniffed Qin Yan's body and said with frown, Why do you have Sister Yalan's unique fragrance on your body? Sister Yalan's fragrance? Qin Yan suddenly recalled the woman with the sacred tear flower totem. That woman is actually the Yalanin's lady boss, Xianxia. 1343 Chapter 1343 Ancient Sound of Altar. Qin Yan did not hide anything from Xiao Yuelan. The main reason was that he had a clear conscience when doing things. We couldn't contact Sister Yalan before. Fortunately, we saw her just now. She only said that there was a problem with the magic mirror. Xiao Yuelan said. She was only curious as to why Qin Yan would sign a soul contract with Xianxia. When they were heading towards the mountain-like altar, Xiao Yuelan used her penetration divine ability to enter. Her cultivation was higher than Qin Yan's and she had more energy in her body. Not long after, she led Qin Yan through the thick rocks surrounding the altar and into the altar. Xiao Yuelan seemed to have entered this altar before. She brought Qin Yan through the mountain rocks and entered the altar. The light carriage arrived at a pitch-black passageway. She controlled a few glowing stones to float around, illuminating the square corridor. I was only here before. Xiao Yuelan looked ahead and said, The center of the altar should be in front of us. Yuelan, how is Xianxia? Is she a very powerful inscription master? Qin Yan asked. He had only heard about Xianxia from Shiman Qinglian. He did not know that she was an inscription master. Grandmaster level. Xiao Yuelan nodded and said, She possesses a mysterious flower totem. The flower totem fragrance on her body is very special. Although I have only smelled it twice, I still remember it. Generally speaking, the flower totem on her body will only release fragrance under special circumstances? Qin Yan was slightly alarmed and asked, What special circumstances? Xiao Yuelan frowned, I have smelled the flower totem fragrance twice before. I only smelled it when I was bathing with Sister Yalan. Sister Yalan said that as long as she takes off her clothes and feels shy, she will release this flower fragrance. You often bathe with her? Did she take advantage of you? Qin Yan chuckled, I'm afraid that she will eat your tofu. Xiao Yuelan said lightly, We are both women, what are you worried about? Qin Yan asked Mo to come out and tell Xiao Yuelan what had happened. Qin Yan could not say it but Mo could. Mo knew what had happened. Yuelan, this is what happened. You won't be jealous, right? Qin Yan caressed Xiao Yuelan's beautiful jade-like face. Of course I'm jealous. Xiao Yuelan snorted lightly, When I go back, I want to bathe with Sister Yalan and the others. I want to anger you to death. Qin Yan said with a smile, Where do you plan on bathing? I want to go too. I want to supervise them so that they don't take advantage of you. Die. Xiao Yuelan glared at Qin Yan and cursed. After Qin Yan stored Mo back into the Nine-Yang divine spirit, he asked, Yuelan, when you returned to the Guanhan Palace, did you ask little Mei Lian about her memory loss? Ruling and Wulan all wanted to find little Mei Lian, but little Mei Lian went into seclusion. Before she went into seclusion, she said that she had lost her memories and wanted to find the reason. Xiao Yuelan looked at Qin Yan and said, Little Mei Lian is more sensitive to memories. She should have known long ago. I'm worried that she will injure her soul. Qin Yan sighed with a worried expression. Don't worry, she knows how to protect her soul better than us. Xiao Yuelan pulled Qin Yan's hand and shouted softly, Let's hurry inside and take a look. Xiao Yuelan was stronger than Qin Yan and shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting Qin Yan. Therefore, she walked at the very front. She held a white saber in her hand and released her mental power to scan the surroundings. Yuelan, do you think Sister Yalan will hate me? She probably doesn't know about my relationship with you. Qin said, I'm worried that the next time I see her, I'll be hacked to death by her. The reason why she didn't attack me before was because of the soul contract's restriction. I don't know about that. It's best if you don't provoke her. Fortunately, you are her savior, so she shouldn't do anything to you. At most, she will feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. Xiao Yuan said, if you took advantage of her in that situation, then I wouldn't be able to save you. You shouldn't be that kind of person, right? No. Qin curled his lips and said, I never take advantage of girls, but I've been taken advantage of quite a few times. Xiao Yuan brought Qin to a door at the end of the corridor. She knocked on the door with her saber and turned her head. She used her saber to stroke a strand of hair on her forehead and asked, who has taken advantage of you? Yuan, are you going to avenge me? Very good. Qin said with smile, that ice mother tigress Xian Rujing, she has taken advantage of me, you must teach her a lesson. Sister Rujing? How is this possible? She is an elder of our Guanghan palace. Moreover, she is the divine envoy of Ice Goddess. She has done a lot for our Guanghan palace, allowing us to obtain great amount of resources and divine liquid. How can she take advantage of you? Xiao Yuan said with disdain. She forcefully kissed me. Qin felt very wronged and said, Yuan, she bullied me to no end, you must help me teach her a lesson. Sister Rujing is very good to us, how can she do such a thing? Did you bully her first? Xiao Yuan intently looked at Qin. Qin spread out his hands, feeling very depressed in his heart. He cursed the ice mother tigress Xian Rujing in his heart, she actually forced his wife to drink so much soup. Let's not talk about this, let's go in. Qin wanted to open the door but was pulled back by Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan said, there might be danger, let me handle it. What danger can there be? Qin is not a bit afraid because he feels that the floating cloud heavenly seal is inside. The stone door is very heavy, Xiao Yuan released very strong 9th layer immortal power to push it open. Originally this corridor was rather shady, but after the stone door was pushed open, an incomparably scorching hot aura spread out. It's very hot. Xiao Yuan promptly retreated to Qin's side, released a barrier and enveloped them. Most dreadful thing is that a ferocious flame fiercely rushed out. Hoo hoo hoo, Qin heard a burst of howling sound, a flame rushed out from the stone door. Xiao Yuan and Qin are inside the energy barrier, they are not affected by the flame. Oh no, the flame rushed out. Xiao Yuan really did not expect that the flame would directly pierce through the sealed passage. There are many rocks at the bottom of the altar, but now a flame suddenly rushed out and broke through the rocks. Originally, there were many people in the vicinity, after seeing the flame, it immediately attracted many people's attention. In just a short period of time, burst of boiling cheers resounded in the vicinity of the altar. Many people immediately rushed down, everyone stood on both sides of the flame, planning to wait for the flame to extinguish before going in. Very soon, the flame disappeared and a cave entrance appeared. Although it is steaming hot, those who can come here are either upper immortals or Xian immortals. Now they all boldly walked in. If they walk in front, they might be able to obtain even more treasures. Of course, only the courageous people dare to walk in front, the majority of people are afraid of death. Someone came in. Xiao Yuan and Qin hurriedly entered the door and closed it. They are now inside a very large space inside the altar. Qin has entered many altars interior, they are all very spacious, like a luxurious hall. Although the altar's interior is very large, compared to the entire altar, it is still very small. Xiao Yuan took out a large number of illuminating stones, after illuminating the hall, she said, it's very small. This altar is like a huge mountain, the interior of the hall is only 100 meters wide. Qin took out his compass, after determining a direction, he said, Yuan, over there. Xiao Yuan also doesn't know what Qin's compass is for, but now she can only go over with Qin to take a look. The hall inside the altar is surrounded by stone walls. There are many runes engraved on them, they are all bright runes. Qin and Xiao Yuan followed the compass to the wall. They touched everywhere but didn't find any door. Try using the mysterious penetration divine ability. Xiao Yuan used the mysterious penetration divine ability and extended her hand to touch the wall. She couldn't go through. Seeing that Xiao Yuan didn't succeed, Qin Yin used the compass to touch the stone wall. The stone wall suddenly fluctuated like water ripples. What the hell is this thing? Xiao Yuan looked at the compass in shock. At this moment, the stone door they came in from is slowly being pushed open. Let's go in first. Qin Yin hurriedly said and pulled Xiao Yuan into the wall that looks like rippling water. After they entered, the wall returned to its original appearance. At this moment, the stone door was pushed open and a large group of people immediately squeezed in. As for Qin Yin and Xiao Yuan, after passing through the wall, they saw a staircase leading to the bottom. Why is it going down? Qin Yin took out a stone and threw it at the staircase. He wanted to see if there were any mechanisms. Let's go down and talk. Xiao Yuan said, there shouldn't be any danger. When we came in, we only encountered that flame. Qin Yin nodded. I'll walk in front. Xiao Yuan said. She walked down the stairs and even walked in front. This way, even if they encountered danger, Qin Yin would still have time to react. Yuan, the compass in my hand can find something. That thing is very important to me. It's called Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal. I originally thought it was in the Heavenly Province or the Earth Province. Who knew that after arriving near the altar, the compass's movement would be very big? Qin Yin said. I will help you find it. Xiao Yuan nodded. Qin Yin doesn't want to follow behind. He quickly walked to the front and pulled Xiao Yuan's lily-white hand. He said with a smile, I want to pull you, this way I can be more at ease. Although Xiao Yuan hasn't recovered her memories, her feelings for Qin Yin are the same as before. She is always very concerned and wants to protect Qin Yin. The staircase is very long and leads to very deep underground. Although Qin Yin knows that the floating cloud heavenly seal is below, he wants to know who this altar belongs to even more. This altar seems to be more powerful than the sun altar. Xiao Yuan said, I entered the great desert sacred city's sun altar before. I feel that this altar is more mysterious than the sun altar. Qin Yin also has this kind of feeling. What is the sun altar? Suddenly, an elderly voice rang out from below, carrying with it an echo. 1344 Chapter 1344 Tian Dao Zi. Qin Yin and Xiao Yuan looked at each other and became even more vigilant. They promptly mobilized all the power in their body and prepared to fight. When they arrived, they knew that this altar is very ancient and it was completely sealed before. But now, a voice suddenly arrived. Senior, who are you? Qin Yin shouted. He suspects that the person below is most likely someone who was sealed here. Moreover, he is someone from ancient times. A person that existed in ancient times, how strong would he be? What made Qin Yin most apprehensive is that people from ancient times can actually live in a mortal desolate for so long. Tell me about the sun altar, I'm very curious. That aged voice came again, moreover it is accompanied by laughter. I know you are afraid of me. Don't worry, if I wanted to attack you, you would already be dead. Qin Yin and Xiao Yuan now know that this mysterious old man is very strong. Senior, let's go down and tell you at the same time. Qin Yin said. He suddenly felt that the old man below might know about his past life. Alright, that voice came. Qin Yin and Xiao Yuan quickly walked up the stairs and told the old man about the sun altar. After the old man finished listening, he said, so that is the sun altar, it was not called that in the past. What was it called in the past? Xiao Yuan asked. It should have been called Earth Altar in the past, the old man laughed. Anyway, no matter what it is called, those altars belong to the 9 sun sects. Qin Yin suddenly recalled the matter of the sun core. Because legend has it that the sun core is hidden in the 9 desolate land. Senior, do you know about the sun core? Qin Yin asked. Of course I know. But I can't tell you, the old man said with smile. Not long after, Qin Yin and Xiao Yuan arrived at the bottom. Below is a dark cave. After Xiao Yuan controlled the light-emitting stone to illuminate the cave, they saw the old man. The old man is sitting cross-legged on a light golden stone. He is wearing white clothes, his white hair is flowing down his back. His eyes are closed under his slender white eyebrows and he has a bit of white beard on his chin. This old man does not look very old, there are only some wrinkles on his face. His skin is slightly white and has a trace of rosy color. He looks very spirited. After Qin Yan came down, he looked around to see where the floating cloud heavenly seal was. Senior, how long have you been here? Xiao Yuan asked. Many years. The elder slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Qin Yan, he revealed a look of surprise. He asked in puzzlement, "It's you?" Qin Yan was alarmed. He knew that the elder must have seen his past life. I am reincarnated, I don't have the memories of my previous life. However, I have inherited some things from my previous life. Qin Yan promptly said. As he spoke, he took out his compass. The old man is very strong. As for how strong he is, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan are unable to determine. They only knew that if the old man wanted to kill them, he only needed a thought. You don't have the memories of your previous life. This might not be a bad thing for you. The old man smiled and said, You're here for the floating cloud heavenly seal, right? Qin Yan hurriedly nodded and said in excitement, Where is the floating cloud heavenly seal? The old man took out a white pearl from his sleeve and gently tossed it to Qin Yan. This is the floating cloud heavenly seal? Qin Yan looked at the slowly floating white pearl and promptly grabbed it. He asked doubtfully. Because no matter how he looks at it, it doesn't look like a great seal or something like that. This is the floating cloud heavenly seal spirit, your previous life gave it to me for safekeeping, the old man said. Seal spirit? Qin Yan is secretly disappointed. The floating cloud heavenly seal is divided into 3 parts. The seal spirit is the most important. The other 2 parts are in the earth province and heaven province. You can find them through the compass, the old man faintly smiled. Don't be in a hurry to find the floating cloud heavenly seal. With your current strength, you can't control such a powerful thing. Qin Yan stored the floating cloud heavenly seal and asked, Senior, what was the relationship between you and me in my previous life? You will naturally know everything when it's time for you to know, the old man shook his head. This altar is very big, what kind of god is it? Xiao Yuan looked all around and discovered that there are many images on the stone walls. This is the heavenly Tao altar, the old man said with a stern expression, I worship the heavenly Tao. No matter how strong a god is, they will die one day and the heavenly Tao is eternal and inextinguishable. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan don't understand, they looked at each other. Then what do I need to sacrifice to the heavenly Tao? Xiao Yuan asked again. Tao heart, sincere Tao heart, the old man laughed, not everyone has the qualifications to sacrifice to the heavenly Tao. Then what can I obtain by sacrificing to the heavenly Tao? Qin Yan asked. I can't obtain anything. Because I have no other request from the heavenly Tao. I sincerely revere the heavenly Tao. The old man stroked his white hair and continued, in short, from the moment my heart turned to the heavenly Tao, I have never left this place. Many years have passed, the altar has not been destroyed and I have not died of old age. I have never thought of living forever with the heavenly Tao. Xiao Yuan said in shock, Senior, could it be that you are someone from the last era? I have experienced 3-9 Sun world extermination. I have always been here, comprehending the heavenly Tao's joy, anger, sorrow, and joy, the old man said with smile. Qin Yan is so alarmed that he tightly grasped Xiao Yuan's hand. This is a very ancient existence. Xiao Yuan pulled Qin Yan and pushed him forward and said, Senior, he is my husband. But because he went against the heavenly Tao, it caused his family and friends to forget about him. Is this angering the heavenly Tao? The old man smiled and said, Yes. But this is not a bad thing. My wife has forgotten about me, why is it not a bad thing? Qin Yan curled his lips and said. Under the heavenly Tao, there are countless living beings, how many people dare to go against the heavenly Tao? All living beings under the heavenly Tao follow the heavenly Tao's heavenly rules, wouldn't the heavenly Tao be very boring? The old man smiled indifferently, think about it, being punished by the heavenly Tao is equivalent to attracting the attention of the heavenly Tao. This is a fortuitous encounter with the heavenly Tao. Qin Yan does not understand, he looked at Xiao Yuan. The old man said again, if the heavenly Tao really wanted to punish you, you would have already died without a burial ground, your soul would have scattered and you would never be able to reincarnate. Senior, you mean to say that Xiao Yun is accepting the test of the heavenly Tao? Xiao Yuan asked. I don't know. In short, I feel that this is not a bad thing for him. After all, he and you have already come in contact with the heavenly Tao. This kind of contact is very mysterious. In other words, the power of the heavenly Tao has landed on your body. To you, this is a kind of fate of the heavenly Tao. The old man chuckled and said, as long as you don't die in the future, you will naturally understand how rare this kind of fate of the heavenly Tao is. Xiao Yuan looked at Qin Yan and sighed, let's go, don't disturb senior. The old man suddenly said, you also did not disturb me. The reason why you can come here is also because of the fate of the heavenly Tao. Isn't that so? Otherwise, why would you be able to meet me? Senior, what's your name? Qin Yan asked. Tian Daozi. I am the son of heavenly Tao, the old man faintly smiled. How many sons of heavenly Tao are there? Qin Yan asked again. I don't know. Tian Daozi suddenly got up and said, there are many people coming up, I want to go meet them. Maybe one of them can become the son of heavenly Tao. Senior, didn't you say you wouldn't leave this place? Qin Yan promptly pulled Xiao Yuan towards the stairs. They also want to go out. I suddenly want to go out and take a look. Look at everything created by the heavenly Tao. Tian Daozi said with smile. Qin Yan also doesn't know how strong this mysterious Tian Daozi is. He only knows that he can easily kill them. Xiao Yuan and Qin Yan are walking at the very front. They originally thought that Tian Daozi would slowly walk up behind them, but he suddenly disappeared. He went up. Qin Yan shouted in alarm. Let's quickly go up and take a look. Xiao Yuan promptly rushed up because there is a high chance that there are people from the Guanghan Palace in the main hall. She is worried that the Guanghan Palace disciples will be attacked by others. After Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan went up, they very easily passed through the wall and arrived at the main hall inside the altar. They did not see anyone, but they can sense the remnant aura of many people. There is also spatial power fluctuation. The people who were here just now were all teleported out. Qin Yan said in shock, could it be that they are all outside? Let's go out and take a look. Xiao Yuan walked towards the passage. When they went out, they concealed themselves. Sure enough, they saw many people outside. They are looking at the mysterious old man Tian Daozi in shock. After Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan went out, they quietly hid in a nearby forest. Tian Daozi is standing at the entrance of the altar with his hands behind his back. He is looking at the people around him. Apparently he is very seriously observing something. Qin Yan also saw Luo Weizhuang, Shimen Dazhuang and other friends. It's those bastards from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. Qin Yan secretly transmitted his voice to Xiao Yuan, those two sneak-attacked Sister Yalan. Xiang Yalan is also here, she is together with Nangong Shuiru and a tall and thin old granny. Little Phoenix is standing beside Nangong Shuiru. Shimen Qinglian is together with her father Shimen Chongtian. We discovered this altar first. What right do you have to get us out? A middle-aged man asked in a very bad mood. This middle-aged man is from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. Seeing this middle-aged man, Xiang Yalan gnashed her teeth in anger. Because she was injured by the arrows of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and was almost poisoned to death. Tian Daozi did not say anything, apparently he is too lazy to reply. He disdained to talk to the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate people. I see that you only know a little bit of formation techniques. Your aura is so weak, at most you are a 9th layer upper immortal. The middle-aged man from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate said with sneer, let's go and kill him. The altar will belong to our Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan both know that the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate people are dead for sure. Two middle-aged men from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate led several people and rushed over to surround Tian Daozi. Tian Daozi has been looking at the three suns in the sky. Even though he is being attacked from all sides, his expression did not change at all. 1345 Chapter 1345 Dazhuang pays respects to Master Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate people have always been tyrannical, this is also known to all. Seeing Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate people rush up to surround Tian Daozi, many people felt disgusted. After all, no one knows Tian Daozi's background, it would not be good to provoke him. No one can see through Tian Daozi's cultivation because they can't sense his aura. They only know that he has mastered a very special and formidable spatial power. Just now, he brought everyone outside. That is a kind of spatial power. Because Tian Daozi has mastered very strong heavenly Dao power, everyone felt that he used spatial power to enter the altar a long time ago. The two powerful Xian immortals outside the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate brought a few ascendant immortals. They took out crossbows and aimed at Tian Daozi. The black poisonous arrows on the crossbows are like long thorns. After Qin Yan and Xiang Yalan saw them, they immediately felt very familiar. Xiang Yalan was stabbed in the heart by those poisonous arrows, moreover there were quite a few of them. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, you bunch of shameless bastards, you used poisonous thorns to sneak attack me and almost killed me. Xiang Yalan is wearing a mask, she deliberately made her voice hoarse. Don't talk nonsense, if you were sneak attacked by us, how could you still be alive? A middle-aged man looked at Xiang Yalan and said coldly. In his heart, he is also cursing the person who saved Xiang Yalan. The two middle-aged Xian immortals from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate still feel that it is very strange. Because someone can impersonate someone else and send them a message through the Devil Mirror to confuse them. Xiang Yalan did not speak again, she only looked at them angrily. After all, she has no evidence. The middle-aged man from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate shouted at Tian Daozi, Old man, quickly bring us to the core of the altar or we will kill you. We discovered this altar first and you went in to snatch away the treasures inside. Tian Daozi has been looking at the sky motionlessly, he did not care about the people from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. Everyone suddenly felt that Tian Daozi is very competent, so he is not afraid of being surrounded by the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate people. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan, who are hiding in the forest not far away, are not worried at all. Because he is a person who has lived for 3 eras. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Tian Daozi suddenly said indifferently, he is still looking at the sky. What? Do you think you're very strong? Stop bluffing and quickly hand over the treasure. Bring us to the altar's core disciples. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate's middle-aged Xian immortal shouted. Tian Daozi didn't say anything else. He looked at the crowd as if he was looking for something. Courting death. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate's middle-aged man furiously snorted and shot out a black poisonous stinger. The poisonous stinger shot towards Tian Daozi, but it passed through Tian Daozi's body and hit the forehead of another short and fat middle-aged man from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. The stout middle-aged man's forehead was pierced. In a moment of panic, he also shot out an arrow. The arrow shot towards Tian Daozi, but it seemed to pass through Tian Daozi's body and hit the head of the middle-aged man from the demonic Immortal Heavenly Gate. As a result, the two middle-aged Xian immortals from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate were hit by a poisoned arrow each. This caused everyone to be dumbstruck. Tian Daozi's body did not move while the two middle-aged Xian immortals from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate were fighting each other. The two middle-aged Xian immortals took out detoxification pills in panic. Just as they were about to eat them, a thunderous sound exploded. 2 black lightning bolts landed on the two middle-aged men's heads. Rumble, the two Xian immortals were hit by the black lightning bolts and suddenly exploded into black powder, dead. Formidable Xian immortals were killed just like that, and it seems like Tian Daozi did not do anything. Qin Yan knows that Tian Daozi is very strong, but he is still very astonished. It seems like Tian Daozi really did not do anything, but there is a very mysterious power protecting him. The black lightning bolts that appeared earlier made Qin Yan sense a very strong heavenly might. Now, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan realized that their previous guess was wrong. Tian Daozi himself has no cultivation, so it is impossible to sense his cultivation. However, Tian Daozi can borrow the power of heavenly Dao and is also protected by the heavenly Dao. That is why he can live eternally with the heavenly Dao. The remaining few Devil Immortal Heavenly Gates exalted immortals are scared out of their wits and immediately fled. However, just as they ran out, they were killed by a few black lightning bolts. Many people are secretly rejoicing that they did not follow the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gates people to besiege Tian Daozi. Tian Daozi looked at everyone and said, I am Tian Daozi, as long as you can enter the lobby, you will become my disciple and know everything about the altar. After he finished speaking, Tian Daozi disappeared without a trace. Everyone looked at the passage leading to the lobby and rushed in, striving to be the first to do so. However, as soon as they rushed in, their bodies caught on fire, then they shouted loudly and quickly retreated. After they left the passage, the flames on their bodies also extinguished. Everyone thinks that Tian Daozi is very strong, he can easily kill Xian immortals and he also knows the secret of the altar. Therefore, many people want to take him as their master. But now, it is not that easy to enter the lobby. First, they must pass the test. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan know the secret of the altar, so they don't want to go in. Moreover, they feel that they are not suitable to live like Tian Daozi. Yuelan, I still have something to ask Senior Tian Daozi. I will go in and ask him myself, you go to Shuiru and the others. Qin Yan said. All right. I will wait for you here. Xiao Yuelan nodded and said. After speaking, Qin Yan put on the mask and walked towards the passage. Seeing this masked man, Xianxia almost shouted out loud. Because she knows that this is the mysterious man with the magical fairy. When this masked man suddenly appeared, he walked into the passage very smoothly. His body did not catch on fire and he easily walked inside. This caused many people to hastily follow, but just as they stepped in, they began to catch on fire. Moreover, the flames are very fierce. Xianxia is very astonished. This made her feel that the masked man is even more powerful. She secretly regretted not asking the masked man's name. Qin Yan also knows that he can enter and exit at will. After he entered the lobby, he saw a white-robed old man with long white hair sitting cross-legged in the middle of the lobby, his body floating. Senior, is there no son of Heavenly Tao outside? Qin Yan asked. There is. As long as he can come in, I will accept him as my disciple. Tian Daozi opened his eyes and laughed. Although you can come in, you are not the son of Heavenly Tao and you are also not suitable. Oh? Why am I not suitable? Qin Yan asked curiously. You are not suitable. There is no why. Tian Daozi said. Qin Yan is already used to Heavenly Daozi's constant nagging. Why did you come in? Tian Daozi asked. I want to ask Senior about Heavenly Tao Divine Rune. Qin Yan's nether son has Heavenly Tao Divine Rune sealed inside. Heavenly Tao Divine Rune? I don't know what it is. If you have it, you will have to comprehend it yourself. I am not omniscient. Tian Daozi said. Qin Yan is somewhat disappointed because Tian Daozi also doesn't know about the existence of Heavenly Tao Divine Rune. He can only tell Tian Daozi about Heavenly Tao Divine Rune. After Tian Daozi finished listening, he said with great interest, if it is as you said, then Heavenly Tao must have abandoned its power and formed its own spirit. This is actually possible. Heavenly Tao's power is originally formed from all kinds of runes. Senior, then how can I comprehend Heavenly Tao Divine Rune? Qin Yan asked. Sincerely comprehend Tao. Tian Daozi laughed. There are some things that, after one comprehend it, one will naturally be different from others. The Heavenly Tao is ever-changing. Everyone pursues a different Tao, but they are all seeking the Tao all the same. Qin Yan can only remember these words in his heart and go back to properly think about it. Although Tian Daozi's words are very mysterious, they are also very reasonable. Qin Yan took out the compass and looked at it. He discovered that the needle is pointing at another direction. It is pointing at another part of the floating cloud Heavenly Seal. It is located in Earth Province. He cannot go to Earth Province now because his strength is not enough. He must at least have Xian immortal cultivation to go to Earth Province and have the power to protect himself. Qin Yan turned around and walked out. While walking through the passage, he suddenly saw a familiar person walking in. This caused him to be extremely startled. The person who walked in is a thin man. He is precisely Shimen Dazhuang. Behind him is a large white pig. Shimen Dazhuang actually walked in. It means that he is that Heavenly Tao ZZ. Qin Yan originally wanted to leave, but now he is very curious, so he followed behind the large white pig and Shimen Dazhuang and returned to the lobby. I came in. Shimen Dazhuang looked at Tian Daozi and said with smile, Senior, am I your disciple now? Are you willing to be my disciple? Tian Daozi looked at Shimen Dazhuang and laughed. I am willing, I am willing. Shimen Dazhuang saw Tian Daozi's strength just now, so he promptly nodded and agreed. Tian Daozi took out a piece of paper and said with smile, drip your blood on this paper and you will become my disciple. Shimen Dazhuang is very happy. He immediately dripped his blood on the paper. The master-disciple ceremony is very simple. After Shimen Dazhuang handed over the paper to Tian Daozi, he said with smile, Master, quickly tell me the secret of this altar. Do you know why you can come here? Tian Daozi asked. Because I am handsome. Shimen Dazhuang grinned and said. Qin Yan cursed a few times in his heart and then took off his mask. Shimen Dazhuang immediately looked over and said in amazement, Uncle Qin, why is it you? Dazhuang, congratulations on becoming Tian Daozi's disciple. Qin Yan said with smile. Ah? Then you are my martial brother? Shimen Dazhuang said happily, that's great. No. Qin Yan shook his head. Shimen Dazhuang is again startled. He looked at Tian Daozi and asked, Master, he can also come here, why didn't you accept him? No reason. Tian Daozi looked at the large white pig and said with smile, this little pig can also come here, he can also worship me as master. Shimen Dazhuang suddenly laughed loudly and said, I understand. Because Uncle Qin is not handsome enough. Ha ha ha. It must be so. Qin Yan speechlessly shook his head and then walked out. Purple ice mountains. After Qin Yan walked out, he immediately fled into the forest. Many people tried many times but were unable to enter, so they could only temporarily leave this place. Xiao Yuelan has already left. She used the magic mirror to send a message to Qin Yan, telling him to return to the Yalan Inn. Qin Yan obtained the floating cloud heavenly seal soul. This was the most important part of the floating cloud heavenly seal. He did not know what use it had unless he had the memories of his previous life. Xiao Yun, that heavenly Dao divine rune should be very useful. Ling Yin'er said, although Senior Tian Daozi does not know, he hinted that the heavenly Dao divine inscription belongs to a part of the heavenly Dao's power. That part of the power is out of the control of the heavenly Dao and should be very strong. Why would it escape the control of the heavenly Dao? Qin Yan was perplexed. Maybe it's too powerful, and the heavenly Dao can't control it. Ling Yin'er said with charming smile, for example, without me, you would not be able to control your nether sun. Heavenly Dao divine runes are so powerful, it seems like they can't be mastered in a day or two. Qin Yan said with smile. Just as he was running in the forest, the golden devil horn trembled. It was a message from the evil god. When Qin Yan told the evil god about the altar, the evil god must have gone to ask his powerful big brother. He immediately found a safe place and took out the great golden devil horn. Evil god, is there news? Qin Yan asked. There's news. I went to ask my boss, he said that the altar is a very ancient heavenly law divine altar. Evil god very excitedly said, I didn't expect such a thing to exist in Immortal Desolate. That evil god boss actually knew about such things. That surprised Qin Yan. However, the son of the heavenly Dao had said that it was a heavenly Dao altar and not a heavenly Dao divine ability. Why are you so agitated? Asked Qin Yan. Boss said that there's an ancient legend that the heavenly axiom transformed into a human and wandered the various worlds, then built the heavenly axiom altar. Actually, it's also called the heavenly axiom altar. In short, it means the same thing. As long as you comprehend the heavenly Dao on the altar, you will be rewarded by the heavenly Dao. Evil god laughed and said, even my boss wants to try. Qin Yan thought to himself, if he were to comprehend the heavenly Dao divine runes on the heavenly Dao altar, would he gain anything? He planned to give it a try later because he had other things to do now. Evil god, is there a heavenly Dao altar in Divine Desolate? Qin Yan asked. There should be, but we didn't find it. It is said that when the 9 suns destroy the world, the heavenly law altar will not be destroyed. Evil god said, we will also try our best to find it now. Qin Yan was secretly alarmed as he asked again, then in the divine wilderness, are there gods from the previous few epochs? The evil god said with certainty, yes. It was not only the divine desolate, there were definitely people from the last era in the immortal desolate. They might have sealed themselves and waited for the next era to break the seal. Legend has it that before the 9 suns destroy the world, this kind of fellow would run out, and when the world is about to be destroyed, he would hide inside. Why are they doing this? Qin Yan found it unbelievable. It is very unfathomable. The main thing is that when they seal themselves, they will experience the 9 desolate 9 sun rebirth. They believe that when they sleep, they can absorb the power of the 9 suns and 9 desolate 9 sun rebirth to obtain the power of rebirth and live longer. Evil God said with smile, "This is a secret technique, as for whether it is true or not, we will know very soon." Evil God is very certain that there will be people from the last few epochs coming out. When the time comes, they will be able to ask them clearly. Qin Yan returned to Yalan Tavern and arrived at Nangong Shuiru's small building. Only Little Phoenix is here. After seeing Qin Yun, Little Phoenix immediately told Qin Yun what she had seen and heard, all of which were related to the altar. Qin Yun already knows, but he is still patiently listening. After all, sharing information with others is a very pleasant thing. Little Phoenix is very happy now. Nangong Shuiru and Xiao Yuan are at Xiang Yalan's place. They are disciples of Guanghan Palace. Now that they are gathered together, they must be discussing something important. Xiang Yalan was plotted against by Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate's disciples before. She must be gathering inscription masters to research those poisonous thorns and craft defensive equipment to avoid being ambushed again. Night time, Qin Yan suddenly sensed that the devil mirror is frantically trembling. He opened the devil mirror and heard Shimin Dazhuang's weeping voice, "Uncle Qin, save me. I don't want to stay here to comprehend heavenly Tao, I am so vexed." Qin Yan said with smile, "Dazhuang, you are a very rare child of heavenly Tao. So long as you comprehend heavenly Tao, you will obtain formidable power and become immortal." "Immortal my ass. I am so vexed right now. Did you know that you have to comprehend Tao, so you didn't want to take me as your master? Why didn't you persuade me before?" Shimin Dazhuang very dejectedly yelled. Big White Pig also yelled, "Uncle Qin, quickly come and save us brothers. We are trapped here to comprehend Tao, it is so boring." "Dazhuang, what did Senior Tian Daozi tell you to do? Could it be that you can't leave the altar?" Qin Yan asked. He asked us whether or not we want to obtain the protection of heavenly Tao. Of course we want to, then we asked him to give us pointers. He made us promise that we would earnestly and diligently study, only then did he agree to teach us. We promised him, then he made us sit on top of the altar and let us comprehend Tao. Shimin Dazhuang cried and shouted, "Uncle Qin, we don't even know how to comprehend. Quickly come and take us away. Dazhuang, you are so handsome, you will definitely comprehend it. I am going to sleep." Qin Yan said with mischievous smile and then stored the devil mirror. Shimin Dazhuang and the Big White Pig were sitting on the platform at the top of the altar. Tian Daozi had teleported them here so that they could comprehend the Tao here. Only after gaining enlightenment would they be allowed to leave. Otherwise, they would be stuck here for the rest of their lives. Now the entire altar is enveloped by a mysterious and natural formidable power, no one can approach it. Even though a mysterious giant altar had appeared, it did not give birth to any treasures. Instead, it gave birth to a very mysterious and powerful Tian Daozi. Now, the news of Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate's disciples being killed in an instant spread on the Devil Mirror. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate also said ruthlessly that they will definitely find Tian Daozi to settle the score. After all, 2 of their powerful Xian Immortal disciples were killed in an instant in front of everyone. If their Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate doesn't do anything, where would their prestige be? Shimin Dazhuang and Big White Pig became famous because they were able to enter the altar and become Tian Daozi's disciples. Many people are envious of them because they know the secret of the altar. However, everyone doesn't know that Shimin Dazhuang and Big White Pig now have the heart to die. They thought that after knowing the secret of the altar, they would be able to obtain many good things. However, after becoming disciples, they realized that it was not the case. From Tian Daozi's rambling words, they understood that what they have to do next is to comprehend Tao. However, they don't have a single clue as to what to do. Qin Yan is lying on the bed, he feels that it is strange. Why would a person like Shimin Dazhuang be chosen by Tian Daozi? He thought that people who can become children of heavenly Tao are like Tian Daozi, they seem to have no desires and their hearts are as calm as still water. A person like Shimin Dazhuang doesn't seem to be the type to become a child of heavenly Tao. Qin Yan's devil mirror is constantly vibrating, it is Shimin Dazhuang contacting him. Fortunately, he understood the magic mirror very well, so he restricted Shimin Dazhuang's messages. This way, he could have some peace. Nangong Shuiru returned late at night. She knew that Qin Yun is here, so she came back. Otherwise, she would have stayed at Xiang Yalan's place. Qin Yun came out of his room and arrived at a small living room. He saw a white-clothed woman sitting on a chair with a smile on her face. Her beautiful eyes are flickering with autumn ripples, she has a sweet smile on her face. Within her gentleness, there is a bit of seductiveness. Shuiru. Yuelan didn't come? Qin Yun walked over and said with smile. She didn't come. She is being entangled by a little demoness. Nangong Shuiru said with charming smile, Shimin Qinglian is entangling her. That little demoness Qinglian is truly fickle. She said she only likes me before, but after seeing Yuelan, she ignored me. What? That wretched Qinglian has led my Yuelan astray. Qin Yun cursed in low voice. He very much wants to rush over and teach Shimin Qinglian a lesson. He promptly took out the devil mirror and sent a message to Xiao Yuelan, telling her to keep her distance from Shimin Qinglian and not let her take advantage of her. Xiao Yuelan replied and told him not to worry, saying that she is the only one taking advantage of others. Nangong Shuiru knows that Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan are husband and wife, so she giggled non-stop. I won't tease you anymore. Yuelan is fine, that little demoness Qinglian is not Yuelan's match. Nangong Shuiru said with gentle smile. Shuiru, you returned so late, does Guanghan Palace have something important to discuss with you? Qin Yun asked. Another sun altar has been found, there are also people from Sacred Desolate inside. Their attitude is much better than those people from Great Desert Sacred City. They sent 10 invitation letters to our Guanghan Palace, inviting us to their altar. That altar is located in one of Xian Province's 10 great holy lands, Purple Ice Mountain Range. Nangong Shuiru said. Qin Yun had heard of the Purple Ice Mountain Range. A gigantic sun-divine stone had fallen and turned a plain into countless mountains. Those mountains seemed to be covered in purple ice, and the trees inside had leaves that looked like purple ice. They were extremely beautiful. That holy land allows Xian immortals to enter, so the inscription beasts inside must be even stronger than Xian immortals. Because it is too dangerous, we refused their good intentions and did not agree to enter Purple Ice Mountain Range. Purple Ice Mountain Range is a Xian immortal danger zone, we Ascendant immortals don't even dare to approach it. Guanghan Palace doesn't have many Xian immortals, so we can't take the risk. Qin Yun nodded and said, it is indeed so. Nangong Shuiru said with smile, but those people from Sacred Desolate are very sincere. They found out that many Xian immortals from great powers don't dare to enter, so they decided to come out and teach us cultivation methods or runes to deal with inscription beasts. This is very good. Qin Yun said with smile. They will arrive in 2 days. I heard that those Sacred Desolate people from Great Desert Sacred City can no longer sit still, so they will come to Luotian City in 2 days. Nangong Shuiru said with smile, when the time comes, the people from Sacred Desolate will fight, we will see who is stronger. 1347 Chapter 1347 Battle in Holy City. Nangong Shuiru knows that Qin Yun hates those Sacred Desolate people from Great Desert Sacred City very much, so she can understand his anger. Xiao Yun, they won't dare to enter Luotian City, but they will stay outside the city. Nangong Shuiru said, there is a city near the altar in the Purple Ice Mountain Range, it is called Purple Ice Holy City. When the time comes, Purple Ice Sacred City will deal with Great Desert Sacred City. Are there more Sacred Desolate people coming to Great Desert Sacred City? Qin Yun asked. Indeed. There were quite a few of them that were teleported over in batches. They were mainly here to capture the inscription beasts. Those inscription beasts are very useful to them. Nangong Shuiru nodded and said. Qin Yun thought to himself how he could take revenge on the people of the Sacred Desolate in the Great Desert Sacred City. Purple Ice Sacred City will enter Luotian City and meet with Shimin family to discuss how to subdue inscription beasts. Nangong Shuiru took out an invitation letter and said with smile, Qinglian gave this to me, I will also be able to participate in their meeting. Qin Yun is very interested in the matter of subduing the inscription beast. He learned some relevant information from Shimin Dazhuang. In order to subdue the inscription beast, the most important thing is to obtain the recognition of the inscription beast. Sometimes it depends on fate. Once an inscription beast approves of a person, it will follow that person. Another thing is to use one's formidable strength to obtain the approval of the inscription beast. That is to defeat an inscription beast with the same cultivation. Xiaoyun, go back and rest. If there is anything else, I will inform you. Nangong Shuiru said with gentle and beautiful smile. Qin Yan returned to his room and took out the vibrating magic mirror. It is Shimin Qinglian contacting him. This damned female rogue, not only is she harassing my wife, she also wants to harass me. Qin Yan cursed in low voice and accepted the call. Uncle Qin, quickly say Brother Dazhuang. This idiot is annoying me to death. He has been asking me for help the whole night. He wants me to seduce you to save him. This damned bastard. Shimin Qinglian yelled. Are you together with great beauty Xiao Yuan? Qin Yan asked. Indeed, what about it? Shimin Qinglian said with smile, she is truly a great beauty. She's much better than Sister Shui Ru. Qing Lian, you haven't forgotten that I saved your life and your father's, right? Asked Qin Yun. I haven't forgotten. I've been thinking about how to repay you. Didn't I invite you to a brothel before? But you refused. I even said that I would find you a few courtesans but you refused. Shimin Qinglian curled her lips and said, what do you want? Do you want me to repay you with my body? Qin Yan cursed inwardly and said, I want Xiao Yuan. You have to help me get her. Shimin Qinglian was stunned, and then he said, dream on. Even I can't flirt with her, let alone you. Also, Sister Yuan is not someone who is easy to deal with. Don't look at how cold she is, I have been secretly taken advantage of several times. Furthermore, she is still trying to get the secret of my Shimin family's inscription. How about this, I will help you chase after Sister Shui Ru. She has a good character and you also know her. I will help you as a go-between, this matter will definitely succeed. Oh that's right, aren't you afraid of your wife? Why are you thinking about Sister Yuan? Shui Ru is already mine, I want Xiao Yuan now. Qin Yan said, he is laughing in his heart and said again, also, I heard that Xianxia is also very beautiful, I also want to chase after her. Shimin Qinglian lightly groaned and said, Uncle Qin, you are too greedy. You have already chased after Sister Shui Ru, yet you still want Sister Yuan and Sister Yalan? Why don't you just die? You are looking at the bowl and thinking about the pot, you can't be like this. Didn't you say that you could make Sister Yalan dance for me to see? I want to see her dance, moreover it's the kind of dance where she doesn't wear clothes. Qin Yan is lying on the bed, teasing Shimin Qinglian, he is very happy in his heart. Uncle Qin, you can say this to me, don't say it everywhere in the Yalan tavern. Otherwise I won't be able to save you. Shimin Qinglian laughed and scolded in low voice, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of big tree. I thought you were a gentleman who wouldn't be disturbed even when you are in love. I didn't expect that it's just that your standards are too high, you don't like mediocre women. Qin Yan said with smile, I don't care, you said that you can make Xianxia dance for me to see, I want to see. Uncle, Qinglian can't do it. I was just bragging. Shimin Qinglian pleaded, don't use my name to provoke the beauties of the Yalan tavern in the future, they will hate me. Then I will think of a way to seduce Xiao Yuan and Xianxia myself. Hee hee. Qin Yan said with smile. Shimin Qinglian lightly groaned, Uncle Qin, it's not that I look down on you. A little exalted immortal like you, let alone seducing them, if you can make them smile at you, I'll be impressed. That's it, I'm going to rest. Qin Yan cut off the connection, then changed the devil mirror so that Shimin Qinglian can't contact him at night. Shimin Qinglian also went to rest but her devil mirror suddenly vibrated, it is Shimin Dazhuang contacting her. Damn Uncle Qin, he is actually talking about Sister Yulan's matter, he made me forget about Brother Dazhuang's matter. Shimin Qinglian wanted to contact Qin Yun but discovered that she can't. She thinks that there is a problem with the devil mirror. At night, other than Shimin Qinglian who can't rest, Luo Weizhuang, Shan-Yuan Yefeng, Shan-Yuan Wanzi, as well as Shimin Chong Tian were also greeted by Shimin Dazhuang. They are very regretful that they established contact with Shimin Dazhuang's devil mirror. Shimin Dazhuang and Big White Pig are trapped on top of the Heavenly Dao altar by Tian Daozi to comprehend Heavenly Dao. They can't comprehend anything, so they can only ask others for help. Daybreak, Qin Yan went downstairs and saw Shimin Qinglian sitting in the living room. Her face is filled with resentment, she is bitterly biting a large red fruit. Brother Xiaoyun, this is Sister Shuiru's immortal fruit, here you go. Little Phoenix saw Qin Yin coming downstairs and promptly walked over. She smiled sweetly and handed over a large red immortal fruit to Qin Yin. Thank you, Little Phoenix. Qin Yin said with smile. He took the fruit and ate it while walking to the table and looking at Shimin Qinglian. Uncle, I was annoyed to death by Brother Dazhuang last night. Shimin Qinglian bitterly sighed and said, this idiot, he was trapped on top of the altar trying to comprehend some damn heavenly Tao. If he can't comprehend a bit, he won't be able to escape. That's easy, just throw away your devil mirror and find another one. You don't lack immortal jade pearls anyways. Qin Yin said with smile. How can I do that? My devil mirror has established contact with many beautiful women. From time to time I let them send me some beautiful pictures. If I throw away this devil mirror, I will have to find them again, it will be very troublesome. Shimin Qinglian took out the devil mirror and said. She let out a long sigh and placed the devil mirror on the table. The devil mirror is constantly trembling and letting out buzzing sound. I can help you settle this matter? But how will you repay me? Qin Yin said with mischievous smile. So long as you help me, I will be yours. I will do whatever you want me to do. Do whatever you want me to do. Shimin Qinglian's expression is very listless, then she looked at Little Phoenix and said, Little Phoenix, you testify. Little Phoenix stuck out her tongue and said with smile, Brother Xiaoyun can surely do it. How is that possible? Unless I get a new devil mirror or get Brother Dazhuang out, I will be annoyed to death by him. Shimin Qinglian let out a long sigh and said, and I cannot throw away my devil mirror. What if Dazhuang runs out of immortal jade pearls? He will need immortal jade pearls to use the devil mirror, right? Qin Yin said with smile. Our Shimin family's devil mirror is specially refined by Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror, we don't need immortal jade pearls. Shimin Qinglian said with bitter smile. Qin Yin is somewhat surprised, Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror is very considerate of Shimin family, this is equivalent to currying favor with Shimin family. He picked up Shimin Qinglian's vibrating devil mirror, then took out the floating cloud divine needle and changed the runes inside. The devil mirror is no longer shaking. All right. Qin Yin returned the devil mirror to Shimin Qinglian and said with smile. Shimin Qinglian immediately became spirited and tried to contact Shimin Dazhuang. She discovered that only she can contact Shimin Dazhuang cannot contact her. Very good. Shimin Qinglian laughed heartily, then said to Qin Yin, come, I will do whatever you want me to do, I will do whatever you want me to do, I will do whatever I say. Qin Yin laughed mischievously, his smile is filled with evil. Shimin Qinglian also smiled charmingly, it seems like she is very much looking forward to it. Qinglian, I need some good immortal tier materials, it would be best if they can be used to refine high-quality immortal tools. Help me collect them. You will also provide the immortal jade pearls, if it is not enough, I will think of another way. Qin Yin said with smile. Shimin Qinglian is stunned, then curled her lips and cursed in low voice, unromantic guy. No matter what, Shimin Qinglian is still a great beauty, why are you not moved at all? Great Master Qinglian, I will leave the important task of collecting immortal tier materials to you. It is more suitable for you to do this. Qin Yin said with mischievous smile. Shimin Qinglian rolled her eyes at Qin Yin, finished eating the fruit and left the small building while groaning. Little Phoenix lightly laughed and said, Brother Xiaoyun, Sister Qinglian is very interesting. Little Phoenix, you must be careful of this female rogue, she is very bad. Qin Yin said with smile. At this time, Luo Weizhuang contacted Qin Yin. First he complained about being harassed by Shimin Dazhuang, then he told Qin Yin that Purple Ice Sacred City's sacred desolate people are recruiting a large number of people outside Luotian City. As long as they pass, they will get a set of equipment and cultivation technique, they will also have the opportunity to get core fragments. Qin Yin is very interested in cultivation technique and core fragments. On top of that, he feels that if he joins Purple Ice Sacred City, he will have the opportunity to enter the Sun Altar and take a look. There are many core fragments inside. Soon after, Nangong Shuiru and Xiao Yuelan contacted Qin Yin and told him that Purple Ice Sacred City's sacred desolate people have arrived. They advised him to give it a try and see whether or not he can pass the assessment. They all know that Xianxia is collecting core fragments. Xianxia took out a golden smiling face mask and put it on. Then he and Little Phoenix left Luotian City. Purple Ice Sacred City's sacred desolate people did not enter Luotian City. The main reason is that it will attract too many people to watch. It will be very crowded inside Luotian City. Moreover, there is no need to worry about the fierce assessment outside the city. Many people want to see how strong sacred desolate people with sacred body and sacred spirit are. Therefore, all the immortals in Luotian City ran out of the city. 1348 Chapter 1348 Uncles True Face. The people from Sacred Desolate brought their mansions, houses, and so on. Those mansions can be stored in storage magic treasures. Generally speaking, this kind of mansions that can be stored in storage magic tools are all things with strong defense. They are also things that can only be refined by the cooperation of many powerful inscription masters. After Xianxia and Little Phoenix left the city, they saw a mansion. In front of the mansion, there is a very large battle stage. Those guys from Sacred Desolate really brought a lot of good things. Xianxia looked at the dazzling golden battle stage. He did not see any formation pillars, but he knew that the barrier is one with the entire battle stage. He quickly walked over and studied the battle stage. The battle stage is more than a meter tall, like a huge plaza. It was placed in front of the luxurious mansion's entrance. It was prepared for the battle. After Xianxia approached, he touched the battle stage. He could immediately tell that this battle stage is a very powerful thing. Could it be a sacred tool? Such a large battle stage, how many materials would be needed? Are there many sacred tier materials in Sacred Desolate? Xianxia looked around. When no one was paying attention, he quietly took out the floating cloud divine needle and poked at the light golden cover of the battle stage. After testing, he confirmed that the materials used to refine this battle stage are not all sacred tier. Most of them are high-grade immortal tier materials, and there are also some sacred tier materials. The 2-kilometer-wide super battle stage looked very spectacular from afar. Purple Ice Sacred City took out this thing. Could it be that they want to exchange pointers with Great Desert Sacred City? Xianxia laughed in his heart. This time there will be a good show to watch. Many people only felt that the battle stage is very heroic. At most, they stopped to take a few glances. However, Xianxia approached it and touched it, as if he is doing something. Masked man, what are you doing? A middle-aged man wearing golden armor saw Xianxia sneakily and quickly flew over and asked. I am just touching it. Xianxia said with smile, after all, it is something from Sacred Desolate, it is stained with sacred energy. The battle stage is very powerful. Even the strongest immortal tool in your immortal desolate land would not be able to destroy it. The middle-aged man in golden armor smiled proudly. Wait a moment, the high immortals of our Purple Ice Holy City will hold 3 battles with the high immortals of the Great Desert Holy City. At that time, not only will you be able to experience the strength of our Purple Ice Holy City, you will also be able to see how powerful this stage is. Xianxia nodded and asked, by the way, where do you need to register for your Purple Ice Sacred City's recruitment? Line up and pass a simple test. After that, you will be qualified for the assessment. The middle-aged man pointed at the mansion and said. Thank you, big brother. Xianxia and Little Phoenix quickly walked towards the mansion. After entering the mansion, there was a large hall with a long queue inside. This was just a test, and during the test, Xianxia asked Little Phoenix to wait beside him while he went to line up. He looked at the people around him. Most of them were exalted immortals, and many of them were wearing masks. Those who could become ascendant immortals would more or less have a few enemies. At this moment, he was wearing a mask because he was afraid of encountering an enemy. Is it really possible to get a core fragment? Xianxia is very much looking forward to it. If not for the core fragment, he would not have bothered to take the assessment. As long as he had enough core fragments, he would be able to use the 9-Sun Divine Hammer for a long time and refine very strong things. For example, the cannon arrows he refined before, if he added divine iron powder and a large number of good immortal tier materials and forged them with the 9-Sun Divine Hammer, the quality would definitely be extremely high and it would be able to penetrate many good armors. While Xianxia was queuing up, He contacted Xiaoyuan and found out that those disciples of famous sects did not need to take the assessment to join the Purple Ice Sacred City. For example, Xiaoyuan, Luo Weizhuang, Xianyuan Yefeng and other famous 9th stage exalted immortals have all decided to join the Purple Ice Sacred City and learn the techniques to capture and subdue inscription beasts. The most important thing is to obtain the resources provided by the Sacred Desolate and cultivate Sacred Body and Sacred Spirit as soon as possible. After a while, it was Qin Yun's turn to take the test. The middle-aged man in charge of the test asked Qin Yun to place his hand on a round plate and said, "Please take off your mask." Qin Yun can only take off his mask and place his hand on the round plate. After the test, the middle-aged man said with a frown, "You are only a 2nd stage exalted immortal, you are not qualified to take our test. You need to be at least a 3rd stage exalted immortal. Our test is mainly to test cultivation, to prevent people with insufficient cultivation from sneaking in." Qin Yun frowned, he did not know such conditions when he was queuing up. "Although I am a 2nd stage exalted immortal, my strength is not weak. Can you make an exception?" Qin Yun asked. A powerful 2nd stage exalted immortal can indeed defeat a 3rd stage exalted immortal. But even if you can defeat a 3rd stage exalted immortal, you might not be able to pass our test. Our rules are very strict, please understand, the middle-aged man said in a very difficult manner. Alright, seeing that the other party's attitude is good, Qin Yun did not make things difficult for them and turned around to leave. At this time, someone shouted in alarm, "Isn't this that uncle?" "Uncle?" Ximen Qinglian called him uncle? No wonder he looks so familiar. That's him. I heard he beat shopkeeper his son He Choyong. He Choyong? He seems to be a 5th stage exalted immortal. I never thought that this uncle is only a 2nd stage exalted immortal. How did he beat He Choyong? That's impossible. Maybe He Choyong was plotted against. I heard that the incident happened in exalted immortal Shui Ru's building. There are many barriers inside. He Choyong was entangled by those barriers, that guy had a chance to succeed. Qin Yun heard many people talking about him as he walked out, but he did not take it to heart. Forget it, I will watch the battle between Great Desert Holy City and Purple Ice Holy City, then go back and cultivate. After walking out, Qin Yun brought little Phoenix to the side of the battle platform, chose a good spot, put on his mask and waited for the show to begin. At this time, the news about the mysterious uncle in Yalan Tavern has spread. Although this matter wasn't reported to the Magic Mirror, it still spread in private. After all, He Choyong and He Wangqin were beaten up. Apart from that, more than 10 young disciples were also killed by Qin Yun. He Choyong and He Wangqin are currently in a tall building inside the residence, receiving warm hospitality. After they heard the news, they are very shocked. Young Master He, the guy who beat us back then is actually a 2nd stage exalted immortal. He Choyong said in shock. I also heard about it. It's really strange, why is my father so afraid of him? Could it be that he was tricked? He Wangqin cursed in low voice, he is clearly very young, his cultivation is also very low, yet he actually pretended to be some uncle. He Choyong coldly groaned and said, this is all Ximen Qinglian's doing. I reckon that guy has some relationship with Ximen Qinglian. Didn't your father tell you about that uncle? He didn't say anything, who the hell is that guy? If he has status, he wouldn't need to line up for the test. Moreover, he is only a 2nd stage exalted immortal, yet he can easily defeat us. He Wangqin originally thought that Qin Yun was a very strong senior, even if he was beaten by a senior, it would be very normal. But now, he found out that Qin Yun is younger than them, his cultivation is not high and he was even kicked out by Purple Ice Holy City. We are now Purple Ice Holy City's people, with the protection of Purple Ice Holy City, we don't need to be afraid of that Shi Qinglian. Let's quickly find someone to spread the news, just say that uncle is a very weak 2nd stage exalted immortal, the reason why he can seriously injure us is because of exalted immortal Shui Ru's barrier. He Choyong laughed coldly, also, just say that uncle is a guy who puts on airs, that's why people feel that he is very strong. He Wangqin said worriedly, he should be Shui Ru's friend, how does Shui Ru know this guy? And my father is indeed a bit afraid of him. Don't worry, we are now Purple Ice Holy City's people. What's more, we are secretly spreading rumors about him, making Purple Ice Holy City not accept this guy. No matter how powerful he is, can he be more powerful than Purple Ice Holy City? He Choyong chuckled and said, we must discredit this guy, don't let him enter Purple Ice Holy City. He Wangqin also nodded in agreement. After discrediting Qin Yun, a second-stage exalted immortal, others wouldn't laugh at them for being defeated by a second-stage exalted immortal. Very quickly, news about that uncle spread in the palace hall of the mansion. They said that he is only a second-stage exalted immortal and yet he dared to take the test. He really thinks that he is a very strong uncle and he is also very arrogant in Purple Ice Holy City's territory. Because he Choyong and Mei Jun and he Wangqin, these famous youths were beaten up by that uncle, the uncle's matter also attracted many people's attention. Now that they know that uncle is a second-stage exalted immortal, it also caused many people to discuss. In short, they all said that uncle couldn't even pass Purple Ice Holy City's test and was beaten back to his original state by Purple Ice Holy City. He couldn't continue pretending and could only leave with his tail between his legs. These words quickly reached Qin Yun's ears. He is wearing a mask, not far from the battle platform, there are many people who recognize his mask. When he passed by, they all pointed at him. Brother Xiao Yun, the people of Purple Ice Holy City have made an announcement on the magic mirror. They said that they won't accept that arrogant uncle. They said that Purple Ice Holy City doesn't allow such an arrogant person to enter the city. Little Phoenix looked at the contents of the magic mirror and felt very angry for Qin Yun. They also said that the rules of Purple Ice Holy City are very strict. Even if a second-stage exalted immortal can defeat a fifth-stage exalted immortal, they are not allowed to join. Rules are rules. It's fine. It must be that tramp He Choyong who secretly said bad things about me. Those idiots from Purple Ice Holy City actually believed it. Qin Yun shook his head and smiled, not taking it to heart at all. Suddenly, many people flew out from the mansion. Their auras are very strong, especially the auras of the ninth stage exalted immortals and Xian immortals. Purple Ice Holy City's sacred desolate people? They do look quite strong. Qin Yun raised his head to look at the people in the sky. After that group of people flew out, many people also quickly ran over and let out waves of excited shouts because they finally saw the people of Sacred Desolate. The people of Purple Ice Holy City landed in the middle of the huge battle platform. At this moment, a very powerful aura surged over from afar. Someone shouted, "The people from Great Desert Holy City are here." When the people of Great Desert Holy City came over, they brought with them rolling yellow sand, accompanied by a sandstorm of thunder and lightning. They looked very imposing. Versus Purple Ice. The person leading the team from Grand Desert Sacred City was a powerful Xian immortal youth, not Xiao Tianxiu. Many people were surprised to see that the leader of the Grand Desert Sacred City was a Xian immortal. Everyone knew that Xian immortals were not allowed to enter the mystic immortal desert. Even if they were to teleport over from the Sacred Desolate, they could only hide within the boundaries of the Sun Altar's power. Moreover, the leader of this group of people from the Great Desert Sacred City was a Xian immortal, which meant that they could not return to the Great Mysterious Immortal Desert. In the future, he would definitely be moving around in the Immortal Desolate. It would be very difficult for him to return to the Sacred Desolate. This was a great sacrifice. After the people from Great Desert Sacred City landed on the battle platform, they brought along a wave of yellow sand. There were more Xian immortals on Purple Ice Sacred City's side, so they easily blocked the yellow sand. The people around the stage held their breaths as they watched. This was a contest between two holy cities, which was equivalent to a contest between two forces under the banner of the Nine Suns sects. The victory or defeat of the two holy cities was very important, because this was an important moment for them to display their true strength. These two holy cities were currently recruiting people to join them. If they couldn't defeat the other side at the crucial moment, they would definitely be laughed at by others. What surprised Qin Yun was that Luo Weizhuang and company were among the people from the Purple Ice Sacred City. They did not come from the Sacred Desolate, so their strength was indeed lacking compared to the geniuses of the Sacred Desolate. Therefore, they would not go on stage to compete. At most, they would just watch from the side. Yu Zuokuan, Lan Bufan, and the others from the Great Desert Sacred City also came to help. It was said that they had cultivated saint bodies, but many people didn't believe it. Therefore, the people near the battle stage all wanted to see if they had really cultivated saint bodies. Qin feels that Yu Zuoquan and Lan Bufan have not cultivated sacred body because it is not that easy. Qin cultivated immortal devil sacred body, but he knows that cultivating sacred body is not easy. Even if he has large amount of resources, it is impossible to cultivate it in a short period of time. The people of the sacred desolate city from the two sacred cities greeted each other hypocritically on the battle platform before starting the competition. This seemed to be what they had agreed on before. The Purple Ice Sacred City had previously mocked the Great Desert Sacred City on the magic mirror, which made the Great Desert Sacred City very unhappy. Therefore, the Great Desert Sacred City had long since started to challenge the Purple Ice Sacred City. Today was the day that the Purple Ice Sacred City went out to recruit people, so the Great Desert Sacred City also chose today to challenge the Purple Ice Sacred City. Since you only have one Xian Immortal, we won't hold the Xian Immortal competition. Let the exalted immortals come. The leader of the Purple Ice Sacred City was a refined and elegant young Xian Immortal. From his aura, he was stronger than the Grand Desert Sacred City's Xian Immortal. There was only one Xian Immortal in Grand Desert Sacred City, so it wasn't easy for them to fight. According to their agreement, there would be 3 rounds of competition. They were respectively the 9th, 6th, and 3rd tier Ascendant Immortals. They were the 3 important stages of the Ascendant Immortal stage. Sacred Desolate's 9th level Exalted Immortals have cultivated Sacred Soul Sacred Body, so their fight is very closely watched by the 9th level Exalted Immortals. As the bell rang, the battle between the 9th layer Sacred Wilderness Exalted Immortals began. Many people took out their magic mirrors to record what had happened. Qin and Little Phoenix had already chosen a good spot to watch the battle, and they were paying close attention to it. The battle was very intense from the very beginning. Boom 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 sounds could be heard. Although powerful energy fluctuations burst out, they were blocked by the powerful battle platform. Therefore, it was very safe to watch the battle from the side. A battle between the strongest 9th level Exalted Immortals and the Sacred Desolate was a rare sight. Moreover, they used cultivation techniques from the Sacred Desolate and powerful sacred bodies. As soon as the battle began, the tens of thousands of spectators burst into exclamations. The 9th level Exalted Immortals from the Sacred Desolate were indeed very strong. Many 9th level Exalted Immortals from the Immortal Desolate felt inferior and envious. The battle lasted for less than an hour. Finally, the victor was decided. The first battle was won by the Purple Ice Sacred City. There are many people from the Purple Ice Sacred City here and they all burst into cheers. It can be seen that the people from the Sacred Desolate did not fight to the death. After the 9th level Xian Immortals from the Great Desert Sacred City knew that they were no match for the other side, they very straightforwardly admitted defeat. There were still 2 more matches, so the people from the Great Desert Sacred City were very calm. The next battle was between the 6th level Exalted Immortals. Compared to the previous battle, it was indeed not as intense and the victor was quickly decided. This battle was won by the 6th level Exalted Immortal from the Great Desert Sacred City. At this moment, the people from the Purple Ice Sacred City were very nervous. The last battle was between the 3rd level Exalted Immortals. If the person sent by the Purple Ice Sacred City lost, it would be equivalent to them being destroyed. Everyone knew that the last battle was not as exciting as the previous 2. However, they knew that this battle was very important because it was the key to deciding who would win between the Great Desert Sacred City and the Purple Ice Sacred City. After the battle began, the 3rd level Exalted Immortal from the Purple Ice Sacred City launched a very fierce attack. Although it was a young man, his immortal power caused many of the older generation to be secretly shocked. At the beginning, the Purple Ice Sacred City's Exalted Immortal had the upper hand. However, because of his carelessness, he was accidentally hit by the opponent's palm and his rhythm was messed up. Then, he was suppressed to the point where he was unable to turn the tables. I admit defeat. Purple Ice Sacred City's yellow-clothed youth was sent flying by a punch and realized that he had no chance of winning, so he loudly admitted defeat. This caused many people to feel some disdain. Because the yellow-clothed youth did not seem to have lost miserably and could still continue fighting, yet he actually admitted defeat just like that. Qin can also see that the 2 Exalted Immortals did not dare to go all out. They are worried that they will be seriously injured. Therefore, they are very clear that if they fall into a disadvantageous position, they will definitely be seriously injured by the opponent. Wu Xinghao, you fought very well. The difference in strength between you and your opponent is not very big. Although you lost this battle, you are still a very strong third-level exalted immortal. A young Xian immortal from the Purple Ice Sacred City walked over and patted Wu Xinghao's shoulder. The young Xian immortal then said to everyone with smile, "Everyone, I have disappointed you. Our Purple Ice Sacred City invited the Great Desert Sacred City to come here to exchange pointers, but we lost. Although our exalted immortals are not as good as the Great Desert Sacred City, our Xian immortals are stronger than the Great Desert Sacred City. Everyone should know that in the Purple Ice Mountain Range, Xian immortals are the most important. Everyone knows that the attitude of the people from the Purple Ice Sacred City is very good." Hearing his words, everyone nodded repeatedly. The Purple Ice Sacred City is mainly sending Xian immortals over. Because the Purple Ice Mountain Range is a Xian immortal holy land and the Great Desert Sacred City is a exalted immortal holy land, the Great Desert Sacred City pays attention to sending outstanding exalted immortals. An old man said, "Although the exalted immortals of the Great Desert Sacred City won this competition, it does not mean that the Great Desert Sacred City is stronger than the Purple Ice Sacred City." That's right, the Purple Ice Sacred City with many Xian immortals is more reliable. We will join the Purple Ice Sacred City. The Purple Ice Sacred City's exalted immortals are not weak either. They are not far off from the Great Desert Sacred City. It was only because of a small mistake that they lost to the other party. Many people did not laugh at the Purple Ice Sacred City because of this. It can be seen that the Purple Ice Sacred City was very successful in bribing people's hearts. When the young Xian immortal of the Purple Ice Sacred City heard everyone praising them, he very happily said, "Everyone, when you saw our Sacred Desolate's exalted immortals fighting, are you all restless? Do you want to spar with the exalted immortals of the Sacred Wilderness? Those who defeat our Sacred Desolate will be able to obtain a core fragment." Many people cheered. The people of the Great Desert Sacred City were a little unhappy, because they had won, but they did not receive any cheers. It was obvious that they had been brought here by the Purple Ice Sacred City. Right now, the people of the Great Desert Holy City could only walk down the stage, because the Purple Ice Holy City's immortals wanted to accept the challenge from others. Wu Xinghao smiled and said, "Fellows, although I lost to the third-layer Ascendant Immortal from the Holy City of Grand Desert, I was able to defeat the Ascendant Immortals from the Holy City of Grand Desert. Even so, I am still the second strongest third-layer Ascendant Immortal in the Immortal Desolate. If a third-layer Exalted Immortal from the Immortal Desolate can defeat me, he will be able to obtain the core fragment." The sun's core fragment was very useful. It was said to be the key to cultivating a saint body and saint soul. Even many immortal kings and immortal emperors wanted it. When Qin Yan heard that, he felt that his opportunity had come. The people below the stage were in an uproar when they heard this. A youth from the Great Desert Sacred City sneered, "Wu Xinghao, aren't you clearly bullying people? Even in the Sacred Desolate, there are not many third-tier Ascendant Immortals who can defeat you. Although you promised a reward of core fragments, no one has been able to get one." "That's right. Wu Xinghao, your saint body is so powerful, forget about third-tier Ascendant Immortals, even fourth-tier Ascendant Immortals might not be able to defeat you. Your Purple Ice Holy City is not sincere at all. Wu Xinghao, do you dare to let us go up and challenge you?" Great Desert Sacred City's people shouted. "Only people like us who have cultivated saint body and saint soul have a chance of defeating you." Great Desert Sacred City's people mocked and ridiculed Qin Yan. Wu Xinghao laughed and said, "Although friends from the Immortal Desolate will find it difficult to defeat me, you can still gain a lot by exchanging pointers with me. I, Wu Xinghao, am not a vicious and merciless person. You won't be injured or crippled if you fight with me." Qin Yan suddenly flew over and landed on the stage. Someone went up. Moreover, it is a masked man. Seeing this masked man, many people shouted, "Isn't this the uncle who was blasted out by Purple Ice Holy City?" "That's right, it's this uncle. I recognize his smiling face mask. He is only a second-layer Ascendant Immortal. He actually wants to challenge a third-layer Ascendant Immortal of the Sacred Desolate. This guy is truly shameless." Indeed, he even shamelessly went to take the test to participate in Purple Ice Holy City's assessment, but he was kicked out. Didn't Purple Ice Holy City say that they won't accept this kind of arrogant person? Everyone here knows a bit about this uncle. Nangong Shuiru and Xiao Yuelan can immediately tell that the masked man is Qin Yan. They did not say anything because the reason why Qin Yun went up on stage is to obtain core fragments. In Shuangqing, Qin Yun knew that He Qiuyong and He Wangqin had hooked up with Purple Ice Sacred City's sacred desolate people. That was why Purple Ice Sacred City made that announcement in the magic mirror. I know. Qin Yun said indifferently, hurry up and start fighting. You'd better leave. If I injure you and accidentally cripple you, then you will definitely say that I am deliberately targeting you. Wu Xinghao said coldly. Wu Xinghao had delicate features and looked quite righteous. At first glance, one could tell that he was an honest and straightforward person. It was normal for him to be fooled by He Qiuyong. I won't scold you. Can we begin? Qin Yun was getting impatient. He just wanted to defeat this guy in front of him as soon as possible and get the core fragment. Wu Xinghao shook his head and said, you are a level 2 ascendant immortal. No matter how strong you are, you will not be able to defeat me without resorting to some tricks. As for me, I have never fought a second heaven exalted immortal before. If I accidentally injure you, I will feel guilty. Your Purple Ice Sacred City does not distinguish between right and wrong, saying that I am an arrogant person, truly foolish. Qin Yun suddenly said, you don't even know how He Qiuyong was so arrogant towards me back then and you actually accepted trash like He Qiuyong. Wu Xinghao said angrily, uncle, who doesn't know that you were very heavy-handed back then? You even pierced through someone's heart. Of course our Purple Ice Sacred City will not accept a person like you. Besides, you are just a level 2 ascendant immortal. According to our rules, no matter how strong you are, we will not accept you. Qin Yun said with a laugh, that's why, you guys from Purple Ice Sacred City are all idiots. I can defeat a level 5 ascendant immortal like He Qiuyong. But instead of me, you want a trash like He Qiuyong? Are you insulting our Purple Ice Sacred City? Wu Xinghao was enraged, and many people from the Purple Ice Sacred City were enraged. I'm not insulting you, I'm just telling the truth. Also, it's not just your Purple Ice Sacred City, there aren't many good people from the Sacred Wasteland. For example, those bastards from the Great Desert Sacred City. Back then, they killed many immortal desolate exalted immortals, but your Purple Ice Sacred City did not mention this matter. Qin Yun said with sneer, you don't want to fight because you can't take out the core fragment. Purple Ice Sacred City has no sincerity at all. Many people in the audience had a good impression of Purple Ice Sacred City and immediately reprimanded Qin Yun. Even the people of the Great Desert Holy City are furious. Originally, no one wanted to mention the matter of Pan Xianxia massacring the immortal desolate immortals. But this masked uncle actually said it in front of everyone. Stop right there. I'm willing to fight you. Wu Xinghao shouted loudly, He Qiuyong has already joined our Purple Ice Sacred City. If you insult him, you will be insulting our Purple Ice Sacred City. He Qiuyong is an idiot. Qin Yun laughed out loud, and your Purple Ice Sacred City accepted He Qiuyong. You are a super idiot among idiots, ha 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 ha. Everyone was startled, and then they cried out. At this moment, they finally saw how arrogant this uncle was. He actually dared to curse the Purple Ice Sacred City in their territory. He Qiuyong and company are overjoyed because they feel that Qin Yun is about to be taught a lesson by the Purple Ice Holy City. The young abstruse immortal of Purple Ice City said coldly, Xinghao, fight him. But we can't cripple him. Let him experience the strength of our Purple Ice Sacred City. To deal with such an arrogant person, we must use absolute power to intimidate him. Qin Yun immediately felt relieved. Otherwise, a hothead like Wu Xinghao would not have fought with him so straightforwardly. He is in a hurry to defeat Wu Xinghao, take away a core fragment and leave. Wu Xinghao walked to the center of the stage and looked at Qin Yun with a gloomy expression. He said coldly, He Qiuyong is my friend. You once used despicable methods to defeat him. Now, I'm going to defeat you fair and square and avenge him. You are a good person. Unfortunately, you met a tramp like He Qiuyong. You will definitely understand better than me what kind of person he is in the future. Qin Yun chuckled and said, hurry up and begin. At this time, the Xian immortal boss of the Great Desert Holy City laughed loudly and said, Uncle with a mask, if you can really defeat Wu Xinghao, our Great Desert Holy City will also give you a core fragment. Boss, aren't you encouraging him to fight Wu Xinghao to the death? Ha ha ha, this way, that arrogant uncle will definitely not admit defeat. He will constantly fight with his life on the line and we will be able to see Wu Xinghao's cruel side. That's right. We promised to give him 10 core fragments but he got nothing. That guy can't beat him anyway, ha ha ha. The people of the Great Desert Holy City roared with laughter. At this moment, everyone knows that the Great Desert Holy City wants to instigate Qin Yun to go crazy and fight with his life on the line. If Purple Ice Sacred City's Wu Xinghao also killed people, then this matter would not be good to hear. Qin Yun said with a smile, Xian Immortal of the Great Desert Holy City, you will do as you say. If you don't, then your Great Desert Holy City will be renamed to King 8 Holy City, haha. Everyone secretly admired the courage of that uncle. He actually dared to provoke 2 holy cities. As Xian Immortal opened the barrier, the battle is about to begin. In this barrier, one could not use any inscription equipment, so they could not use any methods at all. Qin Yun originally did not want to be so arrogant but there is no other way. If he does not provoke the Purple Ice Sacred City, they will not agree to fight. Then the core fragment will be ruined. Dang, the bell rang. Wu Xinghao stood motionless on the spot and hooked his finger at Qin Yun. Qin Yun laughed in his heart. He used the passing shadow extinction breath step, making his body and aura suddenly disappear. Wu Xinghao is immediately stunned. He immediately released his strongest mental power to envelop the entire barrier but he still can't sense Qin Yun. In terms of mental power, Qin Yun is not weaker than Wu Xinghao. It must be known that he cultivates the one-thought Imperial Heaven art. Wu Xinghao is only a 3rd stage Exalted Immortal. Even a 9th stage Exalted Immortal might not be able to guard against Qin Yun's passing shadow extinction breath step. Seeing Qin Yun suddenly disappear, everyone is extremely shocked. Wu Xinghao is very alarmed. Just as he is about to condense all the power in his body, he suddenly discovered that his body is in extreme pain. He can clearly feel that it is the power of a divine ability entering his body. This is the suffering divine ability. It uses mental power to attack, inexplicably entering other people's body. Ah! Wu Xinghao screamed in pain. Boom! A supergravity suddenly pressed down. Wu Xinghao can only rely on his sacred body to support himself but he is still pressed to the ground. Everyone below the stage is dumbstruck. Qin Yun did not appear but he has beaten his opponent to such a state. Suddenly, Qin Yun appeared. Qin Yun stood behind Wu Xinghao, put 2 fingers together and pointed at the back of Wu Xinghao's head and said, "Do you want to admit defeat? If you don't, I won't be polite anymore." Everyone can see that Qin Yun's slightly trembling arm is condensing a very terrifying power. It is an incomparably ferocious vibration power that is fluctuating the space. If that power is released, it will definitely smash Wu Xinghao's head. I admit defeat. Wu Xinghao shouted with a terrified voice. Only Wu Xinghao can sense the terrifying power condensed by Qin Yun's arm. That kind of ferocious power is not at all like a 2nd stage Exalted Immortal. However, everyone knows that Qin Yun was tested to be a 2nd stage Exalted Immortal, so he could not pass the Purple Ice Sacred City's test. A 2nd stage Exalted Immortal is so powerful that he can easily defeat a 3rd stage Exalted Immortal with sacred body and sacred soul. This immediately caused everyone to boil with excitement. At this time, everyone also realized that He Chouyong and others were not defeated by underhanded means, they were defeated by an open and aboveboard power. He Chouyong and He Wangqin are also extremely shocked. They did not expect that Qin Yun could easily defeat Wu Xinghao. Where is the core fragment? Qin Yun looked at Wu Xinghao and asked, "Your Purple Ice Sacred City won't act shamelessly, right? Quickly give me the core fragment." After Wu Xinghao got rid of the pain in his body, he immediately distanced himself from Qin Yun because he knows that Qin Yun is a very dangerous person. He is also extremely shocked in his heart. He did not expect that there would be such a terrifying existence in the Immortal Desolate. I don't have the core fragment, only Elder Wu has it. Wu Xinghao looked at a Xian Immortal youth below the stage. It is Elder Wu. Qin Yun also looked at Elder Wu and said with smile, "Quickly give me the core fragment. I have an urgent matter to attend to." Elder Wu remained silent for a while and said, "You can defeat Wu Xinghao, not bad. However, we are still not sure of your cultivation. The power you displayed is not at the level of a 2nd stage Exalted Immortal." "Hey, I am a 2nd stage Exalted Immortal, this is what you tested." Qin Yun very unhappily said, "Do you want to act shamelessly? We want to test it again." After Elder Wu finished speaking, he took out a tool and walked over. Qin Yan agreed to test it again and the result is the same, he is a second stage exalted immortal. Now you can give me the core fragment. Qin Yan said. This. Wu Xinghao fought against a third stage exalted immortal from Great Desert Sacred City before, he was not at his peak strength, you can't be considered to have defeated him. Elder Wu said in low voice. Hearing his words, everyone burst into an uproar because Purple Ice Sacred City wants to act shamelessly. Xiao Yuelan's clear and cold voice transmitted over, so Purple Ice Sacred City doesn't abide by their promise, then I, Xiao Yuelan, will withdraw from Purple Ice Sacred City to avoid being cheated in the future. Everyone, it would be best to report this matter to the magic mirror and warn more people. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a woman wearing white clothes, her face is covered with a white veil. An invisible ice-cold aura spread out along with the voice. Xiao Yuelan is actually here, many people looked over, they want to see this famous and powerful woman. We lost, this is the core fragment. Elder Wu's expression is unsightly, he barely squeezed out a smile, took out a core fragment and handed it over to Qin Yan. Purple Ice Sacred City's Xian immortals did not expect that their Sacred Desolate's third stage exalted immortal would be defeated by a second stage exalted immortal. If they had known earlier, they would not have promised to give the core fragment. 1351 Chapter 1351 Dao Aura Might. Although the two holy cities can teleport people from Sacred Desolate through the Sun Altar, the number of people teleported each time is limited and it also consumes a lot of sacrificial power. If the holy cities want to expand their influence and overall strength in the Immortal Desolate, they must recruit people from the Immortal Desolate. Those holy cities are now very concerned about their reputation. Great Desert Sacred City also used a lot of power to eliminate the negative influence of Xianxia massacring immortals from the Immortal Desolate. Great Desert Sacred City's young leader said that as long as Qin Yan defeats Wu Xinghao, he will give Qin Yan a core fragment. Qin Yan really defeated Wu Xinghao. Even Purple Ice Sacred City's elder Wu had no choice but to give Qin Yan a core fragment. Otherwise, their Purple Ice Sacred City would be regarded as not trustworthy. Great Desert Sacred City, if you don't give me a core fragment, I guarantee that from now on, people will call you King Bastard Sacred City. Qin Yan said with smile, if you don't believe me, you can try. Xiao Yuelan also spoke at this time and said, people from Sacred Desolate, don't treat us Immortal Desolate people as fools. If you can't keep your word, who would be willing to follow you? Immortal Desolate people nodded repeatedly. Great Desert Sacred City is in urgent need of recruitment. If this matter were to spread, their reputation would definitely be severely affected. Purple Ice Sacred City's elder Wu chuckled and said, is Great Desert Sacred City going to change its name? When the time comes, we will definitely publicize this matter. Isn't it just a core fragment? It's not like your Great Desert Sacred City can't afford it. Great Desert Sacred City's young Xian immortal gritted his teeth, took out a small box, flew to the battle platform and handed it to Qin Yan, take it. Qin Yan did not say thank you and directly put it away. Qin Yan did not expect to obtain 2 core fragments in one go. He felt very happy in his heart. He looked at Xiao Yuelan's direction and felt very grateful to his beautiful wife. Just as Qin Yan was about to leave the battle platform, Great Desert Sacred City's young Xian immortal suddenly shouted, your strength is not bad, do you want to spar with our Great Desert Sacred City's third layer exalted immortal? No. Qin Yan immediately refused, then said with smile, unless you are willing to take out a core fragment as a seat reward. You have 2 inner core fragments in your hands. Do you want to try your luck? If you win, we'll give you 2. If you lose, you'll give us 2. The young Xian immortal chuckled. You should be very confident in your own strength, right? Qin Yan hesitated for a moment. He felt that the mystic immortals of Great Desert Sacred City couldn't be that strong, so he asked, is it a battle? It's not a battle, but a palm strike competition. Both of you will stand face to face, and then both of you will suddenly throw out a palm strike to see who is stronger. The young Xian immortal smiled, let's exchange 3 palms. Whoever is still standing after 3 palms will be the winner. What if both parties are still standing after the 3 strikes, or if they both collapse? Asked Qin Yan. Since no one has won or lost, let's call it a day. The Xian immortal from the Great Desert Sacred City smiled. Do you dare to come? Why not? But I want to sign a soul contract with you. Qin Yun said. No problem, the Xian immortal laughed loudly and signed a soul contract with Qin Yun. Wu Xinghao said in low voice, even if Great Desert Sacred City doesn't win, they won't lose. That masked uncle's movement technique is quite good, his strength is not that much stronger than mine. It is impossible for a third stage exalted immortal to fall down when fighting against him. Everyone feels that Wu Xinghao is right because only Wu Xinghao and Qin Yun have fought before. Elder Wu said with frown, Great Desert Sacred City can guarantee that they won't lose, moreover, they have a very high chance of winning. They have a very high chance of winning this time's competition. Maybe these guys will be the biggest winners today. If Great Desert Sacred City wins the 2 inner core fragments from Qin Yun, Purple Ice Sacred City will definitely die of jealousy. Moreover, this matter will also make Great Desert Sacred City boast for a while. After signing the soul contract, Qin Yun secretly relaxed and felt somewhat excited. He originally thought that getting 2 inner core fragments today would be pretty good, but now he has the chance to get 2 more. Mo Qianshui, you are the strongest third stage exalted immortal in Immortal Desolate. Although you fought against Wu Xinghao before, you were not injured. You must use all your strength to win. Great Desert Sacred City's Xianxia immortal said. I will definitely win. Mo Qianshui jumped onto the stage again, causing some women below to let out a burst of tender cries. Mo Qianshui is wearing white clothes, his long hair is elegant, he has a jade white slender handsome face. He has a kind of feminine beauty but also a bit handsome, causing many women to like him very much. Qin Yun is wearing a smiling face mask, he is wearing black coarse clothes but his body is more tall and sturdy than Mo Qianshui. And in terms of imposing manner, Mo Qianshui is a level higher than Qin Yun. After all, Mo Qianshui's cultivation is higher than Qin Yun's. Qin Yun saw Mo Qianshui and Wu Xinghao's fight earlier, so he knows that Mo Qianshui uses a very feminine power. Begin. Great Desert Sacred City's Xianxia immortal shouted from the side. Qin Yun and Mo Qianshui immediately condensed their power on their palms, then took a step forward and attacked. Hoo! Both of their palms looked very gentle, but when they struck out, they created a whistling gale. To everyone's surprise, after Qin Yun struck out with his palm, the sleeve on his arm was torn apart by a force. His arm has many blood veins that look like a net and blood is flowing out. It is obvious that his palm is not lightly injured. After the 2 of them clashed, Qin Yun took 10 steps back while Mo Qianshui only took 2 steps back. The people below the stage let out a light cry. This result is also within everyone's expectations. Masked Uncle's movement technique is first-rate but his power is lacking. How can he compete with someone with sacred body and sacred spirit in terms of power? Indeed. This kind of competition is to restrict the Masked Uncle's incomparably outstanding movement technique. Masked Uncle miscalculated. If he fought directly, he would have a high chance of winning by relying on his superb movement technique. Everyone had just discussed the reason why Wu Xinghao was defeated. It was because he underestimated the opponent's movement technique that he was caught unprepared. Again. Mo Qianshui shouted, immediately rushed over and struck Qin Yun's palm again. Qin Yun's arm is extremely seriously injured. He also knows that he underestimated the opponent's power. The immortal power released by sacred body and sacred spirit is indeed very terrifying. The most fatal thing is that there is a very strange sinister poison in that power. At this moment, Qin Yun only feels that the bones and flesh of his arm are being bitten by the Yin power. It has a kind of numbing and powerless feeling. It is extremely difficult to lift it up. Moreover, Mo Qianshui rushed over so quickly to prevent him from condensing power or self-healing. Boom! Qin Yun raised his injured arm with difficulty and once again faced Mo Qianshui's palm. This time, a loud explosion occurred. Qin Yun's arm, which was originally full of blood, was shaken and burst out a black blood mist. The black poisonous blood mist floated in the air and emitted a stench. Everyone is dumbstruck. Mo Qianshui's power actually contains a very strange poison. And the most shocking thing is that Qin Yun's arm is already rotten to the point where it can't be any more rotten, but it is still hanging on his shoulder. It seems like his bones are not damaged at all. Many people from Sacred Desolate present let out a burst of exclamation. It's sacred body, that guy cultivated sacred body. Wu Xinghao shouted in alarm. How is this possible? He is just a second layer exalted immortal, how can he cultivate sacred body in immortal desolate with his own ability? Elder Wu is also very surprised. Great Desert Sacred City's Xianxia immortal widened his eyes as he looked at Qin Yan's injured arm. It was filled with golden sacred light. This was indeed a genuine sacred body, and a rather strong one at that. The group of exalted immortals and Xian immortals from Sacred Desolate are all in disbelief. They are tongue-tied as they looked at Qin Yan on the battle stage. At this moment, Purple Ice Sacred City's people are the most regretful. They have already been laughed at by others. Because they rejected such an outstanding person just because he was a second-layer exalted immortal, Wu Xinghao tightly clenched his fists. He now understands that Qin Yan's immortal power is not weak at all. Little Phoenix saw that Qin Yan's arm is heavily injured and felt very distressed. She quickly walked over to Namgong Shuiru's side. Qin Yan is wearing a mask so no one can see his expression. However, from his tall and sturdy body, it can be seen that he is not affected by the pain at all. Sacred body's recovery power is very strong. Mo Qianshui hastily rushed up, his expression is very sinister. His palm is releasing a black poison aura, it is clear that this is a very fatal attack. Mo Qianshui used his strongest poison power to get those 2 core fragments. Qin Yan did not use any power in his previous 2 palm strikes because he wanted to condense the power of his 3rd palm strike. Because Mo Qianshui's attacks are very fast, Qin Yan's condensed power in a short period of time is not enough to completely knock Mo Qianshui down. That is why Qin Yan gave up on attacking with his first 2 palm strikes and chose to let one of his arms be destroyed to buy time to condense his strongest 3rd palm strike. Mo Qianshui's 3rd palm strike is also very strong, it is filled with dense poison aura and released a fishy stench that floated around the battle stage. Qin Yan's other arm is still intact, everyone can see that it is his only hope to win. Mo Qianshui arrived, Qin Yan's arm shook and ferociously pushed out a palm strike. His palm looks like it is holding a throbbing black thunder and lightning. Rumble, 2 palms collided together, ferocious vibration power accompanied by heavenly might aura rushed out. Ah! Mo Qianshui let out a miserable scream, many black thunder aura suddenly burst out from his body, his clothes were torn to shreds and black thunder aura rushed out from under his skin. Mo Qianshui. Great Desert Sacred City's Xianxia immortal immediately rushed over. But after a boom sound, Mo Qianshui's body was torn apart by the black thunder aura and exploded. Qin Yan slightly clenched his fist. Just now he used Heavenly Might Dao Art's 2nd layer Heavenly Might Dao aura and directly destroyed Mo Qianshui's defense. Then he sent the ferocious vibration power and Heavenly Might Dao aura into Mo Qianshui's body. Even Qin Yan himself is afraid of the Heavenly Might Dao aura's power. It actually directly tore apart a 3rd firmament exalted immortal who cultivated a sacred body. Mo Qianshui's body turned into many fragments and scattered on the battle stage. Along with a fishy stench, poisonous wind drifted out. Wu Xinghao cannot help but tremble. Mo Qianshui who just defeated him was killed by the masked man with 1 palm strike. Devil Immortal Torture Technique 1352, Devil Immortal Torture Technique died in Great Desert Sacred City. Moreover, his aptitude is very good. Great Desert Sacred City's people are filled with righteous indignation. Each and every one of them are filled with killing intent, as if they are ready to kill at any moment. You are truly ruthless. Great Desert Sacred City's Xian immortal glared at Qin Yan. His deep and cold voice is slightly trembling, he is suppressing his anger. Could it be that Mo Qianshui is not ruthless? If I am not ruthless, the one who will die will be me. Qin Yan's voice is calm and fearless. He stretched out his hand and said, "We agreed, 2 core fragments." Great Desert Sacred City's Xian immortal's eyes are filled with killing intent. He took out 2 core fragments and placed them in Qin Yan's palm. The moment Qin Yan took the core fragment, he immediately used passing shadow extinction breath step, bang, that Xian immortal also quickly attacked Qin Yan. And Qin Yan has already flown over the battle stage. Suddenly, several people wearing black robes appeared from the crowd. Their bodies are releasing very strong Xian immortal power. They are people from Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, they have tools in their hands that can detect Qin Yan. Their cultivation is much higher than Qin Yan's. After flying out, they released a net and trapped Qin Yan. Ha ha ha. A middle-aged Xian immortal from Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate let out a series of wild laughter and then flew away with the other two Xian immortals. The masked uncle who obtained 4 core fragments has been captured by Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. Although everyone is shocked, they are not too surprised because this is in line with Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate's style. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, these bastards. Xiao Yuelan's expression is gloomy and cold. She held a white long saber and flew out, but it is already too late. She cannot catch up to Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate's Xian Immortal, but she has the soul-chasing talisman and knows where Qin Yun is. Nangong Shuiru also arrived beside Xiao Yuelan. Purple Ice Sacred City's Xian Immortal suddenly flew over and blocked their path. Scram, don't block me. Xiao Yuelan shouted in cold anger, I want to save my friend. You will also die if you chase. Elder Wu shouted, Guanghan Palace's young lady Gao told us to take good care of you. Hurry up and scram. Xiao Yuelan furiously waved her saber at a Xian Immortal. Nangong Shuiru's beautiful eyes flickered with killing intent. She took out several immortal talismans and said in cold voice, don't block us. Nobody expected that the masked uncle would be a friend of Xiao Yuelan and Nangong Shuiru. Moreover, their relationship is very good. When He Qiuyong and He Wangqin saw this, they were extremely jealous. It must be known that Xiao Yuelan and Nangong Shuiru usually keep people at a distance of 1,000 miles. They always put on a cold and arrogant attitude, and yet they are so concerned about the masked uncle. With one look, one can tell that their relationship is not ordinary. What made them happy is that Qin Yun has been captured by the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. One could well imagine the outcome. If we can't save him, then why don't you save him? Xiao Yuelan said coldly. Who is that guy to us? Why should we save him? A Xian immortal from Purple Ice Holy City said coldly. Xiao Yuelan gritted her teeth and looked at the crowd below. She saw a few black-robed people. They are Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate's upper immortals. Nangong Shuiru raised her hand and shot out a few white thorns towards those black-robed people. Soon after, Xiao Yuelan landed on the ground and rushed towards those black-robed people. She brandished her saber a few times and chopped those black-robed people into 8 pieces. Those pieces flew everywhere. At this time, Nangong Shuiru and Xiao Yuelan continued to fly out to save Qin Yun. However, Purple Ice Holy City's people are still blocking them. Purple Ice Holy City, remember this. Xiao Yuelan coldly looked at Elder Wu. I, Xiao Yuelan, will withdraw from Purple Ice Holy City. I will also withdraw. Nangong Shuiru is very angry. Even after they announced their withdrawal, they were still blocked by Purple Ice Holy City's people. Even if they chased after them, the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate's Xian Immortals have already brought Qin Yun far away. Roar, a Nether Realm Heavenly Lion suddenly appeared, filled with killing intent. Purple Ice Holy City, if you block me again, I will kill all of your Purple Ice Holy City's upper immortals. I will keep my word. Xiao Yuelan's monstrous killing intent attracted a burst of thick black clouds that enveloped the sky. Even Xian immortals feel an indescribable fear. Yuelan, enough, an indifferent voice suddenly arrived from the distance. A tall and thin old woman flew over. Elder Wu sighed and said, Miss Gao, you finally came. Your Guanghan Palace's girls are truly scary. Who is that person? Why are you saving him? Miss Gao already learned about the situation when she arrived. Xiao Yuelan immediately took out the devil mirror and contacted Xian Rujing. Xian Rujing's position in Guanghan Palace is very high. Even Great Palace Master Yu listens to Xian Rujing's suggestion. After Xiao Yuelan informed Xian Rujing about the situation, she handed over the devil mirror to Miss Gao. Miss Gao, no matter what, you must bring him back. Xian Rujing is very anxious. She is very clear about Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate's methods. If Qin Yun is captured, the consequences can be imagined. Xiao Yuelan took out the spirit-chasing talisman and her expression suddenly changed. Because the talisman cannot sense Qin Yun's location. He has been placed in a storage magic tool. Nangong Shuiru's ice-cold eyes fiercely looked at Purple Ice Sacred City's Xian immortals and furiously said, It's all because of you bunch of idiots. You didn't save him and instead obstructed us. I am not finished with you. Elder Wu and other Purple Ice Sacred City's Xian immortals looked at each other in dismay. They dodged each other's gaze. They don't dare to look directly at Xiao Yuelan and Nangong Shuiru because they had the opportunity to save Qin Yun. Purple Ice Sacred City, you must have reached a tacit understanding with Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. If you don't save him, Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate will return a core fragment to you, right? Xiao Yuelan's beautiful eyes are filled with killing intent. She suddenly realized why Purple Ice Sacred City did not save Qin Yun and even obstructed them. Xiao Yuelan and Nangong Shuiru are filled with incomparable anger. Then they return to Luo Tian City with Little Phoenix. Everyone here can see that Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and Great Desert Sacred City have joined hands. It is related to several core fragments. Even Purple Ice Sacred City tacitly allowed Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate to capture Qin Yun. If Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate obtained the core fragment in Qin Yun's hands, they would definitely return one to Purple Ice Sacred City. Otherwise, Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate would definitely be targeted by Purple Ice Sacred City. The news spread like wildfire. After Shimin Qinglian found out, she immediately returned to Yalin. She saw Nangong Shuiru and Xiao Yuelan's unsightly expression and is secretly astonished. She now realized that Qin Yun knows Xiao Yuelan. And last night, Qin Yun deliberately teased her, saying that he wanted her to help chase after Xiao Yuelan. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, these bastards. And Purple Ice Sacred City, they are all the same. Xiao Yuelan cursed. She is now also contacting Luo Weizhuang. Luo Weizhuang found out that the uncle is Qin Yun. He immediately contacted his elders and asked for Xian Immortal support. Shimin Qinglian also contacted her father Shimin Chongtian. Shimin Chongtian learned that his benefactor was captured by Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and became very angry. He immediately issued an announcement, telling Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate to release his benefactor or else they will become his enemy. In addition, Shimin Chongtian cancelled his cooperation with Purple Ice Sacred City, saying that Purple Ice Sacred City is a group of untrustworthy people. Purple Ice Sacred City's people really did not expect that the masked uncle's position would be so high. Luo family and Shimin family are pressuring Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate is naturally not afraid of these two powers pressuring them because they can get a share of the core fragment. Even a fragment of the core was very precious. After all, it is something that can cultivate sacred spirit, sacred body. Qin Yun was captured by Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate people and locked inside a special small pagoda. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate often does this kind of shady business. They are very proficient in sealing people inside a space to prevent them from being found. They know that Qin Yun has a very strong divine ability power, so the small pagoda can resist divine ability power. The small pagoda is deep underground, even Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate people would not be able to find it easily. The small pagoda also has a special space isolation power. Qin Yun's heart is pierced by a chain and his entire body is bound by very strong chains. He is unable to release immortal power and he also has no way to release divine ability power. As expected of a guy who cultivated sacred body, he is truly awesome. His recovery ability is very strong. A black-robed middle-aged man took Qin Yun's smiling face mask and said with cold smile. Qin Yun is bound by chains and is also seriously injured. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate people don't dare to kill him because if they kill him, they won't be able to obtain the core fragment. They are very clear that the core fragment is inside Qin Yun's storage magic tool. If Qin Yun dies, the storage magic tool won't be able to open it. You will definitely regret provoking me. Qin Yun's expression is ice-cold and gloomy as he looked at those Xian immortals. Ha ha ha, why should we regret it? Don't tell me you can turn things around? A black-robed middle-aged man said with sneer, right now, even my Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate can't find us. I will only leave after I complete the mission. The black-robed middle-aged man took out a barbed rod and fiercely stabbed Qin Yun's body. Then he laughed sinisterly. Qin Yun immediately roared in pain. Come, I will let you have a taste of our Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate's torture. There aren't many, only 100 or so. That black-robed middle-aged man laughed sinisterly and took out some tools. As long as you hand over the core fragment, we will let you feel a bit better. A middle-aged man touched Qin Yun's head, then took out a fork and stabbed it into Qin Yun's shoulder bone. He poured in very strong thunder and lightning power. Qin Yun's body immediately twitched violently. Io, good. You actually didn't scream. Your bones are quite hard. That black-robed man laughed mischievously. Let us do it. Another black-robed middle-aged man took out several long thorns, all of them have barbs. He stabbed them into several vital parts of Xianxia's body and then pulled them out. These 3 devil immortal Heavenly Gate Xian immortals took turns to use all kinds of torture methods to torture Xianxia. They constantly laughed and cursed, destroying Xianxia's formidable body. Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, now that you have fallen into this kind of dangerous situation, it will be very difficult for you to escape. Now there is only one way, I will stop controlling the Nether Sun and let its power go out of control. Then I will cooperate with you to erupt with your most evil side. We should be able to deal with them. Then we will see if you can suppress the Nether Sun that has gone out of control and you who has entered devil state. Come, I won't suppress my evil nature, I will erupt completely. Only this way can I let these 3 guys know what a true evil devil is. Xianxia is incomparably furious in his heart as he looked at the 3 Xian immortals who were torturing him. Several hours passed by. The 3 Xian immortals of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate are also tired, but they are still torturing Xianxia with evil grins. Suddenly, they discovered that Xianxia's eyes are overflowing with black gas. Moreover, his tormented and battered body is surging with baleful aura filled with anger. Comprehension of the heavenly Dao Xianxia's body is now wrapped in black energy and an incomparably terrifying power surged out. The 3 Xian immortals of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Sect sensed the terrifying evil power and their expressions changed greatly in fright. Xianxia's body constantly struggled as he let out deep roars. He looks like a demon that has lost control. Don't be afraid, he's tied up by chains. A black-robed middle-aged man mustered up his courage and said, What's going on with this guy? How can such a terrifying evil power be hidden in his body? I don't know. He can cultivate sacred body, his background is definitely not small. Could he be a member of a hidden family? Will we cause trouble for the Devil Immortal Heavenly Sect? Among the hidden families, only those inscription families can shake our Devil Immortal Heavenly Sect if they join forces. There's nothing to be afraid of. Then what should we do now? This guy seems to have lost his mind and has completely turned into a devil. It's impossible for him to give us the core fragment. These 3 Xian immortals of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Sect. At this moment, they are also in a dilemma. They looked at Xianxia, who was constantly struggling and roaring and cursed in their hearts. They never expected that Xianxia would suddenly become like this. In the past, they had tortured many people, but those people were either tortured to death or were tortured to the point of admitting defeat and then obediently cooperated. And Xianxia has been tortured by them for so long, not only did he not die, he also did not surrender. Therefore, they felt that it was nothing and continued to torture Xianxia. They never expected that Xianxia would enter this state. A middle-aged man looked at Xianxia and said with fear, Our Devil Immortal Heavenly Sect's ancient books have recorded that people who enter this state are all hiding a very strong power in their bodies. That power is not easy to control and also has an evil nature. If you can't suppress it, it will erupt. Then let's quickly get rid of him. What's the hurry? Even if this guy loses control, he won't be that strong. He is only a 2nd level immortal and we are Xian immortals. Can't we 3 Xian immortals suppress him? While they were discussing, the chains on Xianxia's body suddenly merged with his flesh and blood. Big brother, his body swallowed that chain. That chain is a top-grade immortal tool. Quickly get rid of him. Xianxia's flesh and blood is now black and has extremely powerful devouring and dissolving power. This is the terrifying power of the Nether Sun roar. Xianxia had already turned into a person wrapped in black gas. It was impossible to see his face. He was like a demon. He let out a roar that made people's hair stand on end. A middle-aged Xian immortal slashed down at Xianxia with a saber in hand. That saber is a high-grade immortal tool, but when it hit Xianxia's body, it suddenly disappeared. The other 2 middle-aged Xian immortals also attacked with their weapons, sending out waves of Xian immortal force. What made them incomparably terrified was that Xianxia's body was like a bottomless pit. Any power that landed on his body would sink in, as if it was being dissolved and devoured by his flesh and blood. Xianxia kept roaring as he slowly walked towards the 3 Xian immortals. He walked very slowly, but everything around him flew towards him like crazy. When those torture instruments came into contact with the black gas released from Xianxia's body, they were all dissolved into energy. What's going on? A middle-aged Xian immortal was terrified to the extreme and shouted in a trembling voice. The three Xian immortals' strongest attacks landed on Qin Yun, but they were like stones sinking into the sea. They were unable to make Qin Yun retreat at all. Ah! Suddenly, a Xian immortal was grabbed by a claw formed from black gas. That Xian immortal screamed miserably as he was dragged by the claw. When he got close to Qin Yun, he was sent flying and crashed into Qin Yun's body, disappearing without a trace. This scared the two Xian immortals so much that they involuntarily cried out. Powerful Xian immortals were dissolved just by touching Qin Yun's body. Big brother, we know our wrongs, we know our wrongs. Spare us, we are willing to be your cow and horse from now on. Those two Xian immortals were so scared that they immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. They have never seen such a dreadful thing before. Even devils are not this frightening. Qin Yun's body is filled with black gas that produces a very strong suction force. Those two kneeling Xian immortals were suddenly sucked towards Qin Yun's body. They wanted to run, but they were unable to escape from that suction force. Ah! When the two middle-aged men got close to Qin Yun, their bodies were suddenly distorted and stretched. Then they were slowly sucked into Qin Yun's body, as if they turned into smoke and were being sucked away. Roar! Qin Yun, who has lost his mind, let out an angry roar and kept ramming into the pagoda's walls. Although his body has a very strong melting and devouring power, he is unable to break through the pagoda's walls. From this, it can be seen that the pagoda's barrier is very strong. Boom! Boom, boom. The crazy Qin Yun has completely lost his mind. He only wants to run out and release the power in his body. He kept ramming into the walls. The small pagoda shook from the impact and issued a series of trembling sounds. Xiaoyun! Xiaoyun! Ling Yuner kept shouting, she is very anxious. This is her idea. Moreover, she has completely released the power of the Nether Sun. Now, she is unable to suppress the Nether Sun. Because the power of the Nether Sun is being controlled by an evil thought, Ling Yuner is unable to regain control. If this continues, Xiaoyun will be finished. The soul is very anxious, she can only keep shouting. Qin Yun did not hear Ling Yuner's shouts, he is still shouting and randomly ramming into the walls of the small pagoda. He wants to run out. Last time, Ling Yuner was able to communicate with Bing Xing and let her suppress the evil thought in Qin Yun's heart. But now, there is no one nearby, Ling Yuner can do nothing. Kill, kill, kill. Qin Yun suddenly shouted. Xiaoyun, quickly recover. If this goes on, when you see Yulan and Big Sister Yang in the future, you will kill them. Ling Yuner shouted again. Kill, 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 Qin Yun is still shouting. Ling Yuner did not expect that the evil thought in Qin Yun's heart would be so heavy. Now, she is very regretful that she completely released the power of the Nether Sun. Qin Yun is trapped in the small pagoda and is temporarily unable to leave. However, his Nether Sun's power is very strong. Sooner or later, he will break through the small pagoda. Qin Yun, who has turned into an evil devil, only has killing intent in his heart. Xiaoyun, quickly suppress the evil thought. As long as you suppress the evil thought, I will be able to regain control of the Nether Sun. Ling Yuner shouted. Qin Yun did not hear Ling Yuner's words at all. Ling Yuner is in despair. Qin Yun's soul has completely transformed into a devil. It is as if it has been completely corroded by evil devil power. It is impossible to recover. While she is crying in anxiety, Qin Yun's body suddenly overflowed with many faint golden light ribbons. It is the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune. Ling Yuner is pleasantly surprised. The Heavenly Tao Divine Rune sealed inside the Nether Sun suddenly appeared. Ling Yuner did not expect it. The Heavenly Tao Divine Rune is like countless light threads that wrapped around Qin Yun's body. Ling Yuner suddenly sensed that the Nether Sun has returned to her control. And the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune light threads wrapped around Qin Yun's body suddenly entered the Nether Sun, as if they are sleeping inside. Qin Yun's body is still extremely tattered, but it is overflowing with faint holy light. His sacred body is repairing itself. Too dangerous. Next time, no matter what, we can't take such a risk. Ling Yuner finally let out a sigh of relief. Then she began observing the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune inside the Nether Sun. The heavenly Tao divine rune is very peculiar. It was originally sealed inside the nether sun. But after Ling Yuner released all the power of the nether sun, the heavenly Tao divine rune also came out. But it did not slip away. Moreover, at the most critical moment, it suppressed the devil nature in Qin Yan's body. Now, the heavenly Tao divine rune is not in a sealed state, instead it is hiding inside the nether sun. It can even hide inside the nether sun and not be discovered by Qin Yan and Ling Yuner. Qin Yan laid inside the small pagoda for several days and finally woke up. He felt a splitting headache and he is unable to move his body. Yuner, what happened? Qin Yan asked in very weak voice. You were almost done for. Ling Yuner said. Where are those guys? Qin Yan, who was lying on the ground, turned his head with great difficulty and looked all around. This place is completely empty, they all ran away? They were all killed by you. Soon after, Ling Yuner told Qin Yan about the process of killing those 3 Xian immortals. After Qin Yan heard this, he is very surprised. He did not expect that the power of the nether sun would be so dreadful. Then what about their power? Qin Yan asked, did the nether sun devour those 3? Majority of them dissipated. You devoured them when you entered devil possession. Those energies are filled with evil devil energy, only a small portion is preserved inside the nether sun. You can try to refine them. Ling Yuner sighed in lingering fear and said again, Xiao Yun, I won't dare to take risks next time. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao divine rune suppressed the evil devil energy in your body. Moreover, it seems like the heavenly Tao divine rune was damaged because of this, so it hid inside the nether sun and did not leave you. Qin Yan is very clear that the reason he was able to recover is because of the heavenly Tao divine rune. Otherwise, with his willpower, he would not have been able to return to his original state. Yuner, I suddenly had some enlightenment. I don't know if it is because of the heavenly Tao divine rune. Qin Yan said. It should be. Heavenly Tao divine rune seems to have gradually approved of you, that is why you can sense the power of the heavenly Tao. Ling Yuner said, this is also a blessing in disguise. Qin Yan looked all around and discovered that this small pagoda is very good. It can actually resist his crazed state. Moreover, it can isolate space, so his devil mirror cannot receive news from outside. He was trapped here as well. Don't rush out, first refine the energy inside the nether sun. Although most of the energy of those 3 Xian immortals turned into evil devil energy and dissipated, the nether sun has preserved a lot of pure energy. Ling Yuner said. N. Qin Yan closed his eyes. Through this, he suddenly obtained a very rare enlightenment. 1354 Chapter 1354 Ferocious Fire Frenzy. After Qin Yan cultivated Immortal Devil Sacred Body, he did not comprehend the most powerful power of Immortal Devil Sacred Body. But now, he suddenly comprehended some difficult parts of Immortal Devil Sacred Body art. Xiao Yun, you have always been afraid of falling into Devil Dao, so you did not dare to use Devil Power. Ling Yuner said, but Immortal Devil Sacred Body is suppressed by Immortal Power and Devil Power can only help Immortal Power become stronger. I don't need to be afraid. Qin Yun nodded. Now he is refining the energy inside Nether Sun to attack 3rd level of Upper Immortal Realm. Apart from comprehending the key of Immortal Devil Sacred Body art, he also comprehended the Heavenly Tao. This kind of comprehension is also sudden and it is the power of Heavenly Tao that he believes to be. When I broke through to Upper Immortal Realm, Nether Sun cultivated a small Heavenly Lion. I always thought that it should be Heavenly Lion attribute power and should be used together with Heavenly Lion totem martial arts, but now I feel that it is not the case. Qin Yan looked at the small Heavenly Lion revolving around Nether Sun and said in his heart, if I only cultivate Heavenly Lion attribute power, then it is too simple. There are 9 levels in Upper Immortal Realm. 1st to 3rd level should strengthen the aura of immortal power and make it stronger. Xiao Yun, what do you think Heavenly Lion's power represents? Ling Yuner asked. Fierce. The fierce power of Heavenly Tao. Qin Yan said with certainty, this is my Heavenly Tao. My Heavenly Tao, number 1 is to be fierce enough. Fierce to enemies, fierce to evil spirits. Ling Yuner nodded with smile and said, 1st to 3rd level of Upper Immortal Realm is to cultivate the fierce power of Heavenly Tao. Then what about 4th to 6th level? Qin Yan thought for a moment and said, wild. Moreover, it is wildfire. Because I am an inscription master, I must strengthen my flame. 4th to 6th level is to cultivate wildfire. 7th to 9th level is to cultivate arrogance. The arrogance of heavenly Tao is a must. And in this aspect, it should be to cultivate spirit. My arrogance and divine might must be able to deter enemies. Xiaoyun, after experiencing this tempering, you will definitely become stronger. Your current cultivation direction is also gradually becoming clear. Ling Yun'er said with a smile, this is the cultivation path that you have comprehended yourself. It is your own heavenly Tao. Qin Yin nodded and closed his eyes to focus on cultivation. More than 10 days passed. When Qin Yin opened his eyes, his gaze was filled with a ferocious aura. He clenched his fist. Nether Sun's immortal power was released through the little lion. It brought along a very ferocious power. When he punched out, it was accompanied by the heavenly might of the great path, as if it was the ferocious might of the heavenly path. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, Great Desert Sacred City, you shouldn't have provoked me. When Qin Yin thought of this matter, his ferocious power could not help but surge out. Xiaoyun, where is the bottle of pills Shuiru gave you? Ling Yun'er said, quickly eat it, maybe you can break through. The bottle of pills Nangong Shuiru gave him will help him break through to upper immortal realm. Qin Yin ate more than 10 pills in one go and began cultivating. His ferocious heavenly lion had already been successfully cultivated, and the next step was to cultivate wild flame. I wonder what Huakuang's form is. Qin Yin is very curious. He feels that whether it is Huakuang or Tian'ao, both of them should have their own form. The bottle of pills Nangong Shuiru gave him is very useful. After eating it, Qin Yin sensed a burst of energy erupting from his body. First it entered the nether sun and was refined, then it rushed out to temper his body and condense even stronger energy. Could it be that Shuiru used the energy released by the sacred infant fruit to refine it? Qin Yin is very doubtful because this is energy. It does not look like it was refined with immortal medicine. Sister Shuiru is very good to you. Ling Yun'er said with smile. And, I wonder how Shuiru and Yuelan are doing now. Qin Yin knows Xiao Yuelan very well, he is very worried now. Although Xiao Yuelan has lost a portion of her memories, her feelings for Qin Yin have never changed. She is willing to do anything for Qin Yin. Nangong Shuiru and Xiao Yuelan are still at Yalan Inn. It is not that they have not done anything, they have been inquiring about the whereabouts of Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and Totem Pavilion's people. As long as they are not Xian immortals, they will go and kill them. What is most shocking is that many of Great Desert Sacred City's 9th layer immortals have died. They are all 9th layer immortals who cultivated Saint Body and Saint Spirit. Great Desert Sacred City suspects that Xiao Yuelan and Nangong Shuiru did it, but they can't do anything because the strongest people in Great Desert Sacred City are Xian immortals. They don't dare to go to the Guanghan Palace. So many days have passed, Xiao Yuelan and Nangong Shuiru have been waiting for Qin Yin's news. They are constantly looking at the soul-chasing talismans but there is no reaction at all. Shimen Qinglian arrived at Nangong Shuiru's small building and saw Xiao Yuelan sitting in the living room. She said in alarm and anxiously, I just heard that those 3 Xian immortals who captured Uncle are all dead, their life pearls have shattered. Someone saved Xiaoyun? Xiao Yuelan said in pleasant surprise. I don't know, but I can confirm that those Xian immortals died more than 10 days ago. Shimen Qinglian said. If Xiaoyun was saved, he should have contacted us. Could it be that his injuries are too heavy? Xiao Yuelan looked at the soul-chasing talismans in her hand and said with frown, his talismans are useless, could it be that he is too far away? Uncle should be fine. Shimen Qinglian said in low voice, Sister Yuelan, you don't need to be so worried. Uncle is very awesome. Back then he easily saved me and my father, he can definitely save himself. Shimen Qinglian has always been very curious about the relationship between Qin Yin, Xiao Yuelan and Nangong Shuiru, but she didn't dare to ask. Nangong Shuiru returned from outside and said with light sigh, Yuelan, Miss Gao is urging us to join Purple Ice Sacred City again. I won't go. Those bastards from Purple Ice Sacred City. It is already good that I didn't settle accounts with them. Xiao Yuelan said coldly, if those Xian immortals from Purple Ice Sacred City did not stop us, Xiaoyun would not have been taken away. Indeed, I won't join Purple Ice Sacred City anyways. Nangong Shuiru lightly groaned and said, "Those bastards from Purple Ice Sacred City only look good on the surface, but they secretly look down on us immortal desolate people." Xiao Yuelan said with sneer, "Sister Shuiru, go tell those bastards from Purple Ice Sacred City. If their ninth stage upper immortals can defeat me, I will join their Purple Ice Sacred City. If they can't defeat me, tell them to scram as far as possible. Those idiots from Purple Ice Sacred City blocked us from saving Xiaoyun, we can't let them off so easily. Even if we don't kill their people, I, Xiao Yuelan, will let them know that we immortal desolate people are not inferior to them." Shimin Qinglian looked at Xiao Yuelan with a face full of worship and nodded. "Sister Yuelan said it well, we must teach them a lesson. Now the people of immortal desolate can't wait to curry favor with those bastards from sacred desolate. Each and every one of them is kneeling down and licking their boots. Their battle stage is still outside, right? I want to see who among those cowards dares to challenge me." Xiao Yuelan arrogantly said, "Let's go, I will go smash their place and call old Luo and the others." Shimin Qinglian immediately sent a message to her friends, asking them to come over and post the news on the magic mirror. The main reason is that Purple Ice Sacred City's ninth stage upper immortals are arrogant and look down on immortal desolate's upper immortals. Therefore, Xiao Yuelan wants to challenge them. This news very quickly caused an uproar in Luotian City. In the past few days, there have been many people who are dissatisfied with Purple Ice Sacred City. Because some of the youths of Purple Ice Sacred City are very arrogant in Luotian City, using their power to bully others. Fortunately, Luo family was not willing to be outdone and captured several people from Purple Ice Sacred City. Purple Ice Sacred City's elder Wu also felt somewhat embarrassed. However, even if he strictly warned those youths, he still couldn't stop those arrogant youths from bullying others. Outside Luotian City's city gate, on the light golden battle stage, the cold and beautiful Xiao Yuelan is wearing a white outfit, coldly looking at the mansion. Miss Gao, Elder Wu, and a group of people quickly walked out. "Yuelan, what are you doing?" Miss Gao said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and come down. I want to challenge Purple Ice Sacred City's ninth stage upper immortals." Xiao Yuelan said, "I want to see how strong they are. Otherwise, don't always let us join Purple Ice Sacred City." Miss Gao said in low voice, "Yuelan, there are benefits for us to join Purple Ice Sacred City. Those bastards from Purple Ice Sacred City, not only did they not save us back then, they even stopped us. Isn't it just for that core fragment? For the core fragment, what can't they do? If we join them, we won't even know when we will be harmed by them." Xiao Yuelan said coldly. Luo Weizhuang called over a few Luo family Xian immortals to support them, so Purple Ice Sacred City's side didn't dare to act recklessly. "If your Guanghan Palace doesn't join our Purple Ice Sacred City, it will be your loss. At that time all the other powers will have inscription beasts and you won't, you will fall behind others." Purple Ice Sacred City's elder Wu said indifferently. "Bullshit. When it comes to inscription beasts, who can compare to my Shimin family?" Shimin Qinglian said unhappily, "Your Purple Ice Sacred City is bragging so loudly, have you ever successfully subdued an inscription beast?" "None at all, it's not even as good as our Shimin family." "Qinglian, pay attention." Miss Gao shouted coldly. "Pay attention to what? Am I not telling the truth? Purple Ice Sacred City doesn't have any ability, they only rely on tricking everyone into entering Purple Ice Sacred City to die. The Purple Ice Mountain Range where Purple Ice Sacred City is located is a Xian immortal holy land. If we, little exalted immortals, enter, we will die without a doubt. We might as well go to the immortal Xian desert." Shimin Qinglian snorted and said, "Grandma, you were kicked out of the Shimin family, you don't even understand our Shimin family's matters." Miss Gao is a powerful Xian immortal, now she is stamping with rage but she can't do anything. She is also afraid of the Shimin family. "Xiao Yuelan, these past few days, you've killed dozens of upper immortals from my devil immortal heavenly gate. Today, you're dead for sure." The person who spoke flew over from the distance. He is a middle-aged man. His aura is that of a Xian immortal but it is rather weak. He should have just become a Xian immortal. "Idiot from the devil immortal heavenly gate, you actually dare to come and die." Xiao Yuelan summoned a long saber and charged towards the Xian immortal. A ninth stage upper immortal actually wants to fight against a Xian immortal. Fire hammer! The devil immortal heavenly gates. Xian immortal saw that Xiao Yuelan was still far away, but in the blink of an eye, she flew over and slashed with her saber. While he was shocked, he quickly took out a black crescent shovel. Little girl, don't be too arrogant. The devil immortal heavenly gates. Xian immortal shouted loudly in anger. The crescent moon spade swept forward, dragging a thick demonic light arc as it struck towards the snow-white saber in Xiao Yuelan's hand. Dang, Xiao Yuelan did not have the time to dodge. The saber in her hand was struck by the crescent moon spade, causing it to tremble. However, it did not fly out of her hand and the saber did not have any damage. It was still very stable and carried a very strong immortal power. On the other hand, the black crescent moon shovel was shaken so violently that black gas surged, as if it was frightened. Xiao Yuelan is a ninth firmament exalted immortal, yet her immortal power is on par with a Xian immortal. The spectators all felt that this was inconceivable and exclaimed endlessly. At that moment, the abstruse immortal Sky Gate's abstruse immortal's face was burning. He, a middle-aged abstruse immortal, was actually being suppressed by a little ninth-tier exalted immortal. You overestimate yourself. Xiao Yuelan shouted coldly. The snow-white saber suddenly turned red, a bewitching bloody light shot out in all directions, filled with a dense death aura. Who? Xiao Yuelan slashed with her saber again. Powerful immortal energy swept out along with the saber, like a blood-colored umbrella. It enveloped the middle-aged Xian immortal. Break! The devil immortal heavenly gates. Xian immortal was also very strong. The crescent spade in his hand swept out continuously. The black demonic aura was like a surging wave as it charged towards the blood-colored umbrella formed by the blade energy. Hua hua hua. Two strands of immortal force collided violently, causing violent gales to sweep out, and it blew everyone to the point of repeatedly releasing their protective barriers to resist it. Seeing how powerful Xiao Yuelan is, everyone is alarmed. They are even more amazed at Xiao Yuelan's terrifying immortal power. Even if Xiao Yuelan is no match for the middle-aged Xian immortal, she can still be proud of her power. Since she dared to challenge a ninth-layer exalted immortal of the sacred wilderness, she had the confidence to do so. I, Xiao Yuelan, will definitely kill you today. Xiao Yuelan's voice was as cold as ice as she shouted. When she thought about how Qin Yun was taken away by the devil immortal heavenly gates people, she thought about the devil immortal heavenly gates' cruel torture. Anger and killing intent gathered in her heart and her immortal power fiercely rushed out. Xiao Yuelan's dense killing intent caused everyone to feel fear. They found it hard to understand why a woman would have such a terrifying killing intent. Boom, the long saber slashed out furiously, and the blood light was like a wave. The saber chi transformed into an angry dragon that roared out, and its imposing manner was like 10,000 caddies of thunder. Although they were separated by a few hundred meters, the terrifying power reached the middle-aged Xian immortal in an instant. The middle-aged Xian immortal resisted the incoming saber chi with great difficulty. The veins on his forehead were throbbing and his face was filled with fear. He felt like he was being enveloped by a dense killing intent. Roar! Two deafening roars suddenly rang out, as if they were coming from the heavens. A huge black dragon appeared in the sky. It was the enormous mighty Nether Realm Mad Dragon, and below the ground was a ferocious and brutal Nether Realm Heavenly Lion. Kill! Xiao Yuelan shouted coldly. Monstrous killing intent accompanied by Dragon Lion enveloped the middle-aged Xian immortal. Seeing these two ferocious nether beasts, everyone once again let out cries filled with fear. Nether Realm Mad Dragon and Nether Realm Heavenly Lion, just like Xiao Yuelan, they attacked the middle-aged Xian immortal with endless fury and killing intent. Suddenly, Xiao Yuelan's eyes turned completely red and shot out two red lights. Is that sacred pupil? Purple Eye Sacred City's elder Wu cried out in alarm. It's sacred pupil. What kind of sacred pupil is it? It seems to have very strong mental power, a Xian immortal shouted. The red light shot out from Xiao Yuelan's eyes not only contains incomparably strong mental power, it also contains the power of suffering divine ability. Ah! After the devil immortal heavenly gates middle-aged Xian immortal's body was illuminated by the red light, he let out a heart-wrenching and lung-splitting scream. That miserable scream, as if he was being tortured, resounded in the sky. Roar! A heavenly lion's heavenly roar interrupted the middle-aged Xian immortal's miserable scream and slapped him to the ground. The black Nether Realm Mad Dragon in the sky spat out black fiend heavenly thunder and hit the Xian immortal's body. After a few moves, the middle-aged Xian immortal was beaten to the ground and screamed miserably. Let's stop here. Purple Ice Sacred City's Elder Wu said indifferently, the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gates Xian immortal did not do anything wrong, he won't be killed. After all, he is a Xian immortal, cultivating to this level is not allowed. Shut up. Xiao Yuelan furiously shouted and instantly arrived above the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gates Xian immortal. Her angry saber slashed down, saber energy like thunder tore apart the Xian immortal's body. Xiao Yuelan is floating in the sky, below her is a black nether realm heavenly lion and above her is a nether realm mad dragon. She now looks like a peerless witch, especially the cold killing intent on her body, it made many upper immortals unable to breathe. Xiao Yuelan, kill people, what does it have to do with you? Xiao Yuelan coldly looked at Elder Wu and shouted, so what if you are a sacred desolate Xian immortal? Give me another year and I'll kill you like cutting grass. Elder Wu's expression changed, he clenched his fists tightly and wanted to attack. Seeing Xiao Yuelan's might, he was intimidated. He also has some misgivings in his heart. If he can't defeat Xiao Yuelan and is injured instead, he will lose even more face. I won't lower myself to your level. Elder Wu coldly said. Purple Ice Sacred City's younger generation are all very angry but they don't dare to fart. 9th level upper immortal with sacred body and sacred spirit, no one dares to come out and fight. Xiao Yuelan looked down from the sky, her sacred eyes flickered with red light. She scanned those upper immortals from sacred desolate, her voice is filled with contempt. Elder Wu's expression is unsightly, he glanced at Miss Gao and saw that she slightly shook her head. Although Miss Gao is Xiao Yuelan's elder, everyone can see that a peerless genius like Xiao Yuelan is not someone Miss Gao can suppress. Shimin Qinglian's beautiful eyes flickered with adoration, she now likes Xiao Yuelan even more. Yuelan, let's return to the city. Nangong Shuiru lightly shouted. The furious dragon in the sky and the berserk lion on the ground roared at the same time and suddenly disappeared. They were summoned back by Xiao Yuelan. The dense killing intent pervading the heaven and earth gradually dissipated when Xiao Yuelan landed on the ground. That killing intent is nothing but Xiao Yuelan's mental pressure, she can take it back with a single thought. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gates Xian Immortal was killed by a 9th level upper immortal without any power to resist. This matter was immediately transmitted to the Devil Mirror. Many people recorded the battle just now but they could not transmit it to the Devil Mirror. Moreover, the content with the word Xiao Yuelan cannot appear on the Devil Mirror. This caused many people to feel very regretful because the battle just now was so wonderful but it could not be spread out. Everyone knows that the Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor and the Guanghan Palace have an agreement, so the Devil Mirror cannot display the content related to the Guanghan Palace's disciples. After Xiao Yuelan left, the crowd burst into a heated discussion. That guy from Sacred Desolate is only SOSO, he actually pissed his pants. Ha ha ha, those old men of Sacred Desolate are actually afraid of a little girl from the Guanghan Palace. They even said that Sacred Spirit Sacred Body is very awesome, it's all bullshit. That's right, Xiao Yuelan is truly awesome, she is simply a female devil god and she is also so beautiful. Trash Purple Ice Sacred City, not a single 9th level upper immortal accepted the challenge, it seems like they are only SOSO. Xiao Yuelan's relationship with Shimin family is pretty good. Shimin family has mastered the technique of subduing inscription beasts, they understand them very well. If they recruit people, they will definitely be very popular. Purple Ice Sacred City lost a lot of face this time, especially Elder Wu, he didn't even dare to fart after hearing Xiao Yuelan's words. As for those 9th level upper immortals of Purple Ice Sacred City, they have been reduced to a laughingstock. All day long they boasted that their sacred spirit sacred body is very strong but no one dared to accept Xiao Yuelan's challenge. Earlier, there was a rumor that Xiao Yuelan secretly killed several 9th level upper immortals of Great Desert Sacred City and those upper immortals all have sacred spirit sacred body. Because of this rumor, none of the 9th level upper immortals of Purple Ice Sacred City dared to accept the challenge. Qin Yun is still inside the pagoda. He ate the bottle of pills Nangong Shuiru gave him and successfully broke through to 4th level upper immortal realm. From 1st to 3rd level, he cultivated the heavenly Tao Flame's ferocious power and took the form of a heavenly lion. But now at 4th level, he cultivated the heavenly Tao Flame's ferocious power. Its form is beyond his expectation. It is actually a small flame hammer. This small hammer is still growing. Wait until it reaches 6th level, it should be in its best condition. Xianxia looked at the small hammer and suddenly felt that it is somewhat familiar. Xiaoyun, that small flame hammer, could it be 9 Sun Divine Hammer? Ling Yin'er asked. Very likely. Xianxia is very pleasantly surprised. With a thought, the small flame hammer appeared in his palm. It is only the size of a palm and there are no runes on its surface, it looks like a baby. Ling Yin'er said with smile, it seems like wildfire will be used together with 9 Sun Divine Hammer. What a pity, my 9 Sun Divine Hammer needs core fragments to awaken. Xianxia stored the small flame hammer and took out 5 core fragments. Xiaoyun, I think if you want to break through quickly, you can go and devour those fellows from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. Ling Yin'er suddenly said, although the power of those fellows is evil, you have the Nether Sun, you can completely refine it. Moreover, you also have the immortal devil's sacred body, you won't be disturbed by the evil thoughts. Xianxia looked at the small pagoda and said, it won't be easy to get out. It's very easy, let Momo come out. Ling Yin'er said with charming smile. That's right. Xianxia immediately let Momo run out. Momo has a very small sacred infant fruit. From time to time, she can absorb the power of the sacred infant fruit, so she is gradually becoming stronger and evolving. After this petite and charming little fairy came out, she flapped her pair of translucent butterfly wings. After flying a few circles, her beautiful eyes suddenly shot out 2 white light beams towards the door. Momo can destroy the runes on the barrier and then break the barrier. Very quickly, Momo succeeded. She only needed to destroy a small part of the runes. Xianxia immediately pushed open the door and went out. Originally, he wanted to put away the pagoda, but he discovered that after the barrier was broken, the entire pagoda became very fragile. The materials are very poor, I mainly rely on the barrier. Xianxia saw that the pagoda is not very good and quickly left. The pagoda was taken very deep underground. When Xianxia drilled out of the ground, it is already late at night. There are many people nearby. Ling Yin'er said, could it be that they are looking for that pagoda? They are all fellows from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. Each and every one of them is covered in evil aura. Xianxia said with sneer, perfect for me to devour. Magic Mirror, Chapter 1356, the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate is very concerned about the 3 Xian Immortals. In the Xian province, Xian Immortals are very important. Moreover, the 3 Xian Immortals died without any reason and they even brought along a very important pagoda. They must find it. Everyone knows that the masked uncle was captured by the 3 Xian Immortals. However, now that the news of the 3 Xian Immortals' deaths has spread, many people guessed that the masked uncle killed the 3 Xian Immortals. However, this speculation was quickly overturned. Because the masked uncle is only at the 2nd level of Upper Immortal Realm, it is impossible for him to kill 3 Xian Immortals. The Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate sent many disciples to search, mainly to find the pagoda and the cause of the death of the 3 Xian Immortals. Originally, after the 3 Xian Immortals captured the masked uncle, the higher-ups of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate were very concerned and even very happy. They thought that their Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate would immediately be able to obtain a few core fragments. But now, 3 Xian Immortals have died. After Xianxia came out, he quickly sent a message to Xiaoyuan, telling her not to worry. After he drilled out of the ground, he entered a forest and hid in those thick tree trunks. He told Xiaoyuan that there are many people from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate searching in the vicinity, so it is not convenient to contact them for a long time, in case they sense any spatial fluctuations. Xiaoyun, those guys have things that can detect soul fluctuations. It was because you didn't hide your soul properly that you were detected by those 3 Xian Immortals. Ling Yin'er said. At this time, Xianxia is also very focused on concealing his soul power. Even so, it is still possible for him to be detected. After Xiaoyuan learned that Xianxia is fine, she felt a lot more at ease. She also did not give up on the idea of retaliating against the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. In the forest, Xianxia can use the tree totem to merge his body into the big tree, hiding very well. He shuttled back and forth between many thick tree trunks, figuring out how many Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate disciples are in the forest and how strong they are. The strongest of the people sent to search are only 6th level upper immortals. Xianxia thought, the others are all ordinary upper immortals, but if I am surrounded, it will be very troublesome. The Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate has many vicious hidden weapons and the like. If one is not careful, they can injure him. Previously, Xianxia was so powerful, but she was still tricked by the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. Ling Yun'er said, Xiao Yun, the higher-ups of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate seem to know that the pagoda is below this mountain forest, so they are wandering around this mountain forest. There are more than 100 of them in total. It's not realistic to kill them all, because if we kill 1 or 2 of them, they will notice. Yeah. Many of them have pretty good cultivation. If I'm surrounded, I can only run. Xianxia is somewhat unwilling in his heart because he really wants to kill all of these 100+ Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate disciples. Ling Yun'er said with smile. Xiao Yun, how about you use a core fragment to temporarily awaken the 9 Sun Divine Hammer and devour those guys? You won't need too much time to kill them. In the remaining time, you can use the 9 Sun Divine Hammer to refine some things. I don't have any more materials on hand. I used almost all of them to forge the Heaven and Earth Demon Sealing Goblet. Xianxia frowned. After the 9 Sun Divine Hammer absorbs the core fragment, it will continue to awaken for a period of time. I must make full use of this period of time, otherwise I will waste a core fragment. Ling Yun'er thought for a moment and said, how about this, you contact Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror and let him tell you the nearby lair of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. After you kill this group of people, go straight to their lair. Alright. Xianxia took out the Devil Mirror and hid in a tree hole. He is now taking the risk of being discovered to contact Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror. This time, he did not use the Golden Devil Mirror. Instead, he used Xianxia's identity to contact Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror. Very quickly, Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror accepted the call request. Master. You. Hello. Disciple missed you to death. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror's voice is filled with a trace of fear, he said in panic. Wu shouting, do you think that just because I don't have the memories of my past life, I can't know what happened in my past life? Xianxia said with mischievous smile. Master, Disciple knows his wrongs. Disciple was just teasing you. Once you recover your memories, won't you have a special souvenir? Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror quickly explained. Moreover, he even wept and said how much he missed his master. Cut the crap. I am the masked uncle, I want your help. Xianxia said. What? You are that? Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror cried out in alarm, you want me to deal with the Devil Immortal Great Emperor? I can't do it, I will die. Master, you should know the principle of hiding your strength and biding your time, right? Wait for us to secretly grow stronger, then we will go deal with them. Coward. Xianxia scolded with a smile and said, you should be able to find out where I am through my Devil Mirror, right? I am currently surrounded by the people of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. I want to kill them and then conveniently destroy their lair in the vicinity. Wait. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror promptly said, there are 120 disciples of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate in the vicinity. The Devil Mirrors they bought were specially refined by us. Moreover, they have detailed information about them. Xianxia is secretly delighted. He knew that Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror left something on the Devil Mirror to secretly monitor the movements of many people. No wonder the Guanhan Palace used the Devil Mirror so cautiously. Master, what is your current cultivation? Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror asked. 4th level upper immortal realm. Xianxia said. That won't do. Those guys have a few 6th level upper immortal realm. It won't be easy for you to kill them, it's too risky. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror said. It doesn't matter, I can kill them. Xianxia is confident that the awakened 9 Sun Divine Hammer is very sturdy. Moreover, it can also increase its power. It won't be a problem for it to kill a 6th level upper immortal. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror suddenly chuckled and said, Master, how about this, I will secretly help you. When you get close to them, I will control their Devil Mirror to explode and injure them a bit, making them let down their guard. There is this kind of operation? Xianxia said with chuckle. Master, this is something you invented in your past life. If you did not suddenly have an accident, the devil mirror you created would be even better. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror said with smile, Master, after you recover your memories, you will become an influential person in the immortal desolate again. Even those bullshit great emperors will have to kneel and lick your boots. Don't flatter me. I am preparing to take action. Xianxia said. You can go in peace. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror said with smile. Xianxia took out a core fragment from inside the tree trunk and placed it inside the Nine-Sun Divine Hammer. The pitch-black Nine-Sun Divine Hammer suddenly ignited and began burning with flame. Xianxia, who was holding the Divine Hammer tightly, immediately sensed that the power inside the Divine Hammer is very formidable and ferocious. What caused him to be alarmed is, the small flame hammer inside the Nether Sun suddenly ran out and fused with the Nine-Sun Divine Hammer. This power is very strong. Xianxia is extremely apprehensive. The power of the Nether Sun can directly connect to the Nine-Sun Divine Hammer. Sensing the formidable power brought by the Nine-Sun Divine Hammer, Xianxia is unable to suppress the excitement in his heart and promptly rushed out. There are 2 second and 3rd stage Ascendant Immortals nearby. They are holding a vibrating devil mirror in their hands. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror deliberately made the devil mirror vibrate so that they could hold it. They are very apprehensive seeing Xianxia rush over. Just as they were about to attack, the devil mirror in their hands suddenly exploded. Because their mental power has to establish a connection with the devil mirror, the sudden explosion of the devil mirror will cause them to have a slight headache, causing them to be distracted. While they are distracted, Xianxia's sacred eye shot out a white light, his body transformed into a white light and flashed over. Then he smashed down with his hammer. He did not use any formidable power, but when the Nine-Sun Divine Hammer smashed down, it produced a very strong scorching impact power and smashed that Ascendant Immortal's head, causing sparks to shoot out in all directions. Then he quickly arrived behind the other Ascendant Immortal and smashed down with his hammer. A 3rd stage Ascendant Immortal has been instantly killed. I only used Sacred Body's power, I did not release too much Nether Sun's power. Xianxia once again sensed the Nine-Sun Divine Hammer's divine might and became extremely excited. Then he quickly devoured the energy from the 2 Ascendant Immortals Dantian. 6th stage Ascendant Immortal is in front. Xianxia sensed the aura and quickly rushed over. The 6th stage Ascendant Immortal is a middle-aged man. He sensed someone approaching and was about to attack when the violently vibrating devil mirror in his hand suddenly shattered. While he was distracted, Xianxia already appeared in front of him. Hua, the Nine-Sun Divine Hammer swept out, bringing along a firm and fierce sharp energy. It actually broke that 6th stage Ascendant Immortal's waist. That 6th stage Ascendant Immortal is still alive. He is extremely terrified. He never expected that the masked uncle would be so dreadful. Die. Xianxia smashed down again and killed the 6th stage Ascendant Immortal. Then he continued devouring. Xianxia continued looking for the next one. Late at night, a burst of explosion came from the forest. It is not the sound of devil mirror shattering, it is the sound of Nine-Sun Divine Hammer smashing down. Every explosion means that someone from Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate has been killed. In less than half an hour, more than 120 people from Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate have been killed by Xianxia's Nine-Sun Divine Hammer. Moreover, their energy has been devoured. Master, are you really a 4th stage Upper Immortal Realm? Although Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor is not nearby, he knows that Xianxia killed those people from Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. Where is their lair? Xianxia asked. Nearby, it is a branch of Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. They have more than 300 disciples, all of them are elite disciples. Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor said, they have 9th stage Ascendant Immortals, be careful. After Xianxia found out the location, he immediately rushed over. That branch is inside a mountain, it has many caves. After Xianxia went over, he used Earthquake Divine Ability power and caused the 1,000-meter tall mountain to collapse and crack. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gates people know that they have been attacked. Who dares to be presumptuous here? We are the branch of Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. The person who spoke is a 9th stage Ascendant Immortal. His voice is filled with anger as he shouted, quickly come out. I want you to taste the torture of Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. The 9th stage Ascendant Immortal is floating in the sky, he is very majestic. There are also a few 6th and 7th stage Ascendant Immortals beside him. Just as the middle-aged man's expression is filled with power, a transparent bell suddenly dropped down from the sky. Uncle's Revenge, Chapter 1357, Revenge. Xianxia is very confident in his heaven and earth devil sealing goblet. He tested it against Mystic Tiger King many times before, it is not a problem at all. At this moment, the leader of this branch was trapped in the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet and was being attacked randomly. Even if they use immortal tools to attack, they will not be able to leave any mark on the goblet. One must know that heaven and earth devil sealing goblet is infused with divine iron powder and immortal king beast horn. Ordinary immortal tools are unable to break it. Moreover, the goblet can absorb a great amount of energy and transform it into flame and thunder. Xianxia was afraid of injuring Mystic Tiger King, so he did not activate this function. Now that he has activated this function, the people trapped inside will be attacked by the violent thunder and fire coming down from the top of the goblet, causing them to cry out in pain. After taking care of the strongest 9th layer Exalted Immortal and a few small leaders, Xianxia held 9 Sun Divine Hammer and used Passing Shadow Extinction Breath Step to lock onto the nearby Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate Exalted Immortals. Then he brandished 9 Sun Divine Hammer and crazily hammered those fleeing Exalted Immortals. Boom boom boom, the leaders trapped inside the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet saw their branch disciples being hammered to death and even devoured by the goblet. They were so scared that they started to shiver. Because this mysterious person's devouring speed is much faster than the evil devil arts they cultivate. Xianxia directly used Mysterious Penetration divine ability and inserted his hand into the abdomen of those exalted immortals and sucked out their immortal power. Because he cultivated the immortal devil sacred body, even if a very violent immortal power entered his body, it would not have any effect on him. Who the hell are you? We are from Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. The 9th layer Exalted Immortal inside the goblet shouted, becoming enemies of our Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate will result in grave consequences. 9th layer Exalted Immortals are normally very rude and unreasonable. Even those Xian immortals from small and medium factions would be very respectful towards this small leader of a branch. But now, they are being slaughtered by someone else. If this matter spreads out, I guarantee that you will suffer a fate worse than death. You are openly provoking our Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, that 9th layer Exalted Immortal furiously shouted, quickly stop and admit your wrongs. Xianxia is flying in the sky, controlling some cannon arrows to shoot at those fleeing Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate disciples. Boom, an 8th Firmament Exalted Immortal who attacked Xianxia head-on was killed by Xianxia's hammer strike. The leader in the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet narrowed his eyes and his heart was filled with fear. They looked at the extremely terrifying flaming hammer and knew that it was a very powerful weapon. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to shatter those immortal grade armor with a single strike. In front of the 9 Sun Divine Hammer, any immortal grade armor was like a piece of paper, it could be directly smashed. Between the heavens and the earth, a terrifying and ferocious aura enveloped them. At that moment, Xianxia was using the Heavenly Tao's ferocious momentum. The immortal power he released brought with it a ferocious might that caused one to feel despair. And 9 Sun Divine Hammer's flame power is very berserk. Combined with Xianxia's ferocious momentum, every hammer strike directly scared those half-immortals to the point that they lost their power to resist. Xianxia's invisible aura was able to intimidate others. It was mainly because of his strong mental power. More than 300 Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate disciples were all killed by Xianxia in less than half an hour. Moreover, they were all devoured. At this moment, only the leaders were still alive. They are trapped inside the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet, they are like frightened monkeys jumping up and down inside. Xianxia landed beside the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet and looked at those few middle-aged men inside. Although his expression is calm, his eyes are filled with ferocious light. Seeing this, those few leaders inside shivered in fear. We are from Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, you. That leader did not finish speaking when he saw Xianxia take out a mask and put it on. It is a smiling face mask. Xianxia made it again, it is exactly the same as the one that was destroyed before. Everyone can recognize this smiling face mask, it is the masked uncle who was captured by the 3 Xian immortals. You are not dead, a 9th layer upper immortal cried out in alarm, where are our Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate's 3 seniors? They have already left, you will see them very soon. Xianxia said with sneer. Bastard. Xiao Yuan already killed many ninth-layer upper immortals of our Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, isn't that enough? What our Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate owes you has already been repaid by Xiao Yuan. That ninth-layer upper immortal furiously cursed. He is holding a devil mirror in his hand. He wanted to spread the news of this place but he did not succeed. He tried for a long time but failed because everything is now under the control of Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor. You Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate people used all kinds of torture on me. Do you think that just by killing a few upper immortals, you can pay it off? Humph. I will destroy your Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. Qin Yan's voice is filled with cold fury. Finished speaking, he placed his hand on the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet and released a devouring power. Ah, the few upper immortals inside the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet let out miserable screams. After Qin Yan devoured them, he took back the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. Those few upper immortals did not die. Humph. This is the result of provoking me. Qin Yan took out the devil mirror and recorded the process of him killing those few upper immortals. Then he put on the smiling face mask to let people know that the masked uncle is not dead and is taking revenge on the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. In the middle of the night, Shan Province is in an uproar. A branch of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate has been killed and it was done by the masked uncle. Originally, everyone was very curious about where the masked uncle went after the 3 Xian immortals died. Now, everyone knows that the masked uncle is still alive and his strength has become even stronger. There are many branches of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate in Xian Province. The one that was destroyed is an upper immortal level branch. Although it cannot shake the overall strength of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, this matter spread on the Devil Mirror and caused the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate to lose face. Qin Yan devoured many disciples of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate before. The amount of pure energy he obtained is not much. Now he wants to refine that energy. After leaving the battlefield, he hid deep underground. Qin Yan took out the Devil Mirror and replied to the people who sent him messages, thanking them for their concern. Xiao Yuan and others are also very astonished by Qin Yan's strength. He can actually destroy an upper immortal level branch. Later on, they also confirmed that Qin Yan's cultivation is already 4th level upper immortal realm. But even so, they feel that 4th level upper immortal realm is not enough to flatten an upper immortal level branch. After Qin Yan hid, he contacted Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor. Xiao Ding, thank you. Qin Yan said with smile. You're welcome, you're welcome. You are my master. Oh, that's right, master, please don't mind the joke I played with you before. Disciple truly knows his wrongs. Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor very sincerely said. You have to make up for your mistakes. Qin Yan laughed. Recently, has there been a person called Qin Long who came to find you? He came to find me. Previously, Master Netherworld also greeted me. I even gave him several billion immortal jade beads. Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor said with smile. He also gave me 2 golden grapes. Oh, that's right, who is that Qin Long? Qin Yan said with smile. He is my biological father. Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor shouted in shock. Master, why didn't you say so earlier? If I knew, I would definitely treat him like my own father. Xiao Ding, has my foster father contacted you during this period of time? Qin Yan asked. He asked deliberately. Master Netherworld told me to pay attention to the whereabouts of the core fragment. Once I have any clues, I will immediately contact him. Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor chuckled and asked, Master, how is Master Netherworld's current strength? He is even stronger than before. He is currently in seclusion. If you have any news regarding the core fragment, immediately contact me. Qin Yan said. When Master Netherworld comes out, can you bring me to meet him? Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor said with mischievous smile. I have long admired him. That's easy. Qin Yan nodded and said, Foster father is very good to me. When he was in seclusion, he lent me the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade to play with. What? The Nether Spirit Sacred Blade is in your hands? Is this true? Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor is dumbfounded and involuntarily cried out in alarm. Qin Yan took out the severely damaged Nether Spirit Sacred Blade and took a selfie. Then he sent it to Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor. After Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor saw it, he immediately started flattering him, saying that Master is mighty and invincible. What a pity, the nether spirit sacred blade isn't mine, so I can't unleash its strongest power. Xianxia said with smile. It doesn't matter, playing with it for a few days is enough. Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor said with smile, Master, when we meet again in the future, can you let me touch it? No problem. Xianxia said with mischievous smile. Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor asked again, Master Netherworld once instructed me to find clues about the 9 Extinction Sect Master. I wonder what is the relationship between Master Netherworld and the 9 Extinction Sect Master. I asked Foster Father to instruct you. The 9 Extinction Sect Master is an elder I met in Martial Desolate. He taught me the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra. Xianxia told Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor about how he built the 9 Extinction Profound Gate on top of the sun-suppressing divine arrow. After Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor heard this, he kept shouting awesome and whatnot. Master, you are so awesome. You actually know this awesome person. Senior 9 Extinction is so awesome. He used the sun-suppressing divine arrow to repel the encirclement of a group of immortal emperors. He didn't show any fear when facing 2 great emperors and was able to escape unscathed. Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor has always been near the sun-suppressing divine arrow, so he is very clear about what happened. Then do you have any clues? Xianxia said with smile, if I find the sect master, maybe I can ask him to borrow the sun-suppressing divine arrow to play with. Temporarily not. Once I find him, I will definitely inform you, Master. Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor said with smile. He doesn't dare to fool his master who has lost his memory anymore. He finally realized how awesome his master was in his past life. And this life is even more awesome. Not only did he know great god Xian Wu, he also knew the 9 Extinction Sect Master. Alright, I am going into seclusion. If there is any news about the core fragment and the 9 Extinction Sect Master, please inform me. Xianxia said. Sun Divine Tree Xianxia refined the devoured energy and sensed a clear increase in power. After devouring so many people, the energy obtained is not much. Xianxia sensed the energy inside the Nether Sun Xiaoyun. Nether Sun only absorbs the purest energy. Nether Sun doesn't care about trash energy. Moreover, you are now cultivating sacred body and your soul is cultivating Nether Moon, so Nether Sun is the best for you. Ling Yin'er said with smile, those bastards don't have much pure energy inside their bodies, that's why you can only get so little after devouring so many people. Xianxia, who is hiding underground, can sense that the pure energy he is devouring is not as bad as he imagined. After all, this is the energy of several hundred people, it is still a lot. While cultivating, he is sure that he can break through again. While he is earnestly cultivating, the golden devil horn inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul started trembling. Evil God is looking for him. He can only slow down his cultivation and take out the golden devil horn. Xianxia, I have something important to look for you, I won't disturb you, right? Evil God asked. Not at all. Xianxia promptly said, if you have something to say, quickly say it. Evil God suddenly feels that he is like a subordinate reporting to Xianxia. But he also accepts it, after all Xianxia knows the awesome ice and snow goddess and even helped him create the evil god altar. When Xianxia killed those people, he absorbed a large number of souls to perform the death sacrifice. I have 2 things to tell you. First is that Yuemei has returned to Immortal Desolate. As for the second thing, I urgently need you to perform a death sacrifice on me. After you perform death sacrifice on me, I will give you some things, the specifics will depend on how much you sacrifice. Evil God said. Xianxia is very happy in his heart after learning that Xiao Yuemei has returned to Immortal Desolate. He guessed that Xiao Yuemei must have returned to Guanghan Palace first. Evil God, I just killed a group of powerful immortals, it should be enough for death sacrifice. What do you want to give me? Divine Iron Powder? Apart from Divine Iron Powder, what else do you need? Divine Liquid? Evil God asked. I need something that can quickly recover energy of Holy Infant Fruit. Xianxia carefully thought about it and said, and also a small amount of Divine Iron Powder. Something that can recover energy of Holy Infant Fruit? Then it could only be Divine Liquid. Don't worry, I have also become stronger recently, I can get you some stronger Divine Liquid. Evil God said with smile, remember to contact me when you sacrifice. Xianxia put away the golden fiend horn and continued cultivating. The energy released by the holy infant fruit had been absorbed by Momo, so Momo's power had become even stronger. Momo could communicate with the holy infant fruit, and the holy infant fruit had agreed to let Qinyan absorb its energy. Qinyan knew very well that the holy nascent fruit could allow one to advance by leaps and bounds. As for the Moon Palace, it was also because they had obtained some of the sage infant fruit's energy that their disciples were able to improve rapidly. After several days of rapid refinement, Qinyan's heavenly Tao Flame's berserk aura suddenly increased by a lot. Moreover, the small flame hammer also became bigger. Level 5 Ascendant Immortal. Qinyan was secretly delighted. Then, he took out the Devil Mirror and contacted Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror to inquire about the sage nascent fruit. After asking, Qinyan learned that the holy nascent fruit was very difficult to obtain. Even immortal emperors would find it difficult to capture the holy nascent fruit. Now many people are offering very high prices to buy the holy nascent fruit. Qinyan thought that the holy nascent fruit would run all over the Holy Land or Divine Mountain. He did not expect that it would be very difficult to find one. Qinyan quickly made the stone room bigger and took out the evil god altar. Evil god, I want to start the sacrifice. Qinyan took out a few soul-sealing pearls. There are a great number of dead souls sealed inside. He placed the golden desert on the small altar and controlled the soul-sealing pearls to shatter. After the soul-sealing pearls shattered, a great number of dead souls howled and were absorbed by the altar not long after. Very good. Evil god mischievously laughed and said, just wait, I will immediately bring something over for you. Evil god, I still have more. Just wait a bit more. Qinyan brought the altar to the ground. It is daytime, he is inside a desolate mountain. He made the altar very big and placed it on top of a tall mountain. He controlled the 9-sun divine soul and released a black star from it. This is the first tribulation heavenly star he obtained in ancient domain. There are many dragon monsters on it, they are used for sacrifice. As Qinyan controlled the large golden devil horn, the altar sensed the dragon monsters on the black star and started absorbing the life force of the dragon monsters on the black star. The altar trembled unceasingly, the absorption speed is very fast. Very good, very good. Evil god very happily laughed and said. Not long after, all the dragon monsters on the heavenly star became sacrifices and were absorbed by evil god through the altar. The heavenly star fell down to the distance under Qinyan's control and created a great commotion. Qinyan brought the altar to a tranquil mountain forest. Evil god, it is time for you to bring the things over. Qinyan said with mischievous laugh. Little demon, let me tell you a good news. Because world extermination is approaching, space is very weak. Those 9 sun sects can bring the sun altar from divine desolate to immortal desolate. Evil god laughed loudly and said, therefore, even if I have to go through 7 layers of the altar, I can bring you even more things. This is the best. Qinyan is also very much looking forward to the things evil god will bring over. The altar suddenly trembled, and waves of spatial fluctuations surged out. The altar flickered with golden light, something has been teleported over. Divine liquid is gushing out, Qinyan promptly went to collect it, there are a total of 10 vats. Then there are some light golden divine iron powder. Apart from them, there is also a seed. Qinyan, there are a bit more divine iron powder compared to last time. The quality of the divine liquid has also increased by a lot. This time, the most precious thing I will deliver to you is that small seed. Evil god said, don't look down on it, it is a very good thing. Qinyan stored away the divine liquid and the divine iron powder into a box. Evil god is worried that Qinyan will say that he is stingy, so he promptly explained, this time, the teleportation power is very great. I've already used up my quota. In the divine wilderness, there are certain restrictions on the teleportation of gods of my level. This is a new rule that came out recently. That seed took up a lot of the teleportation quota. Originally, I didn't want to give it to you, but seeing how sincere you are in offering to me, I decided to give it to you. Qinyan picked up the seed and curiously asked, what can this seed grow? If I say it, don't scold me. Evil god said in embarrassment, I am also not sure what it will grow. This seed is something I secretly hid from my boss. In short, I followed my boss and a group of formidable gods into a dangerous place. Everyone's goal is this seed. Did you ask your boss what kind of seed it is? Qin Yan asked. I didn't ask, I also don't dare to ask, I am afraid that he will suspect. Evil God said with mischievous smile, I am also afraid that people will find out that I have the seed, so I sent it to you. Then you should know what kind of seed it can grow, right? Qin Yan is also very interested because this seed is very heavy, such a small thing weighs several tens of thousands of genes. The seed is only the size of a thumb, it is very dull gray. If not because it is very heavy, Qin Yan would have thought that evil God is fooling him. I really don't know, but I heard that if you use the Sun Moon Divine Bowl to plant it, it will quickly germinate. Evil God sighed and said, I don't know where the Sun Moon Divine Bowl is. Qin Yan's heart is moved, the Sun Moon Divine Bowl is with Nangong Shuiru. Back when Nangong Shuiru stayed in his 9-sun divine soul for a period of time, she planted many immortal medicines and often used the Sun Moon Divine Bowl. Later on, Qin Yan allowed her to bring it with her to the immortal desolate. Qin Yan let Nangong Shuiru take out the Sun Moon Divine Bowl and saw that it has repaired itself a lot. Nangong Shuiru has been using the Sun Moon Divine Bowl to help her plant immortal medicines. Therefore, her position in the Nangong family is very high. It is mainly because she has been using the Sun Moon Divine Bowl to grow immortal medicines very well. The Sun Moon Divine Bowl was originally damaged, but after being used by Nangong Shuiru for a period of time, it has more or less repaired itself. Therefore, Qin Yan let the Sun Moon Divine Bowl continue to follow Nangong Shuiru. Therefore, Nangong Shuiru will give Qin Yan some pills from time to time. Those pills were refined from the immortal herbs she had grown using the Sun Moon Divine Bowl. Evil God, what do you think it will grow? Why does your boss care so much about this seed? Qin Yan asked again. I suspect that it will be the seed of the Sun Divine Tree, but I am not sure. The Sun Divine Tree is not very big, but its leaves are very powerful. It is said that a single leaf contains a lot of Sun Divine power, let alone a flower bearing fruit. Evil God said in low voice. I will let you know if there is any progress on my side. Qin Yan said again. Wait until I get more teleportation quotas, I will contact you again to offer sacrifice to you. It was a pleasure doing business with you. Goodbye. Evil God said with smile. Qin Yan stored away the Evil God altar, took out the devil mirror and contacted Nangong Shuiru. Nangong Shuiru now has her own devil mirror that Qin Yan refined for her. Shuiru, is the Sun Moon Divine Bowl with you? Qin Yan asked. Of course it is. I always carry such a precious thing with me. Xiao Yun, are you in a hurry? I am at the Yalan Tavern, do you want to come or do you want me to go find you? Nangong Shuiru said. I don't want it, I just want you to use the Sun Moon Divine Bowl to plant something. It is a mysterious seed from Divine Desolate given to me by Evil God. Hee hee. Qin Yan said with smile. Ah? Really? I will surely plant it properly. Nangong Shuiru is very interested and very much looking forward to it. Qin Yan is now on his way to All Heaven City. A few days later, he arrived at All Heaven Mountain Range. He wants to go to the Heavenly Law Altar to see Shiman Dazhuang and Pippi Pig. There is a fat old man at the entrance of the Heavenly Law Altar. Shiman Dazhuang yelled, Dad, you are finally here. I am going to die. Qin Yan is somewhat amazed, he did not expect that fat old man to be Shiman Dazhuang's father. He looks a bit old. He thought that Shiman Dazhuang's father and Shiman Chongtian's father are of the same generation and should be middle-aged. Dazhuang, how are you doing up there? Qin Yan asked in loud voice. Enemy of Heavenly Dao Qin Yan only came to see Shiman Dazhuang on the way, he did not expect to meet Shiman Dazhuang's father. He remembers that Shiman Dazhuang's father is the patriarch of Shiman family. Hello uncle. Qin Yan faintly smiled at the fat old man and politely said, I am Dazhuang's friend. You are that uncle, right? The fat old man said with mischievous smile, I heard Dazhuang and Chong Tian mention you. Hello uncle. Qin Yan almost fell down, this old man actually called him uncle. Actually I am not old at all, just call me Xiao Qin. Qin Yan said with smile. No problem, I think calling you uncle will make me look younger. The fat old man laughed and patted Qin Yan's shoulder. That brat Chong Tian said that you are very capable, you can break a 12th level finesse high-grade immortal talisman. I was just lucky. Qin Yan said with smile, he cannot see through the fat old man's cultivation, this caused him to be very surprised. I am Shiman Taigon, nice to meet you. The fat old man cupped his hands towards Qin Yun and said with smile, Uncle Qin, although your cultivation is not high, your talent in inscription is outstanding. In our inscription domain, cultivation is not important, only the level of inscription is important. My inscription level is very ordinary, I can't compare to senior. Qin Yun very modestly said with smile. Just call me Tai Dan. Shiman Taigon said with mischievous smile, don't call me senior, it makes me sound old. You can break 12th level finesse high-grade immortal talisman, your level is equal to mine, no matter what you say, we are of the same generation. If we are of the same generation, you shouldn't call me uncle. Qin Yun shrugged and said with smile. It's fine, I don't mind, why do you mind? Shiman Taigon stroked his white beard and said with smile, although you look young, I think you look like uncle. Qin Yun laughed hollowly a few times, he cursed Shiman Dazhuang in his heart. He now knows that there are not many normal people in Shiman family. This. Tai Dan, is Shiman Chongtian your cousin? Qin Yun asked. I'm not too sure, but it should be. Shiman Taigon looked at the top of the altar and said, my Shiman clan is quite complicated. Many people join my Shiman clan, then change their surname to Shiman and become sworn brothers with us. When there are so many people, they don't care about seniority anymore. Whoever is the best will be the elder. Qin Yun seemed to understand why the people of the Shiman family liked to call him uncle. It turned out that they decided seniority based on ability. I say, you guys, hurry up and think of a way to save me. I'm going to die. Shiman Dazhuang, who was up there, shouted angrily. Dazhuang, I'm having a good chat with uncle. Don't interrupt. Shiman Taidan shouted. Shiman Dazhuang was like a child, screaming and rolling on the ground. Taidan, are you here to save Dazhuang? Qin Yun asked. Of course not. I was just passing by, so I came to take a look at him. Shiman Taidan cursed in a low voice, this little bastard. I previously doubted that his pig was not good enough. In a fit of anger, he took advantage of me being unprepared and actually made that pig fart at me. I almost died from the stench. Not only me, in the Shiman family, as long as you say that his pig is not good enough, you will get a smelly fart. The corner of Qin Yun's eyebrows twitched. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry in his heart. He secretly admired Shiman Dazhuang. He actually dared to let Pippi Pig fart at his own father. This would form a blood feud, Shiman Taidan laughed. Now, my entire Shiman family knows that he is trapped here. You don't know how happy they are. Singing and dancing and even holding a celebratory banquet, ha ha ha. Qin Yun secretly sympathized with Shiman Dazhuang for 3 seconds. Uncle, I'm leaving. You should go back as well. Don't waste too much time on Dazhuang. It's a great thing that he's trapped. Shiman Taidan patted Qin Yun on the shoulder and flew away. Dad. Dad. Am I your biological son? Shiman Dazhuang cried. Qin Yun shook his head with a smile. Shiman Dazhuang made Pippi Pig fart at his father. The reason why he wasn't crippled on the spot was because he was his biological son. Qin Yun flew into the sky and looked at Shiman Dazhuang through the altar's barrier. When Shiman Dazhuang saw Qin Yun appear, he immediately crawled over and shouted, Uncle Qin, I know that you have great means. Quickly save me, I will definitely repay you. I'll knock out little sister Qinglian and give her to you. Qin Yun helplessly rolled his eyes and shook his head, I'm not interested in her. That's right, that girl Qinglian has big breasts and no brains. No one likes her. Furthermore, she's so ugly that she can't even be compared to my Pippi Pig. How about this, I'll introduce my Shiman family's #1 beauty to you. The premise is that you have to save me. Shiman Dazhuang said very seriously, my Shiman family's #1 beauty is very beautiful. She's my eldest cousin. Although I, Shiman Dazhuang, am the most handsome man in the world, I feel so inferior in front of her that I can't even raise my head. Dazhuang, if you say such things to Qinglian, she will kill you. Qin Yun said with smile. She can't kill me because I'm trapped. Shiman Dazhuang's thin face is filled with despair. He took out the devil mirror and tried to contact Shiman Qinglian but failed. Uncle, why can't I contact you and Qinglian? Help me contact her, I have something to say to her. Shimin Dazhuang shouted. Qin Yan doesn't know what Shimin Dazhuang wants to do. He promptly took out the devil mirror and contacted Shimin Qinglian. Qinglian, I am Dazhuang. Shimin Dazhuang said with smile, finally I can talk to you. Uncle Qin is here. I promised him that as long as he can save me, I will introduce you to him. But he said he is not interested in you. Dazhuang, what are you thinking? Shimin Qinglian very impatiently said. It's very normal that Uncle Qin is not interested in you. Don't feel inferior. Who told you to have big breasts and no brains? You are so ugly, you are not even as good looking as my Pippi pig. Ha ha ha. Shimin Dazhuang laughed and said, Qinglian, are you very angry? Quickly come and hit me, I am trapped on that bullshit heavenly Tao altar, come. Bang bang bang, the sound of Shimin Qinglian throwing things came out from the devil mirror. Qin Yan looked at the grinning Shimin Dazhuang and said in low voice, Dazhuang, why do you take things so hard? Qin Yan promptly put away the devil mirror. I am bored. Shimin Dazhuang rolled on the ground and shouted, Heavenly Tao is heartless, what kind of heavenly Tao do I want to comprehend? Quickly give me a hint. Qin Yan said with smile, Dazhuang, I just comprehended a bit of heavenly Tao, do you want me to share some with you? Shimin Dazhuang suddenly crawled to the edge of the barrier and looked at Qin Yan who was outside the barrier. He very excitedly shouted, as expected of uncle, you actually comprehended it so quickly. Tian Daozi, that damned master, previously said that you are the enemy of heavenly Tao and can't comprehend heavenly Tao. Enemy of heavenly Tao? Qin Yan frowned. Yes, that's what he said. Shimin Dazhuang gave Qin Yan a thumbs up and said. With smile, uncle, you are my idol. You can actually become the enemy of heavenly Tao, quickly teach me how to become the enemy of heavenly Tao. Let me out first before we talk. Qin Yan did not expect Tian Daozi to evaluate him in this way, he also felt somewhat astonished. Then he told Shimin Dazhuang about how he cultivated the heavenly Tao's fierce aura and the heavenly Tao fire's violent aura. Shimin Dazhuang is dumbfounded, his face is filled with admiration. He became even more excited after knowing that Qin Yan is at the 5th layer of upper immortal realm. When he first met Qin Yan's cultivation was lower than his, but now it has surpassed him. Uncle, you are really awesome. Wait until I come out, I will give you my Shimin family's Titan God totem. You're my biological uncle, and you treat me better than my biological father. Shimin Dazhuang is very touched, he said again, don't worry, Shimin Dazhuang, will do what I say. Wait until I come out, I will matchmake you with my Shimin family's #1 beauty. I already have a wife. Qin Yan said with smile. He doesn't dare to compliment Shimin Dazhuang's aesthetics. He feels that Shimin family's #1 beauty in Shimin Dazhuang's eyes might look like Pippi Pig. No problem, I will let her be your concubine. Shimin Dazhuang chuckled and said, I will now go and comprehend my uncle's heavenly Tao. When I obtain Tao, it will be the day I, Shimin Dazhuang, sweep through the world. Ha ha ha, Qin Yan is filled with doubt, he wants to find Tian Daozi but he can't enter that passage, so he can only leave and return to Luo Tian City. Enemy of heavenly Tao? What does that mean? Qin Yan is flying in the sky, he is very puzzled. Previously, Tian Daozi did not say that about him, he said that he suffered from heavenly punishment and that it is very rare to form an affinity with heavenly Tao. Qin Yan returned to Nangong Shuiru's small house in Yalanin. After he returned, he saw Shimin Qinglian tidying up the small hall. Little Phoenix wanted to help but Shimin Qinglian did not let her, she wanted to do it herself. Qinglian. Are you alright? Qin Yan asked with smile. Stupid Dazhuang, he actually said that I am not as good looking as Pippi Pig, I am so angry. Shimin Qinglian gnashed her teeth in anger, crushed a piece of wood and cursed, I curse him to be trapped for 10,000 years. Little Phoenix felt relieved seeing Qin Yan return. She promptly walked over and pulled Qin Yan's arm, sweetly smiled and said, Brother Xiaoyun, you have become stronger again. Where is Shuiru? Qin Yan caressed Little Phoenix's sweet little dimples and asked with smile. Sister Shuiru has been called away by Sister Yalan. It is all young Miss Gao's fault, she had nothing better to do, now Purple Ice Sacred City and an inscription family want to challenge Guanghan Palace's inscription masters. Sister Shuiru and Sister Yalan are both inscription masters, they can only brace themselves and accept the challenge. Shimin Qinglian cursed in low voice. Hidden inscription family? Qin Yin said with frown. Indeed, it is that Qin family. Qin family and Purple Ice Sacred City are very close. Shimin Qinglian sighed and said, I am too lazy to go, just looking at young Miss Gao makes me feel vexed. I also don't like that young Miss Gao, but I am worried that Shuiru will suffer a loss, please take me to see her. Qin Yin said. That's true. Sister Shuiru is a weak woman, if she faces inscription masters who are all big and tall, she will definitely suffer a loss. Uncle, let's go and cheer for Sister Shuiru. Shimin Qinglian said. Qin Yin took out the smiling face mask and said with smile, I will wear the mask. Brother Xiao Yun, I heard that some people learned from you and ended up being beaten half to death by people from Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. Little Phoenix said. Those idiots, serve them right. Shimin Qinglian said with smile, without my uncle's strength, they still dare to wear this smiling face mask? Isn't that courting death? Qin Yin followed Shimin Qinglian and Little Phoenix to the main building of Yalan Tavern, it is also the biggest building. There are many inscription masters gathered here, they are all here to exchange pointers. End of chapter 1359. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.